Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Thursday, February 29th, 2024. The time is now 9:40 a.m., and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing on three agencies within the Committee on Housing: the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency, the Interagency Council on Homelessness, and the Department of Human Services. We're going to start today with the DC Housing Finance Agency, or DCHFA, which is a self-sustaining independent agency. DCHFA's role is to create home ownership opportunities for district residents by offering financing to residents purchasing their own homes, as well as financing assistance for affordable housing providers building housing across the city. DCHFA meets its mission through a number of notable programs, including DC Open Doors, DC for Me, Home Purchase Assistance, or HPAP, and McKinney Act loans. DCHFA is led by Executive Director Christopher Donald, under the oversight of a board of directors consisting of 5 members, all appointed by the mayor and approved by the council. 2 members are required to have experience in mortgage lending or finance. 2 must have experience in home building, real estate, architecture, or planning, and 1 has to represent community or consumer interests. DCHFA plays an important role shaping affordable housing in our city, particularly as financing has become more competitive for new projects and as residents are facing more challenges than ever accessing home ownership. At today's hearing, I look forward to figuring out how DCHFA is maximizing its resources to meet the needs of our residents. After our discussion with DCHFA, our focus will shift to the district's Interagency Council on Homelessness, or the ICH. Established in 2005, the ICH comprises local cabinet-level agency leaders, service providers, people with lived experiences of homelessness, advocates, and representatives from the private sector. Members of the ICH regularly convene to collaborate on problem solving, developing recommended policies and strategies, reducing and ultimately eradicating homelessness in the District of Columbia. The ICH offers invaluable insights into the challenges associated with ending homelessness for various groups, including youth, single adults, families, and specialized populations like veterans. The ICH is actively working to fulfill various legal mandates outlined in the DC Code. Additionally, the ICH is required to publish a strategic plan every 5 years, ensuring a comprehensive and well-informed approach to addressing homelessness in the district. The ICH is mandated to submit an annual update to the mayor, incorporating existing data and community input to review the strategic plan, analyze changes in the homelessness landscape, and assess the needs of various subpopulations, including youth. Notably, the ICH is committed to evaluating the specific service needs of LGBTQ homeless youth compared to their counterparts in the general population every 2 years. Furthermore, the ICH actively engages in providing comments on the proposed budget, a critical process to ensure the allocation of resources for homeless services within the continuum of care. Perhaps most publicly known, the ICH crafts an annual winter plan detailing the district's homeless service system's capacity from November to March, known as hypothermia season, which we are currently in. I'm pleased to see the ICH filling vacancies in its membership with 8 pending nominees, all representing the best of the district's response to ending homelessness. We will call some of these nominees up today to hear from them while their nominations are before the council for review. Additionally, we'll hear from ICH Director Teresa Silla. Director Silla has been a strong leader for the ICH. The final agency on today's agenda is the district's Department of Human Services, or DHS. DHS is a massive agency tasked with supporting the district's most marginalized and vulnerable residents. DHS administers well-known programs such as SNAP, formerly known as food stamps, temporary assistance for needy families, and interim disability assistance. Among its initiatives, DHS plays a pivotal role in administering voucher programs like permanent supportive housing, rapid rehousing, and targeted affordable housing. These voucher programs are indispensable as they prevent homelessness by providing crucial housing subsidies to many residents. Expanding beyond direct assistance, DHS is also responsible for overseeing the contracts and operations of all of our shelters. These include low-barrier shelters catering to single adults, our family shelters, and Virginia Williams, serving as the primary entry point for homeless families in the district. DHS's programs keep roofs over people's heads and food in their stomachs. So when these programs don't work or when they are overextended, people suffer. That informs my approach to oversight and why I fought so hard on programs like ERAP and SNAP. My assessment at this point is that DHS is trying to meet a lot of critical needs without enough people or money. And based on what I hear from residents, DHS also has to improve its transparency, consistent operations among some programs, and homelessness prevention and response. A lot of people are here to testify because they need help they feel they aren't getting. DHS will be present throughout the hearing, and will take notes. And I would ask that you follow up with me if DHS is not able to meet the concerns that you raise. If you do not hear back from DHS, please contact my office at housing@dccouncil.gov. I want to thank everyone in advance for being here with us on what is going to be a very long day and sharing stories that can also be difficult. Because of the number of public witnesses, we have 125 witnesses today. Everyone wants to be heard. That means I'm not going to ask many questions to any of our panels. This is not an indication that I don't appreciate your testimony, but rather a measure of respect for witnesses who are in the hundreds of people deep on the witness list and also want their voices to be heard on the public record. For folks joining us virtually, please check your email for a new hearing link. There was an issue with the one that was sent prior to the hearing, so please check your email if you are planning to testify and the link that we sent you is not working. We're going to turn to our first panel of public witnesses. These witnesses are testifying with respect to our first agency, DCHFA. So our first panel will be Rico Dancy, Cheryl Court, Policy Director for Coalition for Smarter Growth, Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. That's it on the first panel. Mr. Dancy, you can begin your testimony. Thank you for being with us.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilman and the committee. What I'm concerned about is drugs activity, when people get vouchers, when people have to move out of an address because of drug activity. We call contact DC police, nothing be done. Contact DC housing, nothing been done. It's getting to the place where when I go out in the community talking to people, they said, what is going to happen? Why are we continue to have neighbors doing drugs and we continue to move? Okay. My story is I work in the White House since 2018. I used to live on Gales Place Northeast. I have to move because you have a drug addict who receive a voucher, doors slammed back and forth, 24 hours. Call the landlord. He tried everything. I went down and said, can you please door slam it like a kid, back, boom, 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 boom. Nothing's been done. I had to call my Section 8 worker to give me an update voucher to move so I could get some rest. No one should have to work 40 hours a week, come home and endorse, boom, 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 slam, 24 hours out stopping. I know. Then I have children. I have children. 8-year-old baby, 8 months old baby. Okay. One of my children are deaf. Well, it's not. My 8-year-old said, Daddy, when is this going to stop? When is this going to stop? When I search my petition to run for office, these I'm hearing from constituents. When is this going to stop? When this going to put to an end of people doing drug who receive a voucher 24 hours, 7 days a week? So you have to call your worker to get an update voucher to move, to get some sleep in your house, the rent you pay, because you got somebody doing drugs downstairs. It's something have to stop. Something have to change about this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cheryl Court, with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman White. My name is Cheryl Court with the Coalition for Smarter Growth. We're working in the DC region on building walkable, bikeable, inclusive, transit-oriented communities as the most sustainable and equitable way for the DC region to grow and provide opportunities for all. We wish to express our support for the ongoing support of the council and the mayor and agencies for leveraging resources to provide affordable housing with the Housing Production Trust Fund as the top way that local investment is used to provide housing to people who need it. At this point, delivering over 11,000 affordable homes since 2015. What's critical is that the Housing Production Trust Fund absolutely depends on the federal 4% low-income housing tax credits and their related private activity bonds. And that's what I wanted to address, which is what FHA provides. We have an urgent need to address the bond cap, which has halted new rental affordable housing projects indefinitely. We should all be alarmed that little or new rental housing projects are being financed as of August of 2023 for an indefinite period. In August, DHCD, not HFA, announced the district had hit its federal ceiling on private activity bond issuance, known as the bond cap, and effectively would have no more 4% low-income housing tax credits to be available for some amount of time, or no amount of time. This was a shocking announcement that brought numerous shovel-ready affordable housing projects to a sudden abrupt halt. Now, dozens of affordable housing projects that we and thousands of DC residents and tenant associations have fought for are being sold off, defaulting, or stranded in an untenable limbo. This costs huge sums of wasted money. It erodes our affordable housing supply, it drives displacement, and it shrinks the capacity to build and preserve affordable homes. It means that tenants will not be able to use their TOPA rights to preserve their homes and improve and expand affordable housing. The DC Council, the public, and affordable housing providers have received no status update on the future bond cap projections and how this affects the known pipeline demand of affordable housing projects for this financing capacity. No information, no updates from DC HFA have been provided to inform the district, the council, or affordable housing sector on what happens next. We have projections that this bond cap constraint could last for 2 or more years. We don't know. We're not receiving any information from HFA. We asked the council to exercise a strong oversight role here because of the lack of transparency and the disastrous silence of HFA. There are recommendations that we understand that that CNHAD is proposing, and we support those. We're not the experts on this. We just see the crisis of this seizing up of affordable housing production with no information from the agency that should be providing that. We ask that the agency provide updates, projections, timelines, maybe replicating DHCD's public dashboard, provide quarterly updates to the Council Housing Committee and to the public, and share and track what deals are going forward and what bond and how the bond cap can be recycled. So with that, I thank you for your attention to this very critical issue. We really should be focusing on this, and HFA is the center player in this crisis. Thank you.
Thank you very much for our first panel of public witnesses on DC HFA. Oh, no, Ryan Trout is with us. Welcome, Ryan.
Hey, good morning. Good morning, Chairman White and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Our mission is to foster equitable community development in the district, particularly in affordable housing and economic opportunities for low to moderate income individuals. Please bear with me as I try to speak to both DCHFA and DHS in my limited testimony. I will begin by addressing DCHFA. Our immediate concern focuses on the limitations imposed by the current cap on private activity bonds, vital for financing affordable housing projects. With DC hitting this cap, we face significant setbacks. No new 4% low-income housing tax credit projects can progress in the near term, risking several shovel-ready projects and potentially leading to a reduction in the city's affordable housing stock. This uncertainty creates delays, and the agency's lack of transparency jeopardizes the viability of multiple affordable housing projects that are otherwise shovel-ready. It leads to substantial carrying costs and could lead to potential foreclosures or forced sales for projects in the pipeline. This harms the district's ability to deliver much-needed affordable housing for years, and at worst could lead to a permanent contraction in the city's affordable housing stock. In addition, this uncertainty also makes it much harder for decision makers to know the level and types of resources that should be appropriated to support housing. We urge the council to mandate regular public updates on the availability of these bonds from DCHFA, ensuring transparency and informed decision-making. Ideally, this would include updates on projections, timelines, the possibility of adding to or replicating the DHCD public dashboard. Quarterly updates to the Housing Committee and the public could help share and track the number of deals using HUD debt or other structures where the bond cap can be recycled, and potentially expiration dates for deals that have been allocated bond cap but can't use it in a timely manner. Furthermore, exploring alternative financing mechanisms is crucial to keep vital projects moving and address the affordable housing crisis. Now, turning in my remaining time to the Department of Human Services, we commend their efforts, particularly in managing the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. Yet this program's post-pandemic expansion has inadvertently heightened delinquencies, risking foreclosure and forced sales of affordable housing properties. We advocate for amendments to ERAP, emphasizing the necessity of income recertification before application and prioritizing tenants in district-subsidized properties to protect public investment and prevent displacement. Additionally, enhancing service accessibility and increasing awareness of ERAP are critical steps towards ensuring support reaches the most vulnerable residents effectively. Lastly, CNHED supports the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Amendment Act of 2020 and addressing the enforcement of fair compensation to nonprofit organizations. And we hope that you will support the amendment being proposed by Councilwoman Nadeau. This step is vital for the sustainability of services and retention of essential frontline staff. In conclusion, our partnership with DCHFA, DHS, and the Council is invaluable. We're committed to collaborative efforts to refine DC's housing system for our most vulnerable residents. I encourage the Council to consider the detailed recommendations in my written testimony, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to contribute to our shared goal of a more equitable DC. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank our first panel. As I mentioned at the beginning, I'm not going to ask very many questions. For Cheryl Court and Ryan Trout, I appreciate the issues that you've raised with both agencies. I will be asking questions along those lines, starting with questions around the debt cap with DCHFA. Mr. Dancy, I appreciate you being here. I heard you loud and clear at our hearing last week and echo your concerns. I should note for anybody who's seen it in the news today, one DC Housing Authority officer was shot responding to a call for help in the early hours. I've spoken to the agency director and to the chief. The officer is good, in good spirits. It looks like he'll make a full recovery and should be out of the hospital soon. All that to say, safety is a real issue in a lot of directions, and residents do deserve to be able to live with safety and peace. So I hear you loud and clear, and we will keep digging into that issue. So with that, I want to thank our first panel of public witnesses. I also should mention that we will be departing a bit from the witness list that people received prior to this hearing. in order to, because we can only fit so many people in a panel at a time in the hearing room. What I would ask is if you signed up to testify virtually, but you came in person, please let my team know. I would say reach out to Nia Evering to my left so we can make sure we know who is here in the room. For those who are visiting, joining via Zoom, the committee staff will promote you from attendee status to panelist status. You'll see a pop-up on your screen and you will need to accept promotion. You'll drop out of the hearing momentarily, but you'll come back in as a panelist. Now let me welcome our first government witness, DCHFA Executive Director Christopher Donald, and his team to the witness table. Anybody help with the witness? We're good. We're good. Yes, please do remain standing so I can swear you in, as is the practice of our committee for government witnesses. If you would raise your right hand, and do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. Director, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Christopher Donald, and I am the Executive Director and CEO of the District of Columbia Housing Finance Agency. On behalf of the Board of Directors and DCHFA staff, thank you for the opportunity to appear here before you today, members of the committee, for the agency's FY 2023-2024 Performance Oversight hearing. This morning, I am joined at the table by my colleagues, Taikisha Wilson to my right, Director of Single Family Programs, Marcus Irving to my far right, who is the Senior Vice President of Multifamily Lending and Neighborhood Investments, and to my left, Mr. Steve Clinton, the Chief Financial Officer. In March, the agency will observe 45 years of service to the residents of the District of Columbia. DCHFA was chartered as an instrumentality of the government in 1979 by the Council of the District of Columbia. The agency is a revenue-generating body that receives no revenue from the district or the district's budget. DCHFA is a Standard & Poor's AA- rated issuer of tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition, construction, and preservation of affordable multifamily rental housing. On April 21st of 2023, S&P upgraded DCHFA's credit rating from an A+ to a AA-, citing financial strength, strong management team, and board members with a track record of adapting the agency's programs through strategic initiatives that increase the agency's asset base through difficult circumstances amongst the reasons for the upgrade. The agency also received an upgrade of its issuer rating in 2019. DCHFA invests in the construction and preservation of existing affordable multifamily rental housing throughout the district. In FY 2023, DCHFA issued $683 million in bond financing for the development of 2,683 affordable housing units in wards 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. In addition to the tax-exempt financing, DCHFA also underwrote $539 million of federal low-income housing tax credits and $87 million of DC low-income housing tax credit equity to finance these projects. On December 1, 2023, DCHFA closed its first affordable housing investment of FY 2024 with the issuance of $60 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $45 million in federal LIHTC and $9 million in DC LIHTC equity for the construction of the Edgewood Commons 5 apartments. The new Ward 5 senior community will consist of 151 apartments. FY 2023 was also the agency's 6th year as a U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, Level 1 50/50 risk share lender. The program provides an alternative financing option for developers who rehabilitate or build new affordable housing. DCHFA is the only approved HUD Level 1 50/50 risk share lender in the district. The Federal Housing Administration assumes a portion of the risk and delegates loan processing and asset management functions to DCHFA, a qualified participating entity. During FY 2022 through 23 oversight hearing, I stated in my testimony that I participated in the groundbreaking of Terrace Manor in Ward 8. It was financed through the 50/50 risk share program. The new Terrace Manor is slated to deliver 130 units of beautiful, affordable, and healthy housing this year when it opens its doors to residents. DCHFA made its final affordable housing investment of FY 2023 with the issuance of $46 million in tax-exempt bonds and underwrote $49 million in federal low-income housing tax credit equity for the construction of Carl F. West Estates. The new Ward 1 community will consist of 179 units reserved for individual seniors and seniors caring for minor grandchildren. The bonds were secured by the HUD-insured loans made under DCHFA's Level 1 50/50 risk share program. The agency's receivables are showing no delinquency. However, some of the properties financed with our bonds are displaying signs of distress. Rental payment delinquency is currently higher than historical trends. Delinquency is defined as at least 30 days behind in paying rent. However, when we are analyzing delinquency, we look at rent receivables of at least 90 days or more. The numbers show that severe delinquency is at least 2 times higher than normal. When delinquency levels are this high, it impedes operators' ability to pay critical expenses like security, immediate unit repairs, and appropriate property management staff levels. Ultimately, the diminished resources contribute to the properties deteriorating faster. DCHFA will continue to monitor the situation and work with sponsors and lenders to identify solutions to ameliorate the distress. The Single Family Programs Division manages the agency's homeownership programs. Its mission is to create pathways to homeownership by providing resources to residents and access to funding, which is delivered efficiently, transparently, and equitably in a customer-driven environment. During fiscal year 2023, we celebrated the 10th year anniversary of DC Open Doors program, DCHFA's flagship homeownership resource. DC Open Doors makes homeownership in the district affordable by offering qualified buyers home purchase loans, down payment, and closing cost assistance. The program offers deferred repayable loans for a home buyer's minimum down payment requirement, in addition to first trust mortgages for the purchase of a home. Qualified first-time and repeat home buyers are eligible for the program. Prospective home buyer can access DC Open Doors by working with one of our participating lenders who offer DCHFA's mortgage loan products. In its 10-year existence, DC Open Doors has lent $561 million in first trust loans and $14 million in down payment assistance and has helped over 1,800 people become DC homeowners, with most of the homes purchased in Ward 7. DCHFA is also a co-administrator of the Home Purchase Assistance Program, or HPAP. In FY 2023, DCHFA closed 304 HPAP loans for first-time home buyers for a total of $43 million in assistance. HFA's homeownership resources address a range of potential home buyers from middle income to higher income buyers that need closing cost or down payment assistance. DC For Me is a program for DC government employees and DC government independent agency employees that are not eligible for the Employer Assisted Housing Program, or EHAP. Mortgages have a 0% deferred subordinate loan. Qualified district government employees may qualify for a reduced interest rate on first trust mortgage and optional down payment assistance. DC For Me is offered to full-time district government employees, including employees of the instrumentalities, independent agencies, and public charter schools and other organizations. During FY 2023, DC For Me funded 18 mortgage loans totaling $4.8 million. Borrowers purchased homes in wards 1, 4, 5, 7, and 8. All of the agency's home ownership resources can be combined to maximize the buying power of the home purchasers, as well as can be combined with non-governmental resources. We are actively working with our partners at DHCD and commercial banks to unify resources to maximize loan products available and help buyers to be more competitive. Once the financial resources have been secured, the next challenge is locating a home within an individual's range of purchase. Since 2017, DCHFA has been contributing to the district's housing market through its housing investment platform. HIP's Single Family Investment Fund provides joint venture capital to emerging developers for the creation of for-sale workforce housing in the district. In addition, the program fosters neighborhood stabilization and increases the tax base. An investment from HIP significantly reduces the amount of capital the developer needs to contribute to the project, but in return, the developer agrees to restrict sales of to households making workforce incomes of up to 120% of the area median income. The Anna is a HIP development that is currently under construction across the street from the Anacostia Metro Station in Ward 8. The project will consist of 2 phases, each with 10 townhomes reserved for residents and families earning between 50 and 120% of AMI. The homes will have 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and single-car garages. DCHFA is comprised of more than 50 staff members that are dedicated to the agency's mission and serving the residents of the District of Columbia. The challenge of providing affordable housing is real but surmountable, and it is our obligation to persist in the face of this need. We have seen our city do the impossible and know that it is possible to solve this problem in the future. We remain realistically optimistic, and we will continue to be a willing partner in the fight for beautiful, affordable, and healthy housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify and for the support you continue to provide to the agency. This concludes my testimony, and I welcome your questions at this time.
Thank you very much, Director, and to your team for being with us today and for the important work that you're doing. One thing in your testimony I wanted to draw out a little bit is the rental payment issue and rental delinquency. Do you have any information from colleagues, counterparts, or other banks outside of the district to understand if what we're seeing in the district with respect to rental payment delinquency is off by a significant measure from what other jurisdictions are experiencing?
So we've talked to some of our other colleagues in other jurisdictions. It's difficult to line up circumstances side by side because there are so many factors that go into it. We know that it's on the higher side, right? And we've been in contact with the sponsors of those projects. And so far, as I said to you earlier, they're experiencing the delinquency, but it's not harming their ability to continue to pay their mortgages. It is something that we are monitoring and we want to pay close attention to.
Okay. Want to talk about HPAP a bit. As you mentioned in your testimony, DCHFA serves as one of 2 HPAP administrators. Do you offer or conduct surveys to HPAP participants to figure out how the program is working for them, for the end users?
We do not.
Okay. So how do you evaluate administration of the program, like how it is working for people who utilize it?
So we oftentimes get feedback from our borrowers, right? And we understand that the process can take a little bit longer. And that's because we have to make sure that we're following compliance issues, right? But in as much as it is humanly possible, we're trying to move at the speed of the transaction. As you're also well aware, we have significant resources that we've been getting in. And so over the last year and a half, rather, there have been historic levels of HPAP funding, right? And so what we're seeing and what we're trying to manage to is the ebb and flow of those resources, right? So as more applicants come in and they're receiving those resources, we got to move more applicants towards the closing table. And sometimes, given that volume, it'll take a little longer than expected.
And what about outcomes? How do you evaluate outcomes? And here's what I mean by that. At the oversight hearing a couple weeks ago with DHCD, I noted that there was a 10% shift in the race of HPAP recipients, a shift down for Black recipients following a recent program change that made the program less accessible for people with lower incomes. So if HPAP is a tool for Black home ownership or low income home ownership, we evaluate outcomes one way. If HPAP is broadly just a tool for home ownership, then we evaluate outcomes or success differently just by the sheer number. How does DCHFA evaluate outcomes for the program?
Councilmember, that is an excellent question, but it is a policy question, right? And our role is to facilitate these transactions as quickly as possible, really defer to the grantor, to DHCD, right? Because at the end of the day, They're going to give us directions on the policy and the
Mhm.
prescriptions, right? And they're going to pass their capital on to us and ask us to move it as quickly as we can.
Okay. And so in terms of how DHCD evaluates your success as an administrator, because there have been different administrators over the years, how do they evaluate whether or not DCHFA is doing a good job as an HPAP administrator?
How would I like for them to, or how do they?
How do they? Well, and then how would you like for them to?
So, look, I think one of the reasons that we were asked to participate in the process is because of access to capital and the ability to keep transactions moving, right? And so we've got a significant part of our balance sheet that we use when we are in between funding coming down from the city, which is not unusual. There's not a problem with that, but we can move very quickly, right? So when we had that significant increase last year, we were able to keep up with that increase because we didn't have to slow down. So as long as we had that grant agreement in place, we can continue to make those loans happen as quickly as possible. So I would say that the city looks at us as an able partner and someone who can keep the programming going despite the increased value.
I appreciate it. Now, I should give some context because everyone doesn't know what's in my head. We've had some issues with HPAP administration in the past. There are some issues with the HPAP program broadly, but DCHFA, as far as I've been able to tell over the years that you all have been administrators, have done a really good job with the program. So I appreciate that. Are there any changes you think we should make to the HPAP program to make it easier or more accessible?
So again, I think that that's something that, we're really looking to the grantor to determine. At the end of the day, DHCD handles the compliance with HUD on those funds, right? You've got both CDBG and home funds that come in. We're not the person or the designated entity who's responsible for that. So we want to be really thoughtful in our conversations with them and really defer to their guidance.
That's fair. I just wanted to see if you had any thoughts that you might want
As usual, council member.
slide in there.
Nothing less, sir.
Want to move to the remit program or reverse mortgage insurance and tax payment program. This program was designed to support seniors at risk of foreclosure from a reverse mortgage, and the council has authorized you to use it for over a year. I understand you still have money available for this program, but it hasn't. The program hasn't stood back up. Is that correct? And if so, why has the program not stood back up?
Well, it is our understanding that permanent legislation is going to be passed sometime this summer, and as soon as it is, we're ready to deploy the resources. So I believe we have
215,000. Sorry about that. We have 215,000 earmarked, and we're ready to move forward once legislation is passed.
Okay. What do you need legislation for here?
So it is my understanding that there was temporary legislation passed last year, but that there's permanent legislation on the horizon that will put the program back in place.
Okay. I thought the temporary legislation was enough to keep the program going, but we will work on that and continue to work with you on that. Once, either through existing legislation or new permanent legislation, how long will it take to stand the program back up, secure the previous contracts, whatever?
Not long at all. We will be ready.
Okay. So weeks, not months?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent. Have you received any inquiries from the public about this program?
We have not.
Okay. And are there any other barriers to getting the money moving other than the legislative piece?
Just demand.
Okay.
We'll meet the demand. As long as there's demand there, we will respond.
Okay. The housing investment platform is designed to invest in producing homes that people can buy when they're between 60 and 100% of the area median income, or AMI. How does that program work, the housing investment platform?
Sure. So the program was stood up about 4 years ago, and the purpose of the program was to provide equity to co-invest with emerging developers to build infill housing for the missing middle, right? And effectively what happens is you have a project, you come in with that project, you're an emerging developer, which means you don't have a lot of money, but you've got the expertise, right? And you want to build 5 townhomes, and it's going to cost you $1,000 to build those 5 townhomes. You're going to need $200 for the equity to be able to finance the project. We will give you 80% of that, or $160, and then you'll put $40 into the transaction. Now you can actually complete building those homes for less money out of your own pocket as the sponsor. When we give you that money, in exchange, we're asking that you make sure that those new townhomes are affordable to people between 60% to 120% of the area median income. So we invest to keep the prices of those homes lower and more affordable to the missing middle.
And why 60 to 120 and not lower?
So really, that's a range.
Okay.
And I used to have these conversations all the time with your predecessor, right? There's some break, and it will vary from person to person about what's affordable. If somebody came to us and they were at 50% of AMI and the mortgage worked, we would sell to them. It's not limited,
Yes.
right? It's just that's typically the range
Fair.
that we end up dealing with folks who come to us.
Excellent. And just last question on this, and I'll hand it over to my colleague. How much money is available for this program?
So we have about $5 million. There's not a limit, but that was the original program parameter. We could increase it to the extent that it was necessary. The real challenge, though, is land, right? In the district, land trades at a premium. It's finding land. It's finding land that people want to use for that purpose, and then finding land that people want to use for that purpose and work with us.
Okay, I appreciate it. I want to recognize my colleague, Ward 3 Councilmember Matt Fruman. Councilmember, we're doing 7-minute rounds, but if you have an opening statement, we'll give you an additional time for a statement as well.
That's okay. I'll forego the opening statement and go straight to questions. Nice to see you, Director.
Good to see you,
Donald.
sir.
You heard the public testimony about
did.
the 4% LIHTC bond cap. And I wonder if you can speak to us about what's going on there. There was a notice that there isn't any more left, that we've hit the bond cap, and then there's an open question of when it's going to become available again. But can you speak to what the situation is?
Sure. So I'm a little confused about the discussion around a notice. I think what happened is in the last funding round, they were not accepting applications for bonds and credits. That's what I believe was happening. And so it's important to just make that distinction. At the beginning of last year, we had a meeting where we advised folks of the fact that bond cap was now going to become more limited. And that's a good thing and it's a bad thing. The good news is that we have the subsidy in the city to produce a lot of affordable housing, right? But for every dollar of HBTF, it requires $2 of bond cap. Now, on the federal side, we are a small state and we get the small state minimum in terms of bond cap. Bond cap is allocated on a per capita basis, right? We get about $380 million a year. We have roughly between, I think it was 21 and 22, about $800 million that came out in the Housing Production Trust Fund at historic levels. And so that was a great thing, right? But we don't have enough bond cap to meet that immediately. So it meant that projects were going to be done over time, right? When we talk about transparency, I think there are a couple of different pieces to that. The amount of bond cap that we have is known. The projects that are in the pipeline are known from DHCD's on their dashboard online. And so the math is there. You can see fundamentally that we're not going to finance all of those projects in any given year, and that it's going to take time over the years to finance all of these projects. It's not a question of if, it's a question of when. Clearly, there's pressure from the market because they want to know immediately when they're going to be able to finance their deals. And that's going to vary. One of the key components of understanding when a deal is going to be financed is the score that it receives on the QAP from DHCD, right? So if people could see how they were ranked, they could see the amount of money that was left, they could then make an educated determination about when their deal might actually be funded. We don't control the scoring process. Our colleagues at DHCD do. So when we talk about that dashboard and transparency, is being able to just see that information and line those two things up, right? So that's not really something that we can opine on. At the end of the day, again, we'll start the year with $380 million. What happened in the last year in those two rounds was that about half of that allocation was used in the first round or the first window. And then the second half of that allocation was used in the second window.
So when do we get our next tranche of 380 million?
So
Or
it-
authority for 380
Sure.
million?
It comes at the beginning of every year and it goes through DMPED to us through an MOU. And there's currently a three-party MOU, which is HFA, DMPED, and DHCD.
So did 380 million new dollars in authority come on January 1?
Yes, that is correct.
And so is it that $380 million may already be spoken for by projects that are in the pipeline, and so there isn't authority for new projects? Or how much of that 380 million is spoken for by projects that are already in the pipeline?
So we're still working our way through that pipeline, right? Again, that pipeline, if it's been approved for HBTF, it's going to be on DHCD's website, right? And you'll see that pipeline, or the number of projects that are in that pipeline, exceed the $380 million that we have. There are two windows every year. There's a threshold window where DHCD evaluates a project and it gives it a score. And there's a readiness window. When they come to us in that readiness window, all we will do is we will take those scores from DHCD and begin to fund those deals, right? And we'll fund them in the order of highest to lowest score.
Right. And so you're saying the things in the pipeline already are accounted for, soak up the 380 million that we got on January 1st. And so when and how much more than $380 million do they speak for? Because we're working our way through that backlog, but until we've worked our way through that backlog, we can't have any new projects. That's a pretty scary thing. So what's your estimate of how many years, or is it just 1 year, that it would take to use it to fulfill the obligations in the projects that are in the pipeline before we can start having new projects with 4% LIHTC available?
Sure. So if we took a snapshot of that pipeline right now and it froze and we didn't do any new projects, it probably puts us into 2025 to 2026, right? But keep in mind that there are some wild cards right now. So the Amazon investments, while they were great, also created additional demand. Some of those we may know about, some of those we may not know about. What is to say, council member, Amazon created a fund where they invested in affordable housing, right? So imagine them as another HBTF. They're working with developers to fund those projects. Some of those projects want to use tax exempt bond cap. So we don't necessarily know about those projects today. There may be other sponsors who go out and, Cheryl Court in her testimony mentioned TOPA, right? So there may be TOPA projects that are identified. Those TOPA projects are going to need more bond cap. The reason I'm saying that is because there's some projects which are on nobody's radar screen that may come up during that time, right? That will expand the demand for the bond cap and then create, a longer line. And so I think what's happening with the market is this is an inflection point. For a very long time, everything was very predictable. HPTF was issued, people would come to us, they show up to the window, we'd finance their project, no wait, right? That's changed. We're in a competitive environment right now, right? We're going to work our way through that competitive environment, but part of that angst is just timing. There's nothing more that we can really do about it other than kind of work our way through that list.
Well, I guess I'll wait for my next round because I have 8 seconds to ask you, is there something we can do about it? Because it's pretty troubling to me. And I hear you that in a way it's a good thing because there've been a lot of projects. But if we're waiting till 25, 26 before we can open the window again, and that could be pushed off further if there are for a project that's not an Amazon project and that's not a TOPA project, because those ones would come in and they'd be at the front of the line. It takes a while before we can get back to production of new affordable housing. I represent Ward 3 in Rock Creek West. We're way behind on what we need to do. So to hear, oh, it might take 2-3 years before new projects can be considered, pretty worrisome to me.
So just, I want to make sure that we're clear. Those projects, those TOPA projects or those Amazon projects do not bump projects that are in the pipeline. They do not take precedent, right? Every project has to go through and be judged against the QAP. They're given a score and then they come to us for funding. I also want to make sure that I didn't sound dismissive in terms of there's nothing that we can do. We will do everything that we can do. We will be thoughtful about the allocation of bond cap. We will explore other structures to facilitate as many of those deals as we possibly can, right? But I would be disingenuous to say that we're going to blow through that pipeline by the end of the year, because we're not. The math ain't math, right? And I can't make it make sense. So part of what we're trying to do is come up with some alternatives, right? To the extent that we can, and then just clearly say, here's how much bond cap we have. Here's the pipeline as DHCD defines it. What is your score? And we'll move as quickly as we possibly can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. So on the bond cap situation, which did come up in some of their some of the testimonies, what the committee continues to hear is that this the pressure on our bond cap has significantly impacted the affordable housing pipeline. What is your role in allocating the available bond cap?
So again, we follow a set of rules. The QAP is our Bible, right? That's the qualified allocation plan that's published on a biannual basis. And there are a list of standards that every project must adhere to, and you're given points, right? DHCD is the holder of that Bible. When that is published, projects are put together, they're scored based on that. Once they're scored, those scores come over to us. We simply evaluate whether a project is ready, and we begin to fund those projects from highest score to lowest score. That's all we do. And we have to stay within the limit of the bond cap that we have. That's our role.
With the pressure on our bond cap, what impacts are you seeing in the development pipeline?
So as was mentioned earlier, it is requiring some more carry. It is requiring a longer period before people can get to closing, right? So that's one strain, and that's real. The other thing that we should keep in mind, and this hasn't been said explicitly, is at the federal level, Congress is working on changing the law and lowering, there's a standard or a rule that's called a 50% test, right? And it basically means that half of your cost have to be bond eligible. If they lower that level to 30%, which is what they're talking about, it would mean that you need less bond cap for each deal. That law has been passed through the House. It's now in the Senate. If that passes, that's going to create substantial relief on this pipeline and allow for us to move through it much more quickly. Given where we are today, however, some of the constraints or problems that we're trying to solve for is, what do we do about that carry period? Are there other structures that we can use, right? Instead of using bond cap, can we use just debt and HBTF? And so there's been a number of conversations, but for the larger, more expensive projects, bond cap is now another form of, has to be thought about as now another form of limited subsidy, and meet it out accordingly.
Okay. And we don't have the answer yet, and in terms of what else we can do to meet this gap, to close this gap.
So again, when we look at these projects, and this is part of the challenge, it's not just the bonds, but it's the credits as well, right? That kind of flow into those projects, and both are needed for a project to be successful, particularly if you're talking about new construction or you're talking about the acquisition of an existing project, right? I think we can get a lot more creative with projects that are already owned. And so we're talking about that with our partners to figure out what the right answer is, right? But the cost of production require a lot of resources, and we've just got to balance out those resources as best we can.
Let me move to a different issue, which is staff retention. So looking at the Schedule A, provided in your pre-hearing responses, the Office of Single Family Programs seems to have a number of vacancies. I think it's 5. Why is that, and how much of this has to do with turnover?
So, and remind me, Takesha, we created some new positions in the department, correct?
Correct. So we created.
You turn your microphone on.
We created 2 additional underwriters.
Okay.
We innovated our business development, and it's now a business development and outreach manager. And we added a senior processor as well.
Okay. So 2 of the vacancies are new positions.
So 3 positions are actually new. Our senior processor was a new position that we innovated into in fiscal year 23.
Okay. And are the vacancies pre-existing and new, are they contributing at all to HPAP timelines?
They are.
Okay. Are you, what's your assessment on filling those vacancies now? Have they been proven difficult to fill, or is it just not enough time has passed yet?
Not enough time has passed yet, actually, for the processor position. For the business development and outreach manager position, we actually have our candidate starting on Monday.
Right.
The underwriters, we actually had a contractor that we offered a job to,
Mhm.
and they accepted. So that was a conversion. And then we have a contracted underwriter that's on staff with us right now.
Okay.
And just to be clear, council member, to the extent that we have an immediate need, we can always flex in a temporary help. I think when we talk about the HPAP timelines, again, given the new limits, right, we've had a lot of demand. And so we will flex into that demand when necessary and then dial back.
By flex, you mean increase the number of staff
Increase
that's
the number of
working?
staff people.
Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. With new staff or shifting existing staff?
If we need new staff, we can always use temporary help.
Okay.
In the immediate term. And then when we don't need that help anymore, the staff can contract.
Okay. Last thing I'll mention, and I'll wrap up, between now and the budget hearing, what we're going to be working on with all of the agencies in this committee is 3 clear measurable goals for the year. Not an issue I generally have with this agency, but a lot of agencies spend a lot of time and energy doing stuff. And I want us as a committee to be better at understanding what things actually move the ball forward for residents. And so I'm pulling all of our agencies around what are essentially SMART goals. But, you know, what are the things that make the biggest difference that we need to move the ball on this year? How are we measuring success? So we have a common understanding of what success looks like, but also where agencies and independent agencies included need more support from the council in order to meet those. So it's part of a partnership and clarity and sort of overarching goals. So I want to thank you all for being with us, but let me turn it over to Councilmember Fruman for a second round.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. So I'm going to go back to the bond cap issues because frankly, you're providing the clearest answers on this question that I've heard to date. So it's super helpful. The idea that Congress might help by lowering the threshold of bond eligible costs is intriguing, and you know, I hope that happens. But I assume that if you were using bonds to cover only 30% of the cost of a project as opposed to 50% of the cost of a project, somewhere you need to find that other 20%. And where would that come from? Would that be a need to have larger allocations from the Housing Production Trust Fund? The cost of the project doesn't go down. So if less of it is financed by bonds, how do we make up that gap?
So, and I'm going to try not to get too esoteric here. It's really a threshold issue of how much needs to be used, right? And what happens is, give me a second here. I'm trying to think about the easiest way to explain this. So right now, if 50% of that basis, if the project does not have at least 50% of that basis, you can't use tax exempt bonds and tax credits, right? If you lower that to 30%, then it means when you're allocating that cap, you're only allocating 30% of that overall cap. if I'm making sense. So if before you needed $50 million for a project, right? Now you only need $30 million to qualify to use the bonds and the credits. So it allows us to put more projects into that bucket with the same amount of money. So the size of that bucket, the $100 million allocation won't change, but the way that we can allocate that bucket does change. And by lowering that standard, it lets us finance more projects.
But it's still $100 million project. And so where does the other $20 million come from? That's my question.
I'm not doing a good job of explaining this, right? Because it gets really technical. So let me come back to you later on with an explanation that clearly kind of walks through that, because I don't want us to get too far in the weeds and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Okay, so let's do follow up on that. I appreciate your willingness to do that. There's related things. There's the money for the bonds and there's the money for the Housing Production Trust Fund. And what I'm hearing you say is those are matched today and they use up the money that's in the Housing Production Trust Fund married with the bonds. They're used up for a while, and then we're going to have to once that pipeline gets worked through, then you can add new things. But if one of the solutions that you talked about, I think, was covering carrying costs for projects and more use of Housing Production Trust Fund, additional Housing Production Trust Fund dollars in order to make that happen. If
I didn't make that suggestion.
no,
What I said was that those carrying costs are out there. And I just want to be, I'm not trying to be facetious here, but the allocation of HPTF is not a decision that we would make, right? And so sponsors are going to be in discussions with both us and DHCD, but DHCD needs to make the decision about whether or not they'll help with those carrying costs.
and for that, they might need more money in the Housing Production Trust Fund in order to cover these additional things. If right now we're sort of at a balance between bonds and Housing Production Trust Fund, if we want to use the Housing Production Trust Fund in these additional ways, I'm assuming we would have to put more money in the Housing Production Trust Fund.
So I'm not aware of every resource that DHCD has at its disposal. So I would defer to them about the way that they would fund those carrying costs that they came up with a solution for.
Okay, and then you spoke to the small state cap, and I wonder, when I think about the cost of producing housing here compared to, say, Wyoming, I don't know what the other states are. North Dakota, we're a different world. And is there any idea that perhaps we could get that difference acknowledged? Because I think in order to serve a similar proportion of our residents as they might want to serve in North Dakota, it's gonna take more money. So we're in a deeper hole given the cost of housing and cost of construction here relative to the other small states. Is there any conversation around that subject?
I mean, as a policy matter, we've talked about that a lot. Is there any movement on that? No, not particularly, right? The politics there are thick. And folks would say, that's not really my issue. We should all be the same given the per capita limits. So the way that the policy has been executed to date is on a per capita basis. My perspective is that would be a heavy lift, but I'm not a legislator and I don't play one on TV. So I'm not sure where that ultimately will end up.
All right, I want to talk about a different financing vehicle that we're hearing about from different folks, and it's called lots of things. Social housing is one name for it, but maybe more specifically, people are talking about the Montgomery County model where there is a part of the financing for each deal where today developers have to go to the private market to get gap financing that comes at a very high interest rate. And perhaps the government could step in or some agency could step in and provide that financing at a much lower rate in exchange for ownership potential or some role in the deal. Have you looked at those kinds of models? Do you have a reaction to what's happening in Montgomery County along this social housing model?
I haven't explored them deeply. The folks over in Montgomery County are fairly innovative and have been very forward thinking insofar as that's concerned. So we'll take a look and give it some additional thought and have some comments when we see you again.
All right, thank you very much, because I do think this is going to be a thing that's going to be very much on the table and discussion in the months going forward. And, Chairman White might tell me something different, but I suspect that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Director, thank you very much to you and your team for being with us today and for your continued work and partnership.
Always good to see you.
Same. We are going to keep moving. The sides of the panels are going to shift a bit early in the hearing because we are pulling witnesses in order of the agencies they're testifying on. We also have some nominees on our witness list today. So this will be another smaller panel of public witnesses: Mark Miller and Jerry Jenkins Sutton, Whitney Duncan, Robert Warren, Kimberly Perry, Executive Director of DC Action, and Lynn Rim. Anyone who is in person can come to the witness table in front of me. Folks who are joining us by phone or virtually, we will get you queued up. Mark Miller, you are up first on this panel. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Mark Miller. I'm the DC Long-Term Care Ombudsman with Legal Counsel for the Elderly. Appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today. I'm here today to request the Council's support for a policy prohibiting long-term care facilities from involuntarily discharging residents to homeless shelters. Involuntary discharges to homeless shelters not only contrary to DC's strategic plan on homelessness, but are also detrimental to the physical and mental health of those residents. Involuntary discharges are effectively evictions from long-term care facilities and are the single most frequent complaint that the Ombudsman program here in the district receives, and also across the country. Federal and district law requires that a facility initiated involuntary discharge be executed with a plan to ensure a safe and effective transition of care plan. Unfortunately, the Ombudsman program encounters numerous incidents where facilities attempt to discharge residents to DC homeless shelters, in particular involuntary discharges from the mental health community residence facilities, or CRFs, to DC homeless shelters is particularly harmful to both residents and the homeless community at large, and is not considered a safe and effective transition of care under federal and district law. Traditionally, DC Health, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and other government agencies supported the position that discharges to homeless shelters, motels, and hospitals are not considered to be safe discharges required by the law. I believe this position needs to be codified in DC code and regulation. Discharging to a shelter not only overburdens a system that's already under pressure, but it also endangers the resident. Residents with physical challenges and mental health illnesses are more vulnerable to abuse and violence, and forcing formerly housed residents to become unhoused increases the homeless population and leads to detrimental health, safety, and quality of life outcomes. Support services that residents require after a discharge, such as personal care aides, other supports, cannot be effectively provided in a homeless shelter. Shelters ask residents to leave during the day, which also creates barriers to providing consistent services, connecting with resources, or even ensuring regular meal times. Mayor Bowser's Homeward DC plan aims to make homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. However, involuntary discharges from facilities create long-term, harmful, and dangerous homelessness. Further, the Interagency Council on Homelessness most recent strategic plan, Homeward 2.0, specifically Objective 9.1, states that at-risk individuals are not to be discharged from hospitals into homelessness. That same standard must be true for involuntary discharges from long-term care facilities. Therefore, the Ombudsman program urges the Council and the Mayor's Office to enact policies which expressly prohibit involuntary discharges of residents from facilities into homeless shelters. We stand ready to meet with the ICH and other government agencies to discuss this further and hopefully come up with a plan, a coordinated and unified position that benefits all DC residents. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And Jerry Jenkins Sutton, welcome.
Hi, good morning, Chairman. Thank you for this opportunity to speak before the committee. My name is Jerry Jenkins Sutton. I am Educare DC's Parent Advocacy Coordinator, and Educare DC is a full-day, full-year, high-quality early childhood education program serving over 400 children and their families in Ward 7 and 8 from prenatal to pre-K. Our mission is to eliminate the opportunity gap for children experiencing poverty, and we do this by partnering with families to support their children in all avenues, including resources for housing. So in my role, I have heard firsthand about the difficulties that our families face every day, who are struggling to secure and maintain permanent housing, and they have had to retreat to staying in shelters, cars, and with their friends and family. These families have matriculated through programs such as inclusionary zoning, ERAP, and rapid rehousing, and still have negative experiences, such as a mama 3 who actually told me, quote, I would like to be able to afford my rent at its true value, but it feels unrealistic, and case managers are not there to support our individual needs. Because of this uncertainty, I feel as though I cannot provide the consistency I want for my kids, unquote. So research tells us that poor living conditions create negative health outcomes, and these adverse physical, behavioral, and cognitive outcomes contribute to absences and poor academic performance. And Habitat for Humanity released evidence brief showing that children who move 3 or more times ages birth to preschool experience the greatest negative impacts in physical health, behavioral, and cognitive development. As a result, the entire community suffers when families are unable to access safe, affordable housing. And affordable housing isn't just a matter of financial security, but it's a pillar of stability, and it impacts every aspect of life. Even with the current housing programs throughout the district, not all families possess skill sets that are able to support market value rent. So in turn, this places families in programs where they receive temporary support with rent for a relatively short period of time. And families additionally are placed into units outside of their budget. And this places families in a cycle of homelessness, never receiving the proper support to become self-reliant. So I believe that we can start truly helping families by restructuring what wraparound support looks like from case managers and encouraging them to focus on individualized approaches to specific needs for each family. Lastly, I just want to say that we should definitely prioritize investment in housing initiatives and ensure that programs not only support families in the short term, but that they also support families and set them up for the futures to ensure that they can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Ms. Jenkins Sutton, do you happen to know if Whitney Duncan is planning to join today? I think she's with Educare.
She is. She actually told me that she's not sure how to accept the promotion.
Okay. All right. We don't see her on the Zoom, so we'll keep working on it. Thank you so much. Robert Warren and Whitney Duncan, if you're watching, email housing@dccouncil.gov, housing@dccouncil.gov, and we will get you in. Until then, Robert Warren, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren, lifelong DC resident and newly seated at-large poverty commissioner. and one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. Our primary mission is to end people's housing instability through advocacy, outreach, and peer mentoring. We have facilitated people with lived experience, expertise, and their ability to work in the continuum of care here in the District of Columbia through our engagements within the NA Council on Homelessness over our 16-year history. Advocacy, outreach, and mentoring areas to be their best advocates in ending their housing instability. Throughout our existence here at People Fairness Coalition, we have numerous individuals who have been seated on the full council of the NA Council on Homelessness. Our advocacy director and other members were instrumental in drafting Homeward DC 2.0. We're working with grassroots organizations to advocate on behalf of the unhoused population to bring about racial equity within the continuum of care for long-term DC residents experiencing homelessness and housing instability. Our work on the DC Comprehensive Plan and how it related to Homeward DC 2.0 was challenging in more ways than one. I do believe it helped to strengthen our consumer engagement work group participation in the NH Council on Homeless meetings. It helped us to strengthen our racial equity work group that sits under the executive committee of the NH Council on Homelessness. Our advocacy objective is to bring about a commission related to Goal 12 of Homeward DC 2.0 that will look at housing in the District of Columbia and nationwide as a human rights. It is a racial equity issue for us at PFFC as a newly seated member of DC Poverty Commission. It is my firm belief that long-term and lifelong DC residents who have suffered in impoverished conditions have access to adequate housing that's affordable, accessible, and sustainable. That will go a long way in addressing the impoverished condition a lot of residents live in and reduce a lot of the crime that occurs in our community. Mayor Bowser's goals around housing are stated in Homeward DC 2.0 as homelessness in DC area will be rare, brief, and non-recurring. We will eliminate racial equities in the homeless service system and create some systematic fair treatment for all people. The ICH is a major vehicle for getting different agencies to work together around housing and homelessness. Says we believe that safe, stable, and affordable housing should be a human right and not a privilege. I would like to thank Ms. Teresa Silla for her leadership, the effort that she has put into helping raise the voices of people with lived experiences. I'd like to acknowledge also the women of the Ronald Whitaker Streets to Life DC Women Initiative and the onboarding to the NA Council on Homelessness made possible by the Greater Washington Foundation and their long partnership with the city to help people with housing instability make sure that their individuals with lived experiences have a seat at the table. And with that said, we're asking that the City Council fully fund Homeward DC 2.0 as laid out in our budget proposal that I have attached to once again to this testimony. I also like to thank you, Councilmember White, for your leadership and your visiting us last year at our memorial service, honoring those individuals, remembering those individuals who passed away without the dignity of home, and the words that you spoke acknowledging the city needing to be able to do more to address the inefficiency of these agencies that's supposed to provide these services to low-income DC residents. And just continue just to support you in the work that you're doing and hoping that when we're talking about these budget cuts and they're supposed to be coming down the pipeline, that you also look at how we start with your office and the city council. You know, if we're saying we're going to cut budgets, we need to cut budgets across the board, and that needs to start from the top on down. And thank you so much for this chance to testify again, and thank you again for all the work you're doing to make sure the DC residents have the housing they need to live in this city and work and be a part of, just being able to live in this city with some dignity. Thank you again for the chance to testify.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us and value your testimony as always. Kimberly Perry with DC Action, welcome.
Thank you so much, and good morning, Chairman White and staff of the Committee on Housing. I'm Kimberly Perry, Executive Director of DC Action. We use research, data, collective action, advocacy, and a racial equity lens to break down barriers that stand in the way of all of our kids reaching their full potential. We're also the home of DC Kids Count, an online resource that tracks key indicators of child and youth well-being. DC Action is home to 4 coalitions, including the Youth Economic Justice and Housing Coalition, which advocates with youth and youth-serving organizations in the District of Columbia for policies, funding, and programs that expand access to comprehensive support and services that youth experiencing homelessness need to successfully transition into stable and productive adulthood. Together with our coalition partners, we've advocated for data and accountability-driven solutions to end youth homelessness and disrupt the pipeline of youth entering into the district's adult homelessness system. Nearly a decade ago in fall 2015, the district's nearly a decade ago in 2015, DC conducted its first annual youth homeless system census as a provision of the End Youth Homelessness Act of 2014. Data gathered from the first census demonstrated the need for a coordinated plan to address the unique needs of youth ages 16 to 24 who were experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. This led to the 2017 creation of Solid Foundations DC by the ICH and the district's first ever data-driven plan focused on the needs of unaccompanied youth. Solid Foundations was intended to serve as a roadmap for building an effective system of care for unaccompanied youth experiencing or at risk of homelessness, with the goal of ending youth homelessness by 2022. Well, as you know, the district has not yet met this goal. Looking at the oversight answers from the Department of Human Services, it confirms what our coalition partners have been saying all along and observing through their work, that there's an actual increase in youth homelessness here in the city. The 2023 point-in-time count found a 3% increase. The 2022 homeless youth count found a 15% increase in homeless youth between the years 2021 and 2022. But we know these are all undercounts due to the many ways that youth experience housing insecurity. Despite being further away from ending youth homelessness today than we were at the release of the first Solid Foundations report in 2017, we've been told by the ICH that there are no plans to assess and update this critical strategic plan. By contrast, in 2015, the ICH released Homeward DC, the strategic plan to end homelessness focused on single adults and families. And in 2021, they released Homeward DC 2.0, which includes a data-driven system analysis of the previous plan and includes updated strategies. The Homeless Services Reform Act requires the ICH to revise the adult and family strategic plan every 5 years. There's not, however, a similar requirement for youth. It's not sufficient for the ICH to squeeze in a few sentences regarding youth experiencing homelessness into Homeward DC, or even combine reporting numbers in oversight testimony. Because youth homelessness is a unique and complex experience that requires a completely separate system of supports, a separate strategic plan is necessary. I know I'm running just a bit over time, but if you'd allow, I'll get straight to just 4 simple recommendations that we'd love to have you work with the ICH on. The first is to ensure that the leadership of the ICH independently initiate these updates, and we strongly recommend the DC Council pass and fund legislation to mandate that the ICH develop an updated strategic plan on youth homelessness at least every 5 years to mirror the plan requirements for unhoused families and singles. So we also recommend 4 quick things, Councilmember White. The first, to be rooted in measurable goals and enforceable deadlines. The second, prioritize addressing system efficiencies, eliminate red tape, and reduce common challenges in the youth system. 3, outline specific solutions the ICH will implement around housing, comprehensive economic supports and government agency collaboration. And finally, solicit feedback from youth and youth-serving organizations. We encourage the ICH to conduct a biannual progress report, every other year, biennial, to measure this progress in real time towards eliminating youth homelessness. During today's hearing, I also hope you'll inquire about the specific metrics and challenges that surround our youth homelessness system with both Director Silla and Director Zeilinger. Councilmember White, thank you so much, and I'd be happy to stay on and answer any questions. I appreciate the additional time.
Thank you. Lynn Rim, I don't think you're with us, but I want to try one more time. Whitney Duncan, we know you're trying to get in. We will get you in. May not be on this panel. As I mentioned, I'm not going to ask many questions to witnesses across this hearing, so we can get to everyone. I have 2 very quick questions. Mark Miller, involuntarily discharging residents without a plan other than shelters. Is there a wait list for people needing to get into long-term care facilities?
There's not a wait list per se. We're underbedded in the district, so we've got about 400, maybe close to 500 district residents, Medicaid recipients that are in Maryland nursing homes. The issue that we see with discharging to a homeless shelter primarily involves.
No, I did understand those concerns.
Okay.
I was wondering if there's a wait list because the concern I would have is sort of keeping people in would mean keeping people out. And I was just trying to understand that aspect of the issue. So thank you very, very much. It looks like we have been joined by Whitney Duncan. Are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. How are you guys?
We're doing well. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, 1 second. Good morning. Thank you all for the chance to speak to you today. Today, I would like to talk to you about my experience with the Department of Human Services and Interagency Council on Homelessness. My name is Whitney. I'm a Educare DC Parent Ambassador. 3 years ago, my daughter Purpose was born in the heart of COVID pandemic. In the midst of experiencing the hardship of the pandemic, we became homeless. Due to being placed in a shelter, I was able to get enrolled at Educare. Today, my daughter and I are still looking for housing. I am qualified for the rapid rehousing program, but due to the high price rent, I haven't been able to use my voucher and find a place for us to live that is safe and affordable. I want to be able to pay a true cost of an apartment once I complete the program. But as of today, finding somewhere to live in the district that is both safe and affordable is impossible, which the state will only pay if the rent is reasonable. I don't want to use my voucher, then go back into the shelter due to rent prices being outside of the budget. It feels like I have to choose between safety and affordability. I feel like the places that I can afford are unsafe places in the city, and the good places are too expensive. I don't want Purpose to have to grow up in an unsafe environment. Today, I'm asking you to consider me and others who may be in this position or in a position like mine when you are thinking about homelessness in the city.
Thank you so much for being with us. That is a powerful testimony. So I'm glad you were able to join us. It's also a line of testimony that I'm hearing increasingly. I'm going to move to our next panel, but I have one very quick question for Kimberly Perry. I understand your testimony around a strategic plan, how you think that should look. My question for you is, we have a lot of strategic plans around homelessness, and we haven't ended homelessness. So why is an updated strategic plan important?
Yeah, it's important because the youth homelessness system is so unique and it requires a level of coordination that is just not part of Homeward DC. The issues are just dramatically different, council member. Again, and the level of coordination is different, and the service providers are different. The issues are just a lot more complex and comprehensive. Also, as we keep saying, I think we are hearing mixed messages from the city about how we're progressing, and youth homelessness is on the rise, and the counts are not complete. There's still a lot of work to do in the system to get where we need to be.
I appreciate it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you so much to this panel. Again, and I'll repeat this a few times, just out of respect for witnesses who are, deep into the hundreds. I want to make sure we can get to everyone to have their testimonies on the record. So I'm going to not ask very many questions. We're going to move to the next panel. These are nominees for the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Their nominations would be deemed approved before we could hold an independent hearing. So I will ask a couple of questions to these nominees. And so let me call them now. Reginald Black, Kadir El-Amin, Kelly Sweeney McShane, Amanda Chesney, Karen Cunningham, Kate Coventry, Shellen Frazier, and Dr. Catherine Crossland. One moment, we're getting everyone online queued up. All right. Reginald Black, you are up first. Welcome, and thanks for being with us.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Reginald Black, and it's my pleasure to receive your consideration for my nomination to serve on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. I'm also grateful to Mayor Bowser for renominating me, and I'm honored to continue the opportunity to serve District of Columbia residents. I'm a native Washingtonian with lived experience of homelessness. I'm also a graduate of the Job Corps High School Online program via Ballou Stay, as well as a graduate of the Opportunity Industrialized Information Technology program, OIC, a trained facilitator among other activities and certifications that give me a unique perspective on homelessness. I've also experienced homelessness myself and have suffered its pitfalls for over a decade in the District of Columbia. My prolonged experience with homelessness included being recruited by Street Sense Media, which was a street paper at the time. Under the mentorship of the editor-in-chief of Street Sense, I learned of the existence of the ICH, Interagency Council on Homelessness, and since then, I've taken every opportunity to speak to its membership and leadership about the depth of my experience with programs and forge the creation of solutions from the grassroots perspective. Real-time perspective is greatly needed to accurately address the needs and trouble our unhoused community faces. Things like discrimination, equity, income generation, etc. My work in the community and conversations with those who have both current lived and former lived experience remain a constant essential to make sure that our continuum of care works for homelessness to be non-existent, and non-occurring. It is my belief that housing is a human right, that is a right that all humans should benefit from. If reappointed, I look forward to continuing the work creating leadership in the United States on creating housing as a right. To that end, people of lived experience need to be more involved. These affected populations should be and must be the forerunners of the solutions that will affect our lives. My reappointment represents the opportunity and commitment to producing equity in the realm of emergency and permanent housing services and resources. Today, our system reflects me, male and African American, with many issues that have caused large gaps in the safety net of our community. I represent a population that still faces mass incarceration, discrimination, criminalization, substance use, mental instability, and above all, white supremacy domination. My peers and I are the target, and we know it. Homeless Black men are aging and withering away in shelters and encampments. The work is now to make sure this population has a voice and opportunity to be leaders to the solutions that are dear to heart for many. These men have degrees, certifications, and have been in program after program, and still many of them remain homeless and are counted as 75% of the homeless population, even to the point that the majority of which are regulated to Ward 5. These facts speak to the need to have consumers involved at every decision and at the center of implementation of solutions. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to continue to help my brothers and sisters navigate and conquer housing instability, or homelessness, as we call it, the pit of poverty. Only from true equity can we overcome the overtly economically violent experience of homelessness. I urge you and your fellow council members to move forward with this reappointment. There's a lot of work ahead, and I'm eager to be someone who helps to create solutions for those who are coming after me. Thank you, Chairman White, for the opportunity to testify, and I am happy to answer any questions for you and any other committee members.
Thank you very much. Kelly Sweeney McShane, welcome. No, I'm sorry. Kadir El-Amin, welcome.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I kind of cut down my testimony. Been working on it all morning, for you to, maybe save some time for people. But good morning, council members. Thank you for holding this meeting, holding these hearings. My name is Kadir El-Amin. I volunteered with the ICH for around 5 years, as well as other organizations and community members such as People for Fairness Coalition for the last 7 years. It has been my honor working with everyone for over the last half decade, in which I have received awards for advocating and advocacy fellowship with Mary's Kitchen. I received the Constituent Leadership Award from Fair Budget Coalition. And the greatest award ever is we have Peace Day coming up and working with the community and seeing how they're working with us. That's the biggest award, most important to me. I would like to thank the organizations for embracing me and teaching me how to not just help myself, but help others as well. Uplifting education, healthcare, and housing is important. I would like to highlight the ICH as we address all of these concerns. I think it is important for me to take part in solutions to end homelessness due to all of the years that I have been going through the situation and seeing the things that reduces the number of our unhoused neighbors. It is my hopes that as a team, we will be able to strengthen the relationship between providers and our unhoused neighbors that are directly impacted by these services. It has really been promising working with the team, such as the community partnership to get people connected to housing, to the housing system. Thank you for this awesome opportunity, and thank you for your time. Please feel free to ask me any questions.
Thank you so much. Amanda Chesney, welcome.
Hi, good morning. Forgive me, I'm suffering from a cold and getting through it. My name is Amanda Chesney. I'm a clinical social worker in the District of Columbia. I have lived in the area since 2008, and since then I've been working for the betterment of DC residents and her social service systems. Currently serve and have been an active member of the ICH since about 2012, 2013, various committees and work groups, and I'm really proud of the work I've been able to do. I'm very honored to be renominated to continue to serve. Excited about what we've already accomplished and what we get to do in the years to come. I am honored to be sitting next to my colleagues who have kept us on the straight and narrow. Very thankful for the uniqueness of the ICH and that we get to do some transparent and collaborative work and hear the voices of the folks that we are serving. And it gives us a really great opportunity to hold each other accountable and get some really wonderful things done. I have been working with folks since about 2004 in a social work capacity. And I myself am fourth generation Mexican American and Irish English descent. And I know the feeling and the experience of discrimination, and I've seen the struggles of addiction and homelessness in my own family. And I do see the faces of my family in the faces of the folks that we serve. And I'm very grateful that we get to do that sort of work. Happy to continue to serve on the council if I get that opportunity. And I'm here for any questions.
Thank you so much. Karen Cunningham, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Karen Cunningham, and I am a Ward 1 resident and the Executive Director of Everyone Home DC. Founded in 1967, Everyone Home DC's mission is to support the holistic needs of individuals and families at risk of or experiencing homelessness in the district. We envision the district as a District of Columbia as a thriving and diverse community where everyone has a safe, affordable, and comfortable home, regardless of wealth or social status. I'm testifying today to express my enthusiasm for serving as a member of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. It is an honor to be considered, and I would like to thank Director Silla, the members of the ICH, and Mayor Bowser for this nomination. Having worked for more than 20 years in legal and social service organizations in DC with a focus on domestic violence and homelessness, I bring a unique perspective to the ICH. I have extensive experience representing clients in legal aid matters, as well as strategic planning, creating, implementing, and managing programs, and working in coalition with peer organizations, government entities, and diverse communities. My professional background gives me the ability to appreciate the perspectives of service providers, lawyers, and advocates alike. As a leader of an organization that had fewer than a dozen staff and a budget of less than $1 million when I started and is now 37 people strong with an operating budget of over $5 million, I understand the experience of small organizations in our continuum of homeless services, as well as the challenges and excitement of expanding to serve more individuals and families. Through my family of origin, I've witnessed the ways in which racism, substance use disorders, mental illness, developmental disabilities, domestic abuse, and sexual trauma contribute to housing instability, as well as the harm done to individuals, families, and communities when systems fail those struggling with these issues. It's what motivates me to provide the most person-centered, holistic, and trauma-informed support to individuals and families that we possibly can, while also working to end homelessness by dismantling some systems of oppression and advocating for social and economic justice. I've been active in the ICH for at least the last 7 years or so, and I'm proud to serve as co-chair of the Racial Equity and Inclusion Work Group since October 2022. I understand that structural racism is a root cause of homelessness and believe we must examine and dismantle systems of oppression through our work. Since I started at Everyone Home DC more than 10 years ago, advancing racial equity has been a primary focus of my leadership. We accelerated these efforts in recent years by conducting a comprehensive racial equity analysis of our organization and setting specific goals for improvement based on the findings. My participation in the REI work group and the ICH as a whole allows me to extend my work to the entire homelessness continuum of care by working alongside a wide range of incredible stakeholders to center racial equity while advancing the priorities outlined in Homeward DC 2.0. In addition to co-leading the Racial Equity and Inclusion Work Group, I actively participate in the strategic planning and executive committees of the ICH, and other members of our Everyone Home DC team regularly participate in other ICH committees and work groups with my support and encouragement. Should I have my nomination confirmed, I will look forward to taking on a new level of leadership. Thank you again for the opportunity to testify today and the opportunity to serve as a member of the ICH. I'd also like to thank Director Silla and her team for their incredible leadership of the ICH and all those who give their time and talents and share their lived experiences to advance our common goal of ending homelessness in the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think finally for this panel, Dr. Crossland.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for convening this hearing. My name is Catherine Crossland, and it is my pleasure to receive your consideration for my nomination to serve as an organizational representative to the Interagency Council on Homelessness. As a DC native and current Ward 3 resident, I am grateful to Mayor Muriel Bowser for renominating me and honored to have this opportunity to serve the residents of our district. Over the past 14 years, I've worked as a physician manager for Unity Healthcare, providing direct clinical care to people experiencing homelessness. As you probably know, Unity Healthcare was originally founded in 1985 as DC's Healthcare for the Homeless project. Even as we grew to become the largest federally qualified health center in the district, we remain the largest provider of healthcare for people experiencing homelessness in DC. Our Healthcare for the Homeless program spans over 14 clinics and reaches DC's most vulnerable residents in a variety of clinical settings, from shelter-based clinics to clinics based in day centers and meal programs, and also street outreach medicine. Every day, I witness the effects of systemic racism and entrenched poverty. Every day, I fight to reduce barriers to care in a healthcare system that fails my patients. Through partnerships with government agencies, non-governmental organizations, businesses, and hospitals, I've helped to identify gaps in care and to develop much-needed programs, such as medical respite for women, medical services at the Downtown Day Services Center, and most recently, the isolation and quarantine sites in the Pandemic Emergency Program for medically vulnerable individuals. In addition, for the past 6 years, I've served on the Clinicians Network Steering Committee and the governing membership board of the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, which allows me the opportunity to connect with healthcare for the homeless organizations across the country to develop and share best practices, both in addressing gaps in healthcare and also in improving access to supportive and stable housing. As a current member of the ICH, my knowledge of system gaps and barriers to care have informed ICH discussions on program and policy priorities, and the mayor's most recent strategic plan, Homeward DC 2.0, specifically Goal 9, caring for people with complex healthcare needs. I have played a significant role in the council to address the city's current mental health crisis among people experiencing homelessness and on housing strategies to meet the needs of an increasingly older and medically complex population experiencing homelessness. My work as a physician and advocate grounds my understanding of the impact on homelessness and housing policies. I would welcome the opportunity to serve another term on the Interagency Council on Homelessness. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you so much to this panel, and I am grateful for you all willing to take on and continue this important work. The entire group of nominees are, in my view, top tier and are doing and have done incredible work in the city. So I don't have any concerns. It is important from an oversight perspective to have as consistently as possible nominees come before the committee. So I appreciate you accommodating as best you could. Just a very brief round of questions. Let me start with Reginald Black. As a nominee for reappointment that has lived experience with homelessness, are there specific reforms you believe could streamline the permanent supportive housing PSH process to expedite the leasing for people with vouchers?
So within that, we have to define how people access housing generally in the city. We hear all the time that even though we have these great resources, we have to find ways out of some of the loopholes that people fall into when getting units. We need to make sure that when we're going through the housing navigation that we have units that people would accept, and I think that would help. And a lot of times people don't realize this, but a lot of people come in with their own units. And so when someone does that, I think there needs to be some way to denote that this person brought in their own landlord that's willing to work with them. And I think that would help, expedite the timeline. Having every landlord go through every process to lease up is slowing things down. And it even happens in the relocations because clients bring in their own landlords. It's not like, they're just waiting for people to search for housing for them. They bring in a list of their own people that they have, been working with. But they're all going through the same process. They all have to go through the inspection process and whatever sort of like processes through DCHA to make sure that the payments come out. That's taking too long. And I think that people that bring in their own units, there should be something to get them to the next level to say we have a unit ready to go. And I think that's
which steps could they skip for someone who has a landlord already?
So definitely not the inspection, right? I think there should be something that pings that a client has actually viewed and been on a tour of a unit and is in the running to actually acquire that unit. So one of the buildings that I know of literally says in their application packet that they have a preference for housing voucher recipients. But it takes still forever, even though this building literally says when you apply, we preference you. So why would DCHA take so long for that person to get into that unit? Right. Especially if the client themselves is bringing the landlord with them or have documentation from the landlord saying, I will rent to you. Like we shouldn't have to have holding fees or some kind of backdoor agreement to hold units to wait for DCHA.
Let me, I
takes too long.
That's very helpful feedback. Kadir El-Amin, you're nominated for the ICH with 15 years of lived experience in homelessness. And I want to say congratulations on your successful transition to housing. I continue to be very impressed by you and your story. Can you share insights into the DC programs that were most helpful for you during this transition?
That's very kind of hard to say. I do want to give a shout out to my case managers and all of them, but especially the Department of DBH, because I had kind of talked to who was kind of a person moving up in her kind of ranks at that time, and she talked to me outside of Murray Kitchen, and she was like, "Okay, I got you. We're not supposed to go outside of different agencies. Whoever your case management is, that's who you're supposed to stick with." But she's the one that was in DBH that actually got me my voucher. So, it's like programs like that. But I do want to introduce this new program, like what we're working on, like I said, with TCP. We're working on getting people in CAP system, getting them registered and making sure people that are not that are not going into these different places where they can get their VA specs for that done. So that's the first thing, getting them to the cap table, matching them. And then on the other side, I know what I'm personally doing is working with different landlords, like, okay, talking to them. Okay, I know this person got a voucher. I know this person, and really is trying to work with them on that level. So that's something new that I think will be really helpful for a whole lot of people. And we do have a thing that loves how to do that.
I appreciate that. And one other just really important part of your answer is, you know, the programs are good, but you need good people working those programs. So I think that's a very important point. I continue to think a lot of folks in our social services agencies are stretched too thin. I think we have a lot of good people, but you know, everybody can only do so much. So I really appreciate that perspective. Amanda Chesney, you're nominated for reappointment representing an organization within the DC Continuum of Care. You meet that requirement because you work as the executive director of homeless and housing services at Catholic Charities. And I appreciate the work you do there and the times that we have intersected and interacted. How do you think we can get better? So how do you think we can better support voucher holders in the community after they are housed?
Oh, that's a good question. So I think you're right. A lot of it boils down to the case manager that somebody is working with. And we know that the more turnover a service agency has in those staff, the worse the outcomes are for the clients that we serve. So for us, as social service providers, it's really a top priority to get really good staff, but keep them. So I think the stability of that workforce is tremendously important to the positive outcomes for those clients. None of our clients want to retell their story over and over again every year or every 9 months to a new case manager, and that really does put them back in terms of progressing. So in terms of support, it's a very intimate process. You're sharing your life, your failings, your struggles with a case manager, and to kind of go through that over and over again is really tough for our clients. So I would say workforce stability is a big part of what we can do to help. The other would just be to be as flexible as possible with the support that we're giving them. There are some services that folks aren't eligible for, but I think again having the case managers who are wise and savvy and who we can find and who we could pay to stay put and learn about all of those services and navigate that well for them is the best thing we can do. I think that our folks are really resourceful in and of themselves. But if they don't have the support of someone who knows how to navigate, they're not going to get very far. So as a social service provider, I have more than 300 staff in our department, and we have PSH and rapid rehousing and shelter services, and it's hard to keep staff. It's hard to pay
What's
them.
that's where I was going to go. What's the one or two things that
Sure.
would most help us retain people?
Well, there's been a pretty strong advocacy. I am a social worker by trade, and it's really hard to find licensed social workers in the district. The bar that the district licensing authority has placed is far too high to get the licenses. And so we can't compete for those licensed people. Actually, they go to work for the government instead because y'all can pay them $15,000 more than I can. So that market is tight. But that means the expertise is not there. Or if someone has like a master's degree in social work, but not a license, we can't even interview them because it's not going to go anywhere. So it's expensive, and our contracts are not keeping up with the costs to really do business the way that the quality would require. And it's a tight market. Needless to say, it's expensive to live here as well. So there's several things stacked up against us to keep that workforce stable. So I would say from our standpoint, we need a faster, more streamlined approach to getting master's level people in social work and other fields into the jobs. and being able to hire them even if they don't have a license, because we're losing time.
Yeah.
And we're causing some trauma by having to reintroduce another person into someone's life.
So I appreciate that. I will note, I have a bill, try to do some work around social workers. We working with UDC, met with the president yesterday. Their program for the free masters in social work program is moving, should be available next fall. I think it'll take a lot of DC residents and a lot of people of color, people with cultural competency, and bring them into the MSW field. We also have a bill that would change the licensing requirements, and I think bringing them to what would be a reasonable place with historic precedent. And that bill is in the Health Committee, trying very hard to get it moved out of that committee. And I think it's important for the welfare of our city and our organization. So we'll keep working together on that. And I appreciate your work.
Thank you.
Karen Cunningham, you're nominated as a representative of Everyone Home DC, incredible organization. In this role, you helped launch the Family Homelessness Prevention Program. Can you speak to your involvement in launching HPP and talk about your thoughts on its current operation?
Boy, that is a big question. We were very excited to be one of the original 4 organizations to launch this program, because it was the first time that the district was really focusing on upstream work to prevent people from falling into homelessness in the first place. And it was designed in a way that gave, originally, actually, we sort of designed it together as we rolled it out. And we started with a lot of flexibility in how we could use client assistance funds creatively to find the best solution for folks to help them avoid becoming homeless and stabilize them until they could work on a longer term solution. And the program's been very successful. 94 or more % of the families that we see avoid homelessness. But there are a lot of challenges now, several years into the program. The volume is extremely high, and that puts a lot of pressure on our staff to be able to keep up with it and to be able to provide the level of service and the response times that we think the people coming to us deserve. We've got less funding this year than we did previously. And of course that, has impacts on what we're able to do for folks. So, and again, I agree with everything that Amanda Chesney said about staffing. We can't pay folks very well. There's a high level of burnout because of the intensity of these programs. And I also thank you for your support of the social work bills. I think those are really important as well. I think, we need to really continue to resource these programs appropriately. And I think we're going to have the city and all of us voters and constituents are going to have to make some really important decisions about how we allocate city resources over the next few years, because we're already experiencing cuts in our budgets. And that's going to have a huge impact on the services we're able to provide to folks and our ability to hang on to staff so that we don't have turnover that then has further impact on our ability to provide good service.
I appreciate that. It's an important program, needs more resources, like unfortunately most of our social services programs, but really appreciate your work on that. Dr. Crossland, you're the medical director of homeless outreach services at Unity Healthcare. Do you think there are enough respite beds for homeless residents with serious medical needs in the district?
Why, no, I do not. And I look forward to testifying. I know. Did you set me up with, I will be testifying later this afternoon or even evening before the DHS to highlight the need for that, and also to echo some of Mark Miller's comments about the lack of care or appropriate places for older medically vulnerable folks to access assisted living and nursing home placements and also inappropriate discharges. But yes, I absolutely believe that we need more medical respite for people experiencing homelessness. We have an aging population with complex health needs. I would say health and behavioral health needs. And currently, I think we have a sort of a siloed system where we have crisis response beds for people who need stabilization for mental health crisis, but we also have medical respite, which often can't accommodate somebody who has a substance use disorder. For example, Christ House, as wonderful as it is a sober site. And so we really need to create medical respite facilities that can treat the entire person and not disparate diagnoses, behavioral health in one place and medical health in another place, but really holistic medical respite programs that care for the entire individual.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you all again for being with us and for being willing to serve in this capacity. Those are all the questions I have for you at this point, but I look forward to working with you.
Yeah.
We will move to our next panel of public witnesses. No. Oh, we are at the, there we are. No, our next government witness. Thank you. Director Silla from the Interagency Council on Homelessness. If I would welcome, thank you for being with us today. I would ask that you raise your right hand as government witnesses. We will always swear you in. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you so much. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and members of the public. I am Teresa Silla, the District's Director to End Homelessness. I am an appointed member of Mayor Bowser's administration, and I am charged to end and prevent homelessness in the district and to assist the City Administrator in leading and coordinating the Interagency Council on Homelessness, also known as the ICH. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of the Bowser administration and to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the district's homeless services system. You likely already know that ICH serves as the governance board of the district's homeless services continuum of care, the COC. And as the executive director of the team that is staffing the board, I have the proverbial front seat. And I get to witness the scale of the work underway in the district's homeless services system. And so with that in mind, I want to open my testimony with acknowledgements. I think it's really important to recognize that everyone working in homeless services deserves our most sincere gratitude and thanks, as we are the ones that are standing in the gap. So from the bottom of my heart, I want to thank our frontline staff, our program managers and supervisors, our executive directors, our funders, the mayor, council, federal government, our philanthropic partners, our advocates, the mutual aid organizations, and our representatives with lived experience. It is your commitment and passion, drive that inspire me personally and professionally. Thank you for showing up day in and day out. Standing in the gap is a heavy responsibility, and I thank you for your hard work. Fiscal year 2023 in review. The ICH annually reviews outcomes for programs participating in our Homeless Management Information System, or HMIS. The system level outcomes for fiscal year 23 were just pulled and shared at the January meeting of the ICH Strategic Planning Committee. We review system-level outcomes for families, including youth-headed households. And then we look at them for unaccompanied individuals, including young adults. Homelessness amongst families has increased by 22%. That's about 240 families between fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 23. Families exiting from homelessness and into housing increased by 6%, which is about 50 more families that were housed in fiscal year 23. Given the increase in families experiencing homelessness, the housing placement rate, that means the rate at which we are exiting families from experiencing homelessness into housing, is 69%. So it dropped from 79%, but it is at 69%, which is absolutely still amazing. It's a significantly different story for unaccompanied individuals, including young adults. Homelessness among singles increased by 10%. That might sound like a small number, but that's 1,800 singles. Singles exiting from homelessness into housing also decreased. It decreased by 24%. So we are housing about 300 less individuals in fiscal year 23 than in fiscal year 22. So this dynamic means that for singles, the housing placement rate dropped from 16% to 11%. We are only housing 11% of the single adults experiencing homelessness in the district. Now, these outcomes are not surprising given the myriad of challenges encountered in fiscal year 23. Specific to housing placements, for example, there was a new rent reasonableness policy that was adopted by the DC Housing Authority in July of 2023. When DHS looked at their data, they saw that housing placements just essentially came to a standstill in July and August of 2023. Fortunately, as the system learns lessons and figures out how to accommodate these significant changes, we are overcoming these barriers and challenges, but they, did have a significant impact on our housing placement rates, especially for single adults. Looking ahead to fiscal year 24, we know we have significant constraints, so it's essential to stay focused on the basics of coordination. To that end, we are working to establish priorities and projects for all of our committees and work groups, complete with milestones and metrics. This way, there is a clear scope of work for each forum managed by the ICH team. And we believe that this effort to organize our work in an intentional way and memorializing it into work plans will be productive and concretely advance lessons learned from the last 2 years since the adoption of Homer DC 2.0. So one example is that the key lesson learned from COVID-19, the public health emergency, is the importance of healthcare. Additionally, opioids have inflicted profound harm on communities. I think this committee is probably well aware that in the district, mortality has doubled between 2018 and 2022 from 213 to 461 lives lost per year. The impact on homeless services is also quite significant. Most recently, the OCME shared preliminary data on undomiciled fatalities, and it was deaths related to intoxication and associated with opioid use that are the leading cause of death by far. With this in mind, the ICH is working towards establishing an ICH healthcare committee and a behavioral healthcare work group. Another example of why it's really important to be focused on the basics of coordination is that the landscape is constantly shifting. And so we have charged every ICH committee and work group with mapping the resources that are most critical to their scope of work. We know we cannot coordinate well if programs and program participants do not understand how to access resources dedicated to homeless services and also the resources across adjacent systems that are critical to district residents experiencing homelessness. We are excited and invigorated to support coordination and to maximize efficiencies. This will be especially critical given the projected financial constraints. So with that, I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify before this committee, and I'm happy to respond to questions from the chair and committee members.
Thank you very much, Director. This obviously, I think it's a shared concern that many of our homelessness numbers are moving in the wrong direction. There are a number of factors that contribute to that, but how do you measure success year to year?
We have system level key performance indicators. So for example, we track the number of people that are experiencing homelessness at the point in time count in January, and then annually across annually during the fiscal year. We also track exits to permanent housing. We track the length of time that families and individuals are experiencing housing. We track returns to the continuum of care within, I think it's within a 6-month period over the last 12 months. And I think there's probably one last key performance metric that is not newly experiencing homelessness. We also track newly experiencing homelessness.
In addition to tracking those data points, do you set goals? And if so, like how frequently do you reassess them?
So I think right now across ICH committees and work groups, it is the veteran system that has an aim statement. And so let me defer to my deputy director to she has the portfolio that's been most focused on the veteran subsystem, and so she can speak to that.
So as
You would say your name for the record?
sure.
Thank you.
Eileen Rosa, Deputy Director of ICH.
Thank you.
So the veteran subsystem participates as a subpopulation through the Built for Zero large city last mile cohort, which is an initiative under Community Solutions. Part of that framework is to establish an aim, which is informed by our quality by name list or inventory of individuals experiencing homelessness, in this case, veterans. And that aim, we update every year. We're in the process of updating it for 2024, but our current aim is to reduce to 177 veterans by the end of 2023, I believe. But our current projection for functional zero is by June of 2025 with a threshold of 27 veterans on the by name list.
Well, one of the concerns I have across government, but particularly with respect to homelessness, is that we set goals that are too far out and too steep to achieve. And what I find is that we continue to set goals and not achieve them. I think, if we were setting annual goals and reassessing at least quarterly, we could adjust in real time as necessary, understand better what's working and not working, as opposed to coming to deadlines and saying, well, we didn't meet the goal and here are the reasons, and then we set a new goal. Are there things that we can do in sort of the key performance indicators, how far out we set the goals, or just sort of pulling back on those goals to make them realistic so that we can making them achievable?
I mean, I think that there's probably many ways to look at that. I mean, I think you shoot for the stars and you land on the moon, right? Is another way to look at it, that being bold and audacious forces you to really think about transforming the system versus maintaining the status quo. And what I hear from our constituents is that something very significant needs to change. And I think sometimes like having those bold goals forces you to think about, what am I consolidating? What am I eliminating? What am I transforming and changing so that I can get different outcomes? Recognizing, of course, that like we do have to be practical, we do have to be concrete, we do have to be honest with folks that those are really ambitious goals we are not likely to achieve. But I think forcing ourselves to ask those questions is just as important as setting practical goals. Now, in terms of what's like reasonable or practical, I mean, I mean, it's very interesting to like think back to 2015, and I'm talking off the top of my head here, so forgive me, I don't have like the numbers in front of me. We started out with housing placement rates for families at 47%. And we are now annually at like 70, 80%, right? Like that's transformation. We need the same thing to happen for singles. That kind of bold transformation on the family side didn't happen because we set realistic expectations. We, shot for the stars and landed on the moon.
Sometimes you do, but sometimes we set an unattainable goal and people lose faith and momentum, and then it becomes just this thing we do. And that's a tough balance, but I think we have to always do honest assessments about where we are, what's working and what's not working.
And I think to that end, we have to be honest about like the amount of housing resources that we have and that we can fund. Because we end homelessness to the extent that we are connecting people to housing resources. When we don't have those housing resources available, we have to be honest about that. I think people really don't understand, when I talk about an 11% placement rate for single adults, people are waiting in shelter. They're thinking they're going to get matched to permanent supportive housing. They're thinking they're going to, and they're not recognizing, they're not understanding. We have a housing resource for 1 in 10 people. We got to be real.
That's right. And that realness has to be incorporated into our goal setting. And I want to make sure that this is something you mentioned. That there are some significant things that have to change, and collectively, we have to be better at sort of identifying what those significant things are, and then just really assessing what we need to do to change them.
As a non-voting member of the ICH, I am very grateful for the amount of time and attention your staff have dedicated to the ICH and attending all of the committee and work group meetings. I encourage them to bring this perspective and as we are setting these milestones and metrics in community, we have that opportunity to be working collaboratively.
We will do that. I want to talk a bit about statutory mandates. The ICH staffing levels obviously impact your ability to meet all the legal mandates of the ICH. You mentioned in your pre-hearing responses and question to sort of this fact that staffing is integral to your ability to meet these statutory mandates. Can you say more about this challenge?
This is the first time that we're working on an annual update. And so we have to figure out what's the appropriate scope for an annual update. Homeward DC 2.0 has 12 goals, 160 strategies and activities. I could probably write a book on each one of those activities and strategies. And so producing an annual update to track 160 activities and strategies, it doesn't matter how much staff you give me, so I have to find a way to right size that scope and to be true to the intention and the spirit of the scope, but to make use of, the staffing that's available to me in a way that, aligns with the spirit of the legislated mandate. I don't, given the fiscal constraints, I do not feel comfortable saying like I'm understaffed and I need more staff. That's not appropriate. I think it's really important to think about what Robert Warren was asking for, right? He was saying if we are under fiscal constraints and we have to take cuts, it's got to be across the board. That means, my very own constituents, I think, would be appalled if I was here asking for more staff.
Mm-hmm. And I understand that. It still leaves these outstanding statutory mandates. I look forward to working with you on taking a fresh look at what they are, and what's one, achievable, but second, what's the best use of your limited staff time. So
if I may, I would like to speak to a statutory mandate that has expired, but that advocates are, at least one testimony, we shouldn't say advocates, at least one testimony is calling for resurrecting,
Mhm.
right? We do not need a strategic plan to end youth homelessness. If I had to craft a strategic plan for every special population that deserves attention, for sure, youth that are experiencing homelessness are likely undercounted. The 930 that we identified as part of fiscal year 22, like that's likely an undercount, true. But I have thousands of aging 55 years and older. I have thousands that have an institutional lived experience and intersect with the criminal justice system. I have thousands of single adults that intersect with behavioral health. If anything, what I need is an opioid response plan. It is not a strategic plan for young adults. So that particular legislative mandate, I would strongly urge you to consider that it has expired and let that alone.
When would you suggest not taking up the strategic plan at all, or taking it up again at a particular time?
I think it is absolutely critical for us to be delivering services in a way that they meet the demand across the board. There is no one vulnerability that should be prioritized over other vulnerabilities. That is why we see a lopsided outcomes between the family subsystem and the single adult subsystem. You know, it's very important for us to recognize that vulnerabilities are severe across all of the subpopulations that we are serving, and to be focused on delivering services in a way that we can connect every household experiencing homelessness, family, single adult, young adult, aging adult, to the right resources at the right time. This requires and this is a part of why we want to do comprehensive planning in conjunction with the adjacent systems that are critical to homeless services.
So I hear your point on this. My concern is, especially in government, so often we end up spending so much time and attention triaging. And the risk is that without a strategic plan, we become hyper-focused on triaging and not focused on sort of strategic use of resources.
So let me do this instead. Let's actually evaluate the outcomes of solid foundations. Let's see if we increased housing placements for young adults over the 5-year period that Solid Foundations was in effect. And then let's have a conversation about the outcomes associated with strategic planning.
But
because I think it'll amply demonstrate what I am saying, that it is not a good strategy.
how do I reconcile that statement with your earlier statement about bold goals?
So I think what happened in the youth subsystem is that we essentially siloed the youth subsystem from the larger single adult subsystem. And as bifurcated as the outcomes are between families and singles, they are woefully, in my opinion, they're even worse for young adults. So they're already, and this is for young adults that are unaccompanied, right? Mm-hmm. Maybe this makes my point even much more clearer. Young adults who have minors, right? Who have a family, youth-headed households, their outcomes are exactly the same as families that are older, that are not headed by young adults. So what we have done is we did not create a special strategic plan to advance youth-headed households. We were focused on families in the effort to close DC General, in the effort to make meaningful gains for families, and youth-headed households you know, flourished or are experiencing, I shouldn't say flourished, are experiencing the same kind of accomplishments and are benefiting from that same level of investment and focus. So
But in that vein, I think 87% of unaccompanied youth who exit the child welfare system at the age of 21 experience housing instability immediately upon exit. And I have a lot more to learn here, but what it looks like at this point is that our various like voucher and housing programs are really not geared toward young adults. And without a strategic plan, how do we make sure we're creating the right systems as opposed to keep trying to like throw people who don't fit into these systems into those systems and saying, well, we're trying.
you know, I think the outcomes for people that have that are coming from the criminal justice system, from the departments of correction, like I think it's really important to like also see that parallel, that that's also a community, and you know, that we are not, that we haven't figured out how to appropriately serve with the housing resources that we have and with the housing programs that we have. And so if this is like a comprehensive look at the subpopulations, all of the subpopulations that we are not appropriately connecting to housing resources, that we don't have the appropriate housing resources for, I'm game for that. But to say that we are going to develop a strategic plan for about 900 young adults, like, I'm sorry, it just doesn't strike me as an appropriate use of staff time. Like we need something. Let me try to explain it this way. We need to be shoveling sand. We need to house as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. We shouldn't be going through this exercise of picking sand, you know?
So, I mean, it seems like we're trying to shovel sand with a rake, and a rake is not the right system
No.
to shovel, right? And a good strategic planning process would dissect these gaps and say, well, clearly these systems aren't working for, this particular subset. So this is where we brainstorm what different systems or modified systems do we need to create. If we don't stop and do that, then we keep trying to use the existing systems and we keep failing. And so I see the strategic planning process, if done well, as a place where you are getting into diagnosing why things aren't working and what we need to do differently.
So I think, let me go back to evaluating the outcomes associated with solid foundation so that we can have an informed conversation about
hear
how
that.
strategic planning does or does not.
Which may mean
support
strategic
outcomes.
planning doesn't work, or it may mean that strategic planning process wasn't good. All that to say, I think we want the same outcome, and I am not going to insist on anything other than an outcome. I want us to utilize our resources well. I want to make sure we don't get stuck in triage mode, and I want to make sure we don't just accept that some systems don't work, but rather focus on fixing those systems. I don't hear you saying anything different. We might just have a different starting point as to whether or not the strategic planning process gets there. But I think this conversation is, I think, the one I want to make sure we're having more. And I think you're challenging the system at every point, including in the committee. I think that's the right thing. So I appreciate it. But I look forward to talking more with you about that. I don't think we're going to solve it today, but I think we want to get to the same place.
Absolutely. And I welcome a DC Council representative on the youth committee. I'm happy to work with these questions in that forum and format.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
We kind of touched on most of my questions in a different order. For youth homelessness, ICH launched Solid Foundations in 2017 with the district's plan to prevent and end youth homelessness. What feedback have you heard from providers and youth about the effectiveness of the coordinated entry system?
So it's really hard for the coordinated entry system to be effective if there aren't housing resources that are dedicated to young adults. And so right now, from my vantage point, the youth cap system spends most of its time matching young adults to transitional housing and extended transitional housing. And so if my charge is to end homelessness, it's not to extend somebody's stay and not to have them move from one temporary housing intervention to another. And so a system cannot be effective if we don't have housing resources.
Well, what should those resources look like on the youth side?
So that's, I think, a really important question.
Yeah.
That's the question and conversation that I want to have in community. What does it look like?
Yeah.
Yep. And it's got to be more flexible. It's got to include shared housing. There might be, site-based rapid rehousing models that we should be exploring, different kinds of models that we should be exploring. That's, I think, where the conversation should be focused.
Yeah. I look forward to working with you on that. I agree. That's where we need to focus. Youth drop-in centers. We have 3. One concern I plan to raise with DHS is regarding security at these sites. This issue was underscored by a very tragic killing of somebody at one of those centers, Zoe's Doors. Now, I know this loss weighs heavily on you and the ICH and has prompted several discussions around that tragedy and what improvements need to be made to keep our youth safe. Can you share what those conversations revealed about how the district needs to prevent similar tragedies at youth centers?
First, I actually want to acknowledge DHS and also DBH for their outstanding response to the event. And even after the event, the resources mobilized by Director Zeilinger and her team, by the FSA Administrator Rachel Pierre. I also want to recognize Sheila Clark of Youth Services Division. That response was, in my mind, exemplary, and very grateful also to Dr. Bebout, Deputy Director at DBH, for his involvement and his role, the support that they mobilized for Zoe Center. There's safety and security is a critical issue, and I think one of the top priorities that we must be focused on across the ICH. It's a very difficult conversation because it requires taking measures that we don't want to take. Installing I always mispronounce this word. Oh my gosh.
Magnetometers, I think.
Yes. Taking precautionary measures like that, increasing the presence of security staff is a double-edged sword. It's something that prevents some youth from accessing critical services, and then it's something that inspires feelings of safety and security for other young adults who want to access those same services, right? So this is a very delicate situation. We want to, first and foremost, engage young adults that are experiencing homelessness to understand from their perspective what they would like for us to prioritize. When the incident first happened and we were talking about it, it was Mr. Reginald Black, one of the nominees who will be confirmed. He asked, how are we mobilizing mediation services, how are we understanding the kinds of conflict that are brewing, sometimes just immediately outside of the facility, and that people, young adults, are walking into the facility with, right? So that's there's probably conflict intervention or prevention services that we need to be thinking about embedding and integrating into homeless services. And then I think a key aspect of safety and security that we need to be worried about is substance use. And what we hear across from our providers serving young adults is that there has been a significant shift in the substances that young adults are consuming. So now fentanyl is becoming a feature of that landscape, and they're beginning to see signs of self-neglect and crisis threats to not just other young adults, but even to the staff that are supporting these centers, that are supporting young adults in these programs. And so, this is a multifaceted issue. We host conversations. We do want to advance concrete recommendations around them. But I'm hesitant before we engage young adults to really confirm that what we are advancing mirrors and matches what they are also recommending. I feel hesitant to go through specific recommendations. I also want to know from the agency that they can implement recommendations as well, right? It's very easy for me to say, these are different options, but can they be funded? Can they be supported? That's another question too.
Who should take the lead in having that conversation with youth?
I mean, I think the ICH is well positioned, but providers are probably in an even better position, right? They're directly interacting with young adults. Sometimes young adults would prefer a third party, someone that they're not interfacing on a day-to-day basis to talk about what they might like or not like about a particular program. So sometimes it is helpful for a third party like the ICH to support that conversation.
Since that incident was months ago, I hope folks have started having those conversations with youth. I want to touch on voucher flow, and I'm going to get into some of these issues with DHS as well. But let me move to voucher flow. You gave us some detailed information on how the ICH has worked to identify solutions to delays in people going from being eligible for a voucher to getting leased up and being in a home. Operation Make Movement is led by DHS, but monitored by the ICH Single Adult System Working Group. What changes have you received recommendations from that work group on what changes DHS can make to remove redundancies in the eligibility process?
So, I use the word monitored, but I shouldn't have. It's probably they report out outcomes and keep us abreast of the outcomes of Operation Make Movement. So my apologies for that word choice. Expedite is what comes to mind. And in order to do that, we really need to think about consolidating or eliminating steps in the process. So I'm very happy that the DC Housing Authority has hired a director for the Housing Choice Voucher Program. I'm very pleased that DHS and DC Housing Authority are working closely together to think about how to improve that process. I think it's, with this change in leadership at the Housing Authority and with the start of these conversations between DHS and DC Housing Authority, I think it's best to refrain from and allow them to generate their recommendations and come to the table with the changes that they feel comfortable making first.
Let me chew on that a bit.
Okay.
Things are not moving fast enough. I think everybody knows there need to be changes. We've gotten some recommendations from the lab recently, but that's like one part of a much bigger problem of backlogs.
Yeah, I appreciate the work of the lab, especially because that kind of like work to improve applications and there's so many different applications involved in the housing lease up process, right? There's the voucher application, there's the one that the landlord completes, and so it is helpful to look at those steps and to make sure that those steps are happening in a way that's expedited. But that's not where the delays are. The delays are when we transition an application or a step from the jurisdiction of one agency to another agency, that step in between is where we need to be careful. Yeah. And sometimes, yes, the application process makes it easier and maybe that helps jumpstart the process, but we need like clear lines of responsibility. We need responsiveness on both sides. Communication is critical. There's so many things that need to be accounted for and supported. And I think, with the change in leadership in DC Housing Authority, with the change in the responsiveness of the front line at the DC Housing Authority, I hope that we will see that fiscal year 24 will be different than fiscal year 23.
I hope so. I'm trying to give new leadership and recommendations some time to pan out. Let me ask about one other thing. The Housing Solutions Committee made a recommendation to standardize rent reasonableness across all programs and connect the newly launched central unit repository to affordablehousing.com. The DCHA vendor that supports determining rent reasonableness is involved in that process. Can you talk about how connecting the two platforms could improve the rate of moving vouchers?
So I think what was emerging from Housing Solutions, the conversations at the Housing Solutions Committee, is that if all of our programs are aligned, whether it's rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing, target affordable housing, then landlords understand what the landscape looks like, right? It's not different by program. And then if the two agencies are working with the same vendor and they have the same parameters, the same policies that are being advanced by the vendor, then a landlord that gains familiarity with permanent supportive housing and that process, with rent reasonableness in that process, if they are then processing a family with FRSP assistance, then they understand the process, they understand what to expect. So that was the spirit of the recommendation that was being made, or that surfaced as part of the conversations.
Okay.
That's the spirit.
And
the two agencies are working together to do that.
That's what I hear. And we're seeing more from DCHA in terms of their strategic plan, and they have their recovery plan coming in May. Director, those are all the questions I have for you today. I want to again thank you and your team for the work that you're doing. Thank you for your work with the committee as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Ms. Rosa, for Deputy Director Rosa, for being with us as well. All right, we still have about 100 public witnesses, so we are going to move to our next panels. All right, this is where we will get into larger panels to make sure everyone who wants to testify can do that today. So this panel will include Jamie Burden, Vice President of Housing Programs and Policy at Community of Hope, Laura Pukach, Chief Advocacy Officer at Miriam's Kitchen, Aubrey Hill, Youth Coordinator for with Family and Youth Initiative, Will Doyle, Katrina Chapman, Public Witness number 7, Jacqueline Edmonds, Antonio Miller, Brandon Dean, Tarita Bumbray, Mariah Smith, Manager of Training and Technical Assistance with the District Alliance for Safe Housing, Jared Hogue, Manager in Emergency Housing and Program Supports with District Alliance for Safe Housing, Candace Lewis, Senior Director of Programs at District Alliance for Safe Housing, Kobe Ngaji, President and CEO of District Alliance for Safe Housing, Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director, Nikila Smith, Andrea Chapman, Housing Organizer with Empower DC, Judy Esty, Executive Director of the Platform of Hope, Elena Bowers, Supervising Attorney with Legal Aid DC, Haley Hoff, Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC, Markia Smith, Director of Guaranteed Income and Cash Transfers with Capital Area Asset Builders, and Joseph Lightman Santa Cruz, CEO and Executive Director of Capital Area Asset Builders. Jamie Burden with the Community of Hope. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Chairman White and members and staff of the Committee on Housing. I am Jamie Burden, Vice President of Housing Programs and Policy at Community of Hope. We provide services for families and individuals across the homelessness continuum. In 2023, our housing program served over 1,700 households consisting of almost 5,000 people, and our health centers serve more than 15,000 patients. Community of Hope is actively involved with the Interagency Council on Homelessness, with staff co-chairing the strategic planning family system work group. I first want to thank DHS for its willingness to increase communication and commitment to collaboration with service providers, including being responsive to requests for quarterly CEO business meetings. DHS has worked with providers to problem solve several key issues. While acknowledging areas of growth, I also want to mention a few areas where improvements are still needed, as well as other needs that are outside of the scope of DHS. Regarding permanent supportive housing, there continue to be thousands of individuals and families who need permanent supportive housing, or PSH, and many vouchers that are not yet used. One of the biggest barriers continues to be the challenges in working with the DCHA. Rental and voucher application issues persist. Inspection and rent reasonableness delays are causing clients to lose out on units, and delayed payments to landlords from DCHA are causing landlords to resort to litigation against our clients. All while our PSH staff are unable to communicate directly with DCHA. There are also delays in landlord packet processing, with applications submitted to DHS being held between 9 and 16 days before they are forwarded to DCHA. These issues can be solved in several ways: by creating a direct line of communication between DCHA housing specialists and PSH staff, assigning additional DCHA staff to run rent reasonable tests, hiring more inspectors, and requiring inspectors to communicate the date and time of inspections. Delays in leasing up clients would be drastically decreased. Additionally, having inspectors provide proof of inspection attempts will create a more transparent inspection process. Another big barrier has been the ability of PSH providers to staff up, which I have addressed in my submitted written comments. Regarding FRSP caseload and budget constraints, the growing need for rapid rehousing combined with constraints on resources will inevitably create a situation where demand far outpaces capacity. DHS has made it clear that the budget reductions for FRSP programs across the city are coming, and while we acknowledge that reality, increasing staff workload to the point of burnout will not resolve financial constraints or improve program efficiency. We request that caseloads be assigned on a ratio of 1 case manager for 17 clients, because in reality, caseloads will be closer to 1 to 20 due to case managers being out on vacation leave or due to vacancy. More detail is included on this in my written comments. From a community-wide perspective, to continue to serve more families and individuals in the homelessness assistance system in the most effective way possible, there needs to be a balance of resources and approaches. Any intervention on its own is not enough. We have to ensure that there is system flow to create capacity to serve many more households in the coming year and beyond. The homelessness assistance system cannot substitute for a dearth of affordable housing. Homelessness is fluid. At any given time, there are thousands of low-income, housing cost-burdened households vulnerable to entering the homelessness system. Shelter should not be where families need to arrive to be eligible for affordable housing. Community of Hope is grateful to DHS and its staff for collaborating with us and the wider nonprofit community to provide services that address the needs of the district's residents, and we will look forward to continued partnership. I addressed several other issues more broadly or in more depth in my written comments, including a request for nonprofit Fair Compensation Act implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Laura Pukach with Miriam's Kitchen. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this morning. My name is Laura Pukach. I'm the Chief Advocacy Officer at Miriam's Kitchen, where our mission is to end chronic homelessness in DC through meals, on-site services, outreach, PSH, and advocacy. The work of DHS is critical to the health, well-being, and safety of our neighbors, and we commend Director Zeilinger and her staff for their work to prevent and end homelessness. While this hearing will rightly focus on areas in which DHS has room for improvement, I urge this council not to use them as justification for cutting funding for this agency and its critical programs in the months ahead. I'm going to talk a little bit about permanent supportive housing voucher implementation and flow. As you know, PSH is a proven best practice for ending chronic homelessness that saves lives. Surely we all share the disappointment that as a system, the implementation of recent PSH investments has taken so long, and that for individuals, the housing process is taking several months, if not longer. With 90 members of our community passing away without a home last year and an uptick in unsheltered homelessness, we must move more quickly. However, before I outline how DHS can specifically address these delays, I must note that some of the biggest causes of delay do lie with the DC Housing Authority. I urge this council to continue to hold that agency to account. We must address rent reasonableness and revisit eligibility processes. History has shown that when we want to move with urgency to connect people to housing quickly and without red tape, we can do it. But it will require this council to give DHS and the ICH the authority and the support they need to collaborate with the Housing Authority to improve our housing processes. Outside of DCHA improvements, we must address PSH provider capacity, and DHS needs to be at the center of making that happen. We cannot simply say that there's not enough provider capacity. We must roll up our sleeves and work together to build it. While we appreciate steps that have been taken, such as onboarding fees, hiring incentives, reduced education requirements, it's time to think bigger. We cannot continue to tinker at the edges here. We must seriously invest the time, effort, and yes, even resources needed to bring the PSH program to scale. From our perspective, this will require two things. One, an update of the current PSH rate to cover all that is needed to run a PSH program, including salaries high enough to attract and retain staff. And two, financial support to cover startup costs. Put simply, if we're asking providers to expand or to create programs from scratch, they'll need money to do it. And finally, while we work to ensure that all of the FY22 to 24 PSH resources translate into actual exits from homelessness, we must keep in mind that's not the finish line. We will need to further expand the PSH program in FY25. While we make these improvements, we must also retain high-quality PSH services that align with best practice and best meet the needs of our neighbors. As such, I want to express concern about the following. In the instance of a client transfer is requested due to harm caused to a case manager, DHS is now requiring that an order of protection be filed. I strongly urge DHS to change this policy by recognizing that there are indeed circumstances when a transfer really is in the best interest of a client, but that involving police or the courts to justify such a transfer absolutely is not. And secondly, there's language in the program rules indicating that substance abuse treatment is encouraged or required, which is not in alignment with Housing First. And lastly, PSH case managers often fill gaps left that could be better served by the Department of Behavioral Health. As such, we encourage DHS to continue and increase coordination of services with DBH. This includes working with DOH and DBH and this council to create 24-hour harm reduction centers, to improve the ACT referral process, and to thoughtfully explore models such as PSH Plus, all of which I further discuss in my written testimony. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer any questions, including about such issues as street outreach or shelter, which I was not able to cover in my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aubrey Hill, are you with us? There you are. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Aubrey Hill. I am the youth coordinator at Family and Youth Initiative, a DC nonprofit organization that creates a supportive community and lasting relationships for teens and young adults who are in or have aged out of foster care. In 2022, 948 DC youth qualified as literally homeless or unstably housed. Over 30% of these youth spent time in foster care. There is a clear need for targeted resources to support this population. I spoke with multiple young people who had aged out of foster care to understand more about their navigation of the housing system. Common challenges emerge. All report a lack of respect from property managers, miscommunication from government-assigned case managers, no support once a voucher has been received, unsanitary units being approved, and confusion about available resources. Once young people receive a voucher, they are left to find housing on their own. This lack of support leads to many vouchers being unused or a long wait time before they're being used. Young people in need of housing do not have the time, knowledge, or resources to navigate the government and organization websites to find housing information on their own. One individual has a voucher and has faced difficulties in finding an apartment for herself and her two young sons. She was initially placed into an apartment that was covered in mouse droppings and urine. She reported being placed in the apartment more quickly than appropriate in order to close her case. She has since moved out after receiving no help from the program, her case manager, or a landlord. She has experienced discrimination in her own search since then and has said, quote, "The properties need to treat everyone the same, whether you make a lot of money or are using a voucher. We are all human," end quote. Another youth asked me to share with the council, if you have the resources, put them out there. The more people that use the resources, the more people are able to get out of their financial situation, the less people overall need the vouchers and resources, the better the system gets. A young person who serves on our housing committee waited almost a month between being approved for housing and being placed in a housing program. She has also been trying to help her friend who has been homeless, but many different programs and managers have been giving her the runaround, and her friend remains still without housing. Another young person has been advocating for herself and her young daughter for more than 2 years and has not received any appropriate help. She moves mountains every day to get her daughter to school without any reliable transportation and has been through 10 different housing caseworkers in 5 months. She continues to search for housing that is safe for her young daughter and compatible with the voucher. Our hope is that a comprehensive list of resources can be shared publicly. I have personally spent countless hours compiling lists of resources, and my list isn't even near complete. Publicly sharing this list would allow those with urgent needs to find resources more quickly and effectively. In conclusion, we recommend the following to increase transparency. 1, create and publicize a website page with housing resources and explanations of how to access them. 2, create a warm line where people can inquire about their housing options. 3, tighten standards for city contracts to decrease discrimination and the approval of substandard units. 4, empower community-based organizations and concerned citizens to educate themselves on the housing programs and the resources that are available. 5, tighten the standards for case management support to include housing navigation for clients, especially young adults. There are real people whose lives can be changed if they could only access comprehensive housing information. Receiving housing through government resources isn't just hard when you're in crisis. It is always impossible to navigate, but it doesn't have to be this way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle, welcome.
Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. We appreciate the emphasis this morning on permanent voucher flow. The unacceptable delays have harmed our clients and demoralized our staff. The key factors we have seen are the voucher applications, eligibility standards, transparency and communication, application processing time, rent reasonableness standards, inspection documents, inspection capacity, and issuing HAP contracts. The new LRSP application, created through the work of the lab in collaboration with DHS and the DCHA, provides a needed solution that addresses the direct source of delays. Redundancies and unclear language that predictably led to errors and delays in processing were eliminated by applying a critical lens. We urgently need the same collaborative and comprehensive deep dive for the rest of the steps to housing under the PSHP to be able to solve this problem. I want to highlight the DCHA rent reasonableness standards that went into effect on July 1st, 2023, as the complexity has proved to be unmanageable and made it nearly impossible to match clients to apartments within the 6-month voucher deadline. Establishing a means to accurately determine rent reasonableness prior to requesting an inspection needs to be solved next and as soon as possible. I also highly recommend removing the notary requirement from all DCHA documents. My written testimony explains why and includes additional feedback and recommendations regarding the Permanent Supportive Housing Program. The Board of Social Work broadly defines the social work scope of practice and states that no person may practice social work in the district without a license. This means that anyone with a BSW or MSW needs to be licensed to work in DC for the sake of public protection. As a result, since July 2022, we've been unable to consider 19 unlicensed social workers for PSHP supervisor positions. Since March 2020, we've been unable to consider 93 unlicensed social workers for PSHP case manager positions. Yet at the same time, the Department of Human Services is employing many unlicensed social workers whose roles have a huge impact on public protection, such as 3 grade 11 case managers, 2 grade 11 vocational development specialists, 3 grade 11 program analysts and specialists, 1 grade 12 lead program analyst, 1 grade 12 homeless coordinator, 2 grade 12 and 13 special assistants, 1 grade 13 supervisory homeless services coordinator, 3 grade 13 policy analysts, 3 grade 13 and 14 program managers, 1 grade 14 senior advisor, 1 grade 15 policy analyst, and 3 grade 15 and 16 administrators. My written testimony includes more details. Individual agency performance is crucial to the health and well-being of our city and the success of programs designed to support our most vulnerable residents. However, just as people fall through the cracks where agencies and programs don't work in conjunction with one another, the lack of cohesive and consistent policies across agencies creates contradictions that undermine our systems of care. DC Health's use of the ASWB exams is undermining DC Council's funding of DCHA vouchers for DHS permanent supportive housing. DC government is working against itself and its vulnerable residents. As a result, we are far less than the sum of our parts. I urge this committee to break down the barriers that maintain siloing as the standard for DC government so that investments in services and solutions can have their full intended effect. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Katrina Chapman, are you with us? Excellent. Welcome.
Hi.
Yep, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Hello, my name is Katrina Chapman. I am a native of DC. I am newly a resident to the homeless system in DC. I am a single mother of 4 children. I'm currently pregnant right now. My experience with the homeless system has been interesting. I just recently was qualified for rapid rehousing. It was not explained to me the process or what I was actually qualifying for. So I had no idea that rapid rehousing was actually a voucher. So that process is different from actually qualifying for a subsidy. So, which is what I thought I was receiving, which is why I was under the impression I would receive immediate housing. The assistance is, I think, fractured due to the knowledge or the miscommunication or the misinformation that a client would receive from a caseworker or program organizer or, you know, someone in the position to be able to assist me. I just recently found the new Housing Authority building. I went to visit. I was not told prior to my entrance that they only accepted appointments. So when I showed up, I was met at the door by security and told that I was not going to be able to see anyone or speak with anyone or inquire about anything because they only took appointments. So I also was informed that the waiting list in which I presumed that I was a part of, which is a part of the vouching system, the vouchering system with rapid rehousing, was actually closed. So I was very confused as to what assistance I am supposed to be receiving right now as I am currently living in a shelter, pregnant and looking to reunite with my 4 children. Creating stability right now is imperative for me. So I've been doing everything that I'm supposed to do, and from what I understand, I'm very much confused by what it is that is appropriate because I keep getting different conversations. So first off, I would say that the verbiage in being used in the program system when it comes to rapid rehousing is definitely inappropriate because from what I understand, a subsidy is what I would be receiving only for a year. So I believe that the vouchering, from what I understand, is Section 8, which is something that gives you permanent housing. So unless I would be qualifying for some type of permanent housing, I'm a little confused as to what assistance is really given to me. I definitely agree with a strategic structure when it comes to being able to understand how to place a client in their housing, whether it's permanent or transitional or, you know, a subsidy, whatever it is. Because for myself, I have my own structure, but I'm currently living in a shelter and most women there don't. So it's not really, I think, about whether or not rapid rehousing is helpful, but I think that it should be more so structured towards the productivity of an individual in their contextual experience. So I'm not very familiar either with the case management relationship because I'm just receiving that type of assistance through Everyone Home DC. But I definitely think that the structure in the system for rapid rehousing is fractured.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. I mentioned at the beginning, I'm going to continue to repeat, I'm not going to ask very many questions to make sure we get to everybody. There are a couple clarifying questions I do want to ask you, so hopefully you can stay for a bit.
Absolutely.
Jacqueline Edmonds, you with us? There we are. You're on. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Jacqueline Edmonds, and I reside at Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter also. I'm here testifying and sharing my story because I've been in the shelter before. It was a place for battered women. I was able to get help there with my household voucher. Everything was going great at first for me and my kids. I moved into Henson Ridge, formerly Stanton Dwellings, in a 4-bedroom house. My mom moved in with me due to her health issues, and I got a larger unit. Unfortunately, my mom passed away. And a few years later, my kids began growing up. They slowly moved out one by one. I got married and I was still living in a 5-bedroom unit with my husband and my youngest son. After my son graduated, I asked my case manager several times to help me find a newest unit, but I didn't get any assistance. So after my youngest son left, I got evicted. Then, I'm a little nervous here. So unfortunately, I was, oh boy, excuse me, everyone.
You're fine. Take your time, please.
I was fortunate enough to have a friend that allowed me and my husband to move in with her. Sadly, she passed away in December of last year. The Harriet Tubman took me in ever since. My husband, because of health issues, had to go to North Carolina. He's currently back in DC and homeless as well. What I'd like to point out is that I am not getting the service that I know I would like to get at the shelter. I also have health issues, so it would be great to be able to get connected to the services. I am a diabetic and I need help getting the proper nutrition. I've been denied being able to bring food into the shelter. My sugar numbers are not good, and I have to go to the hospital at times, but I don't want to go to the hospital because I'm scared to lose my bed. They do not allow people to go to the hospital when they want to because the people know that they are going to lose their beds, and when they come back, their things are going to be packed up and they're going to have to start the system all over again. I was residing at Stanton Dwellings at one time, and they turned Stanton Dwellings into Henson Ridge. I was in a 4-bedroom house. My mom decided to move in with me because she was becoming unstable to take care of herself. So I let her move in with me. So they gave me a 5-bedroom house. And unfortunately, my mom passed away. And I took everything kind of hard, so I fell back on my rent a little bit. I also had to pay utilities. I was only receiving $9 something a month and a little child support. I wasn't getting any food. I was only getting $30 a month in food stamps. So I had to take part of my check and buy groceries. I ended up getting evicted from Henson Ridge. So now I'm living in Harriet Tubman shelter. So I'm hoping and praying that I can get the help I need. I'm also waiting on a Section 8 voucher. I too went to DC Housing along with Ms. Katrina and found out that I was not on the list as far as a voucher. And I'm supposed to be getting help with that at the Harriet Tubman shelter, and it's not happening. I don't feel that they're treating us and doing what they're supposed to do for us at the shelter. So I'm hoping someday soon it will happen for everyone.
Thank you very much. Antonio Miller, are you with us? Brandon Dean, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Beat up like a seagull on a marble stair, trying to find the ocean, looking everywhere. Hard times in the city, in a hard town by the sea. Ain't nowhere to run to. There ain't nothing here for free. Hooker on the corner waiting for a train, drunk lying on the sidewalk, sleeping in the rain. And the people hide their faces and they hide their eyes because the city's dying and they don't know why. Oh, Baltimore, ain't it hard just to live? Oh, Baltimore, ain't it hard just to live? Just to live. Get my sister Sandy and my little brother Ray, buy a big old wagon to haul us all away. Live out in the country where the mountains high, never gonna come back here to the day I die. Oh, Baltimore, ain't it hard just to live? Ain't it hard just to live, just to live? Nina Simone published that in 1978, and I think it could have very well been written about this city in 2024. I am Brandon Dean. My street name is Poda. I am a Reformed Baptist. You saw my service animal Boulay come in and out of the hearing room earlier today. I spent 12 years as a student and then returning student at Howard University. In year 3, I experienced homelessness for the first time. By year 3.5, I recognized that except for earning $5,500 monthly, by the time of graduation, I'd likely experience homelessness again. I am the principal of a policy group housed out of the Martin Luther King Jr. Memorial Library at 9th and G, where I advocate Black majority statehood, a $33 living wage, reparations, affordable hybrid and electric vehicles, and safe use spaces to eradicate the addiction crises in the Douglas Commonwealth. I am a patron of the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, and I have been chronically displaced and homeless since 2017. First, I believe, based on the testimonies that we've heard today, DC must be honest and acknowledge that the government has failed to meet the threshold and the standards of being able to call itself a housing first jurisdiction. Housing first means to triage after placement or leasing up. Shelters in this city are not currently providing casework and counseling at an efficient or respectable level. The presence and volume of parapolice inside of shelters is unusual and directs resources away from meeting the life-sustaining needs of clients. The bottleneck effect of directing voucher recipients toward a finite number of properties, not district-wide, slows the effectiveness of vouchers. Inclusionary zoning legislation has not been sufficient because there is obviously language that does not require participation from any and all properties in the district. The issues of homelessness are the issues of race. And the issues of race in the Douglas Commonwealth are issues of a 21st century intra-racial genocide. Thank you for your time, Mr. Chairman. And I will provide supplemental written statements for my testimony.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being with us. Tarita Bumbray, are you with us? Mariah Smith with the Alliance for Safe Housing. If I would ask all witnesses to turn your microphones off, Ms. Edmonds and Ms. Chapman, thank you.
Chairperson White and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Mariah Smith, and I'm the Interim Associate Director of Training and Technical Assistance at the District Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. First, I'd like to express our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the Department of Human Services staff for your ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for survivors of domestic and sexual violence. As a result of your commitment, we were able to recruit additional staff in FY23 for DASH's Training and Technical Assistance Program to serve survivors and partner with DHS at Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. DASH's mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. As the district's largest dedicated safe housing provider for underserved survivors, DASH seeks to strengthen and expand the local safety net for survivors by providing high quality and voluntary services that are responsive to survivors' complex and individual needs. A key focus of the Training and Technical Assistance Program at DASH is to work in partnership with DHS to improve coordinated responses. DASH is proud to partner with DHS, co-locating myself and my team at the district's Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, where we provide support and training to the DHS Direct Service Team, as well as facilitate improved systems and connections between survivors, DHS, and other service providers across the district. In FY23, through our partnership with DHS at the Virginia Williams Family Resource Center, our co-located staff supported 986 survivors who visited the center seeking safety and housing resources, many of whom who received rapid rehousing. Our staff made 469 referrals for support and secured housing for 182 survivors. In addition, throughout fiscal year 23, the Training and Technical Assistance team progressed close to $200,000 in requests for financial assistance through our Survivor Resilience Fund, with almost 40% of those funds being used to support survivors presenting at Virginia Williams Family Resource Center. An additional $45,000 from DASH's Safe Nights Fund was used to support survivors and their families access emergency short-term hotel stays. While we are proud of our partnership with DHS, gaps within DHS's internal systems have created ongoing challenges. These include delays in progressing system changes that would improve survivors' access to services and a continued lack of understanding of the intricacies of domestic and sexual violence and federal confidentiality provisions when DHS staff are working with survivors. We invite Director Zeilinger, Mayor Bowser, and the Council to continue collaborating with DASH and other domestic and sexual violence and housing service providers to improve our intersecting systems and establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing services in the DHS budget, with a 25% increase to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. Our sincere thanks goes out to Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger for your continued support of housing services for our community. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for being with us. Gerard Hogue with District Alliance for Safe Housing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Gerard Hogue, and I'm the Manager of Emergency Housing and Program Support at District of Alliance for Safe Housing, also known as DASH. I'd like to first join my colleague Mariah Smith in expressing our sincere appreciation to this committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger for ongoing support for the domestic and sexual violence service community. As Ms. Smith mentioned, DASH mission is to be an innovator in providing access to safe housing and services to survivors of domestic and sexual violence and their families as they rebuild their lives on their own terms. DASH works in partnership to build and improve the district housing and other survivor service systems. In fiscal year 2023, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for 243 individuals through our continuum of housing programs and survivor-centered services. Cornerstone, our flagship program, is the largest safe housing residence in DC and offers 42 units that house over 75 survivors and their children annually. Residents can stay in an apartment for up to 2 years while recovering from trauma and working with their coach to achieve independence. Dash Emergency Housing Program, or EHP, funded by DHS using federal funds, supports a dedicated emergency housing unit at Cornerstone. Short-term safe housing with advocacy supports like those provided through EHP is a critical starting point to help survivors move from an immediate crisis situation into long-term stable housing where they can focus on healing. In fiscal year 2023, EHP provided housing services for 5 survivors for an average of 56 days. 100% of those survivors exited EHP into one of DASH long-term transitional housing programs. In the past 6 years, the district has recognized the critical needs of the most vulnerable members of our community and invested deeply in establishing a true continuum of care. However, there are ongoing problems that require ongoing support. The 2023 point in time count identified 644 adults who started that domestic violence was the primary cause of their homelessness, a 78% increase from 2022. Yet the domestic violence housing continuum's total capacity of units is less than 300. There are clearly still gaps in our system. We urge the council and Mayor Bowser to continue to invest in survivors so we can partner to protect the district's most vulnerable. To further this life-saving work, we can call the city to establish a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing services in the DHS budget with a 25% increase to account for unfunded services, cost of living allowances, and current inflation trends. We further request DHS commitment to secure increased multi-year and flexible federal grants dedicated to victim services, commencing in fiscal year 2025. To supplement the stagnant formulas, FISFA grant and mitigate the loss of ARPA dollars in the system. Our sincere thanks go to the Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger for helping to ensure that every district resident has access to safe and secure housing, free from the threat of abuse, and to the city for elevating the protection of survivors and victims of domestic and sexual violence as a top priority. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Candace Lewis with DASH, welcome.
And thank you, Chairperson White, and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Candace Lewis, and I'm the Senior Director of Programs at DASH. I would like to join my colleagues in expressing our sincere appreciation to the committee, Mayor Bowser, and Director Zeilinger, and the DHS staff for their ongoing commitment to supporting safe housing and holistic services for domestic and sexual violence survivors. Together, we help survivors build a foundation to grow beyond their trauma and move from surviving to thriving as part of the DC Comeback Plan. As previously stated, in FY 2023, DASH safely housed and prevented housing instability for over 243 survivors in need of a safe place to call home. DASH and DHS have had a long-standing partnership for the last decade. This advanced in 2020 when DHS partnered with DASH to develop a brand new program to support transitioning youth survivors in the district, the Right to Dream program. In FY 2023, DASH's Right to Dream program provided 20 youth survivors with resources to do more than just survive, enabling them to grow, achieve their own goals, and move toward leading independent lives and truly thriving in our community. While the successes of the Right to Dream program have been phenomenal, we must also acknowledge the challenges and that this partnership continues to face. The continued requirement for at least 75% of program participants to be identified through the youth homelessness system, rather than by any of DASH's community DV partners has led to long delays in filling program vacancies, despite the critical need for these services. Additionally, the Right to Dream program has never been fully funded, failing to recognize the true and steadily increasing costs of serving this vulnerable population's complex needs. While we have managed the funding gap in FY 23 and FY 24 by staggering entries into the Right to Dream program, in FY 25, the program is slated to be at capacity, supporting 20 participants for the full year. However, if the program is not fully funded, it will not be possible for us to continue current programming, and we risk having to reduce the numbers of survivors the program can support. DASH cannot keep subsidizing the true cost of this life-saving program. Additionally, FY '24 is Right to Dream's last option funding year, and DHS presently has no plans to release an RFP for youth transitional housing. DASH calls on DHS to ensure that continuation option years are secured to prevent catastrophic service disruption and further impacts on the youth housed in this program. Just as we call on the district agencies to commit to genuine partnership in the daily work of service provision, we also call on the mayor and council to recognize that that when there are budget cuts or are decreasing funding, it hits the organizations led by and serving people of color harder, and to commit to funding the true cost of providing these services in FY '25 and beyond. In our FY '25 budget request, we joined the other VAN members in urging you to provide a 25% increase to the FY '24 funding of dedicated and recurring funds for domestic and sexual violence services through DHS. Again, our sincere thanks to Chairperson White and the entire committee, Mayor Bowser and Director Zeilinger for your current support of preserving affordable housing for our communities most vulnerable. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. And Kobe Ngaje, President and CEO of DASH, welcome.
Thank you so much, Chairperson White and committee members, for the opportunity to testify. My name is Kuba Ngaje, and I am the President and CEO at DASH. I join my colleagues in sincere thanks to this committee, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the entire DHS team for your leadership and ongoing support of the victim services community. We are proud to work alongside each of you. I'm focusing today on the forward-facing successes we can have, partnering to protect the district's most vulnerable, and the importance of investments in systems to do this life-saving work. In addition to the incredible impact you've heard about today, and as we look forward to fiscal '25, I call on the district to engage in a spirit of true partnership that honors the work and expertise of Black and Brown leaders in community-based service organizations who are constantly asked to do more with less, leading to significant burnout and pushing many leaders of color to leave the sector entirely. True partnership requires investments in people and systems, transparency in communication, and tactical actions to address the need within the holistic continuum of care for survivors. While DASH deeply values our partnership with DHS, year over year, we face the same challenges arising from continued delays in grant execution and PO issuance, and the lack of a grant management system to streamline core grant administrative functions. All three DHS fiscal '24 grants were executed nearly 3 months into fiscal '24, with payments not issued until January and early February 2024. While the current DHS DV grants team has worked diligently with all grantees to ensure invoice payments are processed in a timely manner, the delays in Q1 and Q2 puts agencies like DASH in an untenable cash position, impacting our ability to ensure survivors are safely housed and our staff are paid. Further, the stark reality of the fiscal '24 DHS local and federal funding levels for domestic violence for the district's domestic violence response, a mere $3.1 million in total, as confirmed by DHS staff recently, including the unchanged $750,000 FIPSA base level and $2.267 million in local funds, underscores the urgent need for deep investments to reinforce DHS's response to survivors' needs. Domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness in the district. 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single individuals, and 40% of homeless youth report experiencing domestic violence. With domestic and sexual violence cases on the rise, particularly within the DHS service continuum, and the impact of COVID years on organizations providing these life-saving services, the current funding landscape falls woefully short. The city simply cannot afford to maintain the status quo. To ensure the stability within the continuum to deliver services effectively, DHS must align with the true cost of domestic and sexual violence services and look to implementing systems and efficiencies within DHS. I join my colleagues at DASH, the 70 victim service agencies of the Victims Assistance Network, the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, the Fair Budget Coalition, in urging you to ensure that fiscal 24 grants continue without any mid-year funding cuts, to provide a 25% increase to the fiscal 25 dedicated recurring local funding for domestic and sexual violence services within DHS, and to provide multi-year and flexible federal grants dedicated to victim services beginning in fiscal 25 to supplement stagnant FIPSA grants and to mitigate the loss of ARPA dollars in the system. Our collective success requires ongoing and required dedication to ensure these systems of care we have built can be maintained. Thank you again, Chairperson White, committee members, Mayor Bowser, Director Zeilinger, and the DHS team for your continued support and opportunity to provide testimony. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kube Ngaje. Nikila Smith, you are next. Welcome.
Good morning.
Good
Well,
morning.
it's still good
Afternoon,
morning.
yes.
Well, good afternoon. Good morning, council member and DC residents. I did write a testimony. I really did. And I was like really feeling good about it. But after hearing everybody speak, I'm a little overwhelmed and a little bit of grief. So I am going to try. I usually do a poem, but today I'm a little irritated. So I'm being honest. So this is called What I See. Waiting on a voucher. My eyes are all over the place. I see people that are the age of retirement. It's so sad to know that when you, Mr. White, and the other members of the council retire, you can rest. There's no rest when you're homeless, on the streets, or in a shelter. You have to keep moving. What I see is businesses not wanting to be bothered with homeless people. We wouldn't want to make a business look bad because we are tired, hungry, or in pain. I'm a homeless woman that wants better for my community, but it hurts that my community rejects me. What I see is no sleep. Council member, when you're tired after work, do you kick your shoes off and relax? A lot of homeless people work and still have to get up on their days off because we have superhuman strength. I'm being facetious. I can't seem to see what we need to do to be seen as human. I'm really sad that if I die today or tomorrow, I'm just a homeless lady that's not remembered for being a hardworking mother, wife, receiving the Medal of Honor, or being dedicated to this council. But where is the dedication for me? Where is my support? I have never panhandled and I'm not going to start. Being clean and sober and homeless. Do you understand how hard that is? It's not in, I'm sorry. Do you understand how hard that is? That's a question that I'm asking to you. I'm not an expert. I don't know how all people think, but I am human. And my number one necessity is housing. So I can protect my mental state. Thanks for allowing me to chance to speak. Please remember my name, Nikila Smith.
We do and will remember your name, Ms. Smith. Thank you for being with us today and for your testimony. Andrea Chapman with Empower DC. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White, and to everyone testifying today. Good afternoon. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a housing organizer with Empower DC. Empower DC works in coalition with other community and legal service organizations to conduct outreach to tenants at risk of eviction and connect them to resources like the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network and the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, or ERAP. My testimony today focuses on the latter of these resources, ERAP. ERAP is a vital tool to prevent the displacement of low-income DC residents facing eviction due to non-payment of rent. The program helps thousands of families each year, especially in DC's current climate of unaffordable housing. However, I think there are some key factors around accessibility we must consider before the next scheduled portal opening in April. Last December, thanks to our legal service partners, ERAP pre-screening tool, Empower DC was able to host an ERAP pre-screening event to help residents assess their eligibility and prepare their applications for submission. This elevated several widely known accessibility issues with the program. First, the application requires a computer, internet access, and a smartphone or web tablet. Many residents I served during our pre-screening event did not have this access and were relying on library computers with little privacy. Most residents we worked with during our event were also elderly, had disabilities, and required additional hands-on assistance understanding the application process. During follow-up phone calls, attendees said that the ERAP hotline is often busy and unable to accommodate the overwhelming number of people seeking assistance in a timely manner. What's more, the ERAP application is only in English. I echo concerns expressed on the record that while Google Translate is available, the service isn't always accurate. Non-English speakers are at risk of receiving inaccurate information about applying to ERAP, whose application review process can already take up to 4 months. DHS should have an in-person language accessible option to submit ERAP applications, especially for elders, community members with disabilities, and non-English speakers. Google Translate is not enough. There should be web navigation in other languages such as Spanish and Amharic. In addition, while I appreciate the ERAP frequently asked questions page, DHS must work to provide more detailed instructions on how to submit complete applications. I also want to highlight the need for long-term racially equitable solutions to DC's affordable housing crisis. Over 44,000 DC households are rent burdened. Each quarter, ERAP is overwhelmed by a higher demand for relief. Last October, the portal reached 3,500 applications and closed in 9 days. In January, it closed in under 5 hours. At the same time, between January 2022 and January 2023, eviction filings increased by 250%, and over 80% of scheduled evictions were due to non-payment of rent. Moreover, ERAP policy says a tenant can receive 5 to 7 times the fair market rent for their zip code, depending on if they have a documented disability. Tenants living in Ward 7 and 8 with lower fair market rents are eligible for less assistance. For example, the fair market rent for a 1-bedroom unit in the Ward 1 zip code 2001 is $2,340 versus $1,090 in the Ward 8 zip code 2019. Tenants with this unit size can receive between $11,700 and $16,380 in Ward 1, while they could only receive between $5,450 and $7,630 in Ward 8. Ward 8 residents are eligible for significantly less assistance, regardless of how much they might actually need. It is also important to note that Empower DC's outreach data shows that most of last year's eviction filings were in Ward 8, which is over 80% Black. As DHS conducts its racial equity analysis and develops a racial equity action plan, I ask that it consider these inequities that make Black and POC low-income communities more vulnerable to displacement. While I appreciate Chairperson White and others for increasing the number of applications ERAP can receive in April to 8,500, we need an update on DHS's progress strategizing an agency-level racial equity action plan that addresses these disparities. DC residents also deserve to stay in their homes without having to scramble for emergency rental assistance. I ask that the Council consider long-term solutions to expanding affordable housing, like current social housing legislation. Low-income tenants would never pay more than 30% of their income on housing costs, relieving affordability pressures that often cause folks to fall behind on rent payments. In conclusion, while the relief ERAP has provided to low-income families cannot be understated, I ask that DHS address accessibility issues so that it can help as many families as possible. I also ask that DHS create and provide updates on a racial equity action plan that speaks to the housing needs of Black and POC residents vulnerable to displacement. Finally, we need long-term solutions to DC's affordable housing crisis so that families are not compelled to seek emergency assistance year after year, like social housing. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'm open to questions.
Thank you very much. Elena Bowers with Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Elena Bowers, and I'm a supervising attorney in the housing unit at Legal Aid DC. My testimony today will focus on DHS's administration of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. ERAP is one of the most effective tools that the district has to keep individuals and families in stable housing and prevent evictions. In our landlord-tenant practice, Legal Aid sees firsthand that ERAP funds are frequently the difference between housing stability and homelessness. Given the district's housing affordability crisis, this is not surprising. For as long as our affordable housing crisis continues, there will be a significant demand for assistance for families who are living a single emergency away from crisis. And as a district, we should want ERAP to be available and accessible when families need it. Historically, the greatest obstacle that families encountered was providers running out of funds. Now, DHS has created an arbitrary application limit per quarter, making it harder to access how much need, making it harder, to assess how much need there is for the program, and preventing families from accessing assistance, even when there's still technically money available. However, with the creation of the new ERAP portal system, we are also seeing additional barriers to individuals and families in accessing crucial ERAP funds when they need them. DHS must reform the ERAP portal and application process. In October 2023 and 2024, the number of applications was capped to the first 3,500 applicants who were able to log in and successfully upload their documents to the portal. The quarterly portal opening, has significant accessibility and equity issues. First, setting an arbitrary cutoff at all is counter to ERAP's stated purpose. All the cutoff does is prevent families from applying for ERAP when they actually need the funds the most. Instead of looking for ways to limit who has access to the program, DHS should be figuring out what the true annual need for ERAP is and pursuing funding for the program at that level. Second, the portal experienced significant technological problems, which have already been discussed. In October, it was down for many days, and people didn't know when it would be open for sure. In January, it was down for an hour of the totals of 5 hours that it was available, making it very difficult to know when it would be available. If people were able to reach out to tech support, they wouldn't have gotten a response before the portal closed. The portal is inaccessible to people without access to sufficient technology, people who are limited English speakers, people who need assistance from a case manager, people who have learning disabilities, cognitive impairments, or visual impairments, and people who cannot read, or people who don't have access to the documentation required at the time that the portal happens to be open. Finally, under this new system, applications are processed on a first-come, first-served basis. As a result, DHS and providers are not triaging applications or prioritizing applicants who are, in fact, most at risk of eviction. Ultimately, though, in order for ERAP to effectively serve as an emergency rental assistance program, DC must invest in long-term affordable housing solutions. ERAP is an important tool for the district to help ensure families remain stably housed through unexpected financial challenges. ERAP is not a one-size-fits-all solution to the affordability crisis in the district. ERAP works most effectively when paired with rental vouchers, affordability supports for tenants, investment in affordable housing, and preservation of existing affordable housing stock. As long as rents in the district remain out of reach for so many residents, especially our Black and Brown neighbors, and as long as the district continues to underinvest in affordable housing, many residents will be unable to maintain their tenancies without frequent support. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much. Haley Hoff with Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Haley Hoff, and I'm a staff attorney at Legal Aid DC. DHS administers vital benefit programs, including SNAP, TANF, and Medicaid, that help district residents meet their basic needs, and my testimony today will focus on areas we think DHS should prioritize to improve services to district residents. First, DHS must improve service delivery issues. As we've testified before, processing delays remain a huge barrier to benefits. In 2022, the district ranked worst in the country with only 42.86% of applications processed in accordance with the timelines required by federal regulations. The agency often misplaces or fails to timely process important documents, regardless of how customers submit them. And many customers have their benefits terminated due to processing delays, and it can take months for the agency to reinstate benefits. Unfortunately, the call center remains an ineffective means to resolve common issues. Despite being the primary option for customers to follow up on questions related to their benefits, DHS call center representatives are generally unable to give detailed information about a person's case or take actions that lead to real resolutions. There's also a persistent issue of lack of notice and erroneous notices. DHS is required to issue legally sufficient notices before taking adverse actions, yet they often fail to provide notices to customers about application decisions, recertification deadlines, terminations, and benefit reductions. When DHS does send notices, they're often confusing or lacking in merit. Because of pervasive delivery issues, clients are often left with no choice but to pursue resolution through the fair hearing process. However, the hearing process is also inefficient and ineffective due to flaws in DHS's processes. For example, administrative review conferences meant to help resolve the case prior to the first status hearing are often not scheduled or are not effective even when DHS agrees that corrective action is needed. The agency does not take steps to correct the issue in a timely manner. DHS policy analysts are also overwhelmed and often unreachable. Self-represented customers who come to legal aid frequently report that they don't know who the policy analyst assigned to their case is and haven't heard from them after their initial status hearing. It often takes multiple status hearings for DHS to disperse benefits that everyone agrees our clients are entitled to. Frustratingly, DHS technology failures exacerbate many of these issues. I particularly want to highlight the lack of consistency across platforms. Currently, there does not appear to be an interface that connects actions that customers take across various platforms. For example, District Direct only shows actions conducted electronically via the District Direct app or portal. It does not reflect actions that customers take through the call center, fax, or mail. Integrating the confirmation for all actions a customer takes would create more efficiency and ease the burden on the agency. Additionally, legal aid has previously testified to issues with DCAS, but I want to again highlight the impact that DCAS issues have on our clients. All errors in DCAS that result in benefits being withheld have disastrous consequences for public benefits recipients, and yet DHS does not have any systems in place to provide benefits when DCAS malfunctions. Often by the time the error is corrected, the harm is already irreparable. Where a problem cannot be fixed before a recipient's benefits are due, DHS must develop protocols to ensure benefits are not unlawfully withheld while the problem is being resolved. The committee must continue to exercise ongoing oversight and ensure that the agency is accountable for the resources it's been allocated. I've provided more detail for the issues I've discussed today, as well as detailed recommendations for improvement in my written testimony. I'm happy to answer any questions and look forward to working with the committee and DHS following today's hearings to achieve these goals. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Two more people on this panel, Markia Smith with Capital Area Asset Builders.
Yes, hi. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Human Services. My name is Markia Smith, and I'm the Director of Cash Transfers and Guaranteed Income of the DC-based nonprofit organization, Capital Area Asset Builders, also known as CAB. Today, it is my honor to provide testimony before this committee to discuss the partnership CAB has with the Department of Human Services. Through our partnership with DHS, CAB is working to assist low and moderate income DC residents to get on the path toward taking control of their finances, increase their savings, and build wealth for a better future. CAB currently has two partnerships with DHS to provide economic mobility and financial empowerment services through the impactful DC Flex and Career Map programs. For the past 6 years, CAB has been partnering with DHS to provide financial capability services to underserved and economically vulnerable district residents. CAB proudly manages the DC Flexible Rental Subsidy Pilot Program. During the first 4 years of DC Flex, we interacted with 125 families on an annual basis who received $7,200 every year to be able to pay rent on time. We integrated our financial education and financial coaching services with the rental assistance to impact families served through this pilot program. CAB has found this program to be innovative and impactful on the lives of families in DC. Mayor Bowser's administration and the DC Council also found this program to be very impactful. We are thankful for the expansion of DC Flex that took place in 2022. Now CAB is able to work with over 600 families who could receive $8,400 of cash transfers every year. Empowering housing stability, preventing eviction, and preventing homelessness through conditional cash transfers is innovative. To the best of our knowledge, this continues to be the only program of its kind in the nation. I manage this program at CAB and get to see the impact in the program participants. Since spearheading the execution of this program 6 years ago, CAB has seen signs of success in the flexible rent model. Families are in stabilized housing environments and more invested in their living conditions as a result of this program. During one-on-one financial coaching, CAB sees how much an additional $600 a month or a few months of full rent payments can make the difference of a family being able to sustain in the midst of a simple hardship, such as a family emergency that causes a few days out of work without pay. Participants in the program have been diligent in managing their family finances, but after working with financial coaches at CAB and getting a second opinion on their budget, families are much better equipped to manage their household finances. While the DC Flexible Rent Subsidy Pilot Program is focused on preventing eviction and homelessness for families that are working but may make low wages, we believe that this program will have a much greater impact on the family stabilization and upward mobility. Career Map is an innovative and impactful program allowing 600 low-income Washingtonians to receive support and coaching to secure better paying jobs, develop new skill sets, benefit from cash transfers, and receive access to financial empowerment, financial coaching, and public benefits coaching services. Additionally, participants in Career Map are protected from being penalized of losing federal and DC public benefits because now they have more hard-earned money. By working directly with Career Map participants from its launch, we hear directly on how useful and impactful this program is in DC. Career Map is a blueprint on how the DC government can be maximizing its return while financially empowering DC residents. Both DC Flex and Career Map have allowed low-income Washingtonian families to be given the ability to stay at home, find better paying jobs, and have a better shot at financial stability. We recognize and thank the leadership of DHS Director Zeliger and the DHS staff managing DC Flex. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And finally, for this panel, Joseph Lightman, Santa Cruz.
Good afternoon, Chairperson and members of the committee as well as staff. My first name is Joseph, last name Lightman, Santa Cruz. I have the pleasure and honor of being the CEO and Executive Director of the DC-based nonprofit Capital Area Asset Builders, better known as CAV. I fully echo what my colleague Marquia Smith just mentioned. Today, it's my honor to provide testimony with regard to impactful partnerships that CAV has with DHS. We strongly believe that now more than ever, the district needs to be investing in programs that provide true, effective, and impactful opportunities for Washingtonians to achieve their God-given potential. At CAB, we strongly believe that programs such as DC Flex as well as Career Map are the type of programs that result in low to moderate income Washingtonians having a real shot at financial stability and being placed on a pathway to what we all aspire, long-term prosperity, long-term stability. At CAB for the past 6 years, we have been partnering with DHS to assist low to moderate income Washingtonians to be empowered to take control of their finances, increase their savings, and truly be given an opportunity at wealth creation. As you perfectly know, Chairperson White, just 2 weeks ago, there was a report indicating that the District of Columbia unfortunately has the biggest racial wealth gap in the country, and there's an opportunity to address and close that. We engage directly with participants in both DC Flex and Career Map. We hear their concerns. We know of their financial hardships. We also hear about their aspirations, dreams, and goals. At CAB, we pride ourselves in being able to provide Washingtonians with access to information, tools, resources, and capital through both Career Map and DC Flex. Both DC Flex and Career Map do this. In addition to providing information, tools, resources, and money to participating Washingtonians, both DC Flex and Career Map also provide hope, support, coaching, and most of all, economic mobility. We all know that without money, dreams and aspirations are just dreams and aspirations. We need access to capital, as both Career Map and DC Flex provide, so that folks can be translating their goals and aspirations into real short-term and long-term goals. DC Flex and Career Map are innovative, useful, and impactful programs. We're fully mindful and cognizant of the significant financial hardships the district will be facing and Washingtonians will be facing for several years. But Councilmember White, we know that under your leadership, these two types of programs have demonstrated impact, have demonstrated the ability to really change the lives of Washingtonians. And we urge both DHS, Mayor Bowser, and the full council to be supportive of the programs and their expansion. We know that times will be tough in the coming years, but this is the opportunity to really be investing in what makes sense. Thank you for the opportunity, and we always recognize the leadership of Director Salinger and the staff managing both DC Flex and Career Map. I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Going to keep repeating, not going to ask very many questions. We still have almost 100 witnesses, public witnesses. Couple of very quick questions that I just will help me get clarification though. Katrina Chapman, when you spoke about rapid rehousing and the process not being explained
Yes.
very well, who explained the process to you? Was that by the agency and service provider?
It was actually a friend that I became acquainted with, Miss Brooks. She
Okay.
works with an organization that works with legal aid.
Okay.
And actually met her at the shelter. She was an advocate there. She came there to explain some things for us, our rights and resources and different things. And preparing for this testimony, I was able to express to her some things that I was dealing with as far as trying to find housing and placement. And she explained to me a few things. I also spoke with a caseworker with Pathways on New York Avenue. She explained to me about matches and providers. These are things that I knew nothing about. I was under the impression that once I became eligible, if I found my housing, that the landlord was supposed to accept my qualification, and DHS or the housing authority is who they contact, and I would be in their system, and then I get my housing placement. That's what I was made to believe.
Yeah.
But it's definitely not that.
Okay, I appreciate that. That's helpful for us to understand.
Yes.
I will say for other folks who for you and for Ms. Edmonds, please make sure you connect with somebody from the agency. The director and her team are here today. Want to make sure sort of any miscommunication opportunities, they can work through those with you. Also want to understand, and we'll do this through follow-up with the agency, Ms. Edmonds. There's no way you're the only diabetic person at Harriet Tubman. So if the menu is not appropriate, then it would be not appropriate for a number of people. So we're going to look into that, including the idea that someone would lose their bed if they go to the hospital. That
It's actually happened to me.
yeah. All right. So, so on an individual basis, we'll let you and the agency work through that. If there remain issues, reach back out to us, to the housing committee. But this is something I'll work through with the agency to understand what's happening and what we need to do to fix it. So I appreciate it. Your experiences help us find where the gaps are. So thank you very much. I understand. I'll be with you. For other folks who testified, the idea is that we need a direct line of communication with DCHA staff. I'm going to be asking some questions about this today. Holding DCHA accountable, we have been doing that on a very high level over this past year. We still got a lot more work to do, but we've been going through a full reform of that agency, the leadership, the board, their financing, their oversight structure. Everything has changed in the past year. The idea that folks would go to their headquarters and be told you can't see anybody because you didn't make an appointment is absolutely unacceptable. I think the director understands this. He is working to move everybody back into the office so that people can show up as they should be able to. Expect to see some changes there that should not have happened. I do understand the testimony around needing to continue to fund PSH vouchers. Despite the problem, there's still a broad need. There are also backlogs. So we are working through both of those. For Aubrey Hill, with respect to youth, unsanitary conditions, not enough support, unique sort of housing needs and navigation ability for young people, 100% right. We will be working through that. LRSP application delays, issues with rent reasonableness from Will Doyle. I appreciate that. Appreciate your testimony on these points and on the need for more social workers. I'm actively working on that and will keep doing that. I appreciate Brandon Dean being with us. We don't have enough housing resources. That is the reality right now. Delays in access to services it continues to be an issue. So I hear you loud and clear on that. Testimonies from Dash on needing a dedicated baseline of funding for domestic violence housing. The idea that we are risking having to reduce resources for survivors of domestic violence and the need to be paid on time from the government. I appreciate those testimonies. Nikila Smith, I always appreciate you putting personalized view of the reality of homelessness. Need from Andrea Chapman for more language translation and a racial equity action plan on for the ELABRAP process. That's something I'm working through. I don't have the answer. It is an imperfect process. Elena Bowers, you mentioned issues with the quarterly approach. That's not perfect. Doing it all at once isn't perfect either. I am working through that. I do see an equity problem here, the way we do it. I don't have an answer today, but I am actively working through that in discussions with the director on that. Need for consistent technology across programs. Thank you. That is one of the areas we will touch on later today. And finally, from CAB, cash transfers, I think, continue to be an innovative idea that is showing promise. I want to continue to see those develop and have opportunities. And the importance of DC Flex and Career Map, very important programs that we want to protect and continue to improve. So I appreciate your work in attention to that. I do want to thank everybody who came to testify on this panel. We are going to move to our next panel. One second. We'll call the next panel. I believe I have visited Harriet Tubman. I visited a number of shelters. I think it was around this time last year. I'll be going back to them. We gotta get through these oversight hearings, so I appreciate it. Our next panel, Committee Director Sean Hilgendorf is going to call up our next panel of public witnesses.
All right. We're going to start with Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy, Friendship Place. Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst for DC Action. June Crenshaw, Executive Director for the Wanda Alston Foundation. Aaron Whelan, Executive Director of Smile. Tiffany Riley, Deputy Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. Debbie Shore, whose testimony will be read by Danelle Potts. ANC Commissioner Peter Wood from ANC 1C03. Christy Respris, President of Pathways to Housing DC. Adam Mayer, Director of Housing Partnerships, Pathways to Housing DC. Ms. Kimberly Harris, Devonte Hope, White Dawes, Jennifer Tracy Bryant, Flo White, Leslie Jackson, Abel Nunez, Executive Director of the Central American Resource Center, and Amanda Eisenhower, Lead Tenant Support Specialist for the DC Bar Pro Bono Center. And give us just a moment. I'll be promoting folks who are online, and then we will get started in just a moment. And I'd like to call McKenna Osborne as well. Thank you.
Lynn Amano, welcome. You can begin.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to you, Chairman White, and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I am Lynn Amano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. This past year, Friendship Place provided over 5,000 individuals with housing and services in the DC region. Friendship Place has been collaborating with DHS, ICH, and other DC departments for over 30 years. We support tenant-based PSH through Neighbors First Families and Neighbors First Individuals, operate site-based PSH at La Casa, short-term family housing at the Brooks, bridge housing at Valley Place, and are contracted to open the Aston this spring. We hope this new model will fill an important gap in services by providing non-congregate, short-term housing with on-site medical support to some of our most vulnerable residents. Without the medical support and shelter that was provided by PEP-V, which housed 500 plus individuals, medically vulnerable residents experiencing homelessness have few options. We ask DHS and the Council to fund and open this new option as quickly as possible. Our permanent supportive housing team reports strong and effective relationships with our PSH monitors. We are grateful to Rachel Pierre for her efforts and Noah Abrams for his work with our team at the Brooks. Although our DHS co-workers are working as diligently and effectively as possible, the communications breakdown and slow processing of vouchers from eligibility to move in are creating stress for both our clients and their landlords. Within DHS, we have noticed that not all staff are on the same page with how to manage issues. As we've suggested at each testimony over the last 2 years, we believe that a unified portal system would help address these communications breakdowns, particularly between DHS and DCHA and providers and clients. Our caseworkers and those at DHS are often frustrated by the lack of communications with DCHA regarding a participant's application status, voucher acceptance, landlord communications, and more. As Director Pettigrew admitted at last week's hearing, 4-hour average wait times aren't working. We hope that the return of in-person work will reduce these times, but a unified portal would provide a second tangible means of effective communication and oversight. We believe a shortage of caseworkers and certified supervisors exacerbates the time in getting people housed, and we are grateful to the Council for passing your bill to fund social work degrees in practice in DC. We continue to advocate for adding the certified psychiatric rehabilitation practitioners, CPRP, to those who can provide Medicaid-approved supervision as they do in both Virginia and Maryland. Across the country, homeless population is aging, impacted by the baby boom generation and the realities of housing costs on a fixed income. We have begun a coalition on aging and homelessness to help better address the growing needs of this population by identifying both the needs, solutions, and potential funding options. We've identified PSH Plus, MCOs, the personal needs allowance, and individual income caps as areas of opportunity. Most immediately, our experience at La Casa shows us the need for on-site medical care that could save money through delaying early entries into nursing care, allowing people to age in place and reducing medical crises through closer management of chronic mental and physical illness. We believe the PSH Plus model described in Homeward DC could be piloted at La Casa and comparable sites to start meeting these needs. We encourage the mayor and council to provide pilot funding to explore this model in advance of the massive population shift expected over the next 5 years, and to consider all resources, including the 1115 Medicaid waiver and managed care organizations, for paths to meet these growing needs. Friendship Place believes that systems improvements, effective and efficient use of public dollars through creative solutions, and continued collaboration between nonprofits and DC government entities like DHS can make homelessness brief, rare, and non-recurring. We support the upcoming budget platforms of the Way Home campaign, the Fair Budget Coalition, and CNHED, and also ask you to support enforcement of the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel White.
Good afternoon, Committee Chair White and members of the Committee on Housing. Thank you for the opportunity to address the Council today with respect to the performance of the Department of Human Services as it relates to youth experiencing homelessness. My name is Rachel White, and I'm DC Action Senior Youth Policy Analyst. And for the sake of time, I'm just going to jump straight into why I am here today. So one of our priorities is dismantling the pipeline from youth homelessness to adult homelessness. And one way to do that is by providing youth in the district with a fully funded and stable youth homelessness sector that can meet their holistic needs. So late last year, not even a full quarter into the current fiscal year, youth-focused direct service organizations that receive grants from DHS were emailed requests to identify mid-year cuts. They were told grant adjustments were due to district budget constraints, and yet in the same month, the district announced a $500 million blank check for arena renovations. While DHS has recently backed off on the threat of mid-year cuts, most organizations in our coalition have not received formal follow-up from the Department of Human Services or one-on-one communications from these emails. Notifications like these send providers into a panic, undermining organizational stability and morale, instigating staff layoffs, and ultimately severing connections with already hard-to-reach clients when staff leave or when their already overtaxed workloads shift. In the youth homelessness service space, almost all providers have been flat funded in recent years, preventing organizations from keeping up with inflation, cost of living adjustments necessary to retain staff, or scaling up to meet the intensified mental health and physical safety needs of teens and young adults coming out of the pandemic. If mid-year or fiscal year 25 budget cuts come to fruition, it will ultimately mean reducing the number of youth served, much longer wait times to get clients into housing, and more young people forced to sleep on the street or engage in survival sex, and further loss of an essential workforce of social workers and frontline personnel. To make matters worse, there are still few DHS-funded youth homelessness service providers that have not received any grant payments in fiscal year 24 to date, which jeopardizes their financial solvency, risks their ability to make payroll, and exacerbates the sector turnover. Fully funding the youth homelessness sector is a matter of equity. We know that Black youth and LGBTQ youth and Black and Brown transgender youth in particular disproportionately make up the majority of youth experiencing homelessness. A solution to mitigate the impacts of youth homelessness is by creating pathways to economic freedom in the form of targeted workforce development opportunities that result in long-term employment and a livable wage. The community and advocates have fought to establish a workforce program starting in fiscal year 22 to address the staggering unemployment rate. It is the gender nonconforming program for youth experiencing homelessness. Since its establishment through DHS, the program has continued to be subject to cuts throughout every fiscal year. The continued threat of funding cuts challenges the ability to measure the impact of these programs and expand them. As we heard today from our Executive Director, Kim Perry, there is an increase in youth homelessness. The point in time count has indicated that, the homeless youth count has indicated that, and yet despite being further away from ending youth homelessness today than we were at the release of Solid Foundations, the district's plan to end youth homelessness, we have been told by the ICH personally, and you to today, Councilman White, that there is no plan to assess or update this critical strategic plan. How can we solve for a problem with no plan? It leaves us questioning whether youth are truly a priority. So we urge the council to ensure that the youth homelessness continuum is fully funded, free of destabilizing budget cuts, and has the capacity to provide all services that youth desperately need to end homelessness. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I will send my written testimony to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. June Crenshaw with the Wanda Alston Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to testify before you, Councilmember White. My name is June Crenshaw. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I am the Executive Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. I want to start my testimony by acknowledging the brutal murder of Nex Benedict in Owasso, Oklahoma. As a queer Oklahomian, this hits hard. And this situation is precisely what most of us are working hard to prevent. The Wanda Alston Foundation's mission is to eradicate homelessness and poverty experienced by LGBTQ youth and to provide services to queer individuals impacted by intimate partner violence or sexual assault. We provide our services through our shelter, case management, therapy, life skills development, and support with educational and employment opportunities. We also advocate for resources with LGBTQ Budget Coalition and are members of the Youth Economic Justice Coalition and the Victims Assistance Network. We thank the committee, Mayor Bowser, and the leadership of DHS for your ongoing commitment to supporting LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness. I want to add my voice to the chorus of voices discussing how challenging it has been to serve our extremely vulnerable LGBTQ clients with inadequate funding and support. We are struggling to remain open and provide our vital services to queer youth and community members. Our mission remains steadfast, yet our challenges in fulfilling it have never been more pronounced. Despite our unwavering commitment, the statistics paint a stark reality. LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness encounter significantly higher rates of sexual and physical violence, as is seen in the Oklahoma situation, endure mental health challenges, and grapple with substance use at alarming rates. Therefore, they need higher levels of program, protection, and support. We are advocating for more funding so that we can deliver sustainable services and stop the cycle of hate, discrimination, violence, harm, and hurt. Insufficient funding and support strain our operation, jeopardizing the critical services we provide to our queer youth and community. In addition, like has been mentioned several times, this year we had a particularly hard time with significant delays in the execution of our grants, the assignment of PO numbers, the timely reimbursement of expenses. It took over 5 months to be paid. And for a small Black, queer-led organization serving highly vulnerable youth with highly vulnerable staff, it causes a lot of stress to our program and to our staff. In closing, I ask you to prioritize the vulnerable LGBTQ youth and fortify your commitment with financial and tangible support. In your conversation with Director Silla, you mentioned that it's important to focus on housing resources for youth, and we encourage your investment. Thank you for your attention and support.
Thank you very much. Aaron Whelan with Smile, welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Erin Whalen. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of Smile. Smile supports and empowers LGBTQ+ youth ages 6 through 24. A cornerstone of Smile's work is providing safe and stable and affirming housing support to over 54 queer and trans youth through our 4 housing programs. Last year, I stood before you testifying regarding my concerns with DHS as it relates to their accountability, transparency, and accessibility in working with service providers like Smile. It is with tremendous frustration that I have the same concerns today. Although there have been intentional efforts made by DHS to improve communication and create a more collaborative partnership, such as creating quarterly in-person provider meetings, meeting with leaders of organizations to improve collaboration, and improving the training requirements for providers, these efforts have been inconsistent and have not resulted in any long-standing systemic change. This past year, DHS recompeted all of their transitional housing program grants. Our organization has received funding for transitional housing programs in the past, and 2 of our grants were up for renewal, one of which was funded, the other was not. When we were notified of these funding decisions, we wanted to better understand how projects were funded, how many LGBTQ+ specific beds are allocated, and ask for more clarity and transparency in how funding decisions were made. These questions were met with opaque, non-specific answers. We were then told that there was not an appeals process and would not be provided anything in writing in terms of the scoring rubric used or feedback from the review committee. We were then told that funding decisions are ultimately made by the Deputy Administrator of the Youth Service Division for any applications that meet the requirements of the RFP, without little clarification of why or how final decisions were made. The process of the Deputy Administrator making decisions without a protocol greatly concerns me, as it lacks accountability and consistency in making an equitable decision. Without application feedback and clarity on scoring rubrics, service providers are unable to improve their grant writing skills, sustain necessary public funding, or tailor youth services to the emerging needs DHS is seeing as a priority. Further, without funding transparency, it is also hard to trust that the needs of LGBTQ+ youth are being met in real time. We cannot rely on annual oversight responses alone to identify gaps in our youth homeless system. I would also like to bring to the council's attention that youth homeless service providers have gone unpaid since October. As of today, DHS is behind payment to Smile by $376,000 in services already provided. Despite not being paid, we continue to be held accountable to all DHS's deliverables in terms of invoices due by the 10th of every month, and are often told if we don't meet these deadlines, it could delay things even further, or they might refuse to pay for work already completed. As small nonprofits, we are straining to make payroll and rent on account of these delays. Yet DHS regularly takes more than 30 days to even review monthly invoices, let alone prove them for payment. This is an unacceptable way to operate and is eroding our homeless service system. The bare minimum DHS could do is to remedy this situation is to communicate promptly and honestly about payment statuses and delays. We are also requesting more notice and runway with any deadlines given by DHS. Finally, as you know, youth housing service providers were told via email in November, not even a full quarter into the new FY24 contract year, to expect mid-year budget cuts and to start thinking about where we could scale back services and spending. This caused instant panic for my organization and others. Fast forward weeks later, we have not heard anything from DHS. Finally, at the DHS provider meeting in mid-January, we were told DHS no longer planned to make youth service provider budgets. However, we never received any formal communication via email or letter. While we are grateful for stable funding, erratic communications from the agency creates sector instability, and this must be resolved, especially as we head into a tighter fiscal year than usual. We are asking for accountability around budget cuts, consistent and timely payments, and transparency into the process of funding decisions. Thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts and experience. I am confident knowing together we are stronger and open to finding ways to ensure the youth and young adults experiencing homelessness in the district have the services they need.
Thank you for being with us. Dr. Tiffany Riley with the Wanda Alston Foundation. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson White and committee. I am absolutely appreciative of this opportunity to speak and for your support of LGBTQ young people. My name is Dr. Tiffany Riley, and I am the Deputy Director of the Wanda Alston Foundation. The youth at the Wanda Alston Foundation know what it feels like to weather a storm. Prior to coming in for services, many of our youth experience a host of trauma, from homelessness, family rejection, sexual assault, academic struggles, and discrimination, to name a few. Youth at Wanda Alston Foundation quickly learned that not only will staff be their biggest cheerleaders, but we also work with them to advocate for themselves and go after every dream they care to set. Staff not only support youth's need for housing security, but also work to strengthen their mental health, life skill capacity, and awareness of healthy boundaries and relationships. The Wanda Alston Foundation is extremely appreciative of the much needed funding and technical support that we received from DHS. The grant has helped the Wanda Alston Foundation to bring me on board as Deputy Director, where my clinical expertise as a trained clinician allows me to guide the program using an intersectional lens and providing support to case managers as well as youth when needed. However, sustained improvements require more resources to agencies such as the Wanda Alston Foundation, which serve the most vulnerable members of our community. We must have more resources so that we can be supported in the critical work that we're doing. I would love to say that our LGBTQ homeless youth stay at our facility for 18 months or less, but the truth is that homelessness, trauma, mental health challenges, and honestly, the inability to afford living in DC takes longer than 18 months to address, if at all. One story in particular that highlights a struggle that one of our previous youth experienced was that of hardship of receiving a voucher. And so the process of finding a home within 3 months was something that gravely affected this youth's depression. During the time period that this youth had to wait, their depression absolutely increased. And it's in these instances that it's easy for our youth to spiral and to begin to believe that they are not good enough for support and only worthy of subpar housing. Luckily for our youth, their case manager and attending biweekly therapy helped them cope during this time. But as we know, many youth don't have this type of mental health support nor case management support to get through crisis as they're waiting. It is my recommendation that the wait time for vouchers continues to be decreased and more housing in safer neighborhoods as a top priority. In order for our youth to feel safe, their homes have to be in safe places so that way they have peace of mind. The Wanda Austin Foundation wants to continue to collaborate with DHS to support our most marginalized homeless LGBTQ youth. Funding is pivotal to this collaboration and addressing our youth's needs. It is our collective duty to do more for the most vulnerable members of our community, LGBTQ homeless youth, especially those of color. LGBTQ youth of color often go without having a platform to be heard or feeling unsafe. So we have to be the voice of the voiceless. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Debbie Shore. Donnell Potts will be giving that testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing and Human Services. I'm Donnell Potts, Chief of Programs at Sasha Bruce Youth Work, a youth and family services organization who has for 50 years served youth who are homeless and in trouble in the city through outreach, shelter, transitional living programs, and community-based programs. We have been a solid partner to the city in the effort to make youth homelessness brief, rare, and non-occurring. We have worked to provide quality services in spite of being flat funded in our homelessness programs for 4 out of the past 5 years. We have been able to sustain these programs by ramping up our fundraising efforts, but I am concerned that we have reached a limit in our ability to absorb the increased costs that come with simply continuing to provide services. I know I stand with all of our nonprofit colleagues in this. I want to share what I believe are priorities from where we sit. I'm very concerned about the lens being used to build the homelessness system. In particular, young people are not at the same life stage as adults, but we are asked to live with the same measures of success. We believe that transitional housing is an appropriate placement for most of the young people which have been deprioritized. HUD's definitions and priorities should not be the only guide for our DC youth homelessness system. There are major investments of local dollars which should allow for us to create greater nuances for different subpopulations. So I'm asking and calling on this committee to request a new youth plan and a new youth count. The original youth plan was brought into existence by legislation and implemented in 2017 and was very important in creating the architecture for the youth homelessness system we have now. It called for a special youth count, recognizing that the HUD definition of homelessness left out the major ways that young people begin homelessness, which is couch surfing. In 2018, Street Sense Media did a story comparing the differences between the HUD-defined count that was done for youth versus the count that we did with broader definitions. It was the difference of 700 young people at that time. If the yearly count is supposed to guide the city in how money is invested, leaving out so many youth is perilous. And the youth plan called Solid Foundation needs an update for sure, but was important as the basis for how the system was conceived. Another major issue I'm asking you to prioritize is to ensure that the Nonprofit Fairness Compensation Act is funded and fully implemented. As you know, a study funded in 2020, just after the bill passed, was to determine the level of revenue needed to assure full implementation. However, it was never done. The issues that drove us to ask for relief by the passage of the bill have only increased. The administration has committed to doing more to have all sources of grants and contracts knowledgeable about the law, and that is good, but not sufficient. We are asking for a fund that can be tapped by nonprofits who are not getting their full overhead rates covered and can document their need. Though it has meant that we can apply our federally negotiated indirect cost rate to our grants and contracts, without additional funding, we would have to cut services to take what we are rightfully owed for our administration. I want to again point out that profit-making organizations who do business with the city get to apply their overhead rates as we understand it. And of course, the government does so for itself as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for being with us. Commissioner Peter Wood. Commissioner Peter Wood. Christy Respris with Pathways to Housing, DC.
Okay, hi, good afternoon, Chairman. My name, as you know, is Christy Respres, and I'm the CEO of Pathways to Housing DC, also a proud member of the District Interagency Council on Homelessness. Pathways' mission is to end chronic homelessness for people with disabilities using the Housing First model that we brought to the district in 2004. We serve over 3,500 people a year across all of our programs, including street outreach, integrated healthcare, the Downtown Day Services Center, behavioral health, and housing. You've heard from my colleagues and some of my fellow staff and other members on this panel about some of the challenges we're facing and proposed solutions to move the critical work of ending homelessness forward. I'll start by focusing my testimony and highlighting several areas where DHS has actually innovated and partnered in a meaningful way this past year. I want to highlight what's working in addition to what needs fixing so that DHS continues to invest in solutions and tackle the complex issues with urgency. I want to first thank DHS, the ICH, community members, and most importantly, advocates with lived experience of homelessness who worked together over the last several years to bring the vision of creating a DHS-sponsored peer certification program into existence. The need for such a certification program to invest in expanding the workforce of people with lived experience of homelessness is great. Providing training and certification creates pathways to economic self-sufficiency, brings qualified staff members to fill vacancies across multiple programs, from street outreach to drop-in centers to housing programs, and it helps ensure that our continuum of care benefits from the unique skills, insights, and expertise of people who have experienced homelessness. The peer certification program has now over 600 applicants for 40 student vacancies, which shows just how critical this new certification opportunity is. Pathways is proud to partner with DHS, Howard University, and the Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness and bite back on this new initiative. I look forward to testifying at Oversight next year on the outcomes. I also want to thank Director Zeilinger, Administrator Pierre, and their team for their commitment to addressing systems issues at DHS with contracted providers. DHS has been co-hosting a quarterly meeting with CEOs to tackle some larger systems level issues such as contracting challenges, workforce issues, capacity building, timely payment, human care agreements, all the things that you've heard about today. They are not all fixed, but what I'm grateful for is the ongoing commitment and transparency and working together with the provider representatives to solicit the feedback and really make these productive meetings. A quick example of one issue that Pathways and many other organizations have raised are ongoing increases in the requirements for liability insurance for multiple DHS contracts that are excessive and beyond what even our insurance carriers believe to be necessary. These might seem like small things, but this expensive and very costly administrative overhead pulls dollars away from our direct services. Lastly, I want to urge DHS leadership to continue working closely with the leadership of the Department of Behavioral Health to break down the silos and barriers to care coordination between clients served by both agencies. The district continues to be impacted by the opioid crisis, the impacts of the trauma of COVID-19 pandemic, the changing behavioral health needs of our aging population, the list goes on. It's critical that DHS and DBH work in hand to ensure that co-enrolled district residents are receiving integrated and coordinated care. We often see that when people served by street homeless outreach or PSH teams need behavioral health services, it can be difficult to get them the level of care that is appropriate. Providers need DHS and DBH to work together to streamline workflows, clarify roles so that outreach and case management staff don't become the default mental health treatment system. We're eager to continue working with DHS and ICH to create enhanced housing opportunities such as PSH Plus and to add buildings like the Aston to the continuum of care. Now is the time to continue advancing innovations that meet the needs of district residents, not make short-sighted cuts in programs that work. Thank you so much for allowing me this time.
Thank you for being with us. Adam Mayer with Pathways to Housing, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White, council members, and council staff. My name is Adam Mayer. I'm a Ward 6 native Washingtonian and the Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways to Housing DC. I also am a member of the Commission on Human Rights and serve on the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, the Way Home Campaign, and the Committee of 100 on the Federal City. The coming years may be challenging ones for our city. My recollection of the 1990s financial crisis remains disturbingly fresh. Our approach to developing policy and budgets when faced with declining revenues must be both fiscally sound and morally compassionate. I was comforted to hear that your desire for this committee is to set achievable goals for your agencies. Those goals must streamline operations, limit duplications, and be based on trust of those responsible for delivering services. Luckily, or should I say thankfully, Laura Zeilinger and her team are up to the task that lies ahead, as I believe is Mr. Pettigrew at DCHA. When the Franklin shelter closed during the Fenty administration, a commitment was made to fund housing first. During the last 18 months of his administration, 100 homeless individuals were housed per month. 17 years later, we recently returned to housing close to 100 people per month, which is positive, but we can do better. Eligibility determination and inspection should be streamlined. HUD allows Pathways and others who receive federal vouchers to declare eligibility and to conduct inspections. The DC government should handle local vouchers in a similar process. Pathways has never failed an audit of our federal contract. We have federal eligibility determination guidelines to follow, reports to submit, standards to maintain, and audits to pass. Mr. Chair, there is a better way. Use and process our local vouchers. Let's consider a pilot to test this recommendation. Currently, landlords are sent through a maze attempting to register their property or receive confirmation that their rent is reasonable. This committee must help to streamline this process so that the vouchers approved by the council can be used quickly. Post-COVID rental units still exist throughout our city. The rental application process must incentivize landlords to rent the voucher holders. Yesterday, tax bills were received. Small landlords called me to indicate that in some instances, their tax had increased by as much as 10%. Help maintain affordable housing by limiting tax increase charges to small landlords who rent to voucher holders. Be responsible and compassionate to them. Finally, I must ask you and thank you for your assistance in implementing the nonprofit law. Keep adding pressure to the agencies to do so. I also ask that you continue the work that you have started in helping to streamline the process for licensing social workers. Thank you for holding this hearing, and I look forward to continuing our work with you and your exceptional staff.
Thank you very much. Kimberly Harris. Devontae Hope.
Good afternoon. Oh, my bad. Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Councilmember White. My name is Devontae Hope. I'm a case manager with the Wanda Austin Foundation ETH Housing Program. I'm also a board member on the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, the JJAG. Also a member of the ICH Youth Council supporting hopeful youth. And also a member of the Sasha Bruce Youth Board, Curb Cultivating Urban Resilient Brilliant Youth. I am from Columbus, Ohio. I've been in DC for 10 years, and in that time, I've been homeless, housed, homeless again, and housed again. Then I had a child. I was in a rapid rehousing program for individuals when my daughter was born. Me and her mother wasn't seeing eye to eye. Then I ended up in a custody battle. I was awarded temporary custody. However, again, I was in a rapid rehousing for individuals. For months, I attempted to get benefits for me and my daughters, food stamps, WIC, even housing. I was hiding my daughter's things in the apartment when my rapid rehousing people would come and do house visits because I knew that I was in a rapid rehousing visit program for individuals and not single fathers or single parents. My bad, sorry, lost it. Finally, I had let my housing provider know what was going on with me because it was difficult for me to maintain being in rapid rehousing, hiding my daughter, and then trying to still get benefits and things like that because I knew if I lose my housing, I would lose custody at the time as well because that was kind of the thing that awarded me custody was my housing. It took months for me to get benefits. Honestly, till this day, I still haven't got benefits. I stopped looking for them. Luckily, I'm able to maintain all my expenses on myself, but I was the 1%. I was like one of the few individuals who were able to be connected to supports, but it was really my youth boards. All of the youth boards that I was connected to, they supported me, they helped me, and then they kind of leaded me through the path. I had went to Virginia Williams and was practically turned away for pretty much just being a single male. Every time that I was going there, they would make me jump through hoops. It was always questions. It was, oh, where's the mother at? Where's this? Letting them know that she's not here. She's all the way in Roanoke. She's nowhere to be found. But yet they were still not trying to support me. Well, my bad, sorry. And then, yeah, they practically turned me as a male. The supports are not there. And as the world tries to portray that Black men are not stepping up to be fathers, I beg to differ. We are trying to step up, but we do not have the support that is needed to rebuild our foundation and prove all the stereotypes wrong. I've joined multiple boards during my homeless experience, and if it wasn't for them, I would not be here today to advocate for the support of single fathers. Sasha Bruce has given me and other people the opportunity and the platform to voice the conversation that happens behind the scenes with young people. As people who have been in similar situations, we've been able to connect and build relationships with young people who are suffering from the effects of the services provided, and give these people a voice. The Curb has been working diligently to gain real-time data from young people in the system to help develop the services offered in the district and share the voices of some of the most vulnerable population. And I sit in front of you today and ask, why does the single parent support seem to only benefit one population of single parents? Why does benefits take so long to be reviewed and approved? Why are there no programs specifically for single fathers, whether it's housing, shelters, or et cetera? What are the programs provided for single parents? Well, why are the programs provided for single parents turning away single fathers and making them jump through hoops? And that's it.
Thank you very much. Hope your daughter gets to see that testimony.
Thank you.
White Dawes. Jennifer Tracy Bryant.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jennifer Bryant, but I go by Tracy. I'm a single mother, full-time program facilitator for Sasha Bruce Youth Works Out of School Time program, and I serve on the Sasha Bruce Youth Advisory Board known as the CURB, Cultivating Urban Resilient Brilliant Youth. I was born in DC, adopted at birth, raised in Silver Spring, Maryland. My years leading into high school, my elderly adopted parents were diagnosed with cancer. They shortly passed away before I hit the age of 18. I was kicked out of the house I lived in my whole life. I had no job, no money, no housing. I had an opportunity to go to college and I took it, but I had to drop out due to adulthood hitting me while I was still a teen. I worked many jobs just to survive. I moved back to DC to my biological family thinking I would be welcomed with open arms, only to be kicked out in 3 months because I found out I was pregnant and I decided to keep my pregnancy. I had to live in the shelter my whole pregnancy, and now I'm in transitional housing. I'm someone that will always be determined, but I need help affording things as a single parent. Living in the world where prices just keep increasing. Parents like me depend on DHS when they face hardship, but DHS took all 9 months of my pregnancy and 4 months after my baby was born to process my benefits. No food to produce enough breast milk, no access to maternity leave benefits, no money to buy anything to prepare for my baby's arrival. Once I got the benefits, 2 to 3 months later, they were cut off. And I went 6 months with no benefits because they say I make too much money for a single parent that's homeless. Come to find out, DHS never looked at my paperwork. I had to call and go in numerous of times, taking time away from my job to make money that's not even enough to survive with one child. I lost money doing that. DHS hours need to be longer for people with 9 to 5 jobs, and there need to be more specialized personnel, case managers, so people can get straightforward answers on their case and not the runaround like I had to experience. There should be better trained caseworkers in the separate categories of people like homeless adults, single mothers, single fathers, elderly, youth, and foster and adopted. DHS also needs to get rid of glitches in the system that will wrongfully cut off people's benefits and force them to reapply. Their system being hacked should not mean I have to suffer when I obviously do not earn enough. Finally, DHS should run shelters with longer hours and more variety for different demographics, especially for expectant mothers who have elevated health risks when living unhoused. Thank you.
Thank you. Flo White.
Hello, members of the council. My name is Flo White. I'm a former client of Sasha Bruce and now a full-time staff member working as a program coordinator for their out-of-school time program. Lastly, a founding and current member of their youth advisory board, also known as the CURB. I have been a client of Sasha Bruce since I was 19 years old and have utilized multiple of their programs as well as housing programs in the district. After making the decision to leave home at 18, I knew there was no change in my mind. I have a brother who deals with severe mental health, and my parents were doing the best they can to support his new and developing challenges. After leaving, I made the decision to get an apartment on my own. I was attending school and working full-time. Adulting became very overwhelming, and with a lack of support, I started to lose control over my life. I ended up losing my job, I fell behind on rent, and ended up having to leave my apartment with an unpaid balance. Once I wasn't able to maintain my apartment, I was thrown into the mercy of the system where the outstanding balances just kept piling up. I couldn't catch up quick enough to regain stable housing, and there were no jobs available to me at the time that paid me enough money to actually get back on track. Until Sasha Bruce was able to take a chance on me and I was offered a salary position with a living wage. Today, I want to shine some light on how beneficial this organization supporting me has and still is to myself and other youth in the district. Sasha Bruce offering me this position has helped me on my journey to regaining stability in my life, all while continually providing and connecting me to opportunities to keep fostering my growth. I have been able to get connected with a rapid rehousing program and secure an apartment for me and my 1-year-old daughter, settle majority of my debts, and continue my education. Working as a program facilitator at Phelps High School, I really see the impact that community programming has on young people. We are an after-school program, so getting youth buy-in was very difficult at first. However, my coworker and I worked very hard to create a space that was progressive, safe, and inclusive for students. The first couple of weeks being at the school, we would only get a max of 10 students staying for programming after school. Now we are around our 13th week and serve over 60 students on a weekly basis. We work from a curriculum called TOP, Teen Outreach Program, which talks about all things from decision-making, healthy communication, safe sex practices, positive relationships, and more. In addition to what TOP provides, our students are able to come get homework help, community service hours, mentorship, and a space to connect with their peers and ultimately be themselves. This has helped keep students out the streets, away from drugs and violence, and gives them an atmosphere to grow and become the best versions of themselves. I love my position because it gives me a chance to use my lived experience to give the youth what I felt like I needed growing up and after. I asked the council to prioritize diverse and innovative job training, community programming, mental health services, and more affordable housing for young people trying to get on our feet. Lastly, more and continuous funding to pour into new and existing programs working to end youth homelessness. They have and continue to make outstanding differences in the lives of youth by giving us the support system and confidence to be competing and productive members of society. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all got me choked up here. Thank you. Lasadie Jackson. Abel Nunez with the Central American Resource Center. Looks like you're on. Yep, you good.
Okay. All right. Well, good afternoon, Chairman White, fellow committee members and staff. I'm here today to provide testimony on the Office of Migrant Services under the Department of Human Services. In April of 2021, the governor of Texas, followed by the governor of Arizona, started sending buses with recently arrived migrants to DC to protest the Biden administration's immigration policies. Although this was seen as a political stunt, it put vulnerable populations at greater risk of leaving them in front of Union Station to fend for themselves in a city they were not familiar with. It was left up to local community and DC government to assist in the welcoming of the migrants. With migrants' lack of family connections and established community networks in the DC area, this posed a new challenge. On September 8th, 2022, Mayor Muriel Bowser announced that she was establishing OMS to provide support and services to migrants being bused to Washington, D.C. from Texas and Arizona. OMS started working with community organizations and with the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to identify additional resources to provide a more structured approach to receive the migrants being abandoned at Union Station. Garrison helped identify an organization, SAMU First Response, that was contracted to take the lead in the reception of the migrants. And although they were new to the city, they had ample experience in providing humanitarian aid in conflicts around the world. OMS began to coordinate work of ensuring that migrants had a safe place that met their basic needs, such as medical and mental care, clothing, transportation to final destinations, and housing. OMS has brought in partners such as Catholic Charities, Ayuda, our organization, to provide case management and other services for those that were placed in hotels and at Harbor Lights, the respite center, given that many migrants had decided to make DC their home. Now, the Immigration Research Initiative, a research think tank, just released a new report on the economic outlook for this new flow of immigrants. And they concluded the following. Newly arriving immigrants also grow the economy and pay taxes. In the first year after arrival, the IRI model predicts that for each 1,000 newly arrived immigrant workers, the aggregate annual wages paid is $22 million, a direct economic benefit to the region in which they are working in both the value of work produced and in added local spending power. After these immigrants have been here for about 5 years, the IRI model predicts that for 1,000 workers, annual wages to be $32 million, and state and local taxes revenues would be around $3.6 million. This research report, as well as many others, conclude that immigrants are a value added to the communities where they settle. Beyond the economic benefit to the region, they also enrich enrich many aspects of our community. DC is familiar with this phenomenon. In the early 80s, DC experienced a wave of immigration from El Salvador. I am sure some of the same concerns that are being brought up today were concerns back then, but look at how this community has grown and strengthened our city with their labor and culture. In closing, OMS is a vital agency to ensure that immigrants are received with dignity, but more importantly, the office plays a vital role coordinating efforts from nonprofits and others to help the migrants that decide to make DC their home become a contributing member of our community. Carecen is committed to continue working with OMS and migrants that continue to come to DC. I thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony, and I'll take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Peter Wood.
Hi, thank you. First, I want to start by thanking this committee staff for helping get me in. As we all know, balancing a full-time job and the unpaid duties as commissioner is not always easy. So I know my constituents appreciate it. So I'm Peter Wood. I am an ANC commissioner in Adams Morgan, of course, a Ward 1 resident. And today I just want to share some reflection on the performance of the Office of Migrant Services, and really also just kind of the role and the opportunities for that office. I want to start kind of remembering the first time I think that I had a kind of lengthy interaction with a migrant to DC. It was, I think, a little over 12 years ago. It was on Labor Day. It was across the street from the Department of Labor's headquarters, or their main building. And there was a group of several men that were sitting outside, and I ended up speaking with them as well as a friend of mine. And I felt like hours, probably half an hour, talking to a man who was originally from the Sudan. He had worked, I think, on a Dutch cargo ship for years and traveled the world as an employee. And I don't know the rest of the story entirely, but he ended up living several years on the streets of Washington, D.C. We talked about the irony of being homeless and unemployed across the street from the Department of Labor on Labor Day weekend. I bring that up because that was far past the moment in time, if one exists, where we knew that there were needs for migrants in DC. And yet an Office of Migrant Services didn't get created until there was national media pressure on certain people in the city. I'm glad it exists, very glad it happened, probably late, probably not for the best reasons. But nonetheless, we have an opportunity to grow the influence of that office, because DC, I think, as the United States capital, has a responsibility above every other city to demonstrate what it is to be an exemplary city for migrants and for migration. That is the pillar of what this country is supposed to stand for. And I think we need to demonstrate at the municipal level how that happens. And I think that gets to the point. We need to develop both performance as well as kind of budget, which is, of course, will be better reserved for next month's budget discussions. But we need to develop an approach that is not reactionary. We need to be proactive. And this is particularly important to vulnerable populations like recently moved migrants, many of whom are forced or coerced into doing so, many of whom don't have much financial resources and definitely don't have political resources. We need to be able to identify where that risk might exist in the future so we can avoid the harms and costs of such a situation. I know that this investment is a moral choice, but also it's a financially wise choice. If we can avoid those risks down the line, we spend less money in the long run. It's obviously easier to do when we have federal support and federal money coming in. That's not always the case. But in DC, among all other places, we should know better than to rely upon federal support to get things done. We have to do things ourselves as well. And I think there's a good opportunity for DC to maybe even potentially coordinate with other cities to create a network where different cities can take advantage of different strengths to support migrants coming to the US, whether through buses or through other means. We know that cost of living is a huge issue for DC, and that's what makes our responses often more muted than we would like. There are places that don't have that, so maybe some sort of trans-city coordination could be advantageous in that sense. But I also want to emphasize how migrant support is a public safety issue. We hear this sometimes, but for very bad reasons. We often hear people claiming that the arrival of migrants creates new threats, that migrants are the source of insecurity in our cities, which is statistically invalid, but also brings up an issue, which is that migrants are part of public safety, but as disproportionately being victims, not only from personal violence and random violence, but also victims of the state exploitation, things like that. And it's our job as a city to make sure that that's not the case. migrants, like everyone else, deserve to be not only safe from the state, but ideally supported from government resources. So we're a sanctuary city. I guess to sum up my points, we need to be one. The best way to be a model for the rest of the country and idealistically world, to way to be a good city, to show that what a sanctuary city is to act like one and be one. Just to kind of close, another anecdote. I was among the people that have helped the people coming on buses arriving in DC, and there was a family. We shared one common language. It was my third language, their fifth, Portuguese. They needed surgery for their kid. They had just walked through Panama and ended up in the US, and they didn't get the surgery. They left. And it's sad to see that happen, because I don't know what's happened with their child that was ill, but we need collaboration within the city and throughout, ideally, the country, but especially within DC's resources, to make sure that we're not divided, but that we're united as a community. And that's independent of where people are born, on one side of the line or another. So thank you for your time, Jeff.
Thank you, Commissioner. Amanda Eisenhower with DC Bar Pro Bono Center. You should have, if you would accept promotion.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry, I was just promoted to a panelist. Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing, my name is Amanda Eisenhower, and I'm a tenant support specialist at the DC Bar Pro Bono Center, the largest provider of pro bono legal services in the District of Columbia. I provide non-legal services to tenants who need help applying for financial assistance and resolving disputes to preserve their housing. I primarily help tenants navigate ERAP. As a former ERAP processor, I am intimately familiar with ERAP's potential to provide life-changing assistance for tenants, as well as its limitations. ERAP is essentially the only line of defense for many families facing eviction due to financial hardship, and prevents thousands of families from living on the street each year. However, ERAP's program design contains structural flaws that limit equitable access to its life-saving assistance. In its current format, applying to ERAP is inaccessible to many district residents with technological or language barriers. Tenants must apply through a web portal, which requires technical skill and smartphone access to upload the documents required for submission. While a support hotline exists, my clients frequently report waiting for hours to speak with a representative to initiate an electronic application on their behalf. Under the new quarterly opening system, where on January 2nd, the portal closed in under 5 hours, many of those waiting for technical help lost the opportunity to apply. Further, non-English speakers must rely on a machine translation of the application form via Google Translate without human review. These translations often fail to accurately convey the meaning of the application's highly technical language, and not only discourage non-English speakers from applying, but also lead to mistakes not discovered until the application is reviewed many months later. To ensure equitable access to ERAP, DHS should consider providing in-person application options each quarter to ensure elderly, disabled, and non-English speaking tenants are able to complete the application with the assistance of program staff to navigate the platform and upload documents. DHS could also provide more guidance and help text within the platform itself to ensure applicants could understand and complete all steps required for submission. Further, DHS should collaborate more deeply with community-based organizations who can ensure the best candidates for ERAP have the resources to complete an application. For example, my colleagues at Legal Service Providers and I developed a flyer, training, and pre-screening tool to equip canvassers and community organizers with the tools to identify those most likely to be eligible for assistance and to prepare in advance for the application date. But even when my clients successfully submit their applications, the policy design creates massive geographic inequity, and therefore raising class inequity in the amount of assistance available to tenants across the city. The amount of assistance a tenant may receive is then calculated as a multiple of the fair market rent set by HUD for each zip code, calculated as a 40th percentile of gross rents for typical non-substandard rental units. But because this calculation considers units at all price points, residents in neighborhoods with a lower concentration of luxury apartments that raise the average rent are eligible for much less assistance, regardless of their actual rent. So, for example, a non-disabled tenant in a one-bedroom apartment in zip code 20008, located in wards 1 and 2 and 3, is eligible to receive up to $11,800 in assistance per year, $11,800 in assistance per year, while a tenant with the same income and the same rent in zip code 219 or ward 7 is eligible for only $5,450, less than half of their counterpart in zip code 20008. This disparity further exacerbates inequities experienced by residents living in ward 7 and 8. But to receive any funding, tenants must prove they can pay off the remaining balance through a payment plan in addition to their monthly rent. Should a tenant be lucky enough to have a landlord open to a payment arrangement, seniors and disabled residents with fixed incomes often cannot accommodate a higher monthly payment. As DHS completes their program analysis under the Mayor's Racial Equity Plan, the agency should closely consider how tying the amount of assistance residents can receive to the fair market rent of their zip code exacerbates racial disparities in how assistance is allocated through ERAP. ERAP is a lifeline for the thousands of residents each year who face eviction in the district. While my testimony highlights critical oversights of the program's implementation, these issues are not insurmountable. DHS could take concrete steps to make this program more effective and equitable, even as its funding is constantly under threat. Improving access, educating the community, and reconsidering the way that we distribute funds will help ERAP reach the people who need it most and keep vulnerable DC residents in their homes despite financial hardship. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. I believe the next three witnesses are in person, so we'll have to switch seats with the folks at the witness table, unfortunately. McKenna Osborne with the Children's Law Center, Tanika Wheeler, and Ebony Pearson. McKenna Osborne, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm a policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Each year, we work with hundreds of children and families who utilize economic security benefits and homelessness prevention services administered by the Department of Human Services to meet their family's basic needs, including food, healthcare, and housing. My testimony today will focus on two forms of housing assistance administered by DHS that pose persistent problems for our clients: locally funded permanent housing vouchers and the Family Restabilization Program, more commonly known as rapid rehousing. My written testimony, which I will submit shortly, goes into more detail on these topics and also highlights why the council should remove restrictions that prevent pregnant people from accessing family homeless services until their third trimester. Evidence shows that long-term housing vouchers, like those offered through the Targeted Affordable Housing and Permanent Supportive Housing programs, are an effective tool for alleviating housing insecurity. With more than 1 in 10 district residents currently experiencing housing insecurity, including a disproportionate number of households with children, TAH and PSH vouchers are an essential resource for keeping low-income families stably housed in DC's unaffordable rental market. Recognizing this, the council has funded more TAH and PSH vouchers for district residents in recent years, and we applaud this investment. DHS and DCHA initially struggled to adapt and streamline their processes to accommodate these additional vouchers, but we want to acknowledge that on average, families have been able to move through the utilization process from match to lease up in a shorter period of time in FY23 and 24. DHS must further improve when and how district residents receive TAH and PSH vouchers by proactively addressing the persistent lack of transparency in initial voucher eligibility determinations, breakdowns in collaboration and information sharing between DHS, case management providers, and DCHA, and poor communication with voucher applicants. These problems currently keep families in housing insecurity limbo, unaware of if and when they will receive a voucher that they need to move. And this happens for months at a time. Children's Law Center is currently working with a family whose PSH application was submitted to DCHA over a year ago. Every time our staff or the family have reached out to the DHS contracted case manager or staff at DHS, we've simply been told it's pending or processing. When voucher applications are delayed like this, DHS needs to proactively get detailed answers from DCHA on the application status and any reasons why it's being held up, such as missing or incorrect information, and make sure that information is promptly and clearly communicated to families. Children's Law Center wants to make sure permanent vouchers are reaching as many families as possible because we believe they're a more effective resource than time-limited rental assistance through rapid rehousing. Rapid rehousing consistently fails to meet its goal of quickly moving families into permanent housing where they can achieve long-term stability. Instead of serving as a bridge to housing stability, rapid rehousing currently functions as part of a continuous cycle of housing insecurity. The experience and outcomes of participants in rapid rehousing will not improve without large-scale reform of the program, which DHS has failed to do. We urge this committee to move the rapid rehousing reform bill introduced last year forward to markup and the committee of the whole for a vote as soon as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. Tanika Wheeler.
Hello and good afternoon, Councilmember White and everyone here. My name is Tanika Wheeler and I am a native Washingtonian. I live in Ward 8 in a tax credit-based apartment. The neighborhood that I live in is very dangerous. They open gunfire during all hours of the day. This makes it hard for my children and other neighborhood children to play outside. I did not want to cry. Sorry. I'm raising 4 boys and working hard to show them a better path than what they see going on outside. I am trying to better myself so that me and my family can make it out of this type of environment. And I'm obtaining my degree and gaining experience better to better employment. The job market always insists that you need more experience for the good jobs. The DHS UDC Pass program has helped me in a great way. I was unsure of how to get back on my feet from the COVID shutdown because I was unable to return to the job that I had before. Many people will benefit from going through this program who don't know where to start. The ladies of the PASS program, Ms. Harris and Ms. Brooks, encouraged me to follow my dreams and set goals to achieve them. I want to be a business owner, so I enrolled in the PASS program and completed it swiftly. But to further my education, I then enrolled into UDC Community College to get my associate's degree in business administration. The PASS program is still helping me through the tutorial portion of the program where Professor Brenda Brown tutors me in math. Without the help of the DHS and PASS program, I don't know where I would be. The only thing I feel is missing from the PASS program is housing assistance. For individuals trying to better themselves, it can be a struggle to get a fair chance in the housing market. Therefore, many new buildings going up all around the city. There are many new buildings going up all around the city, but they are very expensive. And even through programs like inclusionary zoning, it may seem affordable to some with high-paying jobs. But to those of us who are just getting back on our feet or, just getting started in general, it's hard to achieve a better housing situation for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Ebony Pearson.
Good afternoon. My name is Ebony Pearson. I applied for TANF because at the time I could no longer work and needed support to get some assistance for my kids. My kids are ages 12, 11, 8, and 5. I originally when I went to DHS, I was hoping to get help for food and some other financial support, but I didn't know I would qualify. I didn't know that they will be assigning me to a program. I really was just there for the financial support. When I was referred to the program, I had mixed feelings because I didn't really understand why I needed to be assigned to this program. I was first sent to job placement program at FedCap. I had in my mind I couldn't work because of my kids' school schedule and needing to help handling school for pickups and more. I decided that while my schedule was really limited and the type of jobs I could get was limited, I could go back to school. I got transferred to the Education Occupation Training Program with FedCap. Ms. Hutchinson, she had me to do a vision board. At first, I thought the activities was cheesy, but then I put education on there. Going into the medical field was not something I thought I would get into. I was afraid of blood. My navigator, Ms. Thomas, gave me the extra push to introduce me to an idea that I may be good at it. I continue my vision boards, and now I include quotes to keep myself motivated. On my board now, I have, if you are scared, do it in fear. I enrolled in Academy of Hope for phlebotomy with the thanks of Ms. Smith, Ms. Mickey, and Ms. Murray. While in school, I was able to get financial support from TANF, but also able to tap into discrete expenses to also get school supplies like the fake arm from FedCop, was able to order me the practice to skill for my skills at home. My kids was very proud of me and helped me to study with flashcards and quizzes. I just graduated on January 30th and went to pass my state board. And now that I have the skill, I can find employment that will also fit into my children's schedule. Part of this journey has helped me to stop making excuses to myself, and I know I can do this. I can find something for me and my family. Next Wednesday, I will be attending the LabCorp job fair filled with confidence and present myself. In the last 2 years, I have grown so much with DHS and got started with the resources and the support that I need. And then I continue more from FedCop and Academy of Hope. My kids are also planning to their future and going to college and running their own business. Education for me when I was younger was just finishing high school. Now that I know education has no limit, I know I once I get my foot in the door, I can still go back to school to further my education. And I just needed the opportunity, and then I was shoot for the stars. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel of witnesses, really powerful testimonies around a number of things. I have notes on everybody who testified. Something that has come up, it came up in my conversation with Director Silla and will come up in my conversations with Director Zeilinger, is support for youth. What seems clear is that we don't currently have the tools for young adults to be successful. We have a lot of tools, but it seems like we're trying to push young adults into things that are not working for them, and particularly understanding that many young adults also have young children of themselves. And as a father of young kids, I know that's the number one priority: safety, opportunity, being able to keep rising professionally as you raise young people, and that's an incredible challenge. Not to mention, you're out in the real world, and often, nobody's fully prepared when we get out there, and you're trying to navigate not only, the other systems, but you're trying to navigate this system as well, this housing and homelessness systems. What is clear is we have some real work to do, and I think we don't need to spend any time insisting that we're doing the right thing, but rather we need to spend our time figuring out what we need to do differently and what either adjusted programs or new programs we need for young adults and for single parents, and including for single fathers, which is a voice that does often get left unheard. So one, I appreciate everything you all are doing to make it and to succeed, but I appreciate you being strong enough and willing to share your testimonies with us, because without these testimonies, we often don't know the gaps, which means we can't fill them. So it is meaningful that you all came and gave these powerful testimonies. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
There were a number of other issues in this panel around ERAP, medically vulnerable populations, a number of how long it takes to get benefits, a number of other things that I've made notes on, some of which I'm going to be sending some follow-up questions to the agency about. So everyone who testified on this panel, thank you very much. Our next panel, and I'm going to keep repeating that, I'm going to ask very few, if any, questions to most panels, because we have, with all of our agencies, about 150 public witnesses, and we still have quite a number to go. So our next panel will be Catalea Hernandez, Joseph McGee, Haven Smith or Heaven Smith, Lady Ventura, Wakil Ali, Maria Rivera, Donna Black, Ms. Demetrius, Judy Esty, Michaela Deming, Brenda Queen, Andrea Shelton, Christopher White. And you can fill in the seats sort of in the order I called. And then after you testify, if you're in person, I'll have you sort of move back to the other seating so we can rotate folks in. Andrea Shelton, Christopher White, Kafini Z, Tiffany Ferguson, Tangela Hicks, Emmanuel Woodfork, Janae Humphreys. This is the last one. Blake Turpin with DC Hunger Solutions, Courtney Bernard, Equal Justice Works Fellow and attorney with Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, Dr. Laurel Patchen, PhD, with Georgetown University Health Justice Alliance, Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project, and Daniel De Pielago with Empower DC. Catalea Hernandez. Catalea Hernandez.
Yes.
Oh.
It is me.
You can begin.
Puede comenzar. Quisiera que le diga. And what would you like me to tell you?
I'm not sure. I would love to know why you came today. If there are programs relevant to social services or Department of Human Services that you think are working or need to be improved.
Bueno, quisiera que por favor me cuente si es que usted considera que algunos programas relacionados al Departamento de Servicios Humanos que están funcionando o que deberían ser mejorados.
Bueno, sinceramente
Acérquese al micrófono.
pienso que sí, porque actualmente estoy viviendo en un shelter en el que nos tienen que sacar nomás todo el día y considero que debería estar abierto las 24 horas del día.
Well, I consider that there should be some improvements. I'm currently living at a shelter, and sometimes they take us out of the shelter, and I think it should be open 24 hours a day.
Porque no tenemos, bueno, al menos yo no tengo otro lugar donde pueda ir y mayormente sufro de fobia siempre que voy a diferentes lugares.
And my situation is such that I just don't have another place that I can go to. And when I do go other places, I have phobia. I suffer from phobia going to other places.
Y en DC Doors estoy acostumbrada porque todo el personal me conoce y es bueno conmigo y con todas las personas y mayormente con la comunidad LGBT.
And I like DC Doors. I feel accustomed to being there, and I think it's good with me, and it's good with other people, and it's particularly good with the LGBT community.
Esto es todo.
And that would be all.
Thank you so much. Let me say, we are not an overly formal committee, so whatever you have to share, good, bad, or ugly, share it with us. And thank you.
Y permíteme solo decir que, mire, no somos una comisión muy formal. Lo que usted tenga que compartir con nosotros, por favor, lo comparta.
Joseph McGee.
Hi, my name is Joseph. Nice to meet you. Hi, my name is Joseph. I was born and raised in Northwest DC. I'm currently a student at Montgomery College. I currently reside at DC Doors. I'm 22 years old. DC Doors has helped me out a lot. It's a good program and they help me with housing. I'm so grateful for this program. Many of the youth who wind up homeless have been failed by our system. This program is important because it helps you get your housing, ID, and Social Security. I think that we need more programs like DC Doors because we don't have enough. Most people are laying out on the street when they should not have to. DC needs more shelters that stay open 24 hours like DC Doors. Other shelters require you to leave at certain times of the day, and youth end up bouncing from shelter to shelter. Why can't we have the ability to stay at one place every day without being asked to leave?
I'm sorry, council member, may I have permission to interpret back into Spanish?
Please.
Mi nombre es Joseph, yo vivo en Northwest, en la parte noroeste de Washington, D.C., en Montgomery College. Tengo 22 años. Me parece que DC Doors es un buen programa. Estoy muy agradecido por los servicios que se han dado a los jóvenes en calidad de institución y me agradezco mucho por los servicios de seguridad social que se nos brinda. Hay muchos jóvenes como yo que estamos afuera en las calles y que necesitamos desesperadamente por estos refugios y deberían los refugios brindarse en 24 horas.
Haven Smith or Heaven Smith? You can come up to the table and we'll have you change seats with Catalea. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Council White Man. My name is Haven Smith. I'm a youth at DC Doors. I want to talk about what I'm going through and how I feel about DC Doors and why I'm at DC Doors. What it feels like to be homeless. I'm at DC Doors because of my mother. She kicked me out because I'm homosexual. I feel about DC Doors is better than other shelters. DC Doors helping me to get my document and provide me with food and clothes and housing and jobs. I feel like youth should not be homeless because youth have justice, youth have rights they fight for, and a lot of youth have power and stuff.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hayden Smith. Yo estoy en DC Doors. Quisiera contarles cómo me siento al respecto de estar aquí, cómo se siente estar en una situación de destitución. Bueno, yo estoy aquí porque mi mamá me ha sacado de la casa por ser homosexual. DC Doors me ha ayudado mucho para conseguir mis documentos, me ha ayudado mucho para conseguir trabajos, educación. Y bueno, yo considero que los jóvenes no deberíamos estar en la calle.
Thank you so much. Lady Ventura.
Hello, everybody. My name is Lady. I'm 23 years old. I can say I'm one of the OGs in DC Doors. And the reason why I'm here is because I want DC Doors to be open 24 hours like it was before. DC Doors is a really good place to live at. And So I was basically in another shelter before DC Doors. I was at Harriet Tubman. And I didn't know anything about DC Doors. And they were treating me really bad. Harriet Tubman into I came to DC Doors and it was another another type of atmosphere, I was feeling like home. So I can say DC Doors is like my second home. And this is where I should that's why I think DC Doors should be open 24 hours again. We had an issue going on. We had an accident. Somebody got shot inside DC Doors. And to be honest, it took DHS for it took a life of a youth to to be gone in order for DHS to take action. And that really hurt us. That really hurt DC Doors because he was part of the DC Doors family. Because I call it like that because DC Doors is like a second home to me. And I feel like it's more secure now that we have security there. Now that we have security there, I feel like DC Doors should be open 24 hours now. And I don't think DC Doors should be closed for the day and then because personally I don't have nobody else to go, and we are in winter still, and so personally I would like DC Doors to be open 24 hours again. That's all.
Thank you. We're going to check the interpreter skills now.
Hola, mi nombre es Lady. Yo diría que soy una de las personas que tienen mayor trayectoria en DC Doors y yo desearía que DC Doors se quede abierto por 24 horas. Es un muy buen lugar para estar. Anteriormente yo estaba en Harriet Tubman. Sin embargo, yo no me sentía bien ahí y no me trataban bien. Entonces yo siento que en DC Doors hay una mejor atmósfera. Es como mi segundo hogar. Me parece que debería estar abierto 24 horas al día. Bueno, sí, tuvimos un accidente en DC Doors, hubo un tiroteo, murió un joven y bueno, le tomó a DHS la muerte de una persona para que existan cambios y él era como parte de la familia. Yo siento que DC Doors es mi segundo hogar y bueno, ahora que está más seguro, pues pienso que debería estar abierto 24 horas al día y no pienso que debe cerrarse durante el día, sobre todo porque es invierno y yo no tengo a dónde más ir.
Thank you very much. Wakil Ali. Please come on up. Are you with DC Doors?
Yes.
Okay, excellent.
How you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
My name is Wakil Ali, but call me Wawa. I grew up in Uptown DC, Northwest. I'm 19 and experienced a lot throughout my childhood years and still experiencing things now. I came into DC Doors, a drop-in center that's 24 hours that helps you get housing. And they have opportunities that could potentially help you in the long run. They help you get IDs, birth certificates, food stamps. They provide clothes and have therapeutic classes. I lost close friends to gun violence and wish it could be a better way to handle situations. I feel like programs for youth and homelessness should be more open to trying new things that would show the youth that there's more life than these ghetto streets. I know a lot of people say the stuff that I'm saying right now, but I know for sure that there should be a better way to better our community, like sports trips and etc. I just want more successful programs for youth and homelessness to be determined to change our people's lives.
Thank you so much.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Wakil Ali, me dicen Wawa. Bueno, yo vengo de Northwest Washington, D.C. Tengo 19 años. Yo tuve muchas experiencias impactantes durante mi infancia, sigo teniendo algunas. Y bueno, yo llegué a DC Doors, al centro de acopio, que es de 24 horas. Y ahí nos ayudan con varias cosas, como para conseguir nuestros documentos de identificación, certificados de nacimiento, estampillas para recibir alimentos, servicios de salud mental. Bueno, yo he perdido a muchos amigos a la violencia con armas y bueno, pienso que los programas que tenemos en DC Doors deberían mantener a la institución abierta porque es importante mostrar a la juventud que hay más cosas que la violencia en estos barrios peligrosos. Por ejemplo, los programas de deportes y hay muchas maneras en las cuales podemos mejorar nuestras comunidades y eso es lo que yo quiero ver que suceda.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Maria Rivera.
Hi, that's me. Well, I think I recently just joined DC Doors. I recently got kicked out of my house because of arguing with my mom, and she had recently moved in with her boyfriend, so I had nowhere to go, and I found DC Doors. One of my friends introduced me to DC Doors, and one of the reasons why I think they should be open 24 hours is because since I've been staying there, I've met a lot of youth that they don't have nowhere to go. And me personally, I don't be having nowhere to go. There'd be times where I had to sleep in the train, and I just think that the program has provided me with food, laundry, and counseling. I get to talk to my peers. I've witnessed a lot of drug addicts, so in other shelters that I haven't felt safe. Staying here, I've met a lot of genuine people. And, I think they deserve an opportunity to join programs where they're accepted to be themselves. They get a lot of help. What else? I think they deserve to get treated like humans because, at the end of the day, whether we go through whatever we go through, it don't change who we are. And yeah, that's it.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María. Bueno, yo me incorporé recientemente porque a mí me echaron de la casa donde vivía con mi mamá, con su novio. Ellos peleaban mucho. Y bueno, yo encontré a DC Doors, está abierto 24 horas al día. He conocido a varios jóvenes de allí que no tienen a dónde ir, me incluyo a mí misma. Y bueno, en varias ocasiones tuve que dormir en el tren. Y yo considero que Disidor es muy bueno porque tiene programas que ofrecen comida, que ofrecen servicios para lavar ropa, que me ofrecen servicios para hablar con terapistas, incluso que puedo hablar con muchos chicos de mi edad. Y en otros lugares no me fue tan bien. Me encontré con muchos adictos a las drogas, en otros refugios sobre todo. Y bueno, aquí yo he encontrado a gente que es buena, gente que se merece buenos programas, que se merece ayuda, que se merece un tratamiento humano. Y yo por eso considero que DC2 debería mantenerse abierto.
Thank you so much. And Donna Black. Haven, would you mind hitting the button on that microphone right there? Thank you so much. Donna, oh, there you are. Yep, hit the button one more time and then raise that microphone up a little bit. There we are.
Hi, my name is Donna Black. I'm a youth at DC Doors. I want to talk to you about what I've been going through and how I feel about DC Doors. What I feel like to be homeless youth, it's it was hard at first, but when Ms. Ramika spoke to me, it became easier. With the resources, DC Doors helped me apply for an ID, a birth certificate, EBT. Ms. Ramika is like family to me. She reminds me of my mother. I don't open up to a lot of people. I don't open up just to anyone, but I open up to Miss Ramika. The staff is great and help us get things we need. If one isn't there, others are there to assist. If someone is doing, if something is wrong, they take ownership and handle it. We need more programs like DC Doors so youth can get the support they need. We could have more youth at DC Doors. If we had additional resource, I feel like no youth should experience homelessness. Youth are experience violence and being kicked out of their homes. Youth should have justice. Many youth have wisdom, focus, strength, power, and calmness and respect and abilities. All youth are champions.
Thank you so much.
Hola, mi nombre es Donna Black. Yo soy una joven que está actualmente en DC Doors. Bueno, yo he pasado por muchas experiencias difíciles, como por ejemplo la indigencia es una de ellas. Y la verdad es que esto se hace mucho más fácil cuando uno tiene los recursos apropiados. Cuando, por ejemplo, en DC Doors a mí me dieron una identificación, un certificado de nacimiento, me dieron estampillas de comida. Tamika ha sido un recurso muy importante para mí. Yo la considero a ella casi como una madre. Yo no hablo con mucha gente sobre mis sentimientos, pero yo he podido hablar con ella. Considero que el personal de DC Doors es muy bueno, es muy abierto, siempre están abiertos para asistirte. Y bueno, las personas se hacen cargo ahí de sus situaciones. Y yo considero que necesitamos más programas como DC Doors, pero es importante que tengamos los recursos suficientes para apoyarlos. Me parece que ningún joven debería ser echado de sus hogares, ningún joven debería estar en situación de indigencia. Los jóvenes necesitan justicia y todos tienen el derecho de conseguir sus sueños.
Ms. Demetrius.
Good afternoon, faculty and staff and committee. My name is Demetrius Hall. I'm a former youth advisor at DC Doors, and I am here to testify on the behalf of Zoe Doors. Jesus. Zoe's Doors is a really good place to be at. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's really good. I've been there since I was at the age of 19, experiencing homelessness. When I first got there, I did not know what to expect when I got there. I've seen youth, acting like the way they act, like they're on the streets. It was a lot. So I was like, okay, what am I doing? So like when I was there, I wasn't talking at all. I didn't talk to no one at all until I got older. I decided to, you know what, let me go ahead and start, talking to some of the staff in here and see what they can help me with. After that, I've started, job searching and trying to get things that I need, like food stamps, birth certificate, ID, and the staff there, they helped me with all of that, and I have everything that I needed with that, including I got housing, but I end up leaving to help with family. And at a young age, I lost my mom. So that was like really tough on me as a young person. So, and also I'm gay. So that was also a toll on me as a young gay person out here homeless. I had people judging me for who I am. And I had to step up and tell them, this is me. Let me be me. So once I went to Zoe Doors, I've started, looking around to see who was who, and just, having my time to myself to recognize everyone. And once I started talking to some of the LGBTQ community youth in there, I've decided like this is the perfect place I need to be. And so now at the age of 22, I've came back because I left my sister's house because they're through DHS, and they, if they would have went there and saw me there, I would have got put out because I don't really live there. So I left yesterday, came back to Zoe's Doors, and once I came back, everybody was so excited to see me. They was like, "Where you been? How are you doing?" And like, I just felt at home. So now that I'm back, I'm starting to help again as a former youth advisor and help the youth with anything that they need. Like, even though if I'm not at Zoe Doors, I'm out here helping homeless people, getting them food if they need it, providing them with information with shelters out here, you know? So it's not hard. Just get out here and do it. And also, some of the colleagues of mine said, we had a little incident that happened. And at first, I didn't realize that it was true, on Instagram, because one of our colleagues posted it. And I'm like, it can't be true. And so as I kept seeing the posts keep going on and going on and going on, I'm like, this is really serious. So like, I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, why? Why do it have to be us? Why I can't go turn a different page? Why we can't just sit down and talk? But someone has to get killed for what reason? What do they do? So as the committee, I think we should protect our youth in gun violence and just stop it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Yo soy un consejero de gente joven y quiero decir que Zoe's Doors es un buen lugar. Yo a los 19 años me quedé en una situación de indigencia y primero yo no sabía muy bien qué hacer, qué esperar, qué hacer al respecto. Bueno, como joven yo viví en las calles, no tenía con quién hablar y esta situación no cambió hasta que fui un poquito mayor, pero ahora de verdad que veo cómo puedo ayudar y me siento muy bien al respecto de poder ayudar. En Zoe's Doors yo recibí varios servicios como ayuda buscando trabajos, una identificación de identidad, certificado de nacimiento, y el personal de ahí fue muy bueno conmigo, me ayudó a conseguir todas estas cosas. Y incluso me ayudaron a conseguir un lugar donde vivir. Pero bueno, yo me fui porque tenía que ayudar con mi familia y yo como joven también perdí a mi mamá. También soy homosexual y indigente y eso ha sido duro para mí. La gente me juzga donde quiera que yo vaya y para mí es, bueno, ha sido una situación en la que yo he tenido que pararme y enfrentar mi situación. Y bueno, después de un tiempo yo regresé a DC Doors y ahí me hice cargo de la situación, comencé a colaborar, comencé a hablar con la población LGBTQ y ahí mismo yo también decidí que este era el lugar donde tenía que estar. Pero bueno, dejé también a mi hermana, dejé la casa de ella porque como ustedes saben, yo soy DHS y en ese momento yo me sentí verdaderamente emocionado al regresar. La gente estaba ansiosa por conversar conmigo y de nuevo me involucré como consejero con jóvenes y estoy yo muy activo, estoy hablando con mis colegas y considero que todos podemos hacer algo. Tenemos que estar conscientes de por qué nosotros, por qué no podemos solo conversar, por qué alguien tiene que morir para que cambien estas situaciones. Es muy importante que esta comisión proteja a los jóvenes y sobre todo de la violencia con armas.
Uh, I want to thank all of our young people, young adults from Zoe's Doors for testifying. I know you all came as a group, and so I just want to pose a few very quick questions so that you're not held for the entirety. First of all, it is very clear that this is a special place that wraps around and creates a community for people who need and deserve one. As I said earlier, we often don't know what's working and what's not working unless people come to tell us. And I appreciate you coming to tell us. Is Zoe's Doors? I thought it was now open 24 hours again. Is it now open 24 hours?
Bueno, obviamente este es un lugar
Haven, you
muy...
can come back up. Is it a yes?
Yes.
Yes, okay, except Thursdays. What happens Thursdays? Anybody know? Okay. Okay, I need to find out why that is. Have there been safety improvements since that incident?
Yes.
Can you come up, Wawa, please? I appreciate you. I want to make sure everybody can hear you who's not in the room. Sorry.
You get me?
Yes. Let me give the interpreter a second to catch up. I apologize.
Bueno, solo quiero decir que DC Doors obviamente es un lugar muy especial para la comunidad que lo necesita y que se merece. Y lo que yo quisiera saber es si es que está ya abierto, si se ha reincorporado DC Doors.
Wawa, they left you by yourself. So, have there been safety improvements since the incident?
Yeah, we got more security.
Okay, and how are you feeling now in terms of security?
I always feel safe, but I feel safe. I still feel safe.
Ok, entonces hubieron mejoras en términos de seguridad. Yo siempre me he sentido seguro y sí, considero que sí.
And we got a metal detector now. We ain't have a metal detector before.
Great.
Tenemos también un detector de metal que no había antes.
Last question, and I hope some of the folks in the back will weigh in. We do better work if people who don't normally testify come testify. What could we do as a committee to make it easier for folks to testify and feel comfortable testifying? And I'll let the interpreter take it first.
Bueno, nosotros hacemos mucho mejor trabajo cuando las personas testifican, dan su testimonio y nos informan sobre qué está sucediendo. Por favor, ¿qué podemos hacer mejor? ¿Qué podemos hacer para mejorar?
I feel like it shouldn't be public. Like what we have right now, it shouldn't be public because people are afraid to
Should
be
be-
seen.
Okay, should be private?
Yeah.
Okay, we can arrange that. Anything else?
Siento que no debería ser público, siento que debe ser privado para que otras personas no nos vean. Oh, ok, sí, podemos arreglar para que esto sea privado.
Hit the button one more time.
I think what can I do?
Or what could we do better that would make people less nervous testifying?
I feel like just communicate more.
Hear that?
Solo podría comunicarse más.
Excellent. All right. Thank you all. I really appreciate you being with us.
Muchas gracias a todos y todas por estar aquí con nosotros.
And thank you to the interpreter. Who's next? Judy SD.
Wow, what a tough act to follow. You all were incredible. I think we all wanted to applaud, so we're going to do it now.
Thank you. Michaela Deming, Policy Director with DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. Oh, okay. Other people I've called are wait. Okay, no, let me do this. Let me just keep going. So next person testifying is, I think I just said it. I'm sorry. Judy Esty. There we are. Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, Definitely a tough act to follow, but also what a privilege to be sitting here and listen to the testimony. My name is Judy Esty. I'm with the Platform of Hope. Thank you, Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Committee on Housing. Excuse me. Platform of Hope is a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that works with families facing economic vulnerability to define and pursue their goals across housing, education, finances, health, employment, and more. We're a member of Fair Budget Coalition and in solidarity with their comprehensive platform, and it has become abundantly clear, if it wasn't so before, that the Department of Human Services oversees a huge portfolio of programs, all of which are critical in ensuring that our city remains a place that upholds respect and support for all of our residents. And yet, as I'm sure you have heard over and over today, too often the services under their purview are administered ineffectively and at worst incompetently. And I'm sure it's not for lack of good intention, but as we know that sometimes intention is irrelevant and what matters is impact. I'm in solidarity with the many complaints raised today about the need for vouchers, for housing for domestic violence survivors, for language access, and overall for greater respect for the residents who utilize DHS's services. On behalf of the families that I work with in the Platform of Hope, I'd like to uplift the following concerns for DHS housing programs. ERAP, Emergency Rental Assistance Program. This year, in an effort to ensure the funds did not run out halfway through the year, as we saw in fiscal year 2023, the ERAP portal has been operating on a quarterly basis. And on one hand, this makes a lot of sense. I understand you're trying to stretch these dollars throughout the year, but what this has happened in effect is creating a lottery system that you can either access it because you're able to utilize the system and the system doesn't fail. And when you're uploading documents, it doesn't crash and you're able to do it. Others have spoken about this. Or families that we worked with, almost none of them have actually been able to successfully submit their application. And it's not because they're not notified in advance, they're not prepared, something goes wrong. And then as we saw on January 2nd, the portal closes after 5 hours. So we have taken a program that is our one program to prevent the trauma of eviction and prevent people from experiencing homelessness, and we're turning it into a lottery. And again, I understand that this will be slightly ameliorated with the $20 million that's coming for the next 2 cycles, but I'm very concerned about the impact this is going to have in future years because, as I understand, we're really facing a dire budget. So if we are not funding ERAP at the level that we should be funding it, and right now the level is not, clearly it is not. If a program runs out in 5 hours, that tells me we need more money. Then I'm very concerned about what the impact is going to be in future years. And according to the DC Urban Institute, 12% of DC residents are housing insecure. I understand there seems to be some sort of thought that ERAP folks are like gaming the system. They're not gaming the system. This money is going to their landlord. It's not going to enrich any individual who is accessing that money. And yet, the suspicion that somehow people are trying to get rich off ERAP, that's just not the way. I understand that we have a greater problem. The greater problem is there's not enough affordable housing. But while we're waiting for that system to be fixed, what are we asking of the people when we don't allow them to actually access the program that's supposed to support them? There's so much more to say, but we know we're limited on time. I'd like to urge the council to support the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act of 2023 to ensure we're implementing much needed reforms to the Rapid Rehousing Program. And I'd like to echo that just with all of DHS's services, there is such a delay in communicating with families. We have so many times when families are told that they aren't eligible, they're kicked off their TANF benefits, their SNAP benefits, whatever benefit they have, even though they have met the deadlines for recertification, but the people who get those documents don't review them in time. And so I would like to just say with DHS in the room, please, please, please do whatever you need to do. Hire more staff, ask for more money, because we need to make these systems work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Michaela Deming with the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence.
Good afternoon, Chair White, members of the committee and staff. My name is Michaela Deming, and I'm the Policy Director of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence. We are the federally recognized statewide coalition of domestic violence service providers here in DC, and we have 18 member programs. Here in DC, there are 39% of women and 25.5% of men living here have experienced sexual violence, physical violence, stalking, or some combination thereof perpetrated by an intimate partner. We also know that domestic violence is a leading cause of homelessness. 55% of homeless families, 24% of homeless single adults, and 40% of homeless youth report experiencing domestic violence. I'll quote directly from the Point in Time Count report. As has been the case for several years in the district's Point in Time Count, Surviving domestic or intimate partner violence is the most reported life experience among adults in families, with most family heads of household reporting in 2023 this was true for them or their children. And also of note in that report, almost 50% of unaccompanied women are also reporting domestic violence histories. We fear that district leadership is ignoring domestic violence when our own government data shows a significant amount of unhoused youth, women, and families who cite domestic violence as a contributing factor or the current cause of their homelessness. We see our fears substantiated when we witness year after year a pit count making the links between domestic violence and homelessness, and year after year, a budget that does not fund or support the basic needs of survivors. We continue to speak up in meetings and reach out to leadership at DHS and ICH, but the omission persists. Leadership is not meaningfully considering their own data and not incorporating domestic violence and survivors in their processes. ICH has made some effort to include domestic violence into their emergency response and shelter operations and strategic planning goals for 24 and 25. However, the language used in those goals designates domestic violence as an adjacent system. We're concerned that the way that domestic violence is being included fails to recognize the percent of survivors seeking services or being served in the homeless services system. We know that the units in the domestic violence housing continuum are woefully inadequate to meet the needs of survivors and are frequently operating at or near full capacity. DHS and ICH both must meaningfully and systemically address domestic violence as a leading cause of homelessness. There is considerable expertise in domestic violence survivor services, including our organization and our incredible member programs, some of whom you're hearing from today, to support DHS and ICH to do this. However, victim services are already under-resourced to meet the need. Dedication to addressing DV as a leading cause of homelessness requires the allocation of funding commensurate with the identified level of need. We do recognize and appreciate that DHS staff who recently began administering the domestic violence grants are working hard to be collaborative and responsive. We're grateful for the relationship we have with these staff members and intend to continue to build that relationship for the betterment of survivors. However, DHS leadership continues to ignore the intersections of DV and homelessness because it does not devote funding and time on par with the experience of homeless families and individuals who clearly state year after year that domestic violence is the cause of their homelessness. To shorten the rest of my remarks, I want to say that we recognize that member programs and grantees of DHS have been asked to make 5% cuts. We must emphasize the high stakes of these organizations rolling back their services. Even if they're not labeled as domestic violence housing programs, we know they are serving survivors, and any cuts will affect those survivors and what they rely on to get and stay safe. We stand in solidarity with the Fair Budget Coalition and its platform, and that includes standing firmly against any mid-year budget cuts. I will conclude by saying that through proactive partnership with ICH and DHS, we will be able to address the rise in youth and family violence in the district and give our youth and families the safe and secure lives they deserve. We're committed to being DC's leader in efforts to stop violence, and we hope that district leaders across government agencies will join us. Thank you, Chair White, for the opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Brenda Queen. Brenda Queen. Andrea Shelton. Andrea Shelton. Christopher White.
I'm here.
Wonderful. Welcome. You can begin your testimony.
How you doing? My name is Christopher White. Hold on one second, please. My name is Christopher White. I'm 24 years old. I'm a diabetic, and I have no family I can rely on. In 2023, I was home and living on the streets in my wheelchair and ended up in a hospital. When I was ready for discharge, when the hospital was ready to discharge me, DC shelters refused to take me because I have oxygen tanks for my COPD. I called a legal clinic for the homeless, and they helped me get placed at the Capital Skyline in early November. While I was at the Skyline, I ended up in the GW hospital for a week after, and included where I couldn't breathe, and the doctors there wrote a He wrote a note saying I could not safely stay in the shelter setting. The reason for this for the reason for this is that I have several COPD and oxygen, and I weigh 628 pounds. My attorney sent this note along with other hospital records to Dr. Sheldon Jones, the ADA clinical director of DHS, and asked that I be allowed to remain in the hotel until I could get into housing. Dr. Jones never responded to this, even though my attorney reached out to her many times. In December, the DHS people at Skyland told me and everyone staying stand there that we has less than a week to leave the hotel. And they told me I had to go to a shelter, even though they knew this would be dangerous for me. My attorney requested an emergency hearing. Cool. Hold on one second. Appealed this and that this and at the hearing we learned that Dr. Jones had gone to GW hospitals to try get information The doctors who said that I can't stay in the shelters, the judge still ruled in my favor and said that I must be allowed to stay at the hotel. When the Skyline Hotel completed closed down in the late December, DHS moved me to a new hotel, but only because the judge ruled against them. I'm still at the hotel 2 months later, even though I now have an apartment because Dr. Jones has refused to help me get a home health aid in place. Dr. Jones is supposed to support people like me with the diabetes. I'm a disabled, and make sure we are safe. Instead, she ignored my request. Please help me. When I was at the Skyline, I tried to prevent from getting me help. That's all.
That's a lot. Thank you for being with us. Kafini Z. Kafini Z.
I'm here.
Welcome.
Okay. Sorry for the delay. Oh, that works. Okay, I'll try to be brief. Dear Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing, my name is Kafini Z, and I am a homeless single parent of a toddler that has been navigating the district's homelessness services since October 2023. After becoming a full-time parent with no real support in September of 2021, and then losing a major source of income almost exactly a year later, my daughter and I began walking the road to eviction in early 2023. With my tax refund, I managed to get current on rent in March of 2023, and ERAP, which I had applied for in the fall of 22, came through in time to pay April rent, but after that, we had no way to afford rent plus our other needs simultaneously. In searching for help through this time, I applied for and received WIC. I asked for my child's father to help, and when he refused, I filed for child support. We utilized Produce Plus and Medicaid, and I worked as much as I could with my child in tow, but could no longer evade our eviction hearing by late October. Since Free Legal Aid refused to help me with that hearing, I stalled for time. I had eviction hearing postponed until December. In the interim between eviction hearings, I first tried to engage homelessness prevention services at Virginia Williams Resource Center. During that first attempt, I was told that I should try to get out of the lease by offering to vacate the apartment by the end of the month in return for reduction in bag owed rent. The landlord was not willing to take that offer, and the only payment plan the landlord offered was untenable for me. The first case manager I met with also essentially told me that since we technically still had housing, there was nothing they could do for us. The next time I went to Virginia Williams trying to avoid homelessness, a person working there pulled me aside and told me that in order to get into the rapid rehousing program, which was a goal of mine at that point, I needed to vacate the apartment, put our things into storage, come back to Virginia Williams, and say that we had nowhere to stay. Before the December hearing, I followed those instructions, except that I admitted we were staying with friends, which apparently translated to the case manager that we still had housing. So we were referred to Everyone Home DC for case management. After the intake session with Everyone Home DC, I was never contacted again by my case manager. despite informing her that my friends could only host us until January 20th of this year. During the intake session, the case manager had informed me that because neither I nor my child was disabled, and because I worked for myself instead of having traditional employment, that we were ineligible for rapid rehousing and could only get assistance with first month's rent and deposit. I was grateful for that, but knew it wouldn't be enough, as having eviction on my record would stop my rental application from being approved, precluding the opportunity for first month's rent and deposit. By the end of January, my daughter and I began sleeping in my car. I went back to Virginia Williams seeking shelter, as I know that it's illegal to live in a car with a toddler. The Virginia Williams Center contacted Everyone Home DC and had my case manager's boss call me to address our situation. Mr. Boss, case manager, first tried to offer my friend money to rehouse us, but that isn't feasible. So he then sent us to a colleague who manages an apartment building that accepts applicants receiving the 3 to 4 month rental assistance that he offers. In talking with the colleague he referred us to, I discovered that none of the units available had rents within my budget once the 4 months of subsidy was over, and made this clear to Mr. Boss, case manager, and his colleague. Mr. Boss, case manager's solution for this was ERAP, and he told me we could always come back to Everyone Home DC. I again informed him that my child and I were sleeping in my car and needed shelter, so he then threatened to report us to Child Protective Services in efforts to bully me into taking a unit I had told him I could not afford. After that conversation, I went to Virginia Williams for hopefully the last time and asked for a new HPP. When that seemed infeasible, I went to a legal aid table. I went to the legal aid
All right, Kafini Z, I hope we will have you back. Regardless, we'll ask DHS to connect with you. Okay, and we'll send it to you via chat. All right, we may come back to Kafini Z, but for now, Tiffany Ferguson. Tiffany Ferguson. Tangela Hicks.
Hicks here.
Oh, wonderful. You can begin your testimony. Welcome.
Great day, beautiful people, council and community members. My name is Tangela Hicks. I'm a Ward 8 resident, DC advocate, and member of the Legal Aid DC Community Advisory Council. I've submitted 2 testimonies. One is on DHS recertification issues that some residents have stated to me, and another is on the DCHA voucher program and what some new applicants have stated to me. I would like to ask the panel to refer over to my testimonies because they're more in depth, but I would like to briefly speak on the voucher program. I myself was given the opportunity to participate in the program 5 years ago, and it seems from the start that the focus was to have me lose my opportunity instead of use the voucher. And I find that kind of crazy because if the objective is to obtain and maintain the voucher to sustain better living, then I don't understand why when issues occur that the agency be so quick to try to snatch the voucher from you. One example, I had went to the 1133 North Capitol Center, let's say it was on a Wednesday, and I updated my application and made sure all my stuff was straight because I knew that the list was open for homeless individuals and families, and I had been on the list for like 20-something years. So I got a receipt, got a stamp stating that my information was current and up to date. That Friday, a DCHA representative was calling my secondary number and stating to them that if I didn't call by Monday, I was going to lose my spot on the list. Yes, I gave the representative on Monday an earful because I couldn't understand why I was just given 1 business day, not even 5. Now here it is 5 years later, and I have DC residents coming to me excited about the opportunity that they've been offered to participate in the voucher program. And they too have stated that someone called the secondary number, not the primary number, how they almost lost their opportunity. Also, I've recently seen the director being asked about the other issues that's on my testimony and how he addressed it. He said that he was going to be working with his team to improve everything, even the issues that was brought to his attention that he didn't know anything about. He said he was going to be working on that. I personally, the last 2 years, have seen DCHA moving and strives to improve the overall DC resident experience and their overall agency. I've had the opportunity to work with several focus groups and design sessions, and today I am asking the council, DCHA, DHS, and all the agencies involved to please consider continue to work with the lab, which is the housing research team for those who do not know. I feel as though with their insights, their strategies and ideas and the way that they are going about depicting each issue from the bottom in each section and then moving their way up, I think was their approach that the whole system and the whole can improve and that everything can get better in due time. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, and everybody have a great day.
You too. Thank you for being with us. Emmanuel Woodfork. Emmanuel Woodfork. Janie Humphreys. Janae Humphreys. Janae Humphreys. Blake Turpin with DC Hunger Solutions.
Everyone, apologies, my laptop died, so I'm going to be reading from my phone here. All right. Good morning, Councilmember White and members of the committee. Thank you for convening this hearing and the opportunity to testify on the performance of Department of Human Services as it relates to SNAP. My name is Blake Turpin. I am the program associate overseeing our SNAP and specific populations work at DC Hunger Solutions. DC Hunger Solutions is an anti-hunger nonprofit that's mission is to solve hunger in the nation's capital. In my work, I provide direct assistance to community members to address their food needs using the conversations I have every day with community members to influence policy advocacy priorities and hold state agencies accountable. DC Hunger Solutions is also part of the Fair Budget Coalition and fully supports their budget platform as well. DC Hunger Solutions has worked closely with DHS for many years to improve SNAP policies and the client experience. We currently hold the SNAP outreach contract in the district. We help residents complete the application process, submit documentation, follow up on the status of their applications, submit inquiries if any issues arise. In addition, we provide eligibility information, dispel myths about participation, reduce stigma, and connect residents to other crucial services offered by partners. First, we want to acknowledge that the ending of pandemic flexibilities and practices continues to play a role in administering SNAP, and we commend the role that DHS has done in the face of staffing shortages, high caseloads, and decreased funding. DHS has continued to work to improve SNAP access and quality by applying for various waivers, updating their policies and practices to make benefits more accessible. We would specifically like to congratulate and applaud DHS for applying for and being awarded the Elderly Simplified Application Project waiver by USDA. This waiver has already made a difference in the lives of many of the district's older adults and people with disabilities who participate in SNAP, and we're looking forward to working with DHS on the next phase of the rollout. Additionally, we want to applaud the rollout of Give SNAP a Raise benefits. We have consistently heard from residents, particularly older adults, that their SNAP benefits are insufficient, especially in the District of Columbia. Due to high cost of living and rising inflation, the federal SNAP benefits amount are not sufficient for many households. We have heard from households that they are unable to purchase the food necessary to care for themselves and their children, especially those with medically tailored diets. We've recently heard from one resident that she is excited just to have cold milk, jelly with her peanut butter, and fresh bread. These benefits will be a lifeline for many households, and we would love to see them expanded permanently. DHS continues to suffer from staffing shortages, technical issues, and ever-increasing demand that can only be addressed through additional funding and support for the agency to recruit and train workers. Our major concerns are around processing timeliness and case and procedural error rates. In most recent data, DC reported that only 42.86% of SNAP applications were processed timely. This ranked 53rd out of all 53 states and territories that administer SNAP. USDA considers 95% and above to be an acceptable percentage. This means households are going without crucial benefits and leads to increased benefits and furthering increased visits, furthering a cycle of high caseload and overwork. Additionally, DC has a case and procedural error rate of 80.46%, which means that 80.46% of SNAP denials and terminations made by DHS were made erroneously and or without following the proper procedures. These challenges are immense, and they mean that households are going months without getting necessary benefits, or they're forced to reach out to a DHS service center or call center, or they're going without benefits at all. I have more testimony that I've submitted written. Also want to lift up our support for District Direct, and we're looking forward to working with DHS to see various technological fixes, improve processing timeliness, and would also flag that it'd be beneficial to have a better sense of which departments own which piece of the District Direct website. Thank you again for the opportunity to offer testimony on our experiences with DHS. Thank you for your time and attention. We look forward to working with you to improve the health, nutrition, well-being of everyone in DC.
Thanks for being with us today. Courtney Bernard with Equal Justice Works.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and council members. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Courtney Bernard, and I am an Equal Justice Works fellow and attorney at the Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project with Georgetown University's Health Justice Alliance, also known as PLAW. I'm a Ward 1 resident who has been proud to have called DC home for the past 10 years. PLAW is a medical legal partnership at MedStar Washington Hospital Center that collaborates with MedStar to provide legal services to their most historically and intentionally marginalized expectant, birthing, and postpartum patients. I'm here to highlight some of the common challenges with accessing and maintaining public benefits such as TANF, SNAP, and insurance benefits, and to offer our commitment to work with DHS and this committee to implement solutions. The perinatal period, pregnancy through postpartum, imposes unique physical and financial demands. Economic security is a protective factor during this period and can lead to improved health outcomes for the entire family. Without stable or reliable benefits, perinatal patients face stressful, health-harming situations, like being forced to stretch food resources, miss rent payments, or return to work within weeks of giving birth. PLAW's medical champion, Laurel Patchen, will provide further testimony on the negative health impact of these issues. There are 3 common benefits issues facing the patients we serve, even after they timely and accurately provide the requested documents to DHS. 1, patients face trouble adding a newborn to a benefits household, resulting in months of underpayments or complete terminations of their benefits for the entire household. 2, patients endure lengthy and unpredictable processing timelines. Many wait well over 45 days for their applications, household changes, or recertifications to be processed by DHS. 3, patients receive unclear and contradictory notices or receive no notices at all. We've had patients who receive multiple notices in the same day with conflicting information, and others who were told their benefits were set to terminate for not providing documents they already submitted. These issues are often linked or happen concurrently. One recent PLAW client was Miss B. Within days of giving birth, Miss B attempted to add her newborn to her SNAP household and applied for TANF. She provided DHS with the requested documents for her newborn and was told her claims would be processed within 45 days. For nearly 3 months, she received a SNAP underpayment and did not receive any TANF or an update from DHS as to when she could expect to receive benefits. Miss B had no other source of income while she was recovering from birth and bonding with her child, making these benefits critical for her family. Only after being referred to PLAB by her health providers and having an attorney advocate on her behalf did Miss B receive the proper level of SNAP and TANF benefits, including multiple months of back benefits. PLAW is committed to supporting this committee and DHS to identify and implement solutions that will reduce barriers to economic security for perinatal patients who need a reliable and easy to navigate public safety net. Finally, I want to recognize the dedicated public servants at DHS who regularly help our team resolve benefits issues without us having to file a formal appeal. Last year, with their assistance, we were able to secure nearly $140,000 in back pay, underpayments, and future payments of SNAP and TANF. While we are extremely grateful for their work, we know that addressing issues in an ad hoc manner is not an efficient solution, especially when there is rarely a dispute as to eligibility and patients still face periods of food and financial insecurity because of lengthy resolution times. We know there are still many community members as well, including those who are pregnant or postpartum, who do not have access to an attorney and may not even know they are experiencing an underpayment or wrongful termination or denial. These considerations make system-wide fixes even more pressing and important. Thank you for your time today. I'm available for questions and possible solutions.
Thank you very much. Dr. Laurel Patchen with P-Law. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. Again, my name is Laurel Patchen. I'm a midwife who has practiced for over 25 years in the District of Columbia. I work at Washington Hospital Center, which is a safety net hospital for our community, and we serve about 3,500 delivering persons a year. I'm also a proud resident of DC. I've lived here for over 25 years, and I've been a continuous resident of Ward 4. As Courtney mentioned, I'm testifying as the medical champion for the Perinatal Legal Assistance and Wellbeing Project, which we call P-Law. I hope today that I can impress upon you how critical it is for patients that I care for to obtain and maintain access to these kinds of safety net benefits that we're talking about today. I understand that the Council is acutely aware of the high maternal and infant mortality and morbidity rates in our community, particularly among our Black citizens. While these statistics are sobering, for me, I still understand these dynamics most intimately through my practice and my relationships with my patients. The kind of consequences of the delays that Courtney described manifest to me as patients who I see week after week who cannot gain weight during their pregnancy and their babies aren't growing. And in conversations with them around access to foods, it is not unusual to learn that they have simply not received benefits to which they are eligible. Oftentimes, my patients are told by agents that they should just reapply, that there's some kind of problem in the system. Fortunately, Courtney and the Medical Legal Partnership has taught me and other providers that that's actually not the right thing to do. And we're able to now quickly refer and connect these patients to legal advocacy. Civil legal advocacy is critical for mothers and their babies during pregnancy, delivery, and after. Because what happens once they receive that advocacy and they don't reapply and they have assistance, they often receive their benefits, and then they can quickly get their health and their health of their pregnancies back on track. The particular patient that I was referring to, I saw 2 weeks after the referral to P-Law, and she came in, and for the first time, she had a brilliant smile on her face. And she was so happy to see me. She gave me a hug and told me that she had met with our attorney. The attorney had gotten her case reopened. They recognized the wrongful denial, and she had received her benefits. She went on to gain weight appropriately. Her baby grew, and she actually enjoyed a beautiful delivery with a healthy child of a normal birth weight. As Courtney described in her testimony, P-Law team works regularly with us, and as she mentioned, they recovered over $140,000 in wrongfully denied benefits. That money saves lives. It keeps children out of our NICUs. It keeps our mothers off the streets. There's potentially no more important area for maternal health for us to concentrate on than making sure that people have access to the rights that we as a community have endorsed that they are eligible to. Over 55% of maternal and child health outcomes, health outcomes in general, are not attributed to what happens to me or with me and my patients in a clinical encounter. It's attributed to the social and environmental determinants and drivers of health. Those are the kinds of things that we as a community are entrusted with. And we need to do a much better job in making sure that people have access to the kinds of services that we've already said we endorse. and that we want to provide people so that their families have the best opportunity to be healthy and thrive. We will never systematically improve maternal and child health care outcomes in our community unless we find ways to tackle these complex variables within the context of providing health care to families. And we need to do this with some great urgency. Mothers and their babies are dying in our community. There's no more rapid way for us to address this than by ensuring that the social and environmental factors that wrap around our families are ones that are supported in the way that we as a community have decided that we want to offer. Thank you for your time today, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Last witness for this panel, Daniel Del Pielago with Empower DC. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council member. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I work with Empower DC. Stream of Empower DC's work focuses on eviction prevention. Along with other nonprofit partners, we do outreach to folks at risk of eviction to let them know about the Landlord Tenant Legal Assistance Network, LT-LAN, and other resources that can help. One key resource that we let residents know about who are facing eviction is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, ERAP. ERAP is a critical frontline program that helps DC residents behind on their rent avoid experiencing homelessness. It is not a program that is being gamed by district residents, as we've heard from city leadership. This past year was a tough one for many applying for ERAP. Aside from the usual issues that stem from ERAP funding becoming depleted before the year ends, the changes to the way the applications are taken created many more issues. We've heard about the multiple crashes to the ERAP website, the inability for people who do not have access to the internet and or a device to actually access the application, result in many people unable to even begin the application process. In general, the application process can be very difficult for many people who do not have the time and or the know-how on traversing the application process, especially English language learners and folks with a disability. Although these issues have affected this program and the help it can provide district residents, it is much needed. It is a much needed and effective program. DHS should take this feedback they've heard this afternoon and make the necessary improvements so all DC residents have a fair shot at this critical resource. My organization, along with others in the eviction prevention space, have held ERAP pre-screening events to help tenants in need understand the application process and understand if they qualify or not. We believe that these type of supports with potential in-person application options, a better and easier to use application could go a long way in making sure this process is more equitable for all district residents. Lastly, while I understand this is not a budget hearing, we should be clear that the need exists. In the absence of true affordable housing in the city, this program must continue to be funded and funded at a higher rate if possible. Thank you so much for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us. Thank you to this entire panel. There certainly is a need for more resources for programs within DHS. There's no doubt about that. We've had a couple people for whom the system and programs are not working, so we're going to work to help you and work between you and the agency. One quick question, just for my clarification, Blake Turpin, have people gotten do you know if everyone has gotten retroactive SNAP benefits at this point?
Yeah, to my understanding, it went out on Saturday, and then anyone who had any issues with that, DHS was able to resolve, but we're definitely keeping an eye on it.
Okay, I appreciate that. And so a number of things that came up in this panel are conversations that I'm going to have with the director when we get to that point of the hearing. But I want to thank you all for being with us and testifying. We are going to keep moving through. However, I am also human. We're 7 hours in. I'm going to take a 10-minute break. So we're going to be in recess for 10 minutes, and we will resume with our next panel of public witnesses. We are in a brief recess. All right, we are going to start pulling things back in. All right, we are resumed. I'm going to call the next panel of public witnesses. Daryl Washington, Tristan Miller, Diana Key, Martha S. Asefa, SNAP and WIC Outreach Associate with DC Hunger Solutions, Catherine Crossland, MD, Director for Homeless Outreach Development and Healthcare for the Homeless at Unity Healthcare Incorporated, Anna Plaza, Director of Social Services at IUTA, Race Akbar, Senior Staff Attorney with Legal Aid DC, Elaine Musipi, Tatiana Bell, Context Team Member with DC Next, Tia Talo, Context Team Member with DC Next, Taj Malani, Context Team Member with DC Next, Sister Charlotte Wagner, Executive Director of Newcomer Network Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington, Maurice Williams, Lenora Kelly, Francis Whitfield, Ethan Bro, Kevin McNair, Tamala Williams, Program Manager with the Washington Literacy Center, Lakita Barnes, with the Washington Literacy Center, Danica Dempsey with the Washington Literacy Center, Javona Campbell with the Washington Literacy Center, and Nahimana Robinson with the Washington Literacy Center. Daryl Washington. That you, sir? Oh, we were almost there before we took a break. You can begin your testimony.
First, thank you. I'd like to thank you, Councilman White, and also your committee for allowing me this opportunity.
You're good to go.
You know, I had to sit there listening to all this. On one hand, I'm terribly disturbed and almost like a loss of confidence. You know, being homeless since 2017, taking total responsibility on why I became homeless. But to hear us talk today about the issues that has been consistent since 2017. So I don't really need to talk about the issues anymore. The thing that bothers me is now when I have to go into a shelter after in 2 weeks having gunshots done right at the front door, a person dying inside the shelter. And as we say here, the young folks, and we talk about money being the issue, money is not the issue. After sitting here hearing those that are in the head of this make the statement so insensitive to simply say that there is nothing, and we can't do nothing. That insensitivity made me think about when I was a child. We didn't have a lot then. It's not always about being homeless. Maybe it may be a little bit about caring, giving some love, even in the circumstance and the situation that we're in. Maybe we can start there. But the level of insensitivity, that no compassion, no love, and just to say that this is it, that can't be enough. When I gotta start thinking now that I don't want my children to be the one to say, my daddy was the next one that died, trying to do the right thing. From his mistakes, the next one that died. And then we want to start making things change. Why do another person have to die? It's not a problem with the money. I think it's the level of being accountable and how it's being issued and monitored should be the issue here. I gotta wake up every morning saying this just may be my last day, because there is no other place to go. All of the organizations out here are having the same issues. So we don't need to talk about what the issues are. Do we want change? We can build all these other buildings and put people inside of these other buildings for money. And are we just money? Or are we humans? We've lost the sensitivity of being humans. And it hurts that I gotta every morning wake up saying, I just might be the next one to die. I just might be the next one to die for trying to do better. I thank you all for the opportunity, but it has to stop being the talk. We have to do something different, because I don't want my child to have to come up with a father in this senseless foolishness in a world that they should feel welcome being a part of. Thank you all for this opportunity for letting me share.
Thank you for being with us. Tristan Miller.
This is my 5th month in DC. I'm originally from Virginia, and upon coming here, I saw something that really troubled me. I saw a lot of people that didn't have hope. I saw a lot of people that have given up. I've seen a lot of creative people, a lot of intelligent people, a lot of people with degrees, a lot of people with a lot of potential, but they have simply lost the hope to keep on going. They have been on these streets for so long that they're not living anymore. They're in survival mode. They're in these shelters. They're not getting enough sleep. They're not getting the proper nutrition. They're not getting the proper help. And then people wonder why they act the way that they do. And certainly and surely depression starts to creep in. All of these mental illnesses start to creep in, and they're not getting the proper help for that. So something has to change. We can look at these people, we can look at us all you want to in a certain type of light, but the thing about it is we're not having that empathy shown toward us to get that proper help that we need. Now, the thing about it is these people can be very great people in society, but we're not giving them that opportunity to do it. We're not showing them the same kind of love that we would give our own family. And the thing about it is we're all here on the same planet. None of us asked to be here on this planet. So with that being said, if we really, anything can happen to you, anything can happen to your children that can just take it away from you just like that. And you will be in the same position that we are in. So with that being said, if you would want that opportunity for your children, if they were to, God forbid, ever get into that situation, then you would have to use your power to fix that situation for the rest of us, because it can't just happen to you as well one day. God forbid. It really sucks when you look at somebody and you actually get to know them and you see all of the potential that they have. But then you hear, man, nobody wants to help me though. Nobody cares. And so they start to shut down. They start to shut down and they start to lash out. They start to break down mentally. They're not themselves anymore. They're losing themselves. They're losing what made them special when they were born here. It's really, really sad to see. Because at some point, we have to stop being so concerned about ourselves and realize that the actions that we look down on these people for, we have the same capacity to make those actions ourselves. There can be a serial killer out there and we're like, oh no, it'll never be me. But the thing about it is we are all human. We are all flawed. We can make those same mistakes that those people make. The yin and the yang, the good and the evil. But we have to balance out that evil with the good. If you have the power to make a change, if you have the power to be good, then do it. Because it's not just for everybody else, but it's also for yourself. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Diana Key. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Diana Key. I am a client and an advocate for change at Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter. I am here to testify that the current management does not serve well the 175 women who may come to the shelter daily for help. First and foremost, before other matters can be accomplished, we find our biggest challenge, the unprofessional management, the lack of knowledge management, the uninformed management, the non-compassionate management. Even in the midst of change, I was berated by staff. On Saturday, February 17th, 2024, he lashed out at me because he did not want me to have a pair of shoes that had just been donated. He looked down at my feet, then looked back up at me and shouted, "You're not getting them. You already have shoes." DHS remains in the distance, has its hands off of the daily operations. We have been left to an environment that makes us feel unsafe, underserved, unwelcome, underhumanized, and underneath your feet disrespected. I feel the need to testify because I live at Harriet Tubman Women's Shelter, unlike anyone who sets rules for the operation. I see the needs of the women firsthand. I see the need for a hot breakfast. I see the need for a closed closet with wide variety. I see the need for personal care items of a wide variety. I see the need for computers. I see the need for Wi-Fi access. I see the need for commercial washers and dryers. I see the need for employee sensitivity training. I see the need for compassion. I see the need for psychiatrists. I see the need to extend medical hours. I see the needs that DHS doesn't see. We don't want cover-ups and lies. I see the vision that Mitch Snyder had. If you treat people like people, they'll act like people. Thank you, Council, for your time. Together, I hope we can be on the right side of change.
Thank you so much. Martha Asefa with the DC Hunger Solutions.
I woke up this morning and my daughter was listening to a cartoon, and there was this quote that made me turn around. "When you are scared, look for the ones who are helping." Thank you, Councilmember White. I deeply believe that you are helping. We're counting on you to have persistent oversight and commitment to ensure that key rights and dignity is realized. I'm Martha. I have the privilege of doing SNAP outreach, mostly working with older adults and families. I want to start by saying I really value and appreciate the close working relationship and leadership of Anthea Seymour and Brian, who bring their whole selves to the job, and their entire staff. I really want to lift up the policy team who's constantly getting USDA waivers that are making the work more possible. The tech team goes above and beyond to do what they can with District Direct. And I want to celebrate the entire staff for implementing Give SNAP a raise and soon summer EBT. Let me acknowledge the challenging year that we have all faced and the increased caseload that ESA is dealing with, the return of horrendous restrictions from USDA and Congress, and a lot of challenges navigating District Direct. Listening today, I don't have to explain to you the lack of the impacts of the lack of food and its impact on health and mental well-being. I have wept in this hearing room. I love everyone who was here today, sharing more perfectly than anyone else. But I know in this work, I experienced secondary trauma, and the impact that that has on me and the impact that it has on burnout. I can't forget the heartbreaking calls with community members who are suicidal because they don't know where their next meal is coming from and their paperwork is tied up with ESA with no timeline for it being fixed. It's imperative that trauma-informed care is embedded in every aspect of this operation. Today, I wept hearing the traumatic stories of people experiencing trauma from DHS. Workers must be given extensive support to process the emotional impacts of this job and its effects on their mental health. This will lead to retention of workers and improved customer service that so many desire. I have grave concerns over the district's timeliness. When my toddler is hungry and I don't give her a snack, a temper tantrum ensues. I feel deep empathy with those experiencing intense hardships. I hear most from parents and older adults who have no income and are in dire need of SNAP to put food on the table. DHS is taking 2 months to process expedited benefits when USDA asks that benefits be delivered in a week. Taking calls from folks who are deeply anxious and emotional because they are hungry and are waiting endlessly for their paperwork to be processed keeps me up at night. DHS has consistently refused to share timelines with advocates on what to communicate with the community on processing timeliness. Timeliness is a big issue with processing recertifications, mid-certifications, verification documents, and change of circumstance. This must be fixed with urgency. In my testimony, I'd outline recommendations for language access, DPO, District Direct, and many other issues, but I want to close by saying we are your partner. Help us address these issues.
Thank you so much. Catherine Crossland, MD, with Unity Healthcare. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
I can.
Excellent. Wonderful. I am in clinic today, so hopefully I won't be disturbed during this. Good afternoon, Chairperson White and esteemed members of the committee. Thank you for convening this hearing. My name is Catherine Crossland, and I am a resident of Ward 3 and a physician at Unity Healthcare, where I have been providing medical care to individuals experiencing homelessness for the past 14 years. Over the last 3 years, Unity has had the honor of collaborating closely with DC's Department of Human Services to stand up emergency response sites during the COVID-19 pandemic. Throughout this challenging period, we participated in shaping and implementing the city's medical response to support our most vulnerable neighbors residing in large congregate shelters and encampments. We commend the city for its swift and effective actions, which undoubtedly saved numerous lives and prevented countless hospitalizations through initiatives like the isolation and quarantine sites and the pandemic emergency program for vulnerable individuals. While reflecting on our pandemic response, it is crucial to recognize the invaluable contributions of organizations like Unity Healthcare towards addressing the healthcare needs of the homeless population. Along with serving as the largest network of community health centers in the district, Unity Healthcare has been at the forefront of providing medical respite services in collaboration with partners such as Christ House, Volunteers of America, and AmeriHealth for over 35 years. These services offer a vital lifeline for individuals who are too ill to stay in shelters or on the streets, but do not require hospitalization. Within our facilities, patients receive comprehensive support from a dedicated medical team, including medication assistance, wound care, case management, and access to transportation for specialty care, among other essential services. Expanding upon our commitment to medical respite, Unity Healthcare has extended our services to the 801 East Medical Respite Facility, providing a secure environment where individuals can recuperate under the care of medical professionals. This initiative not only reduces the strain on hospital resources, but also fosters a supportive environment for individuals to address their healthcare needs comprehensively. As we continue to navigate the aftermath of the pandemic, it is evident that addressing the healthcare needs of individuals experiencing homelessness requires a multifaceted approach. In my testimony today, I would like to underscore three critical areas of focus: medical respite, integrated medical and behavioral health care, and improved alliance coverage. 1, medical respite. Medical respite plays a pivotal role in homeless medicine by offering a safe haven for individuals requiring medical care beyond what shelters or street settings can provide. This cost-effective intervention not only reduces healthcare costs, but also provides comprehensive care, including medication assistance, wound care, case management, and transportation to specialty care. With the increasing prevalence of older adults experiencing homelessness who often have complex health needs, the demand for medical respite services is greater than ever. The recent call to increase available medical respite services, as highlighted by the Interagency Council on Homelessness, underscores the pressing need for sustained investment in this essential resource. I urge the committee to prioritize expanding low-barrier medical respite options to meet the growing demand and ensure that individuals receive the holistic care they deserve. 2, integrated medical and behavioral health care. Efforts to address homelessness must prioritize integrating medical and behavioral health services. Too often, individuals with substance use disorders or serious mental illness face barriers in accessing appropriate care. We must move away from siloed approaches and instead develop holistic care models that address the diverse needs of individuals experiencing homelessness. The success of initiatives like PEPV, which provided on-site mental health services, addiction services, alongside medical support, emphasizes the effectiveness of integrated care models. By investing in community crisis stabilization and expanding access to comprehensive care facilities, we can better serve individuals with complex medical and behavioral health needs. And 3, improved alliance coverage. Lastly, we must advocate for improved insurance coverage to ensure that individuals experiencing homelessness have access to necessary medical support. Alliance Medicaid should be expanded to cover services such as home health aid assistance, assisted living, and nursing home care. During the pandemic, we encountered numerous individuals who required these services but were unable to access them due to coverage limitations. Expanding access coverage can provide vital support to individuals like a patient I'll call Mary, whose medical needs require ongoing assistance. When the last PEPV hotel closed in December 2023, its residents transitioned to 801 East Medical Respite Facility, where Unity Healthcare continues to provide vital support. Among them is Mary, once a personal chef to the Cameroonian ambassador who faced health challenges and found herself homeless. Now at 801 East, she requires frequent assistance due to her limited eyesight and progressive dementia, highlighting the importance of medical respite facilities. Recognizing the need for sustainable solutions, Unity has advocated for site-based permanent supportive housing with integrated medical and behavioral health services, aligning with the mayor's Homeward DC 2.0. Initiatives
Dr.
like—
Clausen, I hate to interrupt. You're about a minute and a half over, and we have like
Oh my
70
gosh.
folks left.
I am so sorry.
No problem.
Yes. Anyway, so PSH Plus, I thank you so much, and I will answer any questions, but I assume there won't be time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anna Plaza, welcome. And with Ayuda.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Anna Plaza, and I'm Ayuda's Director of Social Services. Since 1973, Ayuda has served more than 150,000 low-income immigrants in the DC metro area, empowering individuals to access justice and transform their lives. Ayuda looks forward to continue partnership with the Department of Human Services as we rise to meet the growing demand for trauma-informed, culturally specific services for survivors of domestic violence in the district. AYUDA receives funding from DHS through the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act for non-residential counseling, case management, and supportive services for survivors of domestic violence. Through support group meetings, emotional support, accompaniment, safety planning, referrals, and case management, AYUDA staff increases the independence and safety of domestic violence survivors and their families. Through training and presentations to community members and other service providers, we share critical information about domestic violence and the resources available for survivors. This past December, DHS asked AYUDA and other fiscal year 24 grant recipients to make reductions to their already approved budgets. This reduction comes at a time of increased need for victim services among the low-income immigrant community. AYUDA services play a vital role in addressing domestic violence in the district. Immigrant victims of domestic violence are far less likely to seek support that breaks the cycle of domestic violence without access to a trusted community-based organization. Reductions in our funding although progress made in hiring and retaining experienced bilingual staff to provide ongoing long-term services. Due to this fiscal year 24 budget reduction, we are facing hard decisions about our vital programming and staffing. We had budgeted to hire a new case manager to help meet the increased need for our services, but may now be unable to do so due to the decrease in grant funds. Although we serve hundreds of survivors annually, we must refer many survivors to other organizations due to funding limitations and capacity constraints. The district continues to be a primary destination for newly arriving immigrants, many fleeing high levels of violence, crime, natural disasters, and poverty. Many are victims of domestic violence and living in precarious conditions due to lack of legal immigration status and work authorization, which often isolates them and makes them more vulnerable to further victimization. Due to increased needs among this population and among the immigrant community in general, AYUDA and other service providers are unable to fully meet the high demand for victim services without increased funding. AYUDA, as a member of the DC Coalition Against Domestic Violence, support the coalition's fiscal year 25 budget platform, which reflects the needs of our organizations and the unmet needs of all domestic violence survivors in the district. With funding from the Family Violence Prevention and Services Act being reduced, we urge the DC government to add local funds to supplement federal funding for non-residential counseling, case management support services, and education and outreach services. These services are critical for survivors and their families to gain safety and stability. Without the supplemental local funds, AYUDA will face a substantial cut to grant funding that would have a devastating impact on our services. Additionally, we join the coalition in asking for DHS to dedicate additional funding for housing and housing assistance services for survivors. Housing is the #1 request and unmet need for survivors we serve. We look forward to continue to partner with DHS in this important work. On behalf of AYUDA, we appreciate your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Reyes Akbar with Legal Aid DC.
Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Reyes Akbar. I'm a senior staff attorney with Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid provides free legal services to low or no income residents of the District of Columbia, including advice and representation on housing-related matters such as eviction defense and voucher certifications. I'm here today to offer Legal Aid's perspective on the Rapid Rehousing Program. Legal Aid largely shares the same client population as the program, which is why I believe our perspective on this issue is valuable. Legal Aid supports passage of the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendment Act for reasons I will describe in my testimony today. First, the Act would require DHS to assess all families in rapid rehousing for eligibility in the permanent supportive housing and the targeted affordable housing programs before exiting them, and would require DHS to notify the families of their eligibility within 5 days of making the determination. Legal Aid supports this change because it will ensure that all families who could be eligible for new long-term subsidies funded by the Council will receive a proper assessment and have the right to know whether they qualify for additional assistance prior to being exited. These subsidies are vital because the most significant problem with rapid rehousing over the years has been DHS's decision to exit families from the program after they have overstayed an arbitrary time limit, despite not having the income to maintain stable, affordable housing without a subsidy. As a result, many participating families return to homelessness despite a year or more in a major anti-homelessness program. Second, the Reform Act will ensure that rents charged to families in the program are affordable. Under the current regulations, participating families must pay between 40 to 60% of their income in rent before accounting for utilities. However, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development defines affordable housing as that which costs no more than 30% of household income, meaning the minimum rapid rehousing rents required by the regulations are definitionally unaffordable. At present, many participating families end up in eviction proceedings because they cannot afford their rent, utilities, and other basic necessities. The Reform Act would solve this problem by capping rents in the program to 30% of household income. Third, the Act will save money by ensuring that families who do not want case management services will not be required to participate in them. Families in rapid rehousing have long been required to comply with mandatory case management services. But rather than having a specifically identified need for case management services, many rapid rehousing participants just simply don't have the necessary income to be able to afford their rent. Despite this, the regulations continue to require all families to participate in case management, with the recent cost estimate being $863 per family per month. For FY22, that came out to about $35 million spent on case management. And yet, DHS's own reports show that most families in the program do experience no increase in their income, meaning there's little to no measurable benefit for this $35 million in spending. The Reform Act would end this wasteful spending by making case management services voluntary for all families in the program. It would give DHS the opportunity to reallocate some of the funds previously spent on case management for other necessities. For those reasons, Legal Aid urges swift passage of the Rapid Rehousing Reform Amendments Act. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to take any questions you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you for being with us. Eric Romero with La Clínica del Pueblo.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairperson White, council members, and council staff. My name is Eric Romero, and I'm honored to stand before you today as an intake and benefit specialist at La Clínica del Pueblo. I'm grateful for the opportunity to discuss concerns regarding the Department of Healthcare Finances performance related to the DC Alliance program. La Clínica del Pueblo is a federally qualified health center providing health and community services since 1983. Our mission is to build a healthy Latino community through culturally appropriate health services, focusing on those most in need. As an intake and benefit specialist, my responsibilities are to provide information about different health insurance programs, determine eligibility, and help patients complete the required application. The district has made significant progress in extending healthcare access to all district residents, including eliminating the 6-month recertification progress and in-person application for the DC Alliance. While these positive steps signify progress towards health equity, it is crucial to shed light on persistent challenges that continue to impact our patients during the renewal process. We constantly find inconsistent information in the DHSF provider portal. When our patients go to the ESA office, they are told their insurance is active. When we look in the portal, we see a message saying they are not eligible. And to make it even more confusing, the recertification date shows that the patient renewal is not until 2025. I would also like to highlight that many of our patients that go to the ESA offices to ask for help report feeling mistreated, and many of them say they do not receive interpretation services. We recently had a patient go through this experience. He is a 56-year-old male who was confused, frustrated, and was not sure what to do to be able to see his doctor and get his medication. I contacted the DHS office for guidelines, and they did not provide any solution. Such lack of clarity and support only serves to exacerbate the stress experienced by patients already grappling with health concerns. Another prevalent issue related to inconsistency is lack of clarity when we submit group applications. I've sent over family applications for renewal for their DC Alliance insurances, and some of the members of the families are approved while others face unexplained denials. Additionally, although many patients have received recertification yearly, we see patients who only receive the renewal for 6 months without any explanations, sometimes less. These are just a couple of examples of what many of our patients have to go through when trying to renew their insurance. Many of our patients suffer from chronic condition, and lapses in care are detrimental to their health. The management of chronic conditions require timely medication adherence and constant communication with primary care physician and specialists. The DC Alliance program is one of the most vital benefits that extend access to low-income immigrants who do not qualify for medications. Today, I would like to ask the DC Council to consider healthcare access beyond just a doctor's visit, but as a responsibility to ensure that systems and processes are in place so that people can obtain insurance without disruption. By doing so, we can collectively guarantee that our community members and all DC residents receive the consistent, and reliable healthcare coverage they deserve. Again, my name is Eric Romero, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Elaine Musipi. Elaine Musipi. Tatiana Bell with DC Next. Oh, excellent.
Good afternoon, Councilman White. My name is Rachel White, Senior Youth Policy Analyst at DC Action, and I am going to be testifying on behalf of Tatiana Bell, Context Team Member with DC Next. DC Next, formerly known as the DC Network for Expecting and Parenting Teens, is now housed at DC Action. DC Next focuses on the dynamic needs of expectant and parenting youth by centering young people in a multi-level, two-generational systems approach. And so I will now read Tatiana's testimony. My name is Tatiana Bell, and I would like to share my testimony regarding housing and the Department of Human Services. As a mother who became a parent at a young age, I understand how challenging it is to obtain a housing voucher in Washington, D.C. I have tried to obtain a housing voucher, but it seems that if you are not homeless and living on the street, you are not eligible for help. This is a problem because it is challenging to get to that point, and it should not be the only way to receive assistance. Even if you have a temporary place to stay, your case won't be taken seriously because they will assume you have a home. I believe that someone's couch, floor, or extra room should not be considered a permanent home. It is unfair that we must work harder to convince family members to let us stay with them instead of ensuring that my children and I have a stable place to call home. We need a place where we can feel safe and secure. Therefore, I urge DC to reconsider how they provide vouchers to families like mine who were once homeless and did not have a stable place to stay. We need a more compassionate system that understands the struggles many families face when trying to obtain housing. DHS should also start providing family members with extra food stamps within their third trimester. WIC is just not enough and is extremely limited. They took over 6 months to add my recent daughter, which was hard because she needed special formula that WIC does not offer. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for reading that testimony.
You're welcome.
Tia Taylor, are you with us with DC Next?
I think she should be testifying virtually. I don't know if she's in the waiting room. It's Tia Taylor too. With
Oh,
an
is it?
R on the
Okay.
end.
All right. But if you're able to, we'll try to reach her. If you send her a note, just let her know to connect with housing at dccouncil.gov, and we'll get her in. Taji Malani with DC Next. Okay. Sister Charlotte Wagner with the Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Sister Charlotte Wagner, and I'm the Executive Director of the Newcomer Network of Catholic Charities of the Archdiocese of Washington. Catholic Charities has a long and proud history in the district, providing a variety of needed services, including services to immigrants. I'm speaking this morning in support of DHS's Office of Migrant Services, and to thank the mayor and the council for creating and funding that office. Catholic Charities works through OMS to provide case management services to newcomers who are staying in the temporary residence facilities and the respite center in the district. OMS was created in the fall of 2022 in response to critical needs as the number of newcomers in the DMV sharply increased. OMS provides services targeted specifically to the immigrant population. That office collaborates with immigrant-serving nonprofits and is able to target services particularly to the newcomer population. This is a population with particular and somewhat unique needs, including for culturally appropriate services, service providers who speak their native language, and case managers who understand the immigrant experience and understand immigration legal requirements. Our Catholic Charities case managers can see each day the difference that these services make. These newcomers who choose to stay at the district's temporary residences and respite center are primarily asylum seekers. They arrive in crisis, oftentimes exhausted, bewildered, anxious, and often traumatized from a long, difficult, and dangerous journey. We consistently see that a top worry on the minds of newcomers as they arrive is how to comply with all immigration law requirements. Caseworkers assist them in understanding the requirements, getting to their immigration appointments, and connecting with immigration lawyers. In addition, the case managers at the residences are bilingual, and they understand the family's culture and the journeys they've been through. Our case management services help newcomers enroll their children in school, receive needed medical care, comply with legal requirements, apply for work permits. The residences are basic, there are no luxuries, and they're not perfect, but they provide critical services to a group of people who find themselves in a very difficult place for now. They're vulnerable and they need help for now. Funding for OMS services, including the temporary residences and the respite center, is an investment. While some newcomers move on to other jurisdictions, others remain in the district. This population need not become chronically homeless, nor chronically in need. They're eager to work, they're eager to become full contributing members of the community, and they have a great deal to offer. The services provided through OMS give them a temporary safe space and the support they need as they learn to navigate in their new home. Our caseworkers see each day that families that arrive in crisis gradually are stabilized, are able to comply with immigration requirements, are empowered to find housing and employment. Newcomers who arrive to needing assistance gradually become contributing new members of our communities. I thank the Council for making this investment, and I urge continued and expanded supports for newcomers. Thank you.
Thank you. I think Tia Taylor is with us from DC Next. Nandy Barton, I believe, will read the testimony.
Yes. Oh, I'm right here. Sorry.
Excellent. Welcome.
Councilmember White. Oh, can you see me? I don't think.
See you.
Okay.
There we are.
There we go. And let me get. Sorry, our contact team had a family emergency, so I thank you all for being patient with us today and also being flexible.
No problem.
While awesome. Now okay, here we go. Just pulling up her testimony. Okay, so I'm Nani Barton, and I'm reading the testimony for Latia Taylor, who is a context team member with DC Next. Hello there, my name is Latia Taylor, and I want to share my experience with the Department of Health Services. Although DHS offers a wide range of services, some of their programs have challenging eligibility requires. For instance, accessing food resources, housing, and money can be difficult. One of the significant issues I face with DHS is their accessibility to housing programs. I was accepted into the Rapid Rehousing Program as an independent adult. However, before my time was up in the program, I found out that I was pregnant. I talked to my case manager about trying to get into permanent supportive housing since I was laid off from my job, or at least try to re-enter the program, but the time as a family. After a while, my case wasn't picked up and things went downhill from there. I still had not obtained a job. My child, who had not been born yet, is the only good thing about this process because she wasn't affected by the confusion. I was then connected with Homeless Prevention Program, HPP, who was currently in transition of staff after my then case manager, who was only my case manager for 3 days before exiting her position, left. I never spoke to my new case manager. I sent an email, follow up with the staff and also the responsible party, and still to this day, I have not heard from anyone. DHS communication is very poor. I can't get into the details of the struggles just to obtain food stamps, insurance, or the process I have seen from others trying to obtain TANF. But unfortunately, I don't have enough time. I hope that my testimony shared some light on these issues and my story can help improve the services provided by DHS. She wants to thank you all for listening. Oh, she has also 2 minutes left. So I want to really encourage and say thank you to the other people that testified today, especially the public witnesses. As someone that has went through DASH program, domestic violence, and has struggled with homelessness as well, I just want to encourage you all to keep sharing your voice, keep sharing your story, keep being in places where you are heard. And to the mom of the 4 sons that spoke earlier, please keep following your dreams. Robert Councilmember White, thank you so much for providing this space for witnesses. I really pray and hope that council will take the recommendations from the people that they heard from today and really change what's going on in our city so we can have more growth and have more families thrive. So thank you so much for allowing me to speak and testify on behalf of my context team member, Latia Taylor.
Thank you very much to you, Nandy Barton, and to Tia Taylor for your testimonies and contribution today. Very glad to have you both. Next public witness is Maurice Williams. Here we are. Been a long time coming. That's right.
Good evening, council members. Thank you guys for having me today. I'd like to share my experience with extreme discrimination at a men's shelter, Emory Shelter. I've only been in Washington, D.C. for the last couple of months, actually at the beginning of January. I came here from North Carolina after experiencing extreme discrimination from the staff members. I qualified for rapid rehousing also, and they told me that I have to keep coming to the same shelter in order to become like a resident at the shelter. So that's what I did, and I was cursed out by the staff members. So I wrote a grievance. I wrote them up, and I wrote another staff member up. And when 12 beds became available, they took 4 people in front of me that was only there for about a couple of days, and I was there for about a month. And then after that, they continued to discriminate on me because I kept pointing out the rule book and the rules to them. They was trying to make us leave an hour early, and we actually have up until 7 o'clock. And so they decided to lie on me and use security on me and put me out the building because I kept pointing to the rules that they're their rules. And so I just came here today to share my experience, even though I've been here for a short period of time. You know, it don't compare to what everyone else is experiencing, but you know, I believe that they are trying to hold me into a bad position because they don't want me at the shelter, especially at Emory, because it's a really nice place, mind you. And the director is really good. He's really nice and he does a really great job. But some staff members in hypothermia just feel like they can do and say what they want. And a lot of guys are afraid to speak up because of their opportunity could be ruined. So, because I couldn't even get nobody to back me up because they were saying they was afraid to speak up for themselves because they don't want their opportunity ruined, like they trying to ruin mine.
I appreciate you being with us. Let me just clarify. This is the shelter, or is it Emory Rec Center used for hypothermia? Oh,
I'm in a hypothermia right now.
mhm.
So they have a residence upstairs also. So
Okay.
that's why I'm trying to make it to, but you know, I have to be consistently coming there for a while. So it's been about 2 months now.
Okay.
And yeah, it's
If you could just, do you still have the grievance that you wrote? Could you email it to the committee so we can look into it? I appreciate it. I want to thank you for being here. We will look into it. Thank you. Lenora Kelly. Lenora Kelly. Francis Whitfield. Francis Whitfield. Ethan Bro.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman White and members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to allow me to address you all today. My name is Ethan Bro. I'm a social work intern at Rising for Justice. It's a nonprofit organization in Ward 6 of DC, and we operate as a legal clinic providing comprehensive legal services, advocacy, and support to individuals and their families who are affected by systemic injustices, with a focus on addressing racial discrimination, economic inequality, and barriers to access to justice. Beyond legal assistance and advocacy, Rising for Justice provides support to individuals and families in accessing social services, such as housing assistance, which is kind of the focus of this committee. So in my time here, I've been able to work with a diverse set of clients and a diverse set of challenges that comes with that. Immigrants from all over the world, people impacted by educational and technological inequalities, people with debilitating physical and mental disabilities. And every day at the clinic, I hear stories of clients' perseverance through horrible living conditions, their barriers to employment, their resistance to seeking legal or governmental assistance because of the fear of retaliation or deportation. So many systemic barriers prevent them from living in humane conditions. But still, they maintain their strength to survive and utilize the resources available to them. Last week, a colleague and I were told by a client that, you know, every day they feel like they're in a rut, that they're lost, and like everything's going wrong. But when they have the resources provided to them, they feel hopeful for the first time in months, years. These are individuals who are often isolated and alone, whether it's physically, emotionally, but they're also individuals who grow and thrive when provided with the support they so desperately seek. ERAP plays a vital role in supporting many of DC's most vulnerable residents, as you've heard since 9:30 this morning. So I don't want to talk too much about all the amazing things that it does, because there are a lot. But as I mentioned earlier, Rising for Justice staff, including myself, we work with a significant number of clients impacted by educational and technological inequalities who can't necessarily interpret or have difficulty interpreting the online applications by themselves. And while we work to help them in any way that we can, a lot of them have no access to the internet to complete the online applications when they come online. So this has caused many potentially eligible applicants to miss out on ERAP funds because they just don't know how to upload their documents or work the computer in a way that would make them successful. And as we slowly emerge from the height of the pandemic, many citizens of DC, I think, would benefit from DHS having a walk-in clinic of some kind to fill out the applications in person. And I know I'm running out of time, but I'll just say this one last thing. To my knowledge, DHS only accepts a set amount of ERAP applications per cycle. I think it was 3,500 last time. But because of ERAP's opaque eligibility rules online, many ineligible applicants that apply and are immediately denied take the spot of potentially eligible applicants who didn't have the time to apply or were locked out because of technical difficulties. If it would be possible to be more transparent about the eligibility requirements posted on the website, or having the portal reopen for spaces freed by the immediate denials, I feel like that would be kind of helpful. I would love to hear feedback on that. But again, I'm out of time. Thank you guys so much for allowing me the space to talk. And I appreciate all the perspectives today.
Thank you for being with us. Kevin McNair. Oh, I'm so sorry. It is late in the day. Kavina McNair. Kavina McNair. Tamala Williams with the Washington Literacy Center. Lakita Barnes.
Hello. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
excellent. Welcome.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Again, I just wanted to just put out there, I do have a couple of customers that would like to testify. I did put a couple of people that wanted to testify, so they'll be logging on later. Anyway, thank you so much. Good afternoon. I want to thank our chair of the Committee on Housing, Robert White, committee members Matthew Fruman, Ken McDuffie, Zachary Parker, and Brooke Pinto for the opportunity to speak with you on behalf of Washington Literacy Center, WLC. I also want to thank my team at the WLC for their passion, skill, dedication to the customers we support. I have the privilege of working with an exceptional group of professionals. The Washington Literacy Center is a DC-based nonprofit founded over 6 years ago. Our primary focus is adult literacy and educational services, and we are a DHS TANF provider. We are committed to helping people complete their education and achieve self-sufficiency and family stability. My name is Tamala Williams, and for nearly 2 decades, I have proudly served at-risk residents of the District of Columbia. For the past 4 years, I have had the privilege to serve as Washington Literacy Center's TEP program manager. As I mentioned, our entire team is dedicated to helping our customers achieve their goals through education, skill attainment, and employment. However, our guidance means nothing if we don't understand the needs and hear the voices of our customers. My case managers are patient, kind, and caring. They take the time to be good listeners, helpers, and coordinators so that customers maximize the benefits of the TEP program and move closer to becoming self-supporting. Since last year, the Washington Literacy Center has more than doubled our enrollments in the previous 2 quarters from 15 to over 32. with 9 new registrations for the third and fourth quarter. This is a dramatic increase from the first and second quarter of fiscal year 23. WLC currently has 95 participants enrolled in educational programs. Last year, my focus was on employment, childcare, and education. I will concentrate on mental health, financial stability, and career-focused credentials this year. We also have strengthened our in-house educational offerings by launching a dynamic course called Learning Skills for Life, a 5-week intensive bartending and pre-employment experience designed to accelerate participants' career training, workforce readiness, and employment opportunities. Yes, participants learn how to make 100 classic cocktails, but just as importantly, they get a crash course in financial literacy, load versus power to manage stress, workforce behaviors for success, and career empowerment. As a result of the course, participants resolve long-standing IRS problems, cut up credit cards, develop personal budgets for the first time, and learn to be on time when the door to the classroom was locked to those arriving for the 9 a.m. class to 9:01. WLC's instrumental partnership with Diageo North America, an international beverage company and professional bartending school, makes this free program possible. Without the critical support of Diageo, participants would have to pay for this program. Despite our customers' numerous barriers, we keep them focused and encouraged to strive to lift the whole person to be whole person to be better life by partnering with them to find solutions to meet their needs. However, I would like to stress again, our efforts could only be maximized with continued personal engagement of staff and customers. Our case managers strive to continue personal engagement of staff with customers. Our case managers strive to build customer relationships by actively listening to them, earning their trust consistently, following through, and treating them respectfully. In conclusion, the Washington Literacy Center will continue our mission to raise adult literacy in Washington, D.C., so our neighbors can function well on the job, with the family, and in society. We also strive to provide participants with the highest quality customer support possible, while providing each person with the tools necessary to accomplish their educational, vocational, and occupational goals. Thank you again for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Washington Literacy Center. I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Lakita Barnes with the Washington Literacy Center. Lakita Barnes. Danica Dempsey with the Washington Literacy Center. We do lose people this time of evening. I apologize. That's taken us a while to get to folks. Giovanna Campbell with the Washington Literacy Center.
Hello. Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you for having me. So I'm Giovanna Campbell. I'm a participant with the Washington Literacy Center TEP program. I enjoy participating in this program because I have learned and accomplished things that I, never really thought that I would be accomplishing. One second, please.
No problem.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I am a mother. My son was interrupting my speech. my speech. Okay, so I enjoy participating in this program because I have learned and accomplished some things that I never thought I was going to or even thought of achieving. The services are impressive. I have received a certificate because they offer national certificates, basic computer skills. They offer certificates in CPR, services for children and families, and the learning skills for life bartending and work readiness course. Earning a bartending certificate is a certificate I received, and being able to say I am certified in mixology in that field took me it kind of took me to another level after graduating because I was more confident in myself. When I started with the bartending, I was in a situation where I was homeless and having things going wrong for me and my children. That situation kind of helped and uplifted me. With the Washington Literacy Center, they provided resources that helped me achieve stability and a home for me and my children. Within the help of my case manager at the Washington Literacy Center, I am now in a stable environment and home. She referred me to a place that helps families find temporary shelter after waiting all day with my very tired and very hungry young children. The people at the housing referral office told me to leave and come back tomorrow with my children and my belongings. But my caseworker at the Washington Literacy told me not to leave and not to move until they found me somewhere to go. She was very persistent with that. So I listened to her and I got put in a nice shelter. On top of that, from there, I went to finish, got my mixology training certificate. Thanks to the Washington Literacy Center, I am back in culinary school and I feel more confident about myself, my future, and my children's future. I want to thank the Washington Literacy Center for the support, resources, and one-on-one help to let me know that everyone struggles and that I am not in this situation alone. And trust me, I know living in DC can be very difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
I want to thank this panel of public witnesses for being with us. We are going to keep moving because we still have a number of public witnesses. But you know, I will say that the concerns about shelters, particularly Harriet Tubman, are very concerning. I'll ask some questions about that to Director Zeilinger. Concerns around various benefits, the timelines, meeting patients' needs. I hear those loud and clear, very valuable for this hearing. And if we need to, we will follow up with witnesses if we have any specific questions. But I do want to thank you all very much for being with us. And for the folks from the Washington Literacy Center, thanks for being here. A big fan of the Literacy Center, so glad to have you all in this hearing. And for Sister Wagner on OMS funding, I will ask a bit about that in this hearing, and we'll get into that more during the budget. So thank you all very, very much for being with us. Nahimana Robinson will join this panel, but not at the beginning. Morgan Denny, Lethality Assessment Program Advocate with DC SAFE. Monique Malazia, the TANF and Power Coordinator with DC SAFE. Zachary Mason with Bread for the City. Lakeisha Williams. Fadumo Adan, Case Manager with the Excalibur Group. Emily Paul. Fatima Ogun Miladi. Miss Karen Chess. Eric Romero, Intake and Benefits Specialist at La Clinica del Pueblo. Delante Wilkins. Raheem Berkeley. Dr. L. Frazier White. Faith for the City and Link Up. Heidi Ellis, Coordinator for the LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition. Angel Pratt. Malika Ndaye. Jacqueline Koslowski, Senior Director for FedCap. Melody Webb, Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. Linda Brown, Mom Leader with Mothers Outreach Network. Maria Jackson, mom leader with Mothers Outreach Network. Yasmin Holmes, mom leader with Mothers Outreach Network. And then Tiffany Pullen. Morgan Denny with DC Safe.
I thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Morgan Denny, and I am a lethality assessment project advocate on the shelter team at DC Safe. DC Safe serves a critical role in the city's public safety infrastructure as the only 24/7 crisis intervention agency for domestic violence. Last year, we received over 42,000 calls to our response line, including almost 17,000 individual referrals. Recently, we opened a new 30-unit crisis shelter, which has the capacity to house 700 survivors a year. I want to start off by thanking DHS for being a collaborative partner who is always willing to try new projects. Since our inception in 2006, DHS has been an important program partner, and in 2018, they became a funder of our work. We now have 3 grants with DHS, one supporting services for clients receiving TANF benefits, one supporting our shelter services, and a new one this year through HPP. While we commend DHS for its commitment to serving survivors of domestic violence and their families, I also want to address our experience of DHS siloing its various programs of support. We see this on the administrative side in terms of grant management, but also in our work with clients. For example, it often feels like clients are being placed into an administrative box within the DHS continuum that ignores or impedes the various touch points they may have within the agency. Recently, we had a young mother and her child that were displaced from their housing due to domestic violence. The client was told by her DHS housing team that they would be able to rehouse her in a new unit by the end of her 15-night stay with DC Safe. We were skeptical of this, and we tried to encourage DHS to offer a more realistic and clear timeline, like the typical 30 to 60 days that we're used to. And yet the client continued to be provided an unattainable timeline by her team. At the end of her 15 nights in our shelter, she found herself seeking emergency placement again through Virginia Williams. This was extremely frustrating for the client, and she left our shelter feeling angry and had lost faith that anyone was really looking out for her best interest. Leaving a domestic violence relationship is always a time of confusion and stress, so better collaboration, less siloing, and clearer expectations would help ease some of that burden for both clients and case managers. I also want to address DHS's role in the Lethality Assessment Project, or LAP, which is the client-facing aspect of the city's high-risk domestic violence initiative, and it is the program that I work most closely with in my role. The goal of LAP is to reduce domestic violence homicides by enhancing and expediting services for those at higher risk. DHS is one of the 17 formal LAP partners. We typically call on them to provide things like housing voucher transfers, entry into rapid rehousing, or income maintenance support to clients in the program. While LAP has been running uninterrupted since 2009, we are currently facing a stalemate in terms of the district's political and financial investment in the high-risk domestic violence initiative. Our ask of the committee is that you join us in calling on the city administrator to sign a new order recommitting the district to this important work with us. Without a new order, information sharing between agencies and true collaboration is stymied. We have asked this of numerous committees during this performance oversight hearings, and we are optimistic about renewed support of this initiative. We know it will continue to save lives in our community. DC Safe is proud to work in partnership with DHS to support survivors of domestic violence and their families, and we are very appreciative of the ongoing support. Thank you for hearing our concerns.
Thank you very much for being with us. Monique Malazia with DC Safe.
I believe Monique isn't able to join us today.
Oh, thank you for letting me know. Zachary Mason with Bread for the City.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you. Well, good evening again. My name is Zachary Mason, and I am the Medical Legal Partnership Staff Attorney at Bread for the City, where we provide low-income medical patients with legal assistance for public benefits like Medicaid, SNAP, TANF, IDA, and Alliance. And today I want to highlight 2 particularly distressing problems that we continue to encounter when assisting public benefits clients, and we urge the council to hold DHS accountable for how they are mismanaging their public benefits programs. First, I'd like to discuss DHS's excessive processing delays. So Bedford City clients continue to report that without our intervention, their applications, their recertifications, and their changes in circumstances continue to go unprocessed for months across all public benefits programs. So far this year, processing vacuums alone have eaten up nearly a third of Bedford City's new public benefits matters. These delays have dastardly consequences for folks who experience things like extreme food insecurity or the need to access life-saving medical treatments like chemotherapy. As an example, last December, Bedford City helped a client submit an expedited SNAP application. DHS denied her application on January 28th, falsely stating that she failed to respond to document verification requests. So not only does that mean that DHS violated their own required 7-day processing deadline for expedited SNAP applications, but they also based the delayed denial on verifiably incorrect information. DHS did not rectify this error until February 19th. Additionally, DHS's Division of Program Operations Team, or DPO for short, is still not a tenable means of reliably communicating with DHS. We have found that emails sent to DPO go unanswered for weeks, and that DPO personnel don't quite seem to prioritize the resolution of time-sensitive matters. Personally, since October of last year, DPO has only directly replied to my 50 or so email inquiries on one occasion. Now, we do generally find that the email address is specifically set up for Medicaid renewal and Alliance recertification questions are responsive. So one solution to DPO's unwieldiness then is for DHS to create similar specialized email addresses for SNAP, TANF, and IDA. The hope is that this would streamline all public benefits inquiries and increase response times for non-Medicaid and non-Alliance matters, and would leave DPO more available to respond to the questions and requests it does receive. Accessible public benefits programs materially contribute to greater racial equity in DC. But when these programs do not function in an inclusive or timely manner, they continue to perpetuate racialized harm. Accordingly, the second part of my testimony tonight aims to emphasize how DHS's failures disproportionately impact non-white and immigrant residents in DC. For the past few months, Bedford City has experienced persistent roadblocks to helping patients apply for Alliance insurance on District Direct. We almost always encounter glitches in the system when we attempt to answer various immigration questions, which prevents us from submitting the application. Now, in cases where we do successfully complete the majority of the application, an uneditable Social Security number section will obstruct any submission. This feature poses a particularly perverse problem since a key benefit of Alliance insurance is its availability to immigrant DC residents, predominantly non-white folks and ethnic minorities who do not have a Social Security number. Perhaps most worryingly, accidentally checking the yes box regarding eligible immigration status has caused some of our clients' Alliance applications to be designated as Medicaid applications. As a result, the processing of these applications has stalled for months, with us only learning the delays caused after we directly questioned DHS. It's alarming then that Alliance, which is intended to expand medical assistance to DC residents who are ineligible for Medicaid, seems to have the most fickle application process. Ultimately, public assistance programs should not require legal intervention to be timely or high functioning. Bedford City's testimony today is a clarion call for the efficient, equitable management of public benefits programs for all DC residents. Our hope is that in sharing the frustrating and unacceptable, frankly, experiences of our clients and medical patients, we can illustrate just how far DHS needs to go in ensuring that it expansively serves the district. Respectfully, we implore this council to demand solutions from DHS to the aforementioned issues with their public benefits programs. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I welcome any questions. Thanks.
Thank you for being with us. Lakeisha Williams. Lakeisha Williams. Monique Malazia with DC Safe.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. I just got home. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Monique Malizia, the TANF Power Coordinator at DC Safe. In my role, I work closely with survivors of domestic violence, providing specialized support within the district's program for work employment and responsibility, known as POWER. Since fiscal year 2018, DC Safe has been entrusted as the district's designated power provider. In this capacity, we conduct thorough screenings during our intake sessions, assessing clients for TANF benefits and power eligibility. This year, we've screened an average of 250 clients monthly, both remotely and in person. For eligible clients who opt to participate, we facilitate power enrollment alongside our core crisis housing and supportive services. I'm here today to share insights gained from my work and to offer recommendations for strengthening the power program, particularly concerning accessibility and referral quality. During intake sessions, I discuss the pros and cons of power enrollment with my clients. While power provides 3-month relief from traditional work and school requirements for DV survivors, clients must forfeit other critical benefits upon enrollment, such as daycare vouchers, resume support, and job search assistance. Recently, I was conducting an intake with a client who had experienced a severe domestic violence assault. She had temporarily lost the function of one of her legs, with the recovery process lasting 20 months. Regrettably, due to the limitations of the DV Power program, we were unable to enroll her. Since TANF benefits were not sufficient for her living expenses, she was determined to work despite her injuries, not wanting to lose her job search assistance benefit. This case underscores why I continue to urge the city and DHS to reconsider this punitive rule. Administrative issues are also harming our clients. Due to a massive backlog, clients often experience an automatic closure of all their DHS benefits during their yearly recertification, including TANF, SNAP, and Medicaid. Clients facing this situation understandably feel frustration and alarm, exacerbating their already vulnerable state. We have been advised to tell clients to either persistently call the DHS helpline, which has notoriously long wait times, or visit in person, which brings its own accessibility challenges. This is clearly an issue on the DHS side, but it's causing our clients and other residents to do hours of extra work, never mind the emotional toll. My final point today is around the need to strengthen our referral system. While we have identified an increase in referrals from DHS, we've also observed a decline in their quality. Many referred individuals haven't experienced DV in over 2 years and are perplexed by our outreach. Candidly, I feel uncomfortable asking questions about DV incidents that happened years ago, potentially causing unnecessary re-traumatization. Out of my last 16 referrals from DHS, only 2 or 3 were eligible for power. To address this, we aim to complete another training with DHS staff on refining referral eligibility. In pursuit of this goal, I wish to reiterate the critical need for increased investment in DHS and social services overall, enabling us to allocate the time and resources necessary for these types of partnerships to function effectively. In closing, I want to highlight our positive collaboration with Mr. Biggs and the DHS Domestic Violence Grant Team. I firmly believe that with enhanced collaboration and resources, the POWER program can serve as a crucial support mechanism for survivors of domestic violence. Thank you for your attention and consideration. I'm available to address any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Padumo Adan with the Excalibur Group. Padumo Adan. Emily Paul. Emily Paul, we're going to promote you, so you'll just have to accept promotion. You'll see it momentarily.
Hi, I'm here. Sorry.
No, welcome. You can begin your testimony.
Okay, thank you. And my Fatima Ogunwade, who's also from the Winter Tenants Union, is at work and not going to be able to make it. So she said she would try to submit written testimony, and also I can share a little bit of what she was going to share of her experience with ERAP.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Emily. I'm a Ward 1 tenant, and I'm a member of the Winter Tenants Union. And I'm here to talk about ERAP, which is a really essential tool for people to stay in their homes, but as we know, does not have enough funding. And also I want to talk today specifically about how landlords, there's a lack of accountability for landlords in receiving these funds for apartments with housing conditions issues. So right now, ERAP is really, and we have a eviction defense group at the Woodner And there's been over 250 evictions filed in the building since the end of the eviction moratorium. So we have this active eviction defense group because we see every day how evictions harm people in our community and therefore our community as a whole. And one issue that we've seen, because ERAP is really, what gets presented to people when you get an eviction filing as the resource available to try to prevent the eviction from happening. But it's right now a really limited resource in terms of when you can apply and how much funds you can get from it. And one thing that we've seen play out is, there's limited funds here, and that landlords, including the Woodner, are getting the full back rent amount through ERAP for apartments with housing conditions violations. And some of how it's set up and how it plays out in court, contributes to that issue. So at least at the Woodner, through eviction defense, everyone that I've interacted with or worked with has unaddressed maintenance issues in the building, including, in many cases, things like mold that has not been properly addressed. And if people are able to actually apply for ERAP, get their application in, and if they are lucky enough where their back rent amount is under the ERAP maximum, then obviously that's great. They can get their case closed, but it also means that there's pressure to just get that case closed and give that full back rent amount to the Woodner, even when there are housing conditions issues, which actually mean that amount should be lower, and that could be lowered through the eviction proceedings. And I know that there's the ability to pay ERAP into escrow, but what comes up with other people where they actually owe more than the ERAP maximum, but there's pressure to, for example, agree to a payment plan because you don't. So this is something that Fatima was going to speak about from her experience, where she currently is in eviction proceedings. And last year she applied for ERAP and she was going to be approved for around $12,000, but she only had the 45 days to come up with the balance between that and what she owed, or she wouldn't be able to access the ERAP money. And so, what she was offered was a payment plan that was not actually affordable, but she has significant conditions issues. So in her case, she didn't take ERAP. She's continuing to fight her eviction case. Hopefully she will be able to get that back rent amount lowered in court and then be able to apply to ERAP in the future. But just given how limited the funds are, I think it just feels it's an issue that we're seeing that those funds go to landlords even when there are conditions issues that mean the apartment is not actually worth that full back rent amount. So that's one of the things that we would like to see addressed. I think I can pause there. Thank you for the chance to share.
Thank you very much. Karen Chess. Karen Chess, we are promoting you now.
Can you hear me?
Can.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Karen Chess, and I'm with DC Maximus DC Job Placement Program. Good evening, DC Council. I'm a single mother of 3 kids. I'm currently unemployed and a customer with Maximus DC Job Placement Program. I have enrolled with the Maximus DC Job Placement Program since May 2023. During that time, I was enrolled at Fortis College, where I was taking courses in medical billing and coding. I was referred to Maximus DC Job Placement Program in May 2023, but I came to orientation in July 2023. And that is when my journey began with the Maximus DC Job Placement Program. I completed orientation and the policies and procedures of the of the Department of Human Services and Maximus Maximus program were communicated to me so that I would remain compliant while participating. I was provided with training that allowed me to process time and attendance forms to obtain required participation hours and receive a weekly transportation stipend. The facilitators were extremely knowledgeable and patient while instructing the customers to use this portal. The staff was very encouraging and motivating during this process. The maximum staff provided to me whether in person, virtually, phone, or email, current events such as updated information, community and higher events. I have always received my stipends on time. The team is always present doing all activities, encouraging customers to be our best. The assistance and resources provided to me and my children have been wonderful. Prior to the Thanksgiving holiday, I was selected to receive a turkey and a gift card. Recently, we were without food. I mentioned it to my case manager, who contacted Mr. Cunningham, the job developer. Mr. Cunningham contacted some, so others might aid contacted some, who provided me with enough groceries to last until I get my food stamps. Not only did he and the other Maximus employee pick up the groceries for me, but they also brought it to my apartment and my weekly stipends too. My kids as well as myself were very excited and thankful. My case manager is so understanding and nice. We never have a disagreement, and when she asks me to do something, I get it done. She communicates with me often and provides direction so that I can achieve my employment goals. I am glad that I am with Maximus to help me with my employment journey. The Maximus team is very professional, resourceful, and they always show up. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you being with us. Eric Romero. Oh, nope, already went. Delonte Wilkins.
Hello. Thank you for having me, and I truly appreciate your time hearing my testimony. My name is Delonte Wilkins. I'm a community organizer and co-founder of Link Up, organization which has historically focused on supporting people impacted by mass incarceration and displacement due to gentrification. Recently, I introduced proposed legislation and have shared it to some members of council. The proposed legislation I aim to address a systematic failure, namely the mass displacement of DC public school graduates. This legislation is called Our Students First Emerging Adult CB Pathway Program. The program aims to provide housing and a pathway to prosperity for emerging adults, particularly those graduating from DC public schools. The reality for many high school graduates in Washington, D.C. is a trajectory towards displacement due to soaring housing costs. Even those returning from college find themselves competing for housing in one of the wealthiest regions in America, oftentimes crushed by the harsh realities of gentrification. I graduated from Dunbar High School in 2008, and over the past decade, I've witnessed my peers displaced, locked up, living in shelters, driving Uber, and waiting tables, all serving underneath the new incoming residents who secure leadership jobs that should belong to those who know the city the best. As a community organizer, I've volunteered many hours and helped people stay in their homes, dealing with predatory developers here in DC. I've also played a pivotal role in raising millions of dollars, launching a community center for disadvantaged community in Washington, D.C. What I have learned most and seen is lack of funding for grassroots organizations led by individuals who are actually from DC or the communities they aim to serve. Instead, the DCPS graduates who should inherit the city's leadership are being replaced by individuals who recently moved in and secure some nonprofit position and then lead communities that they aren't from and attempt to hero and champion our causes. This is the norm that contributes to exclusion of DC graduates from leadership roles. And it seems Public schools are being funded with the intention to create a permanent underclass of people in this city. We face high levels of crime and violence, youth violence, with accountability discussions that are often one-sided. While young people should be accountable, leaders must also show the responsibility for decades of policies that have created the conditions that these young adults now react to. The government needs to be accountable for some of the violence and offer some sound solutions and real pathways to success. There was a study done by Washington Legal Clinic for the homeless on issues of rapid rehousing. What it showed was rapid rehousing has proven ineffective, setting people up for failure. Our voucher system needs a complete overhaul. Our Students First Emergent Adult CB Pathway Program provides a solution. It offers 100% subsidized rent for up to 2 years to DCPS graduates, requiring participants to have a job and pay rent into an escrow account. Upon completing the program, they will receive their rent payments back as a lump sum to support home ownership or business pursuits. Through this program, participants will receive wraparound resources, including nutritional and wellness programs, financial literacy, and business incubation services. The link-up proposal aligns with Councilmember Kenya McDuffie's work to address disparity and build equity into the Certified Business Enterprise Program. The link-up proposal also aligns seamlessly with Robert White's recent legislation just proposed yesterday, supporting young adults entering the trades, creating a comprehensive pathway to prosperity for our city, emerging adults and leaders. I could end it because I got a lot to say, and I sent some more on the record, and I got supplemental from other people that may testify. So
Excellent. And then you can submit written testimony. You can add in anything else that you want to add.
yes, I will. Thank you.
Thank you. Raheem Berkeley.
He's not going to be able to make it.
Thank you. Dr. Frazier White, Dr. L. Frazier White with the Faith of the City. We got a lot of whites here today.
A lot of whites. The whites.
Family reunion.
I want to thank you, Councilman White, for the opportunity to share. My name again is Dr. L. Frazier White II. I'm the pastor of Faith Tabernacle Church of Capitol Hill and the executive director of Faith for the City Incorporated, a nonprofit here in DC empowering underserved youth and young adults in our nation's capital. I'm a former DCPS teacher and, most importantly, a longtime soldier from the front lines when it comes to reaching, supporting, and seeing the transformation of the most marginalized in our city. The purpose of my testimony is to be here in support of Link Up and the Students First Emerging Adults campaign proposal submitted by yours truly here, Mr. Delonte Wilkins, and to provide my professional, experiential, and certifiable insight concerning the validity to real solution-based approaches and to counter the ill-advised, knee-jerk, Band-Aid attempts to address youth and young adults in our city. Let me first say that it is with a heavy heart that I find myself sharing with this body information that is redundant, recycled, and below your pay grade, because we all know what works and what doesn't work. So as in case in point, just speaking to and underlining the issue of concerning DC youth and young adults, I affirm the direction of this initiative that is fostered here by not only Link Up, but by Delonte Wilkins. And I want to underline that there are lessons learned. And so we've learned from the past. And I want to document a level of investment. This is a thought. A level of investment does not automatically demonstrate that we've succeeded in outcomes. And we can see that from in the 2022 disparity study of CBE programs and the awarding of contracts. And we know historically from just the idea that affirmative action sometimes has not benefited the most those who it was intended to, but there are other citizens who benefit from it. And so I want to say here that when I think about the level of investment that the city has had in youth and young adults, I would first say, well, what's the problem? But according to the American University study, and I say this because as we look at the amount of investment, that it doesn't mean that that investment produces results. Because as much as we have invested in youth, the issue is that we've invested more in displacement. Going as far back as 2013, the American University stated, and I quote, "The district government has given away more than 200 million of taxpayer-owned land to private developers over the past 5 years. The city sold or leased these surplus properties at deeply discounted prices. The firms winning these deals are required to build affordable housing and hire local businesses. The WAMU investigation found that these properties often ended up in the hands of politically connected developers who donated handsomely to local campaigns, and the jobs promised by developers sometimes went to individuals with political ties to city officials." Bottom line is that if we have invested in youth, it does not compare to how much we've invested in their displacement. So the reason that I support this initiative is for two reasons. Number one, it shifts the analysis from investment to outcomes. And then number two, it's communicating the right message to youth and young adults. At face value, the undiscerning eye, there is a lot available to DC youth. But as I stated, the problem is that they see the disparity. So I want to just close by saying this, that they see not just what we say, but they see what we do. And so I suggest that this direction and supporting this initiative would send not only the right message, but it would shift us from our analyzing to shift from the amount of investment to actually achieving outcomes.
I
appreciate your time.
Thank you. Heidi Ellis with the LGBTQ+ Coalition.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Chairman White. Thank you for having me. My name is Heidi Ellis. My pronouns are she, her, hers. I work as a consultant and advocate here in the district. I am here today representing the DC LGBTQ+ Budget Coalition, affectionately called the Coalition for the purposes of my testimony, which consists of local LGBTQ serving and led organizations. Our mission-driven group works to advocate for dedicated funding that supports queer residents with a focus on trans people of color and low-income residents. The coalition includes many of the voices testifying today, and we work in close partnership with other coalitions represented here today. We stand in solidarity with a unified voice around the critical challenges facing human services for LGBTQ+ folks of all ages and income levels. My testimony will focus on the Department of Human Services. Specifically, I will focus on how the ever-looming budget cuts present devastating circumstances for community-based organizations providing crucial service to the most marginalized residents of the district, areas of lack of transparency, and potential inefficiencies in the process around dedicated housing vouchers. An area that we're looking at is continued issues and a little bit of historical context with that. Throughout the last few fiscal cycles, especially since the FY21 cycle, there has been an annual fight to stave off sweeping cuts for DHS and other key agencies presented as part of the mayor's annual budget and a proposed mid-year budget. Proposed mid-year budgets to supplement the approved operating budget. Our coalition and many others have been crucial voices in fighting those proposed mid-year cuts. However, the trends in funding for vital human services continue to decrease. Even after the influx of federal dollars from the American Rescue Plan, the funding levels remain stagnant and were inadequate given the emerging needs of the most vulnerable populations. I don't need to repeat, you've heard from a lot of our providers today how those cuts have been stressful and put pressure on them. I want to get into some specifics, specifically around DHS. So in terms of transparency, one of the areas that we had lack of transparency is notification and lead time. As you heard, grantees and contractors were notified in the winter during the height of the holiday season and the turn of the weather about these potential cuts that had indications for both staffing, programs, and all that you've heard mentioned here today. Another area is around payment and reimbursement delays. We've also heard from many providers that there's been significant delays in payment. One of the times we've met with DHS and pressed them on why these delays were even happening, we were told that there were glitches in the rollout of the new system. And that is frankly unacceptable, given the expectation for services to continue on the provider side in lieu of those funds. We asked that this committee press DHS about that. Another area that I want to focus on is dedicated voucher tracking, specifically for the LGBTQ vouchers that you help secure. As you know, over the last funding cycles, we were able to secure over 60. We were told that all of them had been assigned. Granted, that means that not everyone was housed, but we recently found out that only 5 or so have been housed out of those 60 going through FY23. And that's a disconnect in what we know. And although we know that there's delays on DCHA's side and other areas, we do want there to be more oversight around the tracking of how these things are administered. So starting with DHS's tracking system, right now it does not indicate LGBTQ or returning citizens as vouchers that are tracked in that system. So we're asking for you to press on that. Excuse me, my voice is going out. We're asking for more oversight on that, improvement of that system, and potentially a dashboard for the mayor's office of LGBTQ affairs to even break that down further. I'll close because I know I don't have much time. We're just saying we're also asking for more funding and support around the transgender, gender nonconforming workforce programs. As you know, that's been something that we fought for each year, and we need more funding to ensure that we can actually have good metrics and real impact around that. I just want to thank you again for your support for our housing summit last fall, and I'm here to answer any other questions, and I've already submitted my testimony. And sorry for my throat, I'm losing my voice.
Thank you. I'm not far behind you. I appreciate you getting through it and being with us this evening. Next public witness is Angel Pratt. Angel Pratt. And Malika Ndaye. Malika Ndaye. Jacqueline Koslowski with FedCap. Jacqueline Koslowski. Melody Webb, Mothers Outreach Network.
Okay.
There we are.
Good evening, and thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee. I'm humbled to present alongside my neighbors. Again, my name is Melody Webb, and I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network, a nonprofit Washington, D.C. advocacy organization. I'm also a Ward 6 resident, Washington, D.C. native. Our legal program represents parents in early stages of CPS involvement with wrongful placement on the Child Protection Register. We also assist low-income parents citywide access refundable tax credits. We use systemic advocacy, legal programs, and community engagement strategies to empower DC mothers to, 1, transform the way government supports the well-being of parents and children, and 2, to transform government income laws, policies, and practices from being punitive to empowering. We co-convene the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. I'm here to speak about a small program that has potential to change the way we address the income needs that are under the purview of this committee. I want to acknowledge our solidarity with our neighbors and the human needs that are all our society's responsibility to address, largely through our government policy and our tax dollars. We as a city are failing to address the needs on such an immense scale, and the testimonies today are so moving. Yes, I'm in agreement with the gentleman who spoke so movingly about not wanting to be the next victim, and this need not be so. We are the capital city of the wealthiest this nation in human history. And I thank you for your humanity and your taking time to listen and address these issues. So for the scale of poverty, it really is unconscionable. We work in the field of the extreme impact of poverty on family stability, resulting in the tragedy of family separation. And I did speak at last week's committee hearing on the Housing Authority. Today, I am proud to testify alongside my colleagues with Mothers Outreach Network, and I'm testifying about protecting the benefits of participants in locally controlled funded housing programs when they take part in our guaranteed income programs. As is needed with DC Housing Authority rules, there should be changes. Moving to work changes applied to the Housing Authority, but we also seek support for protecting benefits of people who are participating in pilots and are receiving locally funded housing benefits. These are changes that could be made to protect their benefits. As we mentioned before, DC Housing Authority's prior leadership declined to take action on this. And the moms in our program talk often about these issues. So today I'm here about the locally funded rent supplement program, LRSP, which as of later last year served about 7,000 residents. And as a locally funded program, it doesn't have to comply with federal HUD regulations. However, the regulations established for this program, state that for the most part, unless otherwise specified, the rules, the LRSP follows the rules and regulations of the Housing Choice Voucher Program as may be amended from time to time. So this gives the city two options to protect LRSP recipients' housing subsidies. First, again, could amend the moving to work plan as discussed in our prior testimony last week to exclude guaranteed income payments from income calculations. Given the regulation I've cited, the LRSP program should then follow suit. Alternatively, the city council could mandate that the Housing Authority exclude guaranteed income payments from LRSP calculations independent of the federal programs. Again, guaranteed income, it's a variant of universal basic income, but it's targeted to those living below an income floor like the federal poverty line. We support guaranteed income. These changes would allow us to test this very important measure that is in fact designed to get rid of the bureaucracy you've heard so much about today, that is an impediment to people receiving the very much needed benefits. And also guaranteed income is intended to support with dignity, life-sustaining, dignified agency of people who absolutely need it. Thank you so much for all that you do. And we hope that you'll support making these changes to these locally funded housing programs.
Thank you for being back with us. Linda Brown with Mothers Outreach Network. Linda Brown. If you would unmute. All right, we can see you. There we are. Yes, we can hear you now too.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's just hard. Good evening, Councilman White. My name is Linda Brown, and I live in Greenleaf Senior Building. I'm sorry, my phone. Excuse me, my thing is acting up. I'm sorry.
No problem.
Oh, shoot. I'm sorry, I can't get.
Well, we can hear you. So you can proceed if you want.
You're going, okay, then you're going in and out. I'm sorry. Good evening, Councilman White. My name is Linda Brown. I live in Greenleaf Senior Building in Ward 6 with my adult daughter who is disabled. I am a part of the Community Advisory Board at Mothers Outreach, and I'm active with other organizations in my community. Today, I would like to discuss two issues I have encountered with the Department of Human Services. The first, I would like to discuss DHS recertification process, which I feel takes too long. The benefits recertification packet is about 15 pages. Before COVID, it was about 3 or 4 pages. My daughter is getting services at our home. If she was living in a group home, then the staff would take care of the recertification papers. But since she lives with me, I have to file the application. And it is a lot of paperwork for me to do with no assistance. My daughter's disability is long-term and chronic. So it's frustrating for me to fill out the same information every time when nothing has changed with her condition. Many of the questions are also unclear. For example, one question asks if anyone in your family has been arrested, but it's not clear whether this is asking if they have been charged or convicted. So if you answer the question wrong, then people will think you lied just because I don't know the answer. I know of multiple people who were denied benefits based on their misunderstanding of the application questions. Ultimately, the application is just trying to get at whether your income has changed, and they do not need 15 pages to do that. The second issue I would like to discuss is ERAP application online. When I tried to apply for ERAP, the online application crashed 3 times. For people like me who are not as efficient or quick on the computer, the issue takes away the time I need to upload information. The system was also broken. It would not allow me to upload all the information I needed, so my application was incomplete. This happened to a lot of people. They used to have organizations to help with application, but now they only have help is on the phone line, on the hotline with pre-recorded messages where you can't talk to anyone. They did not also explain with ERAP, those on the waiting list will be prioritized, and then the rest of us will be put on the waiting list. The solution with both of these issues is to have better outreach and communication on how these projects are rolled out. Maybe DSH needs more staffing or better phone lines where people can call to get the information they need. The mission of DHS is to empower every district resident to reach their full potential by providing meaningful connections to work opportunities, economic assistance, and supportive services. I would like to know how DHS measure the success of their mission. Thank you for listening to my testimony, and I look forward to answering any questions you may have. Thank you so much, and I apologize for the beginning.
No problem. Thanks for being with us. Maria Jackson with Mothers Outreach Network.
How you doing?
Doing well. Welcome.
Well, let me start. It says that, well, hello, my name is Maria Jackson. I'm here with Mothers Outreach Network. I was born and raised in Washington, D.C. I'm a mother of 4. Give me a second. I receive public benefits. I listen to what people, I listen to people. I listen to that. Today I listen to what people said, even if it's right or wrong about DHS. asked. But now I would like to speak as a person who has been through the ups and downs with DHS. I know about the government. I know the government wants to help people, but in my experience, I have also seen some people living in poverty that has been traumatized. Families, DHS is supposed to help prevent this. I receive food stamps. Yes, I do. When when my kids was under 13, I was only given $400 in food stamps. I had the kids. I had to go to 3 different grocery stores to budget. Y'all understand? Sometimes I wouldn't even eat, so my kids have enough. DHS cut my TANF off just because I was $15 over. But the money was given for rent and bills and to take care of what my kids need. The money comes, I guess the money comes from the SSI benefits. I gotta scroll down. Sorry. I'm planning to get a job after I finish college because I never really wanted to be on public benefits all my life. But I know as soon as I get a job, I would lose my benefits. I would like DHS to understand when you cut the benefits off right away, you're not helping people. You're not even giving them a chance to adjust to their new budget. DHS could give us more time or a caseworker to help plan our new budget. That's all I have to say. And thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
I appreciate you being with us and hanging with us into the evening. Maria Jackson with Mothers Outreach Network. Oh no, I'm sorry. Yasmin Holmes with Mothers Outreach Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I live here in Washington, D.C. I am a single mother of 4 children, all under the age 5. I currently am a participant in the Mother Up Guaranteed Income Program operated by the organization Mothers Outreach Network. I am currently receiving public benefits, so I interact frequently with DHS. One issue I have with them is that the workers have attitudes. Every time I go to them to talk to them, try to solve my problems, the people I talk to are rude and not helpful whatsoever. Another issue I have with them is that you can't be working so that you can continue to receive benefits. They feel like because you're working, you're earning so much money, so you don't need the cash. But even when you are working, it can still be difficult to make ends meet. I hate that if I wanted to start working to live a bit more comfortably, it would not be worth it because I would lose my benefits. I think that if DC Housing Authority wants to improve, they should focus on hiring better staff and investing in better training. They also should make sure to increase the limit on how much money you can be earning to receive benefits. If DHS wants more people to be working, they should not have you lose your benefits when you get a job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us. Tiffany Pullen. Tiffany Pullen. Last person for this panel, Nahimana Robinson. Tiffany Pullen, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was logged onto the Zoom. I didn't know I had to get into the panel, so I'm not sure if you can hear me.
We can hear you. Your name is so anyway, glad that you are with us. You can begin.
Oh,
your
okay.
testimony.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Department of Human Services. My name is Tiffany Pullen, Program Manager of the TANF FedCap Job Placement Program. This program in FedCap has been a huge asset to me professionally and personally. I started with FedCap in April of 2021 as a case manager, but prior to this, I was a customer for about 4 months before being hired as a case manager. I was one of the folks who found themselves unemployed and applying for TANF during the pandemic. I came into the FedCap job placement program and attended workshops virtually for a few months. My goal was to get back into the workforce so I can continue to properly care for myself and my children. I did not know much about TANF or vendors, but I participated in the workshops daily to complete my DHS vendor requirements. My instructor at that time assisted me with updating my resume and sent it to FedCap as they were hiring a case manager. I started as a case manager in the FedCap's TANF Educational Occupational Training Program. In EOT, I recognized that the overall goal was to assist customers with achieving their educational and employment goals to ultimately getting back in the workforce and off of TANF. Education has always been a huge part of my upbringing, so I understand the importance of obtaining a higher education and or certifications in order to have a career and to be self-sufficient. As a case manager, that's how I managed my caseload, ensuring customers understood the importance of obtaining their educational goals in order to ultimately transfer to the job placement side, identifying a job, and ultimately becoming self-sufficient for themselves and their families, while also reminding them that no matter where they are in life, anything is achievable. Now, 3 years later, as a program manager of the job placement program, I could see how the vendor can assist customers and their families with getting back on their feet and getting their education or employment goals obtained. To give you an idea of what we with DHS do with customers to get back on their feet, from the workshops offered at FedCap, teaching customers professional, educational, employment skills that they might need to obtain and maintain stable employment. At FedCap, customers work closely with case managers and workshop instructors to assist them with meeting their goals by conducting bi-weekly follow-up calls, trying to re-engage customers who have not been participating, along with conducting 90-day detailed individual responsibility plans where customers get an opportunity to review the progress of their goals and or what resources might be needed to meet their goals that are intact. For example, customers who have barriers such as housing, clothing, food, FedCap is able to offer resources throughout the district and refer customers in the right direction. Vendors and the assistance that is offered to customers is ultimately necessary for customers receiving TANF in DC. Not only do customers receive a stipend or retention incentive for participating, but they also have a yearly discretionary fund of $250 that may be used to purchase a laptop for school, applying for jobs, or purchasing work or school-related items, such as work uniforms or paying for an educational textbook. The financial support with the program service set customers up for success. Having a vendor allows customers to get their goals they want to accomplish at the time of intake and an opportunity to achieve them. The residents in DC need this program and to be given the opportunity to accomplish their overall goals and to increase their path of self-sufficiency for themselves and family. And I appreciate the opportunity to highlight the programs and my story and all that has occurred because of the support and the leadership team of DHS. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Jacqueline Koslowski. I think this is the last person who's here from this panel of witnesses. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you so much. I know a few of us were there in person and City Council. You are still there. So thanks for taking the time to make sure we all get heard before the day's up. So my name is Jacqueline Koslowski. I'm Senior Director for FedCap. We've been partnered with DHS since 2018. on the job placement contract, the education occupational training contract, and then more recently on their career mobility action plan career map contract. So for TANF customers in the JP contract, we're able to focus on intensive job development and job retention, as you heard Ms. Pullen speak to in more length. And then on the EOT contract, we focus on education, training, or skills for our customers to be able to compete in the job market. On the career map side, as a pilot program, we get to focus on a mix of education and employment goals based on the person's needs, as well as they get additional housing support, as well as benefit cliff support. As a partner of DHS for many years now, I continue to want to testify on the partnership and the support that they provide to us as a contractor. In the last year, through FedCap's job placement program, we've placed over 100 customers into sustainable jobs, with more than 2/3 of them being paid wages over the minimum wage. Additionally, in the last year, through our EOT, our Education and Occupational Training contract, over 150 educational attainments have been earned by the customers, ranging from short-term trainings that employer needs, like food handlers, certificates, Microsoft Office, but all the way through nursing degrees, GEDs, bachelor's degrees, and more. DHS really creates a spirit of collaboration. For example, we have hosted with DHS on site at our location, the DC Public Library, and DHS for their Chromebook distributions to address the digital divide. We've also led and partnered with the other JP and EOT vendors on unified hiring fairs, education fairs, and toy drives. We really do all believe that it takes the whole community. I also want to highlight that the programming is not stagnant. It evolves and adjusts. I think the launch of Career Map is a great example of this. The customers had to enter into a lottery to get into the pilot program, and the volume of applicants speaks volumes to the community need, but it also shows the interest of the residents to be part of something that's new and innovative. We were proud to be awarded one of the Career Map vendors, and since its launch, we've had over 200 of the 300 families request to move or are still undergoing the lease-up relocation process. They are doing this all while pursuing their career ladder goals. Over 60 educational attainments have been earned by Career Map customers, with 150 of those individuals obtaining or maintaining employment. The model and launch of Career Map is a good demonstration of DHS's willingness to look at data and need and then innovate from it. Just looking at the design components around the benefits cliff effect and intentional supports to address it, such as income support payments to transition from the loss of benefits while earnings rise, or the escrow account creation and payments align with some program goals that will be received at the program end. This all just shows that the way that DHS as a government entity can use data to design towards addressing larger systemic issues. I do this work because of the families that go to DHS for support and how when they're given the support, they thrive. Some of our customers came here today, you heard them earlier, and I think 2 more are still coming later. Because of the services and support, it means so much. And I know that this same passion is replicated with the DHS staff that monitor our contracts, answer our questions, and analyze the data. I look forward to the coming year, and thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you very much for being with us and making it work. Want to thank the witnesses in this panel. And certainly a number of ERAP issues, some staff and issues of sort of what seem to be personal respect for clients that we need to dig into. Delonte Wilkins, I want to thank you for your thoughts and proposal. One of the things that you mentioned in your testimony that I just want to touch on, it always strikes me when I'm at encampments or participating in the point in time count, majority of people I interact with are Black Native Washingtonians. And as a Black Native Washingtonian myself, it's always concerning about the opportunities we are or are not giving to folks. So we are going to take a close look at your testimony and proposal, and to Dr. White's point, supporting your ideas. Investment doesn't necessarily produce results, and we've got to be increasingly focused on results, not just what we spend, but the end result. So I want to thank you for sticking with us so long, and for all of our public witnesses for sticking with us. We're going to move to our final panel of public witnesses for this evening, starting with, oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Henderson, do you have questions for this panel?
I'm here, Councilmember White, but I don't have any particular questions for this panel. I do want to thank everybody for their participation today.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Okay, our final panel of public witnesses, Chandra Ellaby, Crystal Wainwright, Program Manager with America Works of Washington, D.C., Marcia Nettis, Danielle Hadaway, the TEP participant with the Washington Literacy Center, Lachey Staton, Oleg Tomalin, Diamond Haskins, Outreach Specialist with Washington Literacy Center, Britt Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy with Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless, Swapna Yaluri, Senior Staff Attorney with the Legal Counsel for the Elderly, Sierra Ramirez, Latasha Battle, Stacy Smith, Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association, and then finally, before our Director, Commissioner Ashley Ruff, ANC 7F02, and Commissioner Trupti Patel, ANC 2A03. Lachey Staton.
Good evening, everyone. Sorry, I am in my car. I was there earlier.
Yes, you were.
But I appreciate the opportunity. So I'm trying to make this as quick as possible. I first wanted to say thank you I'm honored to be here to share my journey with each of you. At the time, I had been looking into different housing opportunities, especially within the programs that are offered in Washington, D.C. I was without employment, and as a single parent with 2 sons, I truly was filled with mixed emotions. I didn't know where to start and who to speak with, nor did I know where the financial support would come from. I began shedding tears and feeling extremely overwhelmed and losing hope until I spoke with someone who told me about DHS, specifically applying for housing. I started attending the orientations, filling out applications, and gaining a sense of hope to be able to provide stable housing and employment. I didn't really know what to expect because nobody plans to need assistance. And I knew I wasn't the only family on the list desiring housing. I heard a lot of mixed reviews while waiting for someone to call my number and hear me out. People and their families expressing their concerns of being tired of waiting, yet some were expressing their excitement of being able to move into their new places and receiving guidance. I was meeting with my case manager from a different program and being told that this was her last week. I began very nervous, feeling like I would have to start over. But she wanted me to apply for this new housing program that extended beyond just providing housing assistance. After she sent over the information, I immediately applied because my housing environment had gotten worse and had a negative effect on my sons along with myself. I am sure when I opened the email stating I had been accepted into the Career Map program, my excitement and tears of joy could be felt nationwide. I read the booklet that explained the program's goals. I was assigned a navigator to hold my hand, and I attended FedCap, which was an additional resource to assist my family and help me to reach my goals. My goals for my family are stable housing. I was even able to sign up for therapy through BetterHelp. I was able to advance my career with having my career to ensure that I was able to actually give back to my community. I have taken full advantage of the program's resources, especially with the housing, of educating myself on the rent reasonable requirements, using the budgeting tools that have been given to me, staying proactive, and sharing the houses and different addresses that I found. I also utilize the biweekly check-ins and parenting cafe, which helps me to just collaborate with other parents and helping us to be able to parent, where there's no handbook to that, as we all know. I've also been able to, I'm sorry, I know that I've been able to further my career with a very competitive environment with interview preparation and job fair exposures developed by the amazing staff and team of DHS Career Map program. This program called Career Map has helped my family in so many ways beyond just housing. I can honestly say with the factor of shifting my mindset in such a positive and productive way. The structure supports families to be able to advance in this forever changing world, giving us the tools to be set up for success while holding us accountable to continue to progress forward. Of course, no program is perfect. Yet I will say Career Map is on the track to having so many successful stories like myself. I was on a pathway of giving up and feeling my goals were not attainable. But Career Map gave my family and I a second chance at a stable, healthy, and successful lifestyle. We will soon be moving into a house that provides a room for both of my sons and able for them to enjoy family game night without hearing gunshots or being in an environment where they feel like they're not comfortable going outside. Career Map provides a second chance by also they were able to help my son with a financial emergency fund for helping with his education. I heard someone say earlier how when you reach a certain amount of money and you are getting job placements and things like that, your benefits may be cut. With Career Map, they've been able to actually help us cover some of those losses in those finances. So in closing, I would like to say, because of you, Career Map, some people come into our lives for a season or reason, but we don't always know the purpose of our paths crossing. Yet there's this special connection that is formed, especially when we take a moment to listen, empathize, and show compassion. For we all have different paths on life's journey, which at times can be draining, difficult, and discouraging. Let me be the first to say DHS has truly blazed a pathway for the families of DC to soar by providing dedicated staff, resources galore, and a positive words, along with actions unmatched that demonstrate their strength, elevation, and community success when we pour into one another, focusing on the goal at hand. Because of each of you within DHS, FedCap, and especially Career Map, I can show my sons that it is not where you start, but how you put in the work to ensure you succeed beyond any obstacles that may come your way. So I appreciate the time today, and I am really grateful for Career Map. So I hope that we continue to get the funding that is needed to continue to add more families to this program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you were able to join us after sitting in the hearing room for many, many hours. So thank you. Next on this panel, I think a lot of folks have had to leave us, so let me try. Chandra Ellaby. Crystal Wainwright. Marcia Nettis. Danielle Headaway. Oleg Tomlin. Diamond Haskins. Britt Ruffin. Swapna Yaluri.
Hello, yes, I'm available.
Excellent. Welcome.
Thank you. May I start?
Yes, please do.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Swapna Yaluri, and I'm a senior attorney with legal counsel for the Elderly's Economic and Healthcare Security Practice. Thank you for allowing me to testify on behalf of the Department of Housing. A significant portion of our elderly clients depend heavily on SNAP benefits as their primary source of purchasing groceries and to be able to sustain themselves throughout the month. And unfortunately, factors such as limited mobility due to transportation costs, physical or mental health challenges prevent them and constrain them from making lengthy journeys to be able to access food banks, soup kitchens, or other additional supports. So consequently, it's very important that they rely on their SNAP benefits, and their SNAP benefits tend to be their main source of sustenance for many of our clients. And any disruption or interruption to these benefits, whether it's due to administrative issues or other factors, can have far-reaching consequences that are profoundly affecting their daily lives, as well as their health and their well-being. And despite our efforts of highlighting the problem of improper notices from DHS in our written testimony last year, the issues have continued to persist. And DHS is continuing to provide numerous multiple notices with that are dispatched on the same date, but they're containing conflicting information about deadlines for when somebody needs to recertify, what forms and evidence they need to submit, and whether or not they're actually approved for benefits. And the recipients are also misinformed about benefits that they've never even applied to, and they're being instructed to renew benefits shortly after they were just approved. And they're receiving notices with incorrect calculations for the benefits that they're entitled to. And this is creating a burdensome process for clients, and it's consuming a significant amount of our time as advocates as well. As we are trying to determine whether this is a legitimate issue that's arising that needs to be addressed, or if the notification that was sent was just sent in error. And we're allocating numerous hours and resources each week to resolving which of the DHS notices are accurate. And these are resources that we could provide and be dedicated to providing other essential services. Also, an issue that has continued is that the Department of Human Services has exhibited a failure to respond promptly, and at times has shown complete inaction, which has led to detrimental outcomes for our clients. For example, I had an elderly client that I sought assistance from LCE after she faced multiple and successful attempts to correct her household size for SNAP benefits. Despite her diligently submitting all of her required forms and consistently following up with various DHS supervisors and managers, and receiving numerous assurances that the matter would be resolved, her matter remained unresolved for nearly 3 years until it was finally addressed through a fair hearing. And throughout those 3 years, the client was deprived of the benefits she was entitled to, and this significantly impacted her financial stability, as well as exacerbating her mental health challenges. Also, we're noticing that DHS has continued to mismanage documents that are submitted to them by beneficiaries. We've encountered numerous instances where clients were terminated from SNAP due to DHS losing their application or recertification documents after submission. In one case, a beneficiary submitted his documents to DHS. He actually went in person and he requested proof of submission, but was informed that DHS couldn't provide this proof to him. And then when he later followed up with DHS about his benefits, they claimed that they could not locate any of these documents that he submitted. And without the proof of filing, the beneficiary was left without a paper trail or means to demonstrate that he had actually timely filed. And consequently, he had to resubmit all of his paperwork and endure another wait for his benefits to be processed. And he wasn't able to get the back benefits from his initial filing. Finally, I just wanted to address the ERAP portal. In FY24, the ERAP portal opened and accepted only 3,500 applicants before shutting down after a few days. It opened again on January 2nd of 2024, and it closed again in a half a day. The portal will not reopen again until April 1st and will likely shut down within hours. And this process is inequitable, and it discriminates against working individuals and those without reliable access to technology. LC is recommending that DHS set up a lottery system that creates a very low barrier to entry. So in conclusion, we're just advising the committee that these issues with DHS have continued to persist even after our written testimony last year. And LCE is urging that this committee further investigate the consequences of improper SNAP terminations and inadequate access to the ERAP portals on our beneficiaries, And we remain committed to collaborating with this committee, DHS, as well as other stakeholders to ensure that DC residents that are relying on the SNAP benefits and the ERAP portal can access and retain the critical support that they need. Thank you again for the opportunity to submit this testimony, and please feel free to ask me any follow-up questions that you may need. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sierra Ramirez. All right, we're promoting you now, so you'll be able to accept the promotion.
Great.
Welcome.
Thank you. Okay. Good evening. My name is Sierra Ramirez, and I am a Ward 1 resident and a member and organizer in the Woodner Tenants Union. I'm here to talk about me and my community's difficulty accessing the critical resource that is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. For context, in our building, we have had over 250 eviction filings initiated just in the last 2 years. Eviction is potentially life-threatening, and ERAP helps keep people from getting evicted. It's as simple as that. This is a program that we depend on to buy precious time on many levels. Slowing the pace of an eviction filing and avoiding individual evictions slows displacement of our neighbors. That buys us time to help each other get on our feet, developing businesses, careers, healing from severe health problems, while also being able to take care of the needs of children, elders, and other people who depend on us. This is how we really fight the root causes of evictions and displacement. We must have time in order to do that, though. MIT economist Peter Temin explains that it takes 20 years of nothing going wrong in order for a person to lift themselves out of poverty. Think about that. How many things have gone wrong in your own life in the last 20 years? That is the timescale we need to be thinking about when we are considering the level of need in our communities. ERAP keeps that clock from starting over when there's a real risk of that happening for a household. In order for that to work, people need to be able to access the program. Our all-volunteer union worked for months coordinating a prep clinic and an application clinic to help our neighbors gather all the documentation they would need in order to apply. We canvassed, got supporters together, trained them, started working with our neighbors, and with the hours and days spent on this, we were ultimately able to help 14 people to submit their applications in the last round that it was open. That number is small due to 2 problems that you can do something about. The first is the application process itself is not accessible, as many people have, I'm sure, pointed out. The amount of documents required, the confidence with technology and scheduling needed to access it is too much of a barrier. And the website, like many websites related to public benefits, does not work consistently. We've seen numerous glitches, including the system telling people that they have already applied in the last 12 months when we know that they haven't, up to the portal simply not opening at all when we were told that it would. I'll include links to news reports where our neighbors were interviewed about this in my written testimony. The point here is that administrative burden is a policy choice and you can make new choices. The second problem is the shameful lack of funding for ERAP. I'm honestly confused as to why such a complicated application process is required when the distribution of the benefits is so arbitrary that it amounts to a random lottery. The DC government has access to statistics. You know how many people are struggling economically, so you can predict what the amount of qualifying need will be. And yet, the funds made available constitute a drop in the bucket of that need. You can also predict what will happen as a result. The emergencies of the cost of living crisis and the displacement crisis both continue unabated. We need you with us in demanding comprehensive solutions, in particular social housing, that will not only allow for better uses of our energy and resources as organizers, but it will also put less pressure on this program. It is wrong to force poor people to compete for crumbs of what is needed for survival. We need you to respect our human dignity by fighting for the resources we need and fixing the platforms necessary for accessing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Latasha Battle.
Hello.
Good evening.
a bit earlier with you guys. I'm now home, but my name is Latasha Battle, and I'm a Ward 8 resident, a single mom. And in March of 2020, I was laid off at my job of almost 9 years due to COVID. I received a small severance package and applied for unemployment. While on unemployment, I applied for numerous jobs, competing with hundreds of applicants for the same position. This was a really tough time mentally for many individuals all over the world. But God showed me that losing my job was not such a bad thing after all. It, in fact, was a blessing in disguise. Ever since my mom fell ill to congestive heart failure, I wanted to become a home health aide to care for her, but I did not have a chance before her passing, and I couldn't afford to miss hours at work due to our living situation. We were in a family shelter and had, at that point, been placed in a stable apartment through rapid rehousing, where we had to maintain bills. So, with the assistance of employment services, after losing my job, I took a home health aide class and applied to receive SNAP and TANF at that time. My initial reason for applying was to have a monthly income to help care for my son, who was 5 at the time, while I completed my class and then start working in my new career. I received my home health aide license in January 2022 and was scheduled for a surgery that March. DHS sent me to FedCap's Education and Occupational Training Program. While attending FedCap's education program, I received numerous certifications, and by August 2022, FedCap assisted me in enrolling in school at Academy of Hope to receive my CNA certification. When I first started at FedCap in 2021, I was very nervous because I never had to go through any program that in order to receive public assistance, and I really didn't know what to expect. But I'm a living testimony that the program works if you're willing to do your part. I started out in the education portion of the program and received my home health aide license, my CNA certification, and a host of other certifications. I then transferred to the job placement program. I was able to utilize discrete funds with FedCap to purchase shoes and uniforms for work, which was extremely helpful since I didn't have much of an income and needed everything prior to starting work. After I received my CNA certification in February 2023, I was hired on the spot, and during my interview with Sibley Memorial Hospital this April will make a year that I've been with them, and I'm proud to say that I love my new career. All the nurses and my boss all love me and can't believe I've never worked in the field before. I am no longer receiving TANF or SNAP benefits due to my employment and increase in income, which is the ultimate goal of utilizing TANF anyway. It's not a resource to use for a lifetime. It's a resource to use while you get on your feet. I am proud to be a DC resident, being able to use all the amazing resources that they have to offer. I just wish that other people would take advantage and better themselves so that they can make a change for themselves and for their families as well. Now that I am gainfully employed and getting experience in the healthcare field, which has been a long-term goal for me for some time now, I would like to go to nursing school. At my age, some people may think I'm too old, but God before me, no one can be against me, or nothing can be against me. If I was able to complete my home health aide and my CNA courses at the top of my class, passing all my exams on the first try, I'm sure God will see me through this. I was
Amen.
able to gain so many credentials through FedCap in the healthcare field. I know this field isn't for everyone, but there's that's the sweet spot of this program and what makes it so awesome. They have connections and resources in so many other fields, IT to culinary to hospitality and everything else in between. I truly am grateful for these programs and resources, and I encourage everyone to take advantage. In closing, I'd like to share FedCap's mission statement. It says to create opportunities for people with barriers to move toward economic independence as valued and contributing members of society. So from where I am currently, I can truly say that I am, in fact, a valued and contributing member in society. Thank you.
Thank you for being with us. Go get them, Latasha Battle. Stacy Smith, welcome. After that, it'll be Dean Hunter, and then I think Commissioner Patel. Stacy Smith, welcome, and thanks for hanging in with us. You would turn.
Thank
there
you
you are.
again, Member White Jr. Last time I saw you was at the DHA. I'm sorry, Housing Authority, all day session. And thank you for saying earlier how this is an informal committee. So I want to be very informal. I don't have a prepared statement, but I do want to share a few things. First of all, is DHS
Oh, yeah.
staff here?
Yes, they're here.
Leadership's
The director as well. Yes.
Director, really?
Director, deputy director,
Well, okay.
all
right.
of them.
Okay, good, good. All right. I wasn't sure. I mean, you know, the housing authority, you know, everyone was there, everyone's, you know, all lined up. So just this is overwhelming. I don't know how you do it. This is woo, serious.
It's a blessing. I keep telling myself that.
Yeah. Woo. So first thing I want to say, and I know I have limited time here. The result from and this kind of segues into how this session. How the housing authority session, I was able to get things moving once I put my name on the list to speak. Okay. That's when things started moving. And I think similarly, things started to happen once I did the same thing here. However, by this time, I think things kind of slowed down a little bit. Okay. So my experience has been, since I've been reaching out to your staff, is that some things were getting addressed, like at the shelter level. But I felt a little pushback at the shelter about it, you know, for speaking up. Someone made a similar comment here. So I just kept going. And now new things are being pushed back. And so this latest iteration looks like this. Security has, this is hypothermia, this is not federal. Security has, you know, gotten back into their real role. But program staff is now given their role over to participants. And so now, because the participants are not bound by any regulation or rules, anything, they're allowing participants to do their bidding. And that feels retaliatory right now. And what I really want to ask is that they be contacted over there at Epiphany and be told to not allow participants to do anything that the program staff is paid and contracted to do. Okay.
Can you give an example?
To give an example, okay. So in the mornings, we get up at 6 and we're rousted out maybe about 6:10, 6:15, when in fact, we should be leaving at 6:50. I found this out last week when a DHS staffer showed up last week, the day before the housing authority meeting, and it slipped out that we should be walking out at 6:50. So what they're doing now is they're using participants to get up, turn radio up loud, and walk around spraying aerosol on the cots. So this morning when I was sitting there, because I'm the one now who leaves at 6:30, because I just do a little bit of stretching and whatnot, get ready to go out. And they don't like that because they've been used to having that extra jump to start their day, right? They could leave at 6:20, right? But now they have to stay a little longer. So participant comes over and he sprays the cot 3 times over the next 15 minutes. And so this is one of the things that I had negotiated that they pulled back on because it was creating a toxic environment as we were getting up. Staff would have on a mask, but yet they'd be spraying the cots.
Spraying it with what?
A Lysol disinfectant. But we have 2 staff were going around spraying the cots, disinfectant. So that's how they're doing it. And which is it's almost like a contract that they have, because in exchange they give these folks extra breakfast, things like that. Kind of trivial, but when you're starting your day off, it really sets a kind of a bad tone. But that's the real thing I like to say today, is to have the staff take on their role, program staff take on their role, and don't allow participants to do any of that. Now, there's also a cleanliness issue, because no one's cleaning the floors. No one. And about a month ago, I volunteered. I said, please let me clean. I swept, huge pile of trash. I mopped. There have been stains on the floor from spills from food for weeks. Nothing. My last foray, now you won't be able to see this. I tried to get this into you guys, but those are body mites that I was able to take a shirt to the library, okay, and that enlarges the print, and I picked them off the shirt, okay. Yeah, exactly. These are body mites. And these body mites were all over me, so I had to throw away the clothes. There are other people in there who have them on them as well, you know. And I think part of that has to do with some people sleep outside, they're comfortable with it. And the way they're doing the cots, you come in, the cots are all scrambled and people can go anywhere. And so they're not, even though they're doing the sanitizing with this Lysol, you may get on a cot that someone was on last night who's been sleeping out 4 days and may have ticks on them. So there's some attention that I hope someone could pay to the location and make it a little bit more user friendly for the last month that it's going to be here, because it goes away at the end of March.
I appreciate it. Thank you for hanging all this time to share that testimony. We will look into it, both the conditions, but also treatment of people. I hope folks aren't spraying Lysol like on people while they're waking people up. So let us look into that. I appreciate you sharing that testimony. We will look into it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association. Welcome.
Hey, thank you, council member and staff, any council members watching in chambers. I'm not going to use 4 minutes, so I know you've been there all day. Got to give it to you guys. You're looking good, sounding good, doing good work. I just want to put on the record the fact that small landlords play an oversized role in the mission of the Department of Human Services as it relates to the provision of supportive housing. As you know, Councilmember, 40% of all rental housing in the district is provided by small landlords as people rent out a house or a condo. And we know that over half of our apartment buildings, it's actually much more than that, are 20 units or less. So these are small apartment buildings owned by individuals and small businesses who provide housing for people in the permanent supported program as well as the rapid rehousing program. I must say that I do believe that the department has made some efforts to improve services and relationships with housing providers over the course of the last year. But they need to do more with small landlords. The services, support, and attention seems to be provided more so to the large nonprofit housing providers, much more so than to small landlords, right, and individuals. For example, the department has a program where you're able to get like a bond or insurance. I think it's $5,000 that may cover any damage or late rent for a person who is on a voucher, a DHS related voucher. That's a great program. The problem is small landlords don't know about it. It's administered by the nonprofit, the nonprofit for the nonprofit providers, which are large nonprofit providers. We need that program expanded to access for small landlords, and we actually need to expand it, the voucher program across the board. A similar program like this needs to be implemented for DCHA, where landlords can be compensated for lost rent as well as damage to property. Again, just want to emphasize, and we'll get to you, information about the program in Montgomery County and others where they do provide support to small housing providers because of the important role that we play in the provision of our affordable housing, particularly our naturally occurring affordable housing. And I'm talking too long, I gotta go. But I want to say this, DCHA had a town hall, a live town hall this week. We went to it. It was very informative. We're gonna do that virtually. We'd like to invite the director of DHS to do the same thing with us also, and actually do a town hall to meet with small landlords and discuss the programs and services and how we can improve communication and cooperation. With that, thank you.
Thank you for being with us and for your testimony, and we look forward to receiving that information on Montgomery County. So thank you. I apologize, Commissioner. I think Khadijah Johnson, is with you.
She is with me, Chairperson Robert White. So I'm going to share the screen with her and she's going to start speaking. Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Whenever you're ready.
We are ready.
Chairperson White, she'll start talking.
All right. Welcome.
How you doing? My name is Khadijah Johnson, and I am currently homeless at the moment, and I have been going through a situation for some time. I used to be in foster care, so you know a lot of the programs do not set us up to succeed past being in care. So over the past years, I've been bouncing from place to place, and I put my name on the housing list about 2010, and I have not heard from anybody, no updates, no anything, and I'm just trying to better myself as far as housing wise and excuse me, and just trying to help the situation that I'm in. And the situation is being in the shelter it takes a toll on me mentally, physically, every single day. And it's just like, I want to know what can be done, what can I get help with to move it forward and not be in this position that I'm in right now. I'm trying to better myself in any way possible. I'm done. Thank you.
Thanks for being with us. And I'm sorry if I missed. Have you connected with DHS?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Then we will need to follow up to make sure you are in contact with the appropriate folks who can help here.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chairperson White.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you have a separate testimony?
I do.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready for me, I'll go ahead and get started as well.
You can proceed. Thank you.
Okay. Bear with me 1 second. I have to pull it up. Never fails, sir. You always save me for last, it seems.
That is right. Keep tradition alive. But I think we have one person who came back, so somebody will be after you.
Okay.
By my best efforts.
All right. Good evening, Chairperson White. Thank you for holding this hearing so that my comments are entered for the record. My name is Tripti Patel, and I represent Single Member District 2A03, which is the historic Foggy Bottom. I am the Vice Chairperson for ANC 2A and here to testify about the Aston, DC's first high barrier homeless shelter that would primarily serve adults with acute medical conditions, mixed gendered adult families, and couples experiencing homelessness to stay together. Populations that can't be properly served in other shelters. In May of 2023, the George Washington University announced it sold the Aston, a former graduate student dormitory located at 1129 New Hampshire Avenue Northwest, to the Washington, D.C. government through the Department of General Services for $27.5 million. At ANC2A's June 2023 meeting, the Department of Human Services sent representatives to address questions and concerns from commissioners as well as residents about services that Aston would provide. ANC2A, at a special meeting in June 2023, sent a resolution in support of the Aston, contingent upon certain conditions being met and outstanding questions around services provided, and the state of the Aston being answered. After the commission requested the building assessment report from DHS, It was provided from DGS. Upon review, there was a deep concern on the safety and integrity of the building. The reason for such scrutiny and intensity around the oversight by the commission is that the Aston under the George Washington University had issues around mold and water leakage. If students were having such issues around maintenance before it was sold to DGS, then it means the city has now inherited these issues. My colleague, Commissioner Yannick Omicton, raised concerns about the state of the roof and that it needed to be replaced immediately and considered as a non-negotiable fiscal year 2025 budget priority, not to be tiered out and replaced in 2028. The commission has no idea of when Aston will now be operational. The initial date was October 23. A few weeks ago, colleagues and myself heard June 2024. Now I've heard that the Aston will be online for September 2024. Yet we keep hearing different responses from the stakeholders due to repairs needed to make the Aston safe and livable for residents. The commission, stakeholders, and residents have not been happy with how the Aston has been handled. DGS has a history of not being transparent or working with a sense of urgency in the maintenance of other DC government-owned properties, causing distress amongst different stakeholders. As for DHS, it seems that if I, Chair Malek, and other ANC2A colleagues put questions forward, it's like pulling teeth to get a response. Commissioner Bandy asked questions of DHS in a closed-door meeting last month, and she's still not gotten a response. In conclusion, ANC2A has not been satisfied with DGS's length of time or quality of work in regards to the Aston to make it safe and livable. DHS's lack of transparency is not making stakeholders comfortable and is in fact having the opponents of the Aston shouting they were right and that DGS and DHS have not been good partners. DHS has now put itself in a position of not being trusted by anyone as they have not presented themselves before the commission to address concerns and take questions further since these developments have happened. Let me be clear, I and the commission want the Aston to succeed and want to be viewed as allies and partners in this process. But keeping everyone in the dark is not how DHS should be conducting business. I'm using this hearing as a way to hold DHS accountable and to have them address all stakeholders. Thank you, and I'm prepared to address the questions of the best of my ability. In service, Tripti Patel, Vice Chair, ANC2A. And I just want to say to you, Chairperson Robert White, it has been a point of privilege and an honor to work with you in trying to make sure everything around the Aston gets properly addressed. I know you have been hearing the frustrations from myself and ANC2A colleagues around all of this. I'm really hoping that we can get some concrete deliverables from DHS. As you know, when we presented our resolution, it was conditional. I don't want to be in a position, or the commission wants to be in a position where we rescind our support of this. We are a long way from that, but at the same time, we need to have transparency. We need to have full discussions around this. So thank you for holding this hearing and allowing my colleague to hop in and share her story. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate it. We'll work with you and the commission and DHS to get the clarification that you all need.
Okay, thank you.
Khadijah Johnson. No, I'm sorry. We already went there. Britt Ruffin from the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon or good night. I'm Britt Ruffin, Director of Policy and Advocacy at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. Since 1987, the Legal Clinic has envisioned and worked towards a just and inclusive community for all residents of DC, where housing is a human right and every individual and family has equal access to the resources they need to thrive. The successful administration and implementation of DHS's programming and services is critical. Of course, housing resources and additional funding are fundamental to program operation, but DHS and DC Council can't only focus on the expansion of programming and services. There also must be an oversized focus on the provision of services, not just on implementing the programming, but implementing programming well. And too often ensuring that programming is operating successfully, which should mean actually meeting the needs of and improving the lives of DC residents, falls by the wayside. There are a plethora of topics that I could talk about tonight, but I'm going to focus on some examples of where the gap that often exists between the existence of programs and their effective implementation. So first, the family shelter system. DHS is currently operating a family shelter intake system that's high barrier and burdensome, leaving many unhoused families with no choice other than to remain in unsafe environments. Intake workers regularly deny eligibility to families, require arbitrary and extensive documentation of homelessness, and refuse to provide lawful notices of ineligibility when families are denied services, all in violation of the HSRA. The legal clinic has an attorney on call every day that helps family shelter applicants enforce their existing legal rights after denial and gain shelter placement, even during hypothermic season and conditions that happens. Unfortunately, every denied family doesn't reach our office, but families seeking low-barrier emergency shelter should not have to seek legal assistance to access the emergency shelter that the HSRA intends. If DHS doesn't intend to do so, the council has to step in and amend the HSRA to make sure that it actually is a low barrier and humane family shelter. And DHS must initiate consistent and standardized staff training so that families are not arbitrarily denied. And I know we've heard several people testifying tonight about their lack of access in that system. Relatedly, the Office of Migrant Services is a part of DHS, and that coordination between the Family Shelter System and OMS is woefully ineffective. Despite prior emergency and current temporary legislation, DHS doesn't seem to understand its responsibility to place migrant families in family shelter if OMS is unable to do so. And that's, again, even on hypothermic nights. We've had examples and clients that migrant families with small children have been denied assistance, told OMS shelter was full, and to try again the next day. And meanwhile, these families are left with nowhere to go and no resources. Additionally, despite legislation that directed DHS to issue regulations in the spring of 2023, DHS has yet to do so. And so too often DHS is permitted to treat DC Council legislation as discretionary. And so council must take further legislative action to enforce compliance. Voucher utilization. Unfortunately, the staffing issues at DHS and poor agency coordination between DHS and DCHA have precluded many DC residents from successfully or efficiently receiving housing. Despite those inefficiencies, residents still have needs for these permanent housing vouchers. We hope DC Council can use its oversight to assist in reducing the bureaucracy that induces the voucher delays. However, we also urge Council to do more investigation into whether the current model for processing and utilizing vouchers, with DHS controlling the voucher budget, is fully serving the voucher utilization goals. The mayoral administration has on more than one occasion declined to implement program funding or regulations it doesn't want to execute, and later attempt to utilize that funding in a manner contrary to the council's intent. And so if DC Council's voucher funding happens to be contrary to the priorities of the mayor, then the council should re-examine whether DHS's full access and control of voucher funding ultimately leads to the goal of increasing utilization. We echo our colleagues' sentiments on rapid housing reform. It's an unsuccessful program, and DHS has admitted that 97% of the families can't afford to maintain their housing. And so we want to see that legislation moved. We also echo our colleagues' sentiments around ERAP, making sure that it's an accessible program and that the application is accessible, it's low barrier, and it's legally compliant. And finally, around PEP V closure, just want to mention that that program was closed in December, and it was closed despite the delay in opening the Aston. And that was a shelter that people were supposed to be able to go into. And so we were able to assist a small handful of residents assert their rights when the program kind of haphazardly closed. But it was shuttered so chaotically that outreach efforts are still necessary to try to find those who are displaced and make sure that their placements are appropriate and their rights are protected. And so DHS overall has to be more thoughtful about how they implement their services and realizing that the overall effort should be to minimize harm and not increase trauma and displacement. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's our final public witness. I just want to hold for a second to see if there's anyone who intended to testify who has not been able to do that yet. While I wait for that, I want to thank the folks who have testified on this panel. I've continued to take notes from our witnesses. All right. Well, I want to thank this panel and all of our public witnesses for being with us today. We are going to transition to our final government witness, Director Zeilinger from DHS. As we do that, we are going to take a 5-minute recess. So we will recess for 5 minutes. We will resume with Director Zeilinger. The committee is in a brief recess. All right, we are resumed. Director, welcome. Thanks to you and your team for being with us all day. As you know, it is the practice of this committee to swear in our government witnesses, so I ask you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thanks so much. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing. My name is Laura Green-Zeilinger, and I'm the Director of the Department of Human Services. Thank you for inviting me to testify on behalf of Mayor Muriel Bowser in today's hearing to discuss the activities and accomplishments of the department in fiscal year 23 and 24 to date. At the core of DHS services and operations are 1,300 people serving and supporting the residents of Washington, D.C. I appreciate the opportunity to share the hard work done to grow and strengthen programs, enhance engagement with customers, and respond to operating pressures and challenges. DHS's mission to empower every district resident to reach their potential by providing meaningful connections to work opportunities, economic assistance, and supportive services. This drives us to continuously improve existing systems, implement innovative new programs, and leverage technologies that advance our services. DHS assists more than 300,000 district residents with essential income supports that provide cash, food, medical assistance, and childcare. We have sustained and continue to improve expanded access points to public benefit programs. Residents may apply, update, and recertify their eligibility through District Direct, a mobile application, and a web-based portal, by calling the DHS Public Benefits Call Center, or by coming in person to one of our 5 service centers, and also by mailing in forms. We are serving approximately 40% more residents than before the COVID-19 pandemic. Given that each program has different regulatory and eligibility requirements, the application and recertification process is complex and time-consuming for applicants. We definitely heard about that today from the public witnesses, and is also a staff-intensive process. DHS works to ease administrative burdens by pursuing waiver authorities where possible, adding in-person support at critical touch points, and improving our technology. We are simultaneously adjusting to changing federal requirements and administering new programs and services. I will speak to several examples in today's testimony. First, the Elderly Simplified Application for Benefits. Recently, we implemented Phase 1 of the SNAP Elderly Simplified Application for senior residents. Now, more than 30,000 households have extended certification periods of 36 months. This facilitates the continuity of benefits and eases the burden on approximately 1/3 of SNAP customers. The next phase of ESAP includes rolling out a shorter, simplified application for these households. We've expanded our call center support as well. Due to increased customer demand, we're experiencing higher call volume, and to meet the needs of our residents, we've expanded our call center staff to 190 personnel who field basic inquiries, answer questions related to online and mobile applications, and provide verification guidance. Moving to in-person services, at each of our redesigned service centers, we established new welcome centers to provide real-time assistance and in-person customer support. Our customer ambassadors help with application processing, answer general questions, offer live demonstrations of District Direct, and complete applications on-site when possible. As we look ahead, we continue building on what we know is working and look for additional ways to enhance our systems. We're working with our Department of Healthcare finance partners on DCAS, the DC Access System enhancements to facilitate more ease for our customers and our staff. Our partnership with Code for America, a nationally recognized organization, is helping us simplify our application to streamline our delivery of cash, food, and medical benefits. Last week, we implemented the Give SNAP a Raise Act, through which 84,000 households received almost $8 million in additional food benefits. I acknowledge bumps in the road, but I'm pleased to share that this resource was distributed for a fraction of a percent of the total program cost, meaning that over 99 cents on every dollar appropriated has been going directly to SNAP households. Moving to summer EBT, in partnership with the Office of the State Superintendent of Education, the lab at DC, the Mayor's Office of Planning, we will be offering the summer EBT program this year. This program will provide food assistance to more than 80,000 children in the district this summer and every summer that USDA appropriates funds. Ensuring accurate and timely administration of public benefits is a primary component of our agency mandate. Our mission is to provide the services and supports that help residents access resources and leverage opportunities so situations improve to the point that they reach their goals and no longer need our support. A new solicitation for the TANF Employment Education Program takes the next step in embracing whole family customer-centered services in a 2-gen model that focuses on health, wellness, and parenting support in combination with employment and education planning. Recognizing the importance of providing safe and nurturing spaces where parents and caregivers can be transparent about the challenges and victories of raising a family, we also have expanded our DC Mental Health Outreach for Mothers, our DC Moms program, incorporating a graduating program called Parent Cafe. Through peer-to-peer learning and deep individual self-reflection, participants explore their strengths and create strategies drawing from their experiences to empower their families. Attending DC Moms graduations is one of my favorite things to do as director. It reminds me of 2 things: the indomitable will and fortitude of the residents we have the privilege of serving, and the impact of the valuable work we do as an agency. I'm proud to share that 368 participants have successfully graduated from the Moms program since its launch in fiscal year 21. Another way that we're meeting families where they are, and we heard some testimonies to this today, it's through the Career Map program. While we're still early in its implementation, we are seeing some promising early trends. With most participants now enrolled less than 9 months, families are making significant progress toward reaching their goals and engaging in services that will help them to advance to the middle class. A great example of this potential is a Career Map participant who was recently promoted to a supervisory role and lost SNAP benefits due to her higher earnings. Because she lost more in benefits than her earnings grew, she would have had trouble paying for household basics for her family. But through Career Map, we were able to make up for the loss of benefits through a combination of rental subsidies and monthly cash payments. She noted that these resources, in addition to emergency funds and case management support, have helped her maintain her employment. Recently, the Career Map Benefits Cliff Mitigation Strategy received recognition from our partners at the Federal Reserve Bank. Their study of the program found that it reduces the financial disincentives that participants face when making decisions about career advancement. That's a barrier that we also heard about from our public witnesses today. Moving to our work to end homelessness and strengthen our continuum of care. You heard testimony from earlier today from our Interagency Council on Homelessness Director, Teresa Silla, about our progress at making homelessness rare, brief, and non-reoccurring. When we look at our goals of ending homelessness from a systems perspective, it means preventing homelessness when possible, reducing the length of time people experience homelessness, and supporting residents as they exit homelessness to sustain their housing. Under Mayor Bowser's leadership over the last 9 years, our community has come together to scale interventions that have come closer than ever to realize a system that does this for families and adapt and innovate strategies appropriate to our single, adult, and youth systems. As we look at what it takes to make homelessness rare, we know that to reduce entry into homelessness, it's important to invest in prevention and diversion whenever possible. Over the last 18 months, we've made new strides in prevention through the implementation of streamlined intake and created a virtual front door for homeless services for unaccompanied adults. Through this initiative, we expanded the reach of our Project Reconnect diversion program and placed staff in shelters, day service centers, and with outreach teams to engage with people newly experiencing homelessness or facing housing instability. We also launched the Front Door Navigation Tool with the Homeless Services Hotline, which has strengthened opportunities for diversion, assisted in providing consistent information about system operations and available resources, and connected people to the right resource faster. This tool has provided 90 additional referrals to Project Reconnect since its launch. Additionally, during fiscal year 23, we grew the Emergency Rental Assistance Program to accept more applications and distribute nearly $45 million in funds, assisting 8,470 households. We also launched an ERAP storyboard on our website, providing real-time data on our progress of processing applications and awarding ERAP funds. I'd like to share some context here about emergency rental assistance and homelessness prevention. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the federal government allocated funding for rental assistance resources at an unprecedented scale. The district received $352 million. that both address the needs of those who are unable to pay their rent for the first time due to the pandemic, as well as those who have long struggled with housing affordability but had not received assistance, and those who had been assisted with ERAP in the past. We also use some of those funds to be able to extend families in the FRSP program. FY24 is the last year we will have federal funds augmenting and scaling up the ERAP program, yet the demand is higher than we can meet. We heard a lot about this in today's testimony, even with ERAP funds at 5 times the pre-pandemic level of $8 million. The program will accept an additional 5,500 applications in fiscal year 24, and to manage volume, we have moved to opening the program for applications on a quarterly basis. This allows us to serve and assist residents throughout the fiscal year. There is little doubt that every resident who is rent burdened or falls behind on their rent would benefit from the ERAP program. However, we must come to terms with the unfortunate reality that although many people are eligible for ERAP and struggling in the post-stay DC era, we are no longer to assist all eligible households. Therefore, this underscores the importance of maintaining a strategic focus on homelessness prevention through our homelessness prevention program and Project Reconnect. Thinking about how we're improving our crisis response system and making homelessness brief. We've successfully closed the Pandemic Emergency Program for Medically Vulnerable Individuals, PEPV, which served 2,396 clients and helped us move approximately 1,240 residents to permanent housing. PEPV saved lives during global health crisis and provides a supportive environment where residents had access to case management services and routine medical and behavioral health care. The invaluable insights and key lessons learned from operating PEPV are guiding us in the establishment of our first non-congregate bridge housing sites, which will open later this year. This program offers an environment that is conducive to delivering critical case management and housing navigation services and fills a long-standing gap in our system by serving the needs of adult families and couples experiencing homelessness. Our short-term family housing programs are now in their 5th year. These programs, seamlessly embedded in communities in 7 of our 8 wards, continue to assist families with essential safety needs while maintaining average lengths of stay well exceeding our goal of under 90 days. We're proud of the strides we've made in bolstering our emergency services system and ensuring a haven for everyone in our community. These investments reinforce our commitment to inclusivity, closing gaps within the continuum of care, implementing strong ideas and solutions that we know work, and expediting transitions to stable housing. A milestone in our progress toward ending homelessness among single adults is the opening of the Ethel. Integrating lessons learned from prior projects, the Ethel is a flagship example of the impact that intentional built environments have on well-being. Created through a public-private partnership as part of the Halise community, this apartment building includes 100 units of permanent supportive housing and a range of amenities to support the overall well-being of residents. Examples include fitness facilities, cooking classes, a clothing closet, hair salon, and on-site case managers who help residents navigate connections to healthcare, professional development, and other services. Recognizing the need to continuously invest in our workforce and leverage the insight of residents with lived experience in our work, we are excited to launch the Peer Case Management Institute this spring in partnership with Howard University School of Social Work. This one-of-a-kind institute will provide classroom instruction, computer and field-based training to individuals with lived experience of homelessness to become qualified case managers in the homeless services system. We continue to work closely with our community providers, the DC Housing Authority, Department of Healthcare Finance, Behavioral Health, to scale our permanent supportive housing programs. During fiscal year 23 and 24 to date, nearly 1,300 residents exited homelessness to a safe, stable home of their own. As we turn to our work on ending homelessness among youth, we continue to proactively address the housing instability and homelessness among young people. In fiscal year 23, directly through our partners, the district provided housing and supportive services to more than 1,800 young people experiencing housing instability. Our system has robust front door services, including 4 youth-specific drop-in centers, including one that's open 24 hours a day, Zoe's Doors. And additionally, we have more than 700 beds dedicated specifically to homeless youth, mostly designated to unaccompanied young people between the ages of 18 and 24. We are meeting the needs of young people who are experiencing a sustained homelessness with space in youth-specific shelters and transitional housing programs. With a renewed focus on increasing youth employment, income, and transition to permanent housing, DC is excited to work closely with our providers to continue to help young people achieve gains in these areas. More significantly, in fiscal year 23, more than 173 youth exited our youth homeless system to permanent stable housing. We are also working closely with the adult system to enhance coordination and collaboration of youth who need extended support. We also serve youth, reducing truancy and juvenile justice involvement. And our programs have made impactful strides at lowering arrest rates and improving behavioral functioning among participants. I am thrilled to share that collaborations with the DC Public Schools have been instrumental in tailoring interventions to decrease student truancy. One example is a successful parent and adolescent support services PASS intensive case management program at Kramer Middle School, made possible through our partnership with the U.S. Department of Justice and DC Office of Victim Services and Justice grants. Our first cohort graduated from the 6th to 7th grade, and we've seen a 7% increase in their school attendance from the fiscal year 24 to in fiscal year 23. Sorry, from 22 to 23. We also launched a bullying prevention program, implemented a targeted parent support initiative, and expanded our Newcomers to the United States support program to address community needs and support first-generation newcomer youth attending Cardoza High School and Alice Steele Middle School. In addition to other ways we're supporting newcomers to the United States with what began as a humanitarian response to the governors of Texas and Arizona busing people to Washington, D.C., being used as political pawns in the spring of 2022, DHS has created a system of care through our Office of Migrant Services. This program continues to provide vital support to migrants being sent to the district, facilitating short-term lodging and housing plans for efficient transitions to community resettlement. Investments in program development and staff expansion have strengthened our ability to effectively serve more than 7,100 migrant families and children since October of 2022. In closing, the support and growth of DHS employees remains key to providing the best services to district residents. We continue to improve our workplace culture as we deepen our DHS values. I am excited for the upcoming release of the agency's 5-year strategic plan, which will guide us through the important work and assist us with accomplishing our goals. Thank you for the opportunity to share our achievements and challenges over the past year. I am appreciative of the leadership of the mayor, as well as Deputy Mayor Turnage, and the partnership of the council in this committee and our stakeholders throughout the district. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director. So we will jump right in. And the first thing I want to focus on is rules of engagement for programs, sort of consistency and how they work. This is something we heard a good bit about in public testimonies today, probably more than any other program. Well, SNAP and ERAP were the two, but let me start with SNAP. Federal law mandates a 30-day review of all SNAP applications. The district often lags in meeting this requirement, with DHS frequently taking longer to process applications. If a resident's SNAP benefits review exceeds the 30-day timeframe, what happens at that point?
So we are picking up and touching cases certainly within the 30-day review period, but there are sometimes we're in touch with a customer about when there's documentation that is still needed to complete their eligibility. So we're doing outreach to the customer, sending them notice, as well as other forms of outreach depending on how they would also see notice in District Direct if they're using District Direct of what is outstanding in their application. So when you look at the data around processing, the 30 days is really our goal to complete end to end, but we depend on a partnership with our residents to do what is required on their end to complete that eligibility.
We heard from Blake Turpin with DC Hunger Solutions that there's an 84.6% error rate for SNAP. Is that accurate?
It is. Our error rate in SNAP has been improving. And it continues to improve. We are focused on our payment error rate, and there are a number of factors that go into our error rate, everything from that might stem from notice requirements to other aspects of how a benefit is calculated. So it absolutely is correct that this is an area that is ripe for improvement, that we are focused on, both in terms of shoring up our systems as well as staff training in a number of key areas where we see repeated errors.
If my memory serves correctly, the hearing we had on DCAS with the Health Committee, there was supposed to be some 2022 staff added to help with this. Is that still accurate?
So we did add staff in 22 and in 23. At this point in 24, due to funding constraints, we have had to pause hiring.
So then what specifically is going to, so we've added the staff, we're going to add, the error
Yeah.
rate is still
Yeah.
very high.
So yeah, I can talk to you. There are a number of things we're doing.
Mhm.
And I can go into detail on any or all of them, but I'll start with the major categories, and then you can let me know whether you want, how much detail you would like in the testimony today. First, we're maximizing flexibility through waivers. So anywhere where we can ease the burden on residents or on staff to expedite processing, we are taking advantage of every possible waiver, and we have some additional waiver authority pending, as well as some that will expire and are unlikely to be renewed. But we're really trying to make sure that we're streamlining everything and removing additional steps wherever possible. Our ESAP waiver that I spoke about in my testimony is one great example of that. In addition, we have received, one of the waivers we've received is what has allowed us to add staff to our call center to use contracted staff for some of the first tier inquiries, so that we've been able to expand that operation. So eligibility workers are doing eligibility, not answering calls about questions about benefits. And so that waiver allows us to really maximize eligibility staff to do the things only that they're allowed to do. We have also transitioned to more in-person services. So during the pandemic, we are taking paper applications from customers and not having them wait in the lobby. And we were then processing both staff remotely as well as staff in person, processing those applications. Before the pandemic, we had changed our business process to, is whenever possible, to do a one touch with a customer. So they came in and we sat with them end to end from start to finish with case processing. We are in the process of returning. We've started with piloting at the Congress Heights Service Center with residents coming in there and we will by May roll out at all 5 of our in-person service centers that return to working directly with customers as they're coming in.
Director, could I sort of hone in, what changes have been implemented, let's say within the past 4 months?
So within the last 4 months, we've had added, in December, we added staff to call center. That they came in December, the additional staff. The move to in-person started 2 weeks ago with Congress Heights and will be rolled, so that is in progress. We also have a number of improvements to DCAS that have happened over the course of the last several months and will continue, but as well as additional business process improvements that are helping us to consolidate when we receive several redundant applications or recertifications through different entry points, like someone put something in through District Direct multiple times or the mobile app or both and drop something off, being able to consolidate those tasks. So those are some of the new improvements.
With the additional, how many additional staff were added?
So additional staff, we added, sorry, one second. We've hired 23 staff. In fiscal year 23, we hired 76 staff. That's 60 eligibility workers, 20 supervisors in the eligibility department, and 4 eligibility support staff. And then because of a slowdown in hiring in fiscal year 24, just 1 supervisory SSR.
Okay. And so what about residents being able to directly communicate with the staff responsible for reviewing applications and recertifications when they experience delays? That's one concern we've had.
Yeah, so through the call center. So part of this waiver and additional staffing for the call center that when started in December, that allows us to do that much more effectively. We have a lot more people, and the call center staff now have more visibility than they've had in the past. And we've done additional retraining for the call center staff to allow them to be able to provide more specific information to customers as they're calling.
Okay, let me just wrap this up. From between the DCAS hearing and now, how many staff have been added specifically for SNAP application processing?
I don't think we've been able to add staff because that was this fiscal year and we haven't not been able to hire.
Okay, so there was a change in what you've been allowed to hire.
Yeah, due to our spending pressures.
Okay. I will come back to this. Let me turn to Councilmember Fruman, who is a member of this committee. So it'll be Councilmember Fruman, Councilmember Henderson, and then Councilmember Louis George.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Nice to see you, Director Zeilinger. I want to focus a little on permanent supportive housing and the services that are that we're able to provide to our folks with permanent supportive housing vouchers. What kinds of supportive services are such residents supposed to receive?
In the permanent supportive housing program, residents have a case manager who works with them. They work with them to complete their voucher application, to help them with their housing search, and with transition to their new home as they lease up. Then they are providing ongoing regular visits, both in person and virtually, every month.
Every month. So, and we hear from different people that they have trouble getting those services or having trouble getting in touch with their case managers. What kinds of things can we do to make sure, what kinds of things are we doing to make sure that our case managers are delivering even that minimal level of services?
So we monitor our case management contracts pretty closely, and as part of the billing, we use Medicaid to we have a Medicaid Housing Supportive Services Authority where they need to document their interaction in order to get paid. So we have pretty good visibility into the number of visits that are happening, and we also do regular meetings with our providers and case reviews to go over what is happening. Certainly, if a resident is having trouble reaching their case manager, they're given, and we can also continue to reinforce where they can call in order to if they get help. But each of our case management providers is also required to have a 24/7 hotline where they know somebody they can call on call if they need help.
And I see that you do like report cards and audits and sample audits. In that kind of process, have you had instances where you've found providers that are falling down and not providing the level of services that are required the once a month?
I think it's a two-way street. So sometimes our community providers are outreaching to somebody, and they may or may not be wanting to accept those services at that time, but they continue to offer an outreach to them. We also see some turnover, and we heard some testimony about this from, I think, both residents, but certainly from our provider community, that sometimes there are issues with staff retention. And that also is an issue because it's really important that people are able to build trusting relationships between their case management. And when people are turning over, the people may not know who to call. And so that is also an issue we're particularly focused on. It's also why we're really excited about the launch of our Peer Case Management Institute that I spoke about in my testimony. We've had a huge interest in that, and 40 people will get trained in partnership with Howard University to be certified case managers that will really bolster the services we're providing, and will be eligible to be hired by our community providers in the PSH program, which we think will be a tremendous asset.
And you went to sort of my next question, which is what are the kinds of things that we can do to improve recruitment and retention in this space? Because I also heard some of the testimony about all of the turnover, is the peer manager program, is that the answer? Or are there other things that we can and should be doing to improve recruitment and retention in the space?
So we partner pretty closely with our providers, and when resources allowed, we were allowing hiring bonuses, retention bonuses. We do a lot of collaboration around training with our providers so that case managers are supported to do the work that they're hired to do. And we do think the Peer Case Management Institute and really adding people with lived experience of homelessness as part of the team of employees that are working with customers will be an absolutely fantastic asset to the services that we provide, as well as it will bolster our workforce. So we've got creative solutions, and we've got a lot of different things that we continue to try. In partnership, we meet regularly with our network of community providers to hear what they are telling us will help and to be responsive to that.
I mean, some places in the literature, the suggestion is that, the best practice in the housing first model would be to have case managers in contact with their clients, not once a month, but once a week, and have the clients have daily access to them. What kinds of resources would it take in order to get to that sort of level of service? And maybe in a related question and the fundamental question, are you satisfied with the level of services that we're able to provide to the folks in permanent supportive housing?
I think the thing to know is that that we have a minimum, but the minimum is not the maximum in terms of client contacts. So some people require more, but at a minimum, there needs to be an in-person visit and a virtual reach. But when people are newly housed or they may be experiencing some sort of instability or crisis, they can reach out to their case manager more frequently, and more frequently do. So there's an minimum, but oftentimes what our case managers are doing is well above that. They are not the only service provider in somebody's life. So if they also have a behavioral health issue, and they may be working in partnership with their behavioral health provider, who is also a key support. And the part of what the case manager is doing is ensuring that and helping someone navigate and get connected to the services and supports and linkages to community that help with their overall well-being. They are not intended to be like the end all be all of everything in somebody's life. They're a really important coach, guide, source of support, and someone who's checking on their overall well-being and making sure that they're connected and getting the resources that they need. So I would say there's, sort of the best practice standard may be looking at people who need a more intensive service model, and we do provide a more intensive service model through our partnerships with the behavioral health when that is what is needed.
And what are the structures in place, just to close this out, what are the structures in place for coordination between your case managers and the behavioral health folks and maybe other people who are providing services for folks?
So they use a teaming approach where as part of their collaboration. And so that means that they're coordinating on part of a service team, and they're and if someone is having a crisis and they're not connected, then we would use, of course, behavioral health crisis outreach, but then we're also working to connect the person with a CSA. We meet regularly with the Department of Behavioral Health around helping people access those services and reconnect with those services when they need them.
All right, thank you very much. My time's up.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Henderson.
Thank you, Chairman White, and good evening, Director. I want to start with staffing. At the DCAS hearing that we had last year, we spoke a little bit about the transition of moving staff back into the office. The mayor has announced that the executive branch employees must come back to work 4 days in person. Do you anticipate any challenges bringing all DHS employees back for that mandate?
No.
Okay. And I just want to clarify, sort of in the exchange that you had with Councilmember White at the top of this. So my understanding is that in the FY24 budget, the council funded 16 new positions at DHS to help address application processing backlogs. And from what it sounds like is that you only have hired one person in a supervisory position this fiscal year. Is that accurate?
Yes. For
Okay.
eligibility, yes, that is accurate.
Okay. So, how then are we approaching the backlog situation?
So we are using overtime.
Okay.
So we use we've got strategic use of overtime. We've got on Saturdays, sometimes 80 eligibility staff working overtime. We also use that as an opportunity to continue to train staff in areas where where there have been things get trickier, there have been errors. So it's a way of doing some on-site coaching and support because we have a lot of hands on deck on Saturdays when we do overtime.
Okay. I mean, would it not be cheaper for us to just hire someone as opposed to paying overtime?
It would be cheaper. But it also, we need to be able to do the case processing right now, and we need to be able to hire. And because we need to do the case processing right now, we do not have the resources because of overall pressures on our budget to have the authority to hire right now.
Okay. How long does it take in terms of onboarding again? It was a 6 months?
It's a 6-month training.
Okay.
Before someone can process.
Okay. Let me move to talking about some of the programs. So let's talk a little bit about SNAP. My understanding is we were supposed to be moving to an elderly simplified application for SNAP.
Yes.
What's the update in terms of the rollout of this?
So we have extended the certification period to 36 months. We're very excited about that. That helps almost a third of residents on SNAP. The next phase of that is a simplified application, and that will I'll tell you in a second when that will happen. But we've got 3 phases of the implementation, and the next one is that simplified application. And that one is, sorry.
And just to clarify, the simplified application will not just be for new applications, but it will be a simplified process for renewals as well?
Yes.
Okay, great. We can come back to that. The mayor is committed to rolling out the new federal summer EBT program, which will provide resources for groceries to low-income families when school is out in the summer. Has the process begun for rolling this program out this summer? I believe you all were going to be identifying an outside contractor.
So we're working with our partners at Aussie on the whole process for how all of that is going to work. So to answer your prior questions, because I have it in front of me, 2025 is when we're going to be rolling out the simplified application for summer EBT. So there are 2 ways that children are eligible. One is if they're already enrolled in SNAP. They're categorically eligible if their families receive SNAP or TANF, they won't have to apply. If they're they are eligible based on being in a school that where they're part of the National School Lunch or Breakfast Program, or based on their income means, they will be able to apply through their school, and will be communicating and rolling that out in soon. So they'll be able to apply in the spring, and then they'll be mailed each student will be mailed a card that will have their benefit on it. It's $40 for each month, so it'll be $120 for the summer.
Okay, so but your partner agency on this project is Aussie.
We are working with Aussie, Office of Planning, their food policy, food security part of Office of Planning, as well as the lab at DC has been helping to design the application.
Okay, all right. Just wanted to know who the entities were. In a follow-up information we got from the Deputy Mayor for Health and Human Services after our December DCAS Oversight Roundtable, the agency reported that there has been a significant increase in the number of public benefits related hearings before the Office of Administrative Hearings in FY23. So we went from about 1,850 in FY22 to more than 3,000 in FY23. more than 80% of those hearings were for SNAP and TANF cases. What do you believe is causing this increase in fair hearings?
It has to do with all the things that we've heard testimony about today.
Okay.
I mean, it really is about workload pressures and keeping up with the demand. We've got, as I think we also talked about in that hearing, we've got a 40% increase in our caseload because
Right.
of all the different entry points. We've got not this, we haven't been able to scale our staff to meet the need. And we're doing everything we can to smooth the business processes and improve our systems to be able to get ahead of it. And we're seeing actually month over month improvement in a good direction, but we're not there yet.
Right. I'm just telling you, it's hard for me because I hear you. I'm suspecting from the staff, you say it is workload pressures. I look at the tracker. I know how many at least for the Medicaid side, I know how many applications your folks are dealing with, and certainly the ones that are over 30 days in terms of the pending. And it is, I know this isn't your decision, but I'm going to say this out in the ether so that the other people can hear it. The idea that the only way we are resolving our workload pressures is via overtime, as opposed to hiring more bodies, or doing some other things. And I get it that it takes about 6 months in terms of the training and the onboarding, but this doesn't feel sustainable because let's say 10 people from your Economic Security Administration division decides to quit tomorrow. Then what happens?
So it's not the only thing we're doing. I want to be clear about that. We've got about 10 different things we're doing, and we have a very robust strategy, and I'm happy to sit down with you and walk you through it in detail about all the things we're doing, but we're doing the best with what we have. I'm not satisfied with it. And the reality is we're in a very challenging budget posture. And so we have no choice but to do the best we can with what we have. There are 38 states who are in a similar position to us. So we're also not alone. It doesn't make it, I'm not justifying it, but I think it puts into context the fact that this is not just a DC problem, that as the administrative flexibilities have expired and the need continues to be high, that these challenges are challenges that are really felt throughout the country.
Got it. Okay. I'm over my time. Thank you, Councilmember White. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Councilmember Lewis George, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Director Zeilinger, but also Councilmember Robert White, who hearing went longer than mine. I finished at 7. And since I was here, I figure I get one round in and then I will let you be. Director, it's good to see you. I wanted to ask some questions similar to some of my colleagues. I think Councilmember Matt Fruman and I started to probably deal with some of the same issues. And that's around case managers and sort of the ability for us to, what we're doing to address the shortage of case managers and then the frequency in which case managers are working with their clients. There are multiple buildings in Ward 4 where residents and property managers have stated that either case managers are not showing up or that there isn't enough, or they are not communicating with their clients enough, and there isn't enough to have on-site case managers sort of on the property. What are we doing regarding sort of the shortage of case managers? But is there any room to improve sort of the case managers working in person and the frequency in which they are communicating and supporting their clients?
Sure. So as I noted in my testimony and to Councilmember Fruman, we're really excited about the launch of our Peer Case Management Institute. We've got hundreds of applications in already, and we will be training people. We have our first cohort will be 40 people with lived experiences of homelessness will be trained in partnership with Howard University to receive a certification where they will be then certified to work for our case management providers to be able to augment their staff. And that will help with some of the staffing and also really bring people who have proven to be relatable and highly effective, as well as provide access to jobs that pay in a profession where people are inspired to work. So we think that is one both innovative and very exciting example that we hope to be able to really scale. We're excited about this first cohort getting ready to start. That
Got it.
is thing one. Thing two is we do monitor closely what the visits are, and we do meet closely with our providers. We monitor and audit their files, and we continue to, offer training and meet with them around that. There are contract minimums, and oftentimes people are seeing more than that. We heard testimony about the disruption that turnover in case management has, and sometimes having people not know who their case manager is, have to build a new relationship, and that really has an impact. And so we are looking to, be in partnership with our providers around retention to the great degree that we can.
Yeah, that was
In terms of
my next question was about that.
In terms of
retention.
on-site services, we don't provide them unless it is a place like the Ethel that is a program that is 100% PSH, or other programs that are intended to have on-site services. So we're really excited about the introduction of that program into our continuum. And, but we don't put on-site services travel with the person when they have a tenant-based subsidy in our PSH program.
Okay. I guess one of the things we wondered was whether there could, if property managers were willing to have space in places for caseworkers to meet with their clients in their building, would that be something that DHS would be open to having, sort of, if they provide a space in place, whether PSH or not, would case managers, would that be okay for case managers to do some of that on-site work?
Yeah, and they do go on site at least once a month to put eyes on the person in their home.
Yeah.
And if there's a place there where they can do it, great. One of the issues just with sort of saying like we're going to assign someone to a building is that people have choice in the case management provider through our shift to the Medicaid program. So they're a conflict-free assessment, and they get to choose among our providers that have availability who they want to work with, just like you would choose a physician through your health plan. And so if we put a case manager on site and say that is now going to be your case manager because you live in this building, that would violate what we're doing through our housing supportive services and the Medicaid program. We have at times when there have been some issues in buildings, put additional DHS staff there to kind of have an on-site presence and help with things. The Department of Behavioral Health has a new resource this fiscal year, and they're getting ready to launch a team that should be able to also address some of the issues in specific buildings. I think they're still doing the design around that. We're in conversation with them about what that might look like.
Got it. In regards to SNAP, did all retroactive SNAP payments go out over the weekend?
They did. There were
Okay.
38 who received their payment on Monday because there was an issue with their payment file, but they've all been addressed. Everyone's received the payment.
Got it. Thank you for that. Is DHS still on track to implement the increase in SNAP starting tomorrow?
Yes.
Friday, March 1st?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful news. Chairman White went over this a little already, but I've received multiple calls from residents stating their SNAP benefits were terminated without notification, sort of no notice letter. Some uploaded their documents for TAN and for SNAP, but were still terminated. Applications were lost. My constituent services team sent me emails out. I'm not going to read all of them. This is just sort of, they sent me the bulk of emails we've gotten. Some uploaded their documents for TAN and for SNAP, but were still terminated. Applications were lost. Some people didn't receive their full benefits, and calls to the hotline or visits to offices did not resolve the issues. We heard a lot of testimony about that today as well. People are sort of afraid, frustrated, and are having anxiety about being able to get their benefits. And I know you agree that that should not happen. What are the course corrections that are taking place right now to deal with sort of the pervasive issues we're seeing? I guess all colleagues are, but as a ward council member, this is the bulk of what my constituent services team is getting emails about every day.
So we're really focused on this. We have a really comprehensive set of strategies that we're working on, everything from system fixes with DCAS to we now have a waiver that allows us to hire some additional contracted staff to do tier 1 that have expanded our staff at the call center to 190 people so that we can answer more inquiries and have eligibility staff working eligibility. We're doing additional training and support for our staff. We're moving to more people in person in our service centers, able to not just take documents, but complete while someone is there with them in front of them, because sometimes they sent us something, but something else is still needed or inconsistent in the application that needs resolved. So they may have given us an evidence that was required, but their benefit still may have terminated, or there may be another reason why their eligibility was not completed. And that avoids all of that back and forth and multiple visits and calls to a lot of different places. So I'm also happy to come meet with you and sit down and go through all of the minutia of
The
things
ones
that
I
we are
have.
doing, because
Yeah.
it is a really comprehensive
Yeah.
plan. But we're doing absolutely everything we can and are very focused on this. We're not satisfied with where it is. These complaints come to me. There are residents who have my personal cell phone and call me at all hours of the day and night, understandably, because they got to feed their children.
Yeah.
And none of the angst that this is causing the community is lost on me. And we are laser-like focused to do everything we can to fix it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lewis George. Um, when I finished my last round, Director, I was starting to wrap up on SNAP. I'm having trouble wrapping my head around this. So for SNAP processing times and error rates, DC is one of the worst in the country. And the plan in November at the DCAS hearing was to hire additional staff. Now we're told no additional staff is going to be added. That is concerning. And it doesn't seem like we have a path to get to where we need to. I'm hoping these waivers and changes in processing will bring us forward.
We already are. So I want to just be clear that we are seeing every month, and actually every day, we are tracking and how we're doing and what we're not where we want to be. And I think I've been clear about that, and I will underscore it. And I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir.
Please go.
Forgive me. But that we are, and we do need, in an ideal world, we would be hiring staff, that we just don't have the funding authority to do that right now. So we have to do everything else we can do. And it's not that because we don't want to hire staff. We would love to hire staff. But the things we're doing are beginning to work, and we are going to keep doing the things that are working and do more things to get to where we need to be.
I had my fingers crossed, but as Councilmember Henderson said, like relying on overtime is not sustainable.
I agree.
Want to continue with some program questions. Smile Youth House 1, a transitional housing site for youth, closed last year. A young person who resided there testified at a past hearing that there was no transitional plan for any of the youth that had to leave when it closed. What should happen when a shelter or transitional housing site is closed?
I'm glad you asked that, because actually we did work to make sure that every youth had a place that they could go. And this isn't the first time that there's been a program that is closed. And we have worked to make sure that every person, whether it was when PepV closed to other youth programs that have closed, from Casa Ruby to this one, to make sure that there was a plan and a bed for every young person. And that did happen here. That is what should happen, and that is what did happen.
When a transitional housing site closed, did they lose a grant? Did that grant go to somewhere else? Like, do those beds still exist but elsewhere?
We've not decreased the beds in our system, and we still have available beds in our system. Actually, those are transitional beds, and I'm speaking about emergency beds. I'm not sure, and I also don't want to get into additional specific provider issues in this forum, but I'm happy to provide you an update and follow up.
Okay, yeah, that's why I sort of pivoted. I'm wondering not about this provider, but the number of beds, if we have the same number.
Yeah, so
of
we
beds.
do, and we also have vacancies in our emergency beds in the youth system. So we have a place where every young person in emergency for them to go, and we do have space and have been successful with working with young people in transitional housing, which has proven to be a really effective intervention for our young people.
Asking about Smile reminds me of part of their testimony that we heard from other nonprofits, that the city is behind in paying them to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars, and they're saying they can't carry these costs. What's happening with those timelines?
We've due to some of the funding issues that we've had some delays. We've also had some challenges with the transition to the DIP system and funds loaded in the appropriate places so that we could pay on those are largely resolved now, and we should see, I would throughout the hearing receiving updates from my staff, so we should see those funds flowing. But it is we've been operating in a really challenging posture due to our spending pressures this year.
The the payment issues, are those likely to be recurring issues, or is that
I don't think
blip?
so at this point, not in these specific grants. But we do, but we, I won't say that we're not going to see any additional recurrent issues because we are having to move funds around to make sure that we can pay on our obligations.
That's concerned. So how are we entering into contracts and not able to pay them?
There's overall funding available, but the timing of the funding being loaded in the right places has been some of the issue. And there are places where funds are moved to cover immediate expenses. So the agency has the appropriations to cover for the year, but there were also, our AFO is managing both how we work with the spending pressure and manage our obligations. So we are not anti-deficient in that we're not funding grants and contracts that we don't have resources to pay. But the funding is not always in the place or showing up in the system in the way that is needed. I believe those administrative issues have been corrected.
All right. So if we have the funding, then it is an administrative issue that should be correctable and corrected.
Yes.
If we don't have the funding, that's a different and very significant problem.
Right. And in issues, because we're taking, as you heard, also testimony about a mid-year funding cut. That's part of the reason why we have to do that in order to make sure that we're only committing funds within our budget authority.
Let me move to migrant services. Since obviously 2022, the district has seen a significant influx in migrants, and OMS has been working toward preventing homelessness in this community by instituting resettlement plans. What's the status of migrant resettlement today?
So we've provided accommodations for 448 migrant families in temporary lodging. We've had 261 families exit with a resettlement plan. And we've had that's out of 1,700 people who've come who have needed some sort of if they're not staying, onward movement. So I think that gives you sort of a sense of, we've got a lot of people who we've supported movement through, others who have stayed and where we've become more and more effective at supporting people with a resettlement plan, and happy to say that 261 families have exited with successful resettlements.
How many families?
261.
Okay. And how many families are there now?
In temporary lodging?
Yes.
Let's see. One sec. Okay. Oh no, this is bus info. Sorry, 1 second.
Let me do this. I will I'll pick up there. Yeah, I'll pick up there in my next round. No problem. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chair White. I'll pick up in a different sort of way. I toured one of the facilities on New York Avenue at one point with Chairman White and yourself, Director Zeilinger. And there was a time where everything was full. Are we at a place where that is still the case, or if we've had 261 families who have been successfully resettled, are we at the same kind of bursting at the seams that we were at?
No, we're not.
6 months ago?
No, so we're actually getting ready this spring to close the days in, because we've had people leave and we need to contract. So I think since you toured those facilities, we opened Harbor Light for reception and respite. I'm not sure that it was open when we did our tour. To answer Councilmember White's question, is we have 183 families who are still in our temporary lodging facilities across the 3 sites, but a small number still at the Days Inn, which will be closing, and 75 who are served at our reception and respite center at Harbor Light.
And the resettlement, how much of that resettlement is here in the district, and how much of that resettlement is elsewhere in the country?
I actually don't have that data, and it would be probably we would know in the region versus whether they go somewhere else, but I don't know.
Okay. Back on SNAP just for a second. Some advocates have suggested, and I think we heard it today, that maybe it would be more efficient if all applications went through district direct, no matter how they came in, by phone, by email, or in person. Is that happening? If it's not happening, that all of the applications go into that system. If it isn't happening, would it help in any way? And is there something we could do to facilitate that?
We definitely appreciate all the suggestions. District Direct is a mobile app. So I think maybe what they mean is everything needs to go through DCAS, which is our system of record for eligibility, and everything does go through DCAS no matter how it does come in. What is important is that we're able to deduplicate things that come in through all of the different entry points, and we're working with DCAS to make sure that we have a unique identifier so that no matter how many duplicates or things that come in through different entry points, that they all get consolidated and attributed to the same household. And that is an improvement that will make a huge difference that we're working on now.
It's coming. It's not here yet, but it's coming, you hope.
Correct.
Okay. And a distinctive niche that we also hear about from advocates is on both SNAP and TANF, that there's difficulty in getting newborns registered, and that creates an enormous challenge for families. Are you aware of that? Is that a thing? If so, what kinds of things are you or can you do to try and improve that?
We do work with the hospitals around enrollment in Medicaid when there's a newborn, and I need to check with how that also links to the other eligibility programs that a family may be participating in. The process when they do a change with us to add a member of the household, like a newborn, is had been a very arduous process with too many steps in DCAS that I believe has been simplified somewhat. I will follow up with you on that.
All right. And back to case management and service providers. In question 88, you provide a table that shows sort of the proportion of case managers, proportion of clients to case managers for a number of different service providers. And I'm not trying to go into the performance of any particular service providers, except that I will one, which is Woodley House, which is in Ward 3 and that I'm familiar with, and they're great. I think Woodley House has been very successful. And I wonder if in the Woodley House setting, this is the number of people they're serving, that is a couple of buildings. Are all the people that are serving folks in those buildings? So it's sort of on-site service provision.
Correct.
That's happening there.
Yeah. So where we have a site-based program, we have on-site staff. When it's a scattered site program, like someone leases a unit at Ellicott House, there would not be on-site staff.
And you could have 20 people at Ellicott House, and you could have 20 different service providers.
That's accurate.
Which I understand what you were saying before about how each client has the choice of the service provider, and so that may be where the chips fall. My experience observing it, Woodley House is such a successful program, and their ratio is on the low side, maybe close to the lowest on this table, and it's on site. And so it sort of points to the closer you can get to that kind of model, maybe the the higher the likelihood of success. My understanding is Housing Up might be doing on-site service providing also, not necessarily in buildings that they control. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah, they have both.
What's that?
I believe they have both site-based and scattered site.
And how is it that they're able to do site-based?
They have
Is
a
it just
building. They have a building.
it's only in a building that they control that happens?
And yes.
And then a different thing that we heard from service providers today was some of the service providers complained about communication between their operations and DHS. And I don't know whether you hear about that and how you monitor that and what kinds of things you do in terms of quality control and in terms of your own agency's connections to the service providers.
So we've started doing regular meetings with our CEOs of all of our provider organizations where they bring us a whole host of issues and questions and we address them. We've got great feedback from our provider community about those meetings and about the responsiveness of our team as we collaborate on finding solutions to challenges. I think there are some providers that complain about our oversight and monitoring and feel like it's a little bit too much, and it's escalated based on the number of complaints that we get. Otherwise, it's pretty routine and less frequent. So I think that from the council point of view, if we were not investigating and showing up frequently when there were a lot of complaints, we would be having that conversation. I believe my team is striking the right balance. We want to make sure we also strike the right tone so people know why they're there. And, we're really trying to understand the issue, see what's happening, and provide technical assistance. And we provide a lot of technical assistance. I think you asked me earlier and that I was not as clear about not only are we monitoring our contracts, but we'd also provide a lot of technical assistance to our providers to support them. And I think we did hear some providers testify about that today, that we provide technical assistance and support when there are issues.
Great. And just in those meetings that you're talking about, is that a new phenomenon or is that a thing that you've been
Started
doing
it,
for years?
No, it's within the last year.
All right. Wonderful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Oh, no, Councilmember Henderson. There we are. Welcome back.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Director Zeilinger, I want to continue on the food conversation. What happens if we have a resident in a shelter who has a chronic disease or needs a medically tailored meal or food plan?
They ask for it for a reasonable accommodation. We provide it.
Okay, so do the shelters have access to a dietitian or nutritionist that can ensure that they're getting the right plan?
I don't think they're working with a dietitian necessarily, but there's a standard for diabetic meals as one example. It's probably the most common request that we get, and we do our food vendors will provide a diabetic meal. Sometimes people don't like that and they don't want that and they prefer something else that is being served, so they reject that meal. But if they have the accommodation and they ask for it, we are providing it. They still have choice about what they're going to eat.
Okay. Sticking on that in sort of the shelter conversation, obviously we've heard from several constituents about the conditions at the various shelters. Many of them have shared some of the same concerns. One of the things I wanted to pick up on was around security on the premises. I've also met with some providers that receive services through subcontracts who have echoed some of these concerns. I think the most alarming example that I heard, and I don't want to put the vendor on the spot, but they said they often have security guards who will call off at the last minute or not show up at all, which of course is a safety risk for all of those who are at the shelter. In terms of the security contracts for the shelter, is that something that DHS manages in-house, or are we subcontracting that out?
So, most of the
Or I guess not subcontracting, are we?
It goes through our management contract.
So we're delegating that out. And so
Yes.
that would be the community foundation?
The community partnership.
Okay.
And we
So-
do, so I have, that issue was brought to me by one of our shelter providers.
Okay.
And we did have an extensive conversation about that, about how they report that, and also and how they can escalate that concern should it repeat.
Okay.
We are also in the process of switching out one of our security vendors because of repeated concerns, and that should be happening imminently.
Great. Okay. Then I can follow up with you offline if I need more specifics in terms of that front. I want to turn to talk about vouchers. A couple of days ago, I want to say, was the hearing for the executive director for DC Housing Authority. And I had an opportunity to ask the director why it appeared in their pre-hearing responses that less than half of the special purpose vouchers for returning citizens or LGBTQ residents were being used. I later learned that the mayor's office of LGBTQ affairs hired a housing specialist to expedite the use of these vouchers, and that at least for their particular office, they say that all the LGBTQ vouchers have been matched with a person, which then sort of leads me to DHS. When we look at the storyboard, we notice that it doesn't include information about special purpose vouchers, only for TAH and LSRP vouchers.
They don't go through us. We don't make the referrals. They're not in our services. We have no hand in the implementation of those vouchers.
Okay, so it is completely between the office and then to the housing authority, and then that's it?
Yes.
And that's for all of the special purpose vouchers?
It is for that. It is for definitely the LGBTQ plus and returning citizens. There
Okay.
may be some returning citizens who also come up in the PSH program, but that were matched through those special purpose vouchers.
Okay. I noticed last year in the voucher storyboard that the bottleneck for the voucher process was at the point where an individual needed to be assigned to a caseworker. But that doesn't currently seem to be the case according to the tracker, even though, I acknowledge that we do have a caseworker shortage.
Yeah, we've made some great strides in that space.
Yes. Would you say that the caseworker challenge is more acute for DHS or for CBOs?
I think it's more acute for the CBOs.
Okay. I was going to ask a question on something, but I'm gonna move on to a different question and then come back. I feel like every day I'm learning something new about some of the programs that you all are running at DHS. Truly a massive organization, is doing a lot of great work on behalf of district residents. One of the things I want to ask you a question about is the ACE diversion program.
Yeah.
Or Alternative to Court Experiences, I believe is what it stands for. So yesterday was the performance oversight hearing for the Office of the Attorney General. And I asked him about several questions about the program. And so I want to ask some questions to you to sort of confirm or verify. So is DHS informed when OAG refers someone to ACE?
Yes.
All right.
Yeah, we that would be a referral to us.
Okay. Do you automatically reach out to that young person when you receive the referral, or do you wait for them to come to you?
We reach out to them when it's an ACE referral.
Okay. What percentage of the referred students complete the program?
I think I do have that data. It may be in the pre-hearing questions where I have it, so I can look that up for you.
Okay. So here's one of the, I think the rubs that I raised with the OAG is that it looks as though there is a 45-day window whereby, let's say a young person has been referred to ACE, you reach out to them, they don't respond. There seems to be a 45-day window before you all follow up with OAG to say, hey, Johnny didn't arrive. And I think that 45 days is entirely too generous in terms of, and I want to see how we can close that gap. But the OAG said that the 45 days was a an SLA that you all had internally, and it wasn't something that was from the OAG.
So I'd want to chat with my team a little bit about what happens in those 45 days, but sometimes there are repeated outreach attempts. We're working not just outreach to the young person, but to the parents or caregiver in that person's life. And we want to, there are several ways that we try to engage if we are not successful initially, and we want to allow time for that. Whether 45 days is the right amount of time or too long, I'd want to really talk to our team about their experiences and share them back with you before I take a position on that.
Okay. All right. I just will say that I think we definitely have seen cases where in that period, like a young person has been referred to ACE, they don't show up, and then nothing happens. I feel like it's in some ways reinforcing that there are no consequences.
Even when we report back that they chose not to participate, although it's a mandatory diversion, it's still up to the Attorney General whether or not to prosecute, and they often are not prosecuting.
Got it. See, this is why I ask both sides of the story.
And whether it's not a judgment whether they should or they shouldn't, but that I am aware of. I think that's a little different than it used to be.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Director Zeilinger.
You bet.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. Very quickly, wrapping up on migrant issues. You gave me the number of families left. What's the 183 families left? What will happen to those families?
The ones who left?
No, that are still there.
We're working with them on a resettlement plan.
Okay. Let me move to shelters. Last month, I think it was last month, there were a series of reports on issues at Harriet Tubman's women's shelter. And I think the day after that, two senior women stopped into my office to share their experiences, which were different than what was reported. What I saw in the news, I think, had more to do with food. What these women were talking about was biggest issue was treatment, how they felt they were being treated and disrespected by staff at the shelter. We've heard several other concerns today.
Yeah.
Very concerning.
Yeah, I agree.
How many complaints has DHS received on Tubman Shelter in however you track it, fiscal year, calendar year, the most recent?
So there are a couple ways that complaints happen. So the first level, first I want to just say that I was equally as horrified to hear the pervasive complaints about treatment from donations of shoes to a whole host of things, like completely not acceptable, not at all how we strive to have an interaction, and we will be following up. That is a subcontract through the community partnership. So there are we have the community partnership. We'll need to have more of a monitoring, and we will do our monitoring as well. We also do regular visits and out there, and we will ramp that up as well. The first line of complaint would be to the community partnership because it is their contract. People can also make a complaint to our Office of Program Review Monitoring Investigations, OPRMI, and you have a report from the pre-hearing questions on the number and types of different complaints that the Homeless Monitoring Unit has, and how those are investigated and what the resolution is. So there would be both to TCP as well as to OPRMI, who is, and there's then the program has data from both that we use in order to do follow-up, and we will be doing some more specific follow-up on the issues we heard about.
How does DHS review performance for these contractors with respect to resident satisfaction?
So the shelter monitoring unit from OPRMI does both customer surveys, and they do regular visits, and then through our contract monitoring team in FSA. So OPRMI is is part of the Office of the Director structurally in our org chart, and it's a separate level of review. And then there's the program monitoring that happens in our Family Services Administration. So it is both through our regular contract monitoring and review, that through FSA as well as through OPRMI, that we would that we do monitoring, oversight, and then feedback to providers around their performance and issue corrective actions as needed.
Could you share the most recent customer survey for Tubman?
I would
with the
need to
committee?
look that up and provide it to you, but I can, do you want to know when or you want to see the results?
I'd like to see the results.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. And is there signage at shelters outlining how residents can
Yes.
file complaints?
There is, and I'm happy to also provide the number here of that people can call if they have
That'd
a
be great.
complaint, if you'd like. So just anyone who is staying up late to monitor the hearing. So complaints regarding shelters, we have a 24-hour hotline where people can make that complaint to 202-673-4464. The TCP complaint line as well is 202-543-5298, extension 115.
Thank you. We also heard concerns today around Emory and Epiphany.
Yeah.
Can you and your team look into those
Yes, yeah,
concerns?
in Emory, it was specifically the hypothermia shelter at Emory, because the regular shelter at Emory is 24 hours, and the gentleman had complaints about the hypothermia aspect and when people are needing to clear out of there, but we are already following up on both of those locations.
Thank you. Would you follow up with the committee to let us know the?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
At Epiphany, why do people have to leave so early?
Because it's part of our hypothermia program, and there are other uses. It's a community provider that does that, and they have other uses of their space in the day.
Okay.
Has to turnover.
Okay. And so in addition to the conditions, just the treatment, if they're
Yeah.
spraying Lysol.
Yeah, no, that was shocking and horrifying.
Thank you. I was going to ask about food at Tubman, but I think the Councilmember Henderson's question answered that. I need to understand how I resolved the conflict between your answer to Councilmember Henderson's question about food accommodations and the witness who testified that she's diabetic and doesn't seem to be able to receive food that's appropriate for her diet.
Yeah, and we're familiar, and I'm happy to follow up on that with the committee as well.
Thank you. Little bit different, but it struck me in a bad way. Christopher White testified some difficulties, it seems, he's having getting support from his ADA coordinator. Doesn't it seem from his testimony he doesn't believe they're working in his interest.
I don't want to address the specific issues of any resident due to confidentiality in this setting. So we can follow up as appropriate on that. I'm well aware of that situation. And that's about all I can say.
So fair enough on the specific situation. You have a process for requesting reasonable accommodations.
Yes.
Okay. Is one person at DHS responsible for responding to and addressing those types of requests, or is it a broader team?
There is, as it relates to client issues in the shelter programs, we have somebody who's accountable for that. Then we have an overall agency ADA coordinator who provides training and works on everything from staff ADA accommodations to other broader issues.
Okay. And so for people who were living in PEP V who were medically vulnerable and needed accommodations, what steps did DHS take to make sure those residents were appropriately matched to vouchers and placed in the settings appropriate for their needs?
Our goal was to help everyone who was who had a voucher assigned to lease up and not need a transfer. For people who had not achieved their lease up for one reason or another, we worked to make sure that they transferred to a setting that was consistent with any reasonable accommodation. that request that they made and was verified. So nobody, if they had a medical vulnerability, for example, and they were connected to a voucher, they had not leased up, and they needed some ongoing medical support, many people were transitioned to 801 East, where we have you have a section, I think you've been there and seen it, where we heard Dr. Crossland talk about it, where we have on-site medical services as one example.
And for I think Dr. Crossland said that it suggested there were not enough beds.
There, she asked her about medical respite,
Yeah.
which is
Okay.
slightly different. And no, there are not enough medical respite beds in our system. That is accurate. I
Okay.
think I am looking forward to that when Pat Handy Legacy, which is right now under renovation and will be open by the summer. We did have medical respite there for women, or medical beds there for women that served, I think, the needs of both some people who needed respite as well as some additional care. And that will be a welcome re-addition to our system when that site reopens.
Okay. And just finally on this, if a client appeals an accommodation, the appeal can go to OAH, Office of Administrative Hearings, but are there steps that DHS leadership takes before that to try to
Yes.
resolve these issues?
Absolutely.
Okay. Well,
So those would go from the program, they're often would make it to our general counsel, who would be doing an additional level of review. There's a team that meets with the ADA coordinator, a supervisor in FSA, as well as a member of our Office of General Counsel to do those reviews. We also consult with the Office of Disability Rights on those cases.
okay. I have a number of issues I need to get into, but let me see if my colleagues need an additional round. Councilmember Fruman?
Yeah, thank you very much. I won't be at it for that much longer, but just a little bit longer, Chair White, if that's okay. Director Zeilinger, you talked about ERAP, and it's an interesting, and I think it's going to be an area that we're going to be dealing with in the coming months. I think you made the comment that in a post-ADC world that there's going to be a lot of people who we cannot serve through ERAP, which is, and I want to explore what it is that you're getting at there. Okay. As I look at the data, you provided data about denials, and then, for example, in 2020, in FY24, it seems like a pretty high percentage of denials are for people who ERAP assistance wouldn't alleviate the issue, or you can't get ERAP assistance within the same twice within the same 12-month period.
Correct.
I wonder what do you see is going on here in terms of an increase in ERAP demand and an inability to be able to serve the people who are seeking the assistance?
So I think there's two issues. I'm going to take them separately. One is the demand for the program. So the baseline budget for ERAP is $8 million. There, at times, council or the mayor have put more money into ERAP. That is a fraction of what we have right now, and certainly what we saw during Stady C. So during the public health emergency, with hundreds of millions of dollars of federal funds for rent relief for people who are having trouble paying their rent, a lot of people who, due to the pandemic, who had never received help with their rent before and needed it because they stopped working. Other people have always been rent burdened and were challenged in a lot of different ways and also had loss of income. There were a whole host of people who we were able to support with those funds who were eligible for them, and we did. And so it created an expectation that when people are trying to balance their budgets and need help with their rent, that there's a program that the government has that can help them. So if you're trying to pay for food and things your children need and a car repair, and you cannot pay all your bills, then people historically, I think, had prioritized their rent. If they can get help with their rent, they may prioritize some of their other needs. And I have no judgment about that. That makes perfect sense, except for that we have created an expectation that we cannot meet. So a lot of people, we heard a lot of testimony today about the frustration with the ERAP portal opening and closing so quickly because so many people are applying. Even when the budget was $8 million, we were able to make it through most of the fiscal year with that money. So there's a different expectation that our residents have on rent assistance, really due to the fact of how out of whack the cost of housing is and what people's income are, that ERAP cannot solve because it's never going to have a budget of $300 million. So we need to be honest with residents in our community that they need to do everything they can to pay their rent, that they can't wait till the portal to open, and if they can somehow figure out another way to pay, because it is highly unlikely that they might be able to be assisted just based on the sheer volume of people wanting and needing that assistance. We aren't funded like that, even with $60 million this year going into the ERAP program. So I'm just saying we have to reckon with that and change the expectation with our residents that we don't have the kind of money to meet the need. And I wish we did. I wish I was saying something different, but it's just true. So I think it's not helpful to agree that just like we agree that people should have access to affordable housing. We unless the council is going to come up with hundreds of millions of dollars, we need to be honest about the fact that we aren't in a posture to be able to meet people's rent burden or help them balance in the way that we were during the pandemic with those federal funds. On eligibility, those rules, the eligibility is in statute, and we implement it according to the rules.
So I hear you, and your whole career has been devoted to helping people who are housing insecure. And so, I mean, it is pretty hard to think, well, I mean, it's that the expectations have changed. It's not so much that the needs have changed. There's been a longstanding problem of incomes not keeping up with the cost of housing. And that major structural problem lay at the heart of the challenge. ERAP appears as a solution, but what I'm hearing from you is it would be a very expensive solution. There has to be other ways to get at this, and maybe it's not your department, but I can't imagine that you think, well, we just got to toughen up, and there are going to be a lot of people with needs who we're not going to be able to meet them. What other kinds of things should we be thinking about?
So when we early on in our reform of the family homeless system, we started the homelessness prevention program. So when we shifted to be able to open access to shelter year round for families, not only when there's a legal right during hypothermia, we wanted to make sure also that we could support families to prevent them having an episode of homelessness whenever possible. And through homelessness prevention, we were able to provide more targeted and flexible assistance. And I think we heard testimony about that program as well from everyone home DC today, and perhaps some of our other providers of HPP. That has been a highly effective program at really providing the type of nuanced and specific help that a household needs to avoid homelessness. So for ERAP, because it's a means test and there are a lot of people who may qualify based on their income and the criteria, you have to help a lot more residents before you see a decrease in entries of homelessness, because you're going to experience homelessness without this resource is not who that program is targeted. It's just a much more blunt tool where homelessness prevention is a really targeted assistance to prevent homelessness. Project Reconnect builds on the lessons learned from HPP, which serves families, where we're doing in-reach and reaching, and I spoke in my testimony about the ways that we're connecting people to Project Reconnect in the single system that doesn't have a singular front door like we have at Virginia Williams, to be able to help single adults also to prevent or more quickly help them with resources so that they to end their homelessness more quickly. But I think we need to look at more strategic, if our goal, our goal, what we would like to do is to be able to help everyone who needs help. If we cannot do that, and our goal is to make sure that people with the absolute worst case housing needs who are going to end up experiencing homelessness without our help, that we're doing that, then we need to rely and invest in our more targeted programs to do that, like homelessness prevention and Project Reconnect.
Right, thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I guess let me say here, Director Zeilinger, I think with ERAP, it's easier for me to count. We've served 7,765 people this fiscal year, last fiscal year. How many people did you serve last fiscal year for HHP or HPP?
HPP, we have prevented overall in the program 15,600 families from entering shelter.
Last fiscal year?
No, since I think the program's start is 15, would be that 15,000 numbers. One second, and I will give you how many people we served last year. So, all right, fiscal year 23 or fiscal year 24 to date?
Let's go with 23.
Okay, actually, I've got how many people who we helped with HBP who eventually went into shelter, but let's see, and I've got month by month.
All right, now I'm looking at question 48 from the pre-hearing questions.
Okay.
So looks like fiscal year 23 is 2,274 people
Great,
for
thank you.
HPP. Okay. Project Reconnect, 487 last fiscal year.
Thank you.
Again, ERAP 7,765. So of course, it costs less to use these programs if we serve fewer people. But if somebody's $3,000 behind in rent, doesn't matter what program you use, it's going to cost, you got to pay that $3,000.
So here's an example. If somebody, so there's a pretty straight up testimony. We heard testimony about this day about some equity questions. So ERAP used to have a flat number that someone would be eligible to up to a ceiling. The council in the legislation changed ERAP eligibility to be 5 times the fair market rent for the area in which they live, as opposed to a flat number. So what they're eligible for in ERAP is a clear statutory amount. In HPP, for example, and I think one of the other council members in a meeting before this hearing was asking me about what about subsidized tenants with the housing authority if they already have a voucher but they're behind on their portion of the rent, or who's in a tax credit property where they already have affordable housing but they're behind on their rent. We can work with them in HPP to negotiate a payment plan. So say they didn't report a loss of income and they need to reduce their rent burden, and they can get on a payment plan. And so it is not just we need to pay their full amount of their rent, but we can help them negotiate down their rent or their rent burden based on their change of income, and be on a payment plan and help offset their rent arrears. That gives us more tools than we have in ERAP.
I don't know a lot of people who can negotiate their rent.
If you have a housing choice voucher with the housing authority and you pay 30% of your income toward your rent, and your rent went down, but you didn't report it and you can't afford it, we have people who then come and apply for ERAP, but they need to go to the housing authority also and say, my income dropped, so that 30% that I owe also needs to go down. And they have opportunities to get on a payment plan, and it may not be enough to preserve their tenancy, and we can help them with their rent. So I'm not saying we can negotiate down any fair rent with a market landlord. I mean, sometimes, but probably infrequently. But with the housing authority, which is not a small number of people who we serve in the ERAP program, it's pretty high percentage are subsidized tenants, we absolutely can help them adjust their rent burden if they've had a loss of income.
All right, but but again, that's not for market rate. So, I mean, my point still is, ERAP is a program to help people catch up on their rent and prevent them from losing their housing and becoming housing unstable. And it doesn't matter what program you use, if we are going to accomplish that goal, it's going to cost the same amount of money.
No, it's not going to cost the same amount of money in every case.
How are you going to keep somebody in their unit for less money with another program other than ERAP?
So not everybody, but for some people. So if you have a voucher with the housing authority, for example, and you owe rent arrears, and so you are coming and applying for ERAP for your rent arrears, it may be that we can help you for less money because you didn't report that you had a change of income, and you can recertify for your voucher based on what your new income is. So we can help you negotiate what your new rent is. That doesn't happen in the ERAP program. And you have the opportunity to get on a payment plan, so you can still be responsible for some portion, and we can help you with a lesser portion and still preserve your tenancy, and maybe provide you some ongoing case management and support and with your budget. And so there's some additional things that we can do to support and follow. It may be that some people, even with ERAP, are not going to preserve their tenancy and they need a different place to live. But ERAP, they're coming to ERAP for rent arrears, but it can't pay the full rent burden. And they really need to go live with someone else, but they need to be able to contribute to that host family. HPP can help do that so that they're avoiding homelessness and they're contributing and they can stay somewhere else. The debt that they owe is something else that needs to be negotiated, but it's not the only tool that we have to help them restabilize somewhere else.
So what I'm hearing is a good argument for funneling some people to better programs other than ERAP, but not getting rid of ERAP.
I'm not saying we should get rid of ERAP, but
Okay.
I'm saying if what our goal is to prevent homelessness, you're going to have to fund a lot more ERAP to reach that goal. And the more strategic option is if the goal is we need to change the agreement, the expectation that our residents have, that if they fall behind on their rent, that the government is going to be able to help them, because we don't have funding to do that.
But I think the leap you're taking is too broad. So if there are programs that can work better for a lot of people who are applying for ERAP, who should be making the recommendations for how we should funnel people to other programs?
Who should be making the recommendations? I think there are a couple of things. So one is what is the purpose? If the purpose is we want to prevent people's homelessness, then we should be then I think we're going to have more success at seeing less people coming into the homeless services system if we help them through programs that are targeted through. And if someone comes to HPP and in the past, before the situation we're in now, we've been able to sometimes help them with both ERAP and HPP if they've needed different types of assistance. I think that we can have a more strategic and nuanced approach through our homelessness prevention program and Project Reconnect. ERAP has a statutory eligibility criteria. I think it's a great program. I think the expectation that people have that they can get it if they qualify for it and what it can offer, there's a mismatch to that. That is obvious by the number of people who apply every time we open the portal. And a lot of people are holding out hope and waiting, hoping they're going to get ERAP, who need to figure out what they can do to pay what they can on their rent, or their situation is going to continue to get worse. And if we're not honest about that, we are not doing justice to those people.
So I think we're not doing justice if we say we need to change people's expectations, as opposed to saying we need to change what the front door for ERAP looks like, so that we can get people to other programs. If there are other programs that can serve people for fewer resources, then we need recommendations from DHS about how to get people to those programs, not an argument for saying, well, we just need to tell people to rely on ERAP less. People don't want to be destabilized. They don't want to lose their housing. And I doubt anybody has data on where people who stay somewhere else end up. What percentage of people who stay somewhere else end up stable?
I could tell you how many, I mean, I could tell you what our data is in HPP about that. But who has data on how many, I mean, we can look at the data on how many people who get ERAP still end up evicted.
That'd be good information. I mean, this is how we have to start to look at
Yeah,
these
I mean,
programs.
I think you and I want the same thing, which is we want to support people around their stability. I think where you and I have a differing expectation is that we're going to be able to help everyone who falls behind on their rent because of their rent burden. The DHS and the homeless system can't do that. That is the affordable housing problem.
But nobody has an answer. So everybody is like, well, this is the affordable housing. Nobody
No,
in the
we're going
country
to do
has that answer.
everything we can, but we have to be discerning and strategic about how we do it. And the affordable housing problem wasn't created yesterday. It existed before State EC, and there was a different expectation that residents had on the type of help they could get from the government and what they did to solve when they could. That is different than what we're seeing right now. And that is where I'm saying that we need to be clear with residents about the type of help that's available.
To your point, it costs us a lot more to triage. And we've got to be conscious about what tools prevent us from getting to the triaging, how we prevent destabilization. And we keep throwing so many resources at what happens after folks are destabilized or unstable.
Yeah. And I'm happy to work with you on the ERAP legislation because a lot of it is council has worked hard to make that program as accessible as possible and to reach a lot of people through it. There's nothing that is as discerning in the way we're talking about in the way that ERAP is administered.
I look forward to working with you. We have a committee of 5 people. I hope that the recommendations for ERAP come from the agency. If they have to come from the committee, they will, but I'd prefer they come from the agency.
Would love to work with you on that.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm over time. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. Director Zeilinger, I think that was a conversation that we had about something that I had heard about folks who were in various voucher programs who were then benefiting from ERAP